God Level Farm Chapter 1673 to Chapter 1719. Due to unknown reasons, Sogu was unable to search for this site today. Please remember this site's domain name and find your way home. Li Yifu did not dare to decline and listened to Xia Ruofei's explanation carefully. Although Li Yifu was not very talented, it was very easy to imprint spiritual power on the flying sword. He learned it very quickly. Xia Ruofei personally guided Li Yifu to keep the flying sword in his dantian and nurture it. Then, she taught him how to control the flying sword with his spiritual energy and let him practice on his own. After Li Yifu left, Xia Ruofei rested for a while and then locked the doors and windows. Then, he took out the Ring 2 space and entered the mountain sea realm of the space with a thought. When he arrived at the cave, Xia Ruofei sensed the ore as usual and found that Layman Yuntai was still in seclusion. Xia Ruofei said to himself, this senior can really go into seclusion. Don't tell me that the legends of seclusion for hundreds of years are true. Did all ancient cultivators cultivate like this? If Layman Yuntai went into seclusion for a few years, it would be a bit of a scam. Xia Ruofei wanted to ask him about the ancient cultivation world, however, since he was in a state of deep seclusion, Xia Ruofei could not force him to wake him up, so he could only let him be. At this time, Xia Ruofei's eyes fell on the stone platform. There were originally 5 light balls here. Now, the first 4 had been opened by him. The first light ball contained a small booklet, and the other 3 were the 3 inheritance jade talismans of heaven, earth, and man. Therefore, there was only 1 light ball left on the stone platform. Through the light screen, he could vaguely see that there was a small box inside the light ball. After Xia Ruofei broke through to the golden core stage, he had not tried to collect it. He pondered for a moment and felt that his cultivation had broken through a big realm. In addition, his spiritual power had also improved greatly. It seemed that he could give it a try. When he first got the Ring 2 space, he was very curious about these light balls. Facts also proved that the things that Jinren Mountain and River had so carefully collected were all good things. Everything recorded in the 3 inheritance jade talismans was of the highest quality. Whether it was cultivation methods or secret skills, even those ancient books that recorded anecdotes of the cultivation world, they were all quite precious. Furthermore, the light balls that Sage Xianxia had set up were obviously to set a threshold. Only those whose cultivation had reached a certain level could obtain the items within. Therefore, according to this rule, the later it was, the more precious it was. The small box in the last light sphere must contain something even more precious than the heavenward jade talisman. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei couldn't hold back anymore. He decided to try it now. Xia Ruofei quickly walked to the front of the stone platform. He took a deep breath and placed his hands on the light ball. He pressed down lightly, and the ball of light shrank back a little, but it was still very tough. Xia Ruofei already had experience. This light ball could only be opened by brute force. When the external force was strong enough, the toughness of the light ball would not be able to withstand and it would eventually break. However, this light ball had another characteristic, which was that the reaction force was very strong. Basically, the stronger the external force, the stronger the reaction force, and it would all act on the hands that were directly in contact with the light ball. Therefore, it was also a test for Xia Ruofei's body. Xia Ruofei tested the toughness of the light ball and suddenly had an idea. Would it be better if I used a flying sword to break the light ball? After this idea came into his mind, he could no longer suppress it. Xia Ruofei decisively summoned the blue traveling immortal sword that was being nurtured in his dantian. With a sword gesture, the blue traveling immortal sword immediately flew toward the light ball on the stone platform. The speed of the blue traveling immortal sword was increased to the extreme in the blink of an eye. Under the control of Xia Ruofei, it slashed fiercely at the light ball from top to bottom. The light ball suddenly caved in, and then a strong force directly bounced the blue traveling immortal sword away. If it weren't for Xia Ruofei's strong mental strength, the blue traveling immortal sword might have gone out of control. Just now, Xia Ruofei saw very clearly that the blue traveling immortal sword did not even break through the surface of the light ball. Such a sharp flying sword could not leave a trace on the surface of the light ball. It was obvious that it was not easy to take advantage of the situation. Xia Ruofei put away the blue traveling immortal sword with a wry smile and reached out to press on the light ball. From the rebound force, Xiao Ruofei could judge that the sword just now should not have caused any damage to the light ball at all. Since there was no way to take advantage of it, Xiao Ruofei did not think so much. He took a deep breath, then mobilized the primordial qi in his dantian and pressed it down little by little. He also took advantage of the convenience of controlling the ring 2 space and mobilized the power of space to pressure the light ball together. Xiao Ruofei could feel that the reaction force of this light ball was much stronger than the previous few times. Fortunately, primordial qi was now concentrated in his hands, and at the same time, he was exerting all his strength and his lower body was very stable. Therefore, the reaction force could not hurt his hands, and it was impossible to bounce him off. Xiao Ruofei was not stingy with his primordial qi and kept increasing the pressure. He saw his hands sink into the light ball little by little. Under the strong external force, the light ball also began to gradually deform, from a standard sphere to a football placed horizontally. The more he pressed down, the stronger the reaction force of the light ball. Xiao Ruofei felt that he should be reaching his limit. It was not that his body could not bear it, but that his current cultivation could only produce so much pressure. Xiao Ruofei gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength. The invisible power of space gathered from all directions and pressed down from the back of Xiao Ruofei's hand. The light screen began to tremble slightly. Xiao Ruofei knew that this narrow path battle had reached the stage where victory and defeat were about to be decided. Based on his past experience, Xiao Ruofei could tell that this light ball was also on the verge of collapse. It all depended on whether he could hold on. Xiao Ruofei gritted his teeth, and the bones in his hands seemed to have reached their limit under the double pressure, as if they were about to split apart. This degree of pain was nothing to Xiao Ruofei. But the pressure he exerted on the light ball had basically reached its limit. Now it was the final tug of war. The deformed light ball was constantly trembling. The expression on Xiao Ruofei's face became extremely ferocious. His teeth were clenched so tightly that the muscles on his face seemed to be trembling, and the hands that were directly in contact with the light ball were also constantly trembling. At this time, Xiao Ruofei had already made a rough judgment: Sage Xianxia should be the one who hoped to inherit the spirit map scroll. He had to be at least at the middle stage of the Aura's core stage to be able to open this light ball. If Xiao Ruofei was at the middle stage of the Aura's core stage, then when dealing with this light ball, although it would not be too easy, the one who would win in the end would definitely be Xiao Ruofei. Although Xiao Ruofei had already made such a judgment, he did not want to give up so easily. He had already reached the final stage, why should he give up? Why could an early stage Aura's core cultivator not open this light ball? Xiao Ruofei did not believe in heresy. At this time, his whole body was trembling, and the light ball was also trembling. Both sides were in a state of being on the verge of collapse. Xiao Ruofei's eyes revealed a trace of madness. He mobilized all the remaining primordial qi in his dantian and shouted, "King, break it for me." The primordial qi crazily flowed through his meridians to his hands, and at the same time, the invisible power of space had already been increased to the maximum. Xiao Ruofei's palms made a slight cracking sound, the bones of his palms had already cracked. But Xiao Ruofei did not care at all. With a crazy expression on his face, he pressed down recklessly. Finally, the light ball could not bear the pressure. With a pop sound, it directly dissipated. The pressure under his palms disappeared in an instant, but Xiao Ruofei was still using all his strength to press down. It was as if he had stepped on air while walking down the stairs. His whole body staggered forward. His reaction speed was still very fast, and his hands immediately supported themselves on the stone platform. But Xiao Ruofei immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. It was so painful that beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, the bones of his palms were already cracked, and with such a heavy support on the stone platform, that kind of heart-wrenching pain, even though Xiao Ruofei had undergone special anti-interrogation training in the army, still could not help but cry out in pain. Then, Xiao Ruofei crazily laughed again. His whole body was somewhat weak, and he leaned against the stone platform and sat on the ground, shaking his hands while laughing loudly. Who said that an early golden core stage couldn't do it? Wasn't it done now? Xiao Ruofei's heart was filled with the joy of success after overcoming all kinds of difficulties. After a moment of rest, Xiao Ruofei directly grabbed the box containing the spirit heart flowers petals from the origin stage. He took out a petal from the box and directly pressed his palms together, pressing the petal into his palms. When the spirit heart flower's petal came into contact with the skin of his palms, it almost instantly melted, completely absorbed by Xia Ruofei's palms. The spirit heart flower's petal could be said to have an immediate effect on such injuries that were not considered serious. After a few breaths, Xia Ruofei felt the pain from his palms rapidly diminish. He used his mental power to sense it, and discovered that the cracks in his palms were rapidly healing. After about 2 minutes, Xia Ruofei's palms had completely recovered. He first carefully closed the box containing the spirit heart flower's petals and sent it back to the origin stage. Then, Xia Ruofei stood up and looked at the stone platform. At that moment, the small dark red box was silently placed on the stone platform. Now that Xia Ruofei had cleared all obstacles, he could obtain the small box at any time. However, he was somewhat worried about his gains and losses. Standing in front of the stone platform, Xia Ruofei adjusted his breathing and suppressed his excitement. Then, he reached out to open the small dark red box. The small box was not locked, so it opened easily. Once the lid was opened, the item inside was naturally revealed. Xia Ruofei looked over with anticipation. When he saw the item inside the small box, his eyes widened slightly, revealing a trace of astonishment. Xia Ruofei could not help but rub his eyes and move closer. After confirming the item inside the small box, Xia Ruofei's expression became very interesting. A token was quietly lying in the small box. Apart from that, there was nothing else. More importantly, Xia Ruofei was very familiar with this token. He had seen it a few days ago at the double celebration auction. That's right, it was the 5 Sages token that was the highlight of the auction. The 5 Sages token in the small box had the word 1 engraved on it. It was clearly the number 1 token. During the auction, Luo Qingfeng and Xia Ruofei had introduced the 5 Sages token. The First Heaven sect originally had the number 2 token, while the number 3 and 5 tokens were in the Soaring Flower Valley and the Surging Wave sect respectively. Because Xia Ruofei had lent spirit stones to Xianxia, the First Heaven sect finally obtained the number 4 token. The token lying in the small box now was the number 1 token that had never appeared in the cultivation world. At the auction, Xia Ruofei calculated that his spirit stones should not be enough to buy the number 4 token. The final price also confirmed this. Because there was still one more token that had not appeared, and Xianxia had promised to give Xia Ruofei a spot when exploring the ruins, Xia Ruofei finally decided to give up the competition and lent his spirit stones to Xianxia. He never expected that the number 1 token had been in his possession all this time. It was just that his cultivation was not enough, so he could not open the light sphere. Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment before he exclaimed in surprise, "Senior Yuntai, you're awake." Yuntai Hermit said, "That. Watch your words. I'm in seclusion, not sleeping. Why would I be awake?" Yes. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "You're out of seclusion. Do you know the 5 Sages token?" "Oh. That's the name given to the token by the cultivation world. It's called the Rising Dragon token, right?" Yuntai became happy after hearing this and said, 5 Saints Decree? What a lousy name. But it's quite fitting. There are 5 Rising Dragon tokens in total. Then tell me more about the Rising Dragon token. Xia Ruofei perked up as soon as he heard this. Because many inheritances are missing, there are many different opinions about the 5 Saints, the Rising Dragon token in the cultivation world. One of the more mainstream views is that if you gather all 5 tokens, you can open a complete ancient cultivator's abode. Ancient cultivators? Yuntai asked in confusion. That's what the cultivation world called the cultivators of your era. Xia Ruofei explained with a smile, we usually call the cultivators of your era ancient cultivators. I've become an ancient cultivator? Patron Yuntai had a very strange feeling. Senior Yuntai, can you tell me more about the Rising Dragon token? Xia Ruofei asked. Yuntai Hermit said, of course, no problem. But I don't know much about it. Xia Ruofei was happy when he heard the first half of the sentence, but the smile froze on his face. Didn't you recognize it immediately? Xia Ruofei asked in confusion. Yuntai smiled bitterly and said, that's because the Rising Dragon token was very famous in our era. It appeared many times in the cultivation world. But Being able to recognize it doesn't mean that you know it well. In fact, in our era, people didn't find anything about the Rising Dragon token. Xia Ruofei pondered for a moment and said, so, the Rising Dragon token isn't the key to opening the ancient ruins? If the ancient ruins you're talking about are the abodes of a cultivator from our era, I can tell you with certainty that it's definitely not the case. Yuntai Hermit said. Then he said, I'll tell you what I know. I hope it will be of some help to you. Thank you, Senior Yuntai. Xia Ruofei said quickly. The first time this Rising Dragon medallion appeared in the world of cultivation was when I first joined the sect. At that time, I was only a janitor at the first layer of Qi refinement. Yuntai practitioner's voice was filled with nostalgia for the past. Back then, my sect obtained a token. If I remember correctly, it should be token number 3. The token number 3 was now in the hands of Valley Master Lu of the Soaring Flower Valley. Xia Ruofei thought about how this token had appeared more than 3,000 years ago in Yuntai Hermit's sect. He couldn't help but have a strange feeling. Yuntai Hermit continued, about 100 years later, 5 tokens appeared in the world of cultivation one after another. Did you try to study the 5 tokens together? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but ask. Of course. Otherwise, we wouldn't have known it was called the Rising Dragon token. Even the second layer wouldn't have known that there were 5 tokens in a set. Yuntai Hermit said, at that time, the 5 sects that obtained the Rising Dragon tokens gathered together under the sect master's summons and took out their tokens. When the 5 tokens appeared in the same place, they would automatically combine together and the words Rising Dragon would appear. That's why we named them the Rising Dragon tokens. Xia Ruofei suddenly understood and said, I see. I finally know the origin of the Rising Dragon token. Senior Yuntai Hermit, after the Rising Dragon tokens were combined, did you find anything? Yuntai Hermit said, I was only at the Golden Core stage at that time. I was just an insignificant person in the sect. How could I participate in such an important matter? However, there shouldn't be any results from the research because in the end, everyone separated the Rising Dragon tokens and brought them back. Moreover, our sect master has agreed that every 50 years, the holders of the Rising Dragon tokens will come to our sect to gather. The purpose is naturally to research the Rising Dragon tokens. After such a long time, you still didn't find anything? Xia Ruofei asked in disbelief. That's right. Yuntai Hermit said, what's more surprising is that after about 300 years, the 5 Rising Dragon tokens all disappeared. Whether they were stored in storage rings, secret rooms, or protected by layers of formations, they all disappeared without exception, including the one in our sect. Our sect master thought that it had been stolen. After he contacted the other sects that had the Rising Dragon tokens, he found out that everyone's Rising Dragon tokens had completely disappeared. I can't believe this happened. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but frown slightly. 300 years. That was almost the same amount of time that Venerable Xianxia had placed the Rising Dragon tokens in the Ring 2 space. Didn't that mean that if this rule was still in effect, the Rising Dragon tokens could disappear at any time? Yuntai Hermit said, this is indeed very strange. After the Rising Dragon tokens disappear, they will appear in the cultivation world one after another about 10 years. It is precisely because of this that many sects and forces in the cultivation world actually once possessed the Rising Dragon token. Regardless of which force possessed this token, everyone would gather together regularly to combine the tokens into one for research. However, there has been no progress in the end. Yuntai paused for a moment before continuing, however, this strange characteristic made the Rising Dragon medallion very famous in our era. Many people believed that the Rising Dragon medallion contained the secret to cultivating the ultimate Great Tao. They believed that as long as they could unravel the secret of the Rising Dragon medallion, they would be able to achieve the Great Tao just like the name of the medallion. Xia Ruofei furrowed his brows and asked, Senior Yuntai, have you ever seen the Rising Dragon medallion combine into one? I've seen him once. Yuntai Hermit said, as long as the 5 tokens appear within a certain range at the same time, they will automatically combine into a shape similar to the 8 trigrams if they aren't deliberately restrained. Apart from the words Rising Dragon, there are also some floating points that have no practical meaning. Everyone believes that these floating points contain the secret of the Rising Dragon tokens. Some have even copied them and studied them carefully. However, as I said, no progress has been made. Most importantly, Yuntai Hermit continued, everyone has realized that the floating points on the Rising Dragon tokens seem to be different every time. What? Xiaoruofei was even more surprised. Could it be that every time the 5 tokens are reassembled, the positions of the floating points will change? Is there a pattern to this? That's not it. Yuntai Hermit said, we've tried to copy the floating points after the Rising Dragon tokens are combined and then dismantle them immediately. By the way, it's actually very easy to dismantle them. Basically, an early Golden Core cultivator can break them into 5 tokens with a full-strength attack. Where was I? Yuntai Hermit was interrupted by him and forgot what he was talking about. Xiaoruofei said with a smile, you said to try copying the floating points and dismantling them immediately. Yes. Yuntai Hermit said, copy the floating points, dismantle them into tokens, and then assemble them immediately. At this time, the floating points' positions will not change. Finally, everyone has studied it and found that the floating points' positions change periodically. The cycle is about 50 years. Every 50 years, the floating points' positions will be completely different from the previous time. I see. Xiaoruofei said thoughtfully, it seems that the floating points are very likely to be the secret. We know that as well. Yuntai Hermit said with a smile, however, there's no pattern to the floating points at all. Some cultivators have spent hundreds of years studying the distribution maps of dozens of floating points, but in the end, they didn't find anything. So you don't have too much hope. Of course, you only have a single command token now, and you don't know when all 5 command tokens will appear. Senior Yuntai, the other 4 Rising Dragon tokens have appeared. Xiaoruofei said, I didn't expect the only one missing to be in my small space, is that so? In other words, the Rising Dragon token has appeared again? Yuntai Hermit said with interest, if all 5 tokens are gathered together, remember to copy the floating point distribution map. I'll study it when I'm free. In fact, in Yuntai Hermit's era, many cultivators studied the floating point distribution map wholeheartedly. Although Yuntai Hermit wasn't obsessed with it, he had studied it for a period of time. Moreover, it was rare for him to see a treasure that had stirred up a storm in his era, so Yuntai Hermit felt a sense of familiarity and intimacy. In addition, he was now in the state of a spirit body and could only live in the earth space. In fact, it was very boring. In this state, studying the floating point distribution map could be considered as a form of entertainment. Xiaoruofei nodded and said, if all the tokens are gathered, I'll definitely copy the floating point distribution map for Senior Yuntai to study. Okay. Yuntai Hermit said, kid, I suddenly felt something again. I'll go into seclusion first. Get the floating point distribution map as soon as possible. After saying that, Yuntai Hermit fell silent again. Xiaoruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said to himself, Senior Yuntai Hermit is a seclusion maniac. He's already a spirit body. What's the point of seclusion? I really don't understand. Xiaoruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly when he remembered that Yuntai Hermit had finished his seclusion and that he didn't have the time to ask him all the questions. However, Xiaoruofei wasn't in the mood to care about the ancient cultivation world right now. It was because after the conversation with Yuntai Hermit, he was even more conflicted about how to deal with the Rising Dragon badge. Rationally speaking, Xiaoruofei felt that it was unlikely that he, the Tianyi Palace, the Soaring Flower Valley, and the Blue Wave sect could figure out the secrets of the Rising Dragon badge. He noticed a detail that Layman Yuntai mentioned. When the Rising Dragon token was put together for the first time, Layman Yuntai was in the Aurus Core stage, and a Aurus Core stage cultivator was just an insignificant role in the sect. He was not even qualified to participate in the study of the Rising Dragon token. In the current cultivation world, apart from whether or not there were any nascent soul stage cultivators in seclusion, the strongest cultivators on the surface were only in the advanced stage of the core formation stage. The core formation stage cultivators were insignificant in the ancient cultivation world. How could a few core formation stage cultivators figure out the secrets of the Rising Dragon badge? Even Xiaoruofei found it hard to believe. But at the same time, he was worried that the Rising Dragon badge would suddenly disappear. After all, he didn't know when Master Xianxia got the badge, but Master Xianxia had disappeared from the cultivation world for more than 300 years. According to the pattern that Yuntai Hermit mentioned just now, the Rising Dragon badge might disappear at any time. If he delayed and the Rising Dragon badge suddenly disappeared one day, wouldn't he feel like weeping but have no tears? Therefore, after much consideration, Xiao Ruofei was more inclined to reach out to the other sects as soon as possible and assemble the 5 badges first. At the very least, he would be able to copy the floating point distribution map. By then, even if the Rising Dragon badge did disappear, he wouldn't come up empty-handed. However, it was still quite risky to take out the number 1 badge at this time. After all, Xiao Ruofei was only at the early stage of the core formation stage. If he used all his trump cards, it shouldn't be a problem for him to fight against a cultivator at the middle stage of the core formation stage. However, if a cultivator at the late stage of the core formation stage wanted to attack Xiao Ruofei, he could only run for his life. The Tianyi Palace had a master at the late stage of the core formation stage. If the other party wanted to rob him by force, Xiao Ruofei would be putting himself in danger. Xiao Ruofei thought for a long time and finally decided to go to the Tianyi Palace first. However, he wouldn't tell them about the Rising Dragon badge for the time being. He planned to get in touch with Xianxia and his son first and make a decision after he had a certain understanding of him. Anyway, he happened to be going to Xianxia to ask for the branches of wild tea, so it wasn't too abrupt to visit them. After making the decision, Xiao Ruofei left the Rising Dragon badge in the Ring 2 space and returned to the outside world with a thought. Since he had decided to go to the Tianyi Palace, and the Rising Dragon badge might disappear at any time, Xiao Ruofei didn't want to delay any longer. He called Li Yifu over and asked him to continue to guard the Peach Blossom Island. After giving him some instructions, he was ready to leave the Peach Blossom Island. In order to prevent Li Yifu from worrying, Xiao Ruofei didn't tell him that he was going to the Tianyi Palace. He just said that he had something to do in China. Xiao Ruofei often came and went in a hurry, so Li Yifu naturally didn't dare to ask too much. Anyway, Xiao Ruofei asked him to guard the Peach Blossom Island, so he would do his best to guard here. The cultivation environment here was so good that Li Yifu was willing to stay here for a long time. Xiao Ruofei controlled the black flying boat to take off from the rooftop of the Yanhuang building and go straight to the Lu province of Huaxia. The Tianyi Palace was located in the depths of the Taishan mountain range of Lu province. Lu province, Tai City. Night had just fallen. Xiao Ruofei found a remote place outside Tai City and landed the airship. After he put away the airship, he walked to the nearby road and waved his hand to stop a taxi. "Sir, please take me to Tianfeng Hotel," Xiao Ruofei said after he got in the car. "Okay. Please fasten your seatbelt," the taxi driver said and then skillfully pressed the meter and started the car. The taxi driver chatted with Xiao Ruofei while driving. "Sir, this should be your first time in Tai City, right?" Xiao Ruofei was sitting in the back seat with his eyes closed. He nodded slightly and said, "Yes." "You're here to climb Mount Tai?" the taxi driver asked with a smile. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "I have this idea. It seems that you're from Freedom Travel." The taxi driver said with a smile, "If you ask me, Freedom Travel is more comfortable. Following a tour group every day, there's no good scenery." Xiao Ruofei smiled and didn't speak. The taxi driver glanced at Xiao Ruofei from the rearview mirror. Perhaps he felt that this passenger was not good with words, so he didn't say anything. However, at this moment, Xiao Ruofei suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Sir, it's time to change lanes. The traffic light ahead is to turn left. If we don't change lanes, we will enter the solid line area." The taxi driver was stunned and couldn't help but look back at Xiao Ruofei. He originally thought that Xiao Ruofei was looking at the navigation on his mobile phone. However, he found that Xiao Ruofei's hands were empty and he even closed his eyes. In fact, after Xiao Ruofei landed in Tai City, he first used the navigation on his mobile phone to look at his location and the route to Tianfeng Hotel. With the memory of a gold core stage cultivator, such a simple route plan was naturally memorized. The taxi driver saw that Xiao Ruofei was a first-time passenger to Tai City. After beating around the bush, he wanted to take a detour. He didn't expect that Xiao Ruofei would see through him. Before entering the solid line, the taxi driver reluctantly changed lanes into the left turn lane. Then, he smiled awkwardly and said, "The traffic jam on this road is more serious." Although it's a little farther to go straight, it saves more time. When Xiao Ruofei looked at the navigation, he found that the route planned by the navigation was green and there was no traffic jam at all. However, he didn't say it and just said lightly, "It doesn't matter. Just follow the normal route." The taxi driver could only say resentfully, "All right." Along the way, the taxi driver secretly observed Xiao Ruofei through the rearview mirror from time to time. Although Xiao Ruofei had been resting with her eyes closed, he couldn't help but feel weak in his heart. He felt that this passenger seemed to be a little strange. He didn't dare to deliberately take a detour and obediently followed the normal route. After more than half an hour, the taxi arrived at the entrance of Tianfeng Hotel and slowly stopped. "Sir, we're here," the taxi driver said. At this time, Xiao Ruofei opened his eyes and nodded slightly. "Oh. Thank you for your hard work. How much is it?" The taxi driver glanced at the meter and said, "The total is 65 yuan. Do you want to pay by cash or by QR code?" Xiao Ruofei glanced at the meter and said, "This price isn't right. It's only about 35 kilometers. At most, it's about 40 yuan. Although Xiao Ruofei had been resting with his eyes closed all the way, as a gold core stage cultivator whose spiritual power had reached the late stage of the spirit gathering stage, he naturally had an accurate perception of how much distance the car had driven. In addition, the local taxi prices in Tai City were posted on the inside of the car. Within 2 kilometers, the starting price was 6 yuan. After 2 kilometers, there would be a fee of 0.5 yuan for every 500 meters. There was almost no traffic jam along the way, and there were no additional fees. After a little calculation, he knew that the price was about 40 yuan. Now, the GPS would estimate the price of taking a taxi. When Xiao Ruofei checked the GPS before getting on the car, the estimated price was 40 yuan. Although he only glanced at it, he still remembered it very clearly. The taxi driver didn't expect a foreign tourist to be so smart. In fact, his meter had been tampered with. There was a hidden button under the steering wheel. After pressing it, it would jump much faster than normal. The last time he took a foreign tourist, he pressed the button. When he picked up Xiao Ruofei, it hadn't returned to its original state. Although the taxi driver felt that Xiao Ruofei seemed to be a bit strange on the way, he felt that a foreign tourist wouldn't be so sensitive to the price even if he knew the route through the GPS, so he simply didn't care. He didn't expect that as soon as the price was listed, Xiao Ruofei would directly question it. The taxi driver's face changed slightly and said, "Sir, that's what the meter showed. I also followed the route you said. I often run this route, and it's more than 35 kilometers. There's no problem with this price." Xiao Ruofei naturally didn't lack money, but this didn't mean that he was willing to be fooled by a taxi driver. He said lightly, "How far is this road?" "Just open the GPS and you'll know. Whether it's 35 kilometers or not, don't you know it in your heart?" "What do you mean?" Naturally, the taxi driver would not admit it. "Sir, this is a regular taxi. I charge by meter. You're being a bit unreasonable." "I'm unreasonable?" Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. "Master, if your meter is faulty, then go and fix it as soon as possible. I can pay you according to the normal price, but don't think of ripping me off just because I'm a foreigner. Tai City is a famous tourist city. Taxis are equivalent to the city's window and business card. Don't discredit Tai City." In fact, Tai City was very small. The taxi just happened to be taking passengers to the suburbs. If he hadn't met Xiao Ruofei, he would have returned to the city with an empty taxi. But he wanted to take a detour and tampered with the meter. He was really a bit greedy. Xiao Ruofei said it tactfully. In fact, he could also see that the meter was tampered with. Many news reports had reported that taxi drivers had tampered with the meter. After the taxi driver heard this, he couldn't help but be angry. His tone became a lot colder. "Young man, be careful of the trouble that comes from the mouth. You're a foreigner in Tai City. When it's time to pretend to be confused, it's best to pretend to be confused. You don't have much money in total. Why are you looking for trouble for yourself? Didn't you come out to travel for fun? Are you threatening me?" Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. "Master, I don't want to talk so much with you. I'll ask you one last time. How much are you going to charge this time? If it doesn't work, I'll call the transport manager and complain. The taxi driver seemed to feel that the dignity of a local was trampled on. He straightened his neck and said fiercely, "You're going to destroy my job. Young man, if you have the ability, then complain. Cutting off people's livelihood is like killing their parents. If my job is destroyed, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you to leave Thai City." At this time, the security guard at the entrance of the hotel saw that the taxi didn't leave after it stopped. He couldn't help but come over to check and knock on the window. Xiao Ruofei didn't want to be entangled with the taxi driver, so he rolled down the window and said to the security guard, "Get your manager Sun Xiao here. Tell him that I'm Child Chen's friend and he'll know." This Tianfeng Hotel was one of the properties of the Tianyi sect in the secular world. It was also the closest property to the Tianyi sect. Therefore, the Tianfeng Hotel was actually a contact point of the Tianyi sect. Some cultivators who were not familiar with the Tianyi sect would come here first when they came to visit. Sun Xiao was an outer court disciple of the Tianyi sect. He was responsible for receiving cultivators. Of course, all of this was told to Xiao Ruofei in advance by Xianxia. At that time, he warmly invited Xiao Ruofei to visit the Tianyi sect. Naturally, he had to tell Xiao Ruofei how to contact him at any time in detail. Manager Sun Xiao naturally had a special position in the Tianfeng Hotel. He wasn't in charge of any specific business, but many times, even the general manager of the hotel had to listen to his words. The staff also vaguely knew Sun Xiao's position in the hotel. Therefore, when the security guard heard this, his attitude immediately became much more polite. He quickly said, "Okay, please wait a moment." After that, he immediately said through the walkie-talkie, "Manager Sun, someone is looking for you at the door." He said he's Child Chen's friend. The walkie-talkie buzzed and a voice came through. "I'll be there soon." The taxi driver slapped the steering wheel and said angrily, "Are you going to pay or not? I'm telling you, you've already delayed my work. When the time comes, it won't be as simple as 65 yuan. Shut up." Xiao Ruofei said coldly. Although he only released a trace of his aura, the taxi driver felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. It was as if all the blood in his body had frozen. He, who was fierce just a moment ago, was so scared by Xiao Ruofei's two simple words that he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. At this time, the taxi driver also regretted it. He clearly felt that the foreign tourist he took today was not a kind person. After a while, Xiao Ruofei saw a man in a suit, about 35 or 36 years old, running out of the hotel. The security guard was still standing next to the taxi. When he saw this, he hurriedly waved and shouted, "Manager Sun, over here." The middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes followed the voice and looked over, then quickly walked towards the taxi. Xiao Ruofei also opened the door and got out of the car. The taxi driver opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't dare to say anything. Sun Xiao quickly walked over. He glanced at Xiao Ruofei and asked cautiously, "May I ask which Child Chen's friend you are?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and looked at the security guard. Sun Xiao quickly said to the security guard, "I'll take care of this. You go first." "Yes. Manager Sun." The security guard quickly said. Xiao Ruofei walked a few steps away from the taxi. Then, he turned his hand and took out a business card from the ring 2 space and handed it to Sun Xiao. Xiao Ruofei didn't say anything. He just looked at Sun Xiao with a smile. This business card was given to Xiao Ruofei by Xianxia. Cultivators using business cards could be considered to be advancing with the times. However, the workmanship of this business card was very exquisite, and there was a special metal wire embedded in it, so it was impossible to forge it. When Sun Xiao saw the business card, he suddenly trembled. He took the business card with both hands and looked at it carefully. Then, he immediately returned the business card with both hands and said respectfully, "Greetings, Senior." Xiao Ruofei didn't know that there were actually 3 types of business cards in the Xianxia, and the business card he gave to Xiao Ruofei was the rarest one. Usually, only very important guests or extremely good friends could get it. Therefore, when Sun Xiao saw this business card, he immediately realized the noble identity of the guest in front of him. In fact, in the Tianyi sect, Sun Xiao was only an outer disciple, and his cultivation was even more insignificant. In terms of seniority, he and Xianxia were 2 generations apart. For Xiao Ruofei to be able to get such a business card, he was naturally on the same level as Xianxia. Therefore, even though Xiao Ruofei was still much younger than Sun Xiao after changing into Xiaoxia's appearance, Sun Xiao still respectfully called Xiao Ruofei senior, not daring to slight him at all. Sun Xiao continued, "Senior, just leave it to me to deal with this. I'll arrange for you to stay in the hotel first." After that, Sun Xiao waved his hand and called the doorman at the hotel entrance not far away. He ordered, "Arrange for this gentleman to stay in suite 3. I'll talk to President Li. I'll make up the procedures later." The doorman quickly said, "Yes, Manager Sun." Then the doorman respectfully said to Xiao Ruofei, "Sir, please come with me." "Oh yes, your luggage, I didn't bring any luggage." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work. Let's go." After Xiao Ruofei took 2 steps, he stopped and said to the doorman, "Wait for me." After that, he walked back to Sun Xiao and took out a few huaxia coins from the ring 2 space. It was exactly 40 yuan. Xiao Ruofei handed the money to Sun Xiao and said, "Teaching him a lesson is one thing, but you still have to pay for the taxi." "Senior, I have money here," Sun Xiao said quickly. He felt a little drunk. The eccentricities of this senior really made one not know whether to laugh or cry. "It's natural to pay for the taxi. I naturally have to pay for the taxi myself." Xiao Ruofei said, "Take it. I'm going to rest first." After that, Xiao Ruofei stuffed the money into Sun Xiao's hands and turned to walk to the hotel. Sun Xiao didn't dare to refuse. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he held the money in his hands. He turned his gaze to the taxi and was instantly filled with anger. If it wasn't for the taxi driver, how could there be such a thing today? Although this matter had nothing to do with him, this taxi driver had affected the mood of the young sect master's guest. If this senior's experience during his stay at Tianfeng Hotel was poor because of his bad mood, then it would be his responsibility. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei had made it very clear. How could such a senior deliberately make things difficult for a taxi driver? Therefore, there was no need to investigate this matter at all. It was basically determined that it was the driver's problem. Sun Xiao was in charge of these affairs in the secular world. Naturally, he was also influenced by some of the phenomena in society. The taxi driver's violation of the rules in many cities, especially in tourist cities with a large number of passengers, was a relatively prominent problem. And today's guest obviously hit the muzzle of the gun. When Xiao Ruofei left, the taxi driver who was sitting in the car also saw it, but he didn't even have the courage to stop Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei's cold tone in the car and the feeling of falling into an ice cave had already left a shadow in his heart. He didn't want to pay for the taxi driver's fee at all. If it wasn't because he didn't have the guts to run, and his legs still, he would have left immediately. Sun Xiao coldly glanced at the taxi driver who was sitting in the driver's seat in a daze. He walked over and patted the roof of the car, shouting in the local dialect, "Come out." The taxi driver opened the door with a sad face and got out of the car. Without waiting for Sun Xiao to speak, the taxi driver quickly said, "Big brother, I was wrong this time. I don't dare to ask for the money. Since it's my first offense, please spare me this time." Sun Xiao smiled coldly. Spare him this time? How could it be so easy? Although the senior said to learn from the past to avoid the future and treat the illness to save people, this didn't mean that he could smooth things over. If he let the person go without clarifying the matter, in case the senior asked, he would be in trouble. "Cut the crap. What's going on today?" Sun Xiao asked fiercely. "Also, what's wrong with the meter? You tell me honestly. If you don't tell me clearly, don't think about leaving today." Then, Sun Xiao coldly looked at the taxi driver and said, "If you dare to hide anything, I can guarantee that you won't be able to work in this industry in the future. We are still very familiar with the transportation department." The taxi driver trembled slightly and quickly said, "I don't dare. I don't dare. The meter may be a bit inaccurate, but I also rented a car, and the car owner didn't repair it. I also." "You want to get lucky, right?" Sun Xiao smiled and said to the taxi driver, "You want to get away with it? It seems that you won't cry until you see the coffin." After that, Sun Xiao directly took out his mobile phone and looked through the address book. In fact, he was also a bit embarrassed. This matter was too small. Some of his friends always felt like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Who should he look for? Needless to say, after looking through a few pages, he really found a suitable candidate. It was a directorly from the transportation department. So, he directly dialed the number and turned on the speaker. Then, he showed the phone screen to the taxi driver and said, "Look carefully. This is the price of lying." When the taxi driver saw the name displayed on the phone, he completely panicked. This directorly wasn't very important to Sun Xiao. If he didn't look through the address book, he wouldn't even remember exchanging contact information with this person. But in the eyes of these taxi drivers, this person was the most important person. He was directly in charge of the taxi operation. The transportation personnel who caught illegal operations and taxi violations on the road were all in this Director Li's department. Director Sun. Hello, hello. There was a very enthusiastic and even a little humble voice from Director Li on the phone. The taxi driver completely gave up at this time. Although he didn't have the magical power to get Director Li's phone number, and there was no way to verify the authenticity of the call, the taxi driver had actually seen Director Li more than once. Moreover, he had been in the reheating class because of violation of regulations. He was lucky enough to listen to Director Li's teaching, so he was still very familiar with the voice of this man. The taxi driver didn't dare to make a sound at all. He could only look at Sun Xiao with pleading eyes and shake his head gently. Sun Xiao looked at the driver, then smiled and said, "Director Li, we haven't met for a while. I was thinking when we have time to have a meal together. It just so happens that I have something to trouble you with." "No problem." Director Li said very enthusiastically, "It's my honor to be invited by Director Sun. I have time at any time. In addition, if Director Sun has any instructions, just say it directly. Even if I'm not capable enough, I'll try my best to create conditions for you." "That's good." Sun Xiao said straightforwardly, "It's not easy to talk over the phone. Let's find a time to meet and talk." "Director Li, then I won't bother you. I'll make an appointment with you after I set the time." "Okay. Okay." Director Li said repeatedly. After Sun Xiao hung up the phone, he looked at the taxi driver with a smile and asked, "Now can you answer the question properly?" The taxi driver felt that his back was soaked with sweat, but he was still a little glad that Sun Xiao didn't directly report this matter to Director Li. This meant that there was still room for negotiation. At this time, how could he dare to have any wishful thinking? The taxi driver said repeatedly, "Brother. I was wrong. I was wrong. Brother, please let me go. I won't dare to do it again. Get to the point." Sun Xiao said impatiently. He had been here for a long time, and there was still a distinguished guest in the hotel that he had to entertain. "Yes, yes, yes," the taxi driver said quickly. Then, he spilled the beans from a bamboo tube and told Sun Xiao about how he had changed the meter. He even got in the car to demonstrate the two modes of the meter. In fact, there were several taxi drivers in Tai City who had done this, but he was unlucky to have met Xia Ruofei. After telling the truth, the taxi driver looked at Sun Xiao pitifully and begged, "Brother. Can you give me a way out? I won't dare to do it again." Sun Xiao muttered to himself for a moment and tried to comprehend Xia Ruofei's spirit of speech. Then, he said, "First, how did you change the meter? When you go back, change it back the same way." "Yes, yes, yes." The taxi driver nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Then, he said solemnly, "I swear to God, I will operate with integrity in the future. I will never do this kind of crooked business again." Sun Xiao continued, "Second, the transportation management will punish you, ah?" The taxi driver couldn't help but cry out. This time, he had admitted defeat in seconds, and his attitude was very sincere. He didn't expect to be punished. Wouldn't that mean that his efforts were in vain? At this time, his heart was full of disappointment. Sun Xiao said impatiently, "What ah? You have to take responsibility for your mistakes. You are an adult, don't you know this?" But just now, your husband said that as long as you admit your mistakes sincerely and repent sincerely, you won't be punished to death. The transportation management's punishment is also a warning to you. If you can learn from it, you can still do this job in the future. The taxi driver then understood that Sun Xiao was giving him a way out, but it was a bit like, you can avoid the death penalty, but you can't escape the punishment. He couldn't help but regret, but things had already come to this, and regret was useless. He could only say dejectedly, "Brother, I know." Sun Xiao wrote down the driver's name and license plate number, and then said, "Go. Remember, don't have any wishful thinking. The transportation management will focus on your car. If they find any crooked business, don't blame me for not giving you a way out." "Yes, yes, yes. I will remember," the taxi driver said quickly. Sun Xiao handed the money in his hand to the taxi driver and said, "This is left by the gentleman. It's a total of 40 yuan, enough for your fare." The taxi driver was scared and waved his hand, saying, "No, no, no. Brother, I don't dare to take this money." "That's a different matter." Sun Xiao frowned and said, "It's your fare. Of course, I have to give it to you. Otherwise, wouldn't it be that the gentleman wants to cheat you of your fare and deliberately find fault with you? Do you think that gentleman is such a person?" I wouldn't dare. The taxi driver said quickly. When he thought of Xiao Ruofei's eyes and tone, he couldn't help but shiver. "Of course," Sun Xiao said, and then directly put the money through the window on the side of the front passenger seat and threw it on the front passenger seat, saying, "Okay, you can go now. Remember what I said just now?" "Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, brother." The taxi driver bowed again and again, then got into the car and left as if he was escaping. After he left the Tianfeng Hotel, he went straight to the repair shop that modified the meter for him last time. They even registered his ID card, driver's license, and license plate number. Moreover, that person seemed to be very powerful. How could he, an ordinary brother, dare to go against him? Moreover, this time, he was really scared out of his wits. He didn't dare to have any crooked thoughts. Tianfeng Hotel. After Sun Xiao finished dealing with the taxi, he quickly walked into the hotel and went straight to Suite 3. Suite 3 was actually in an annex building behind the main building of the hotel. This whole building was not open to the public. It was used to receive friends who passed by here. To be precise, Sun Xiao was actually the manager of this building. It was just that this building was located in the Tianfeng Hotel. Of course, in terms of importance, the entire Tianfeng Hotel was not even a fraction of this small building. Therefore, Sun Zhao's status was very high. In this building, the first 10 suites were reserved for receiving distinguished guests. Ordinary cultivators would not be arranged to stay in these suites. Suites 1 and 2 were exclusive to the head and young head of the Tianyi Palace, respectively. Xiao Ruofei was directly arranged to stay in Suite 3 because of the business card left by Xianxia. The annex building was surrounded by green trees. It was in the best location of the entire Tianfeng Hotel. The interior decoration was also very exquisite. It did not look particularly luxurious, but in fact, it was ingenious everywhere. Anyone with discerning eyes could tell at a glance that this was the real high-end. Suite 3 was called a suite, but in fact, it was a bit similar to a presidential suite. There were 6 or 7 rooms in this suite. In addition to the large master bedroom, there were also rooms for the attendants, study, living room, activity room, reception room, and so on. There was even a well-equipped kitchen. This suite was much larger than many commercial houses. In fact, it was a very luxurious flat. When Sun Xiao rushed to Suite 3, Xiao Ruofei had already settled down. The service staff also immediately sent fruit plates, snacks, and red wine. Those who could stay in such a suite were definitely distinguished guests. Therefore, without Sun Zhao's instructions, the service staff of the annex building took the initiative to do all the work in front of him. "Senior." After Sun Xiao knocked on the door and entered, he quickly bowed and said as soon as he saw Xiao Ruofei, "I have taken care of the taxi." Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, "Thank you for your hard work. By the way, my surname is Xia. Don't call me senior. Just call me Young Master Xia." "Yes. young Master Xia," Sun Xiao said quickly. Then, he reported the results of the whole investigation and his preliminary handling of the situation to Xiao Ruofei. After Xiao Ruofei heard this, he smiled and said, "You can deal with this matter as you see fit. But remember not to beat him to death. He's still relying on this to support his family. Just let him learn from his mistakes." "Yes. I'm going to ask the transport manager to suspend his transportation for a week," Sun Xiao said. "Anyway, he's already admitted it. Now we have conclusive evidence." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Okay. Oh, by the way, did you pay him?" Yes. Sun Xiao quickly said, "I did as you instructed." "That's good. Thank you for your hard work," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Sun Xiao quickly waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. Young Master Xia, you're too polite." Then, Sun Xiao immediately said, "Young Master Xia, the young leader will receive the news of your visit very soon. During your stay at Sky Peak, if you have any requests, you can ask me. This is my name card." After that, Sun Xiao respectfully handed over his name card with both hands. Xiao Ruofei smiled as he took the name card and kept it in the Ring 2 space. Sun Xiao hesitated for a moment and asked, "Young Master Xia, may I ask if you can provide more personal information? This way, I can report to the young leader. Otherwise, if the young leader asks, I won't know anything." Xiao Ruofei laughed heartily and said, "Of course, no problem. Just say that Xia Tian from the star-picking sect is visiting. Brother Xianxia will know." Sun Xiao immediately heaved a sigh of relief and quickly said, "Okay. Thank you, young Master Xia. Then I won't disturb you any further. Have a good rest here." Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded, saying, "Thank you for your hard work." "It's no trouble." "It's no trouble at all." Sun Xiao quickly said, "Young Master Xia, I'll take my leave." Sun Xiao respectfully bowed to Xiao Ruofei and left the room. When he walked out of the room and closed the door, Sun Xiao let out a long sigh of relief. Sun Xiao felt a great deal of pressure in the short time that he was facing Xiao Ruofei. In fact, Xiao Ruofei was very amiable from the beginning to the end, but Sun Xiao could feel that inexplicable pressure. This feeling was very similar to the feeling he had when he was lucky enough to receive the golden core cultivators in the sect, including Xianxia and other experts. He even faintly felt that the invisible pressure from Xiao Ruofei's body seemed to be stronger. After Sun Xiao said his goodbyes, he immediately returned to his exclusive dormitory in this annex building and directly reported the situation to the sect through the phone. The First Heaven sect's method of communication was actually similar to that of the star-plucking sect. Both sects had set up a point near the sect's entrance, where disciples were assigned to stand guard. There were also people in charge of delivering messages to the sect. Some messages from the secular world were sent to the sect through this communication point. The reason why he couldn't contact the sect directly was also because of the sect protecting formation. However, the development of modern communication technology still brought about great convenience and increased efficiency. It was said that in the ancient world of cultivation, cultivators had long-distance communication methods. However, this type of magic weapon had been completely lost. In the modern world of cultivation, it was necessary to rely on some technological means to achieve rapid communication. In Suite 3 of the annex building. It was already 10 o'clock at night. Xiao Ruofei had already had breakfast. It was Sun Xiao who personally brought him to the suite. After taking a shower, Xiao Ruofei was ready to go to the bedroom to rest. At this time, there was a knock on the door of the suite. Xiao Ruofei habitually scanned with his spiritual force and suddenly showed a hint of surprise. He quickly quickened his pace and walked over to open the door. Standing at the door was Xianxia, the young master of the First Heaven sect, whom he had just met at the auction not long ago. Sun Xiao was also accompanying Xianxia. In fact, Sun Xiao was very shocked. It had only been a few hours since he sent the news back to the sect, but after Xianxia received the news, he actually rushed over to Tai City despite the fact that it was already night time. Although the First Heaven Palace was located in the depths of the Tai Mountain range, there were very few people there, so it was still quite far from Tai City. Judging from the time, Xianxia should have simply arranged the matters at hand after receiving the news and immediately rushed over. Moreover, he must have come on a flying sword or a flying boat. Of course, the location of the sect was relatively remote. The mountain roads there were difficult to travel. For an ordinary disciple in the Qi refining stage to come to Tai City from the First Heaven sect, a few hours definitely wouldn't be enough. Brother Chen. Why did you rush over in the middle of the night? Xiaoruofei said in surprise. You're making me feel uneasy. Qin Xian laughed and said, Brother Xia, you're treating me like an outsider. How could I not welcome an esteemed guest with open arms? Besides, you're not only an important guest, but also my creditor. When Sun Xiao heard this, he was even more shocked. His young sect master had never lacked cultivation resources since he was young, let alone spirit stones. Yet, he still wanted to borrow from this young cultivator in front of him? Could it be that this person's background was even greater than the young sect master? Qin Xian looked at the stunned Sun Xiao and said indifferently, You can leave first. Tell the kitchen to prepare some supper and send it over. I want to drink with Brother Xia. Yes. Young sect master. Sun Xiao quickly responded. Then, with a belly full of doubts and shock, he respectfully bowed to the two of them and turned to leave. Xiao Ruofei smiled and let Qin Xian into the house. They went to the spacious living room of the suite and sat down. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Brother Chen, let me make it clear first. This time, I'm here to visit a friend, not to collect a debt. Qin Xian laughed and said, No matter if you're here to collect a debt or not, I still have to return the spirit stones that I owe you. The reason why I'm a little late today is to prepare the spirit stones. Xiao Ruofei quickly said, Brother Chen, what are you doing? Didn't I say last time? I don't lack spirit stones now. You spent a lot of spirit stones to bid for the 5 sages token, so I don't have to rush to return it. Qin Xian smiled and said, Brother Xia, don't worry. Last time, I underestimated the determination of the other sects to fight for the 5 sages token, so I prepared a little less spirit stones. Fortunately, I have your help. Otherwise, the 5 sages token would have fallen into the hands of the other sections. If it were the Soaring Flower Valley or the Surging Wave sect, it would be fine. After all, we are like-minded. But if the Black Dragon sect got the 5 sages token, it would really be a headache. So, when my father heard about this, he kept saying that he wanted to thank Brother Xia. Qin Xian paused for a moment and immediately said, back to the topic, although 110,000 spirit stones is not a small amount, our Tianyi sect can still gather it in a short time. So, since Brother Xia is here this time, I just happened to bring it over to pay the debt first. Xiao Ruofei said with a wry smile, Brother Chen, you're too serious. You're making it sound like I'm really here to collect a debt. Ha ha ha. Qin Xian laughed and said, That's not true. What kind of person is Brother Xia? Why would you care about a mere 110,000 spirit stones? But that's that. Since it's a debt, it's only right to pay it back. After saying that, Qin Xian took out 110,000 spirit stones from his storage ring. It was a big bag full of spirit stones, and it was quite heavy. Brother Xia, you can count some. Qin Xian said with a smile. Brother Chen, aren't you slapping me in the face? Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, Do you think the world-famous sect leader Chen will owe me a few spirit stones? Wouldn't that be a joke? After saying that, Xiao Ruofei directly put the big bag of spirit stones into the ring 2 space. Qin Xian said with a smile, Okay. Then, in terms of the debt, we're even now. However, Brother Xia helped us in our hour of need at the auction. Our Tianyi sect will not forget this kindness, nor will it disappear with the disappearance of the debt. Brother Chen, you're being too serious. That day, it was nothing, Xiao Ruofei said. Then, Xiao Ruofei asked again, By the way, Brother Chen, now that your sect has 2 5 sages tokens, have you found any results from your research? After Xiao Ruofei asked, he immediately explained, Brother Chen, don't misunderstand. I'm not asking for secrets, I'm just a little curious. Even if you really have some results, you don't have to tell me in detail. It's enough for me to know about it. Qin Xian showed a wry smile and said, Brother Xia, to tell you the truth, after I took the 5 sages token back, my father has been studying the 2 5 sages tokens with some elders in the sect these days, but they really don't have any clues. It seems that this secret can only be solved after the last 5 sages token, which is the first token, is born. Xiao Ruofei had received a lot of information about the Rising Dragon token from Yuntai, which was the 5 sages token in the mouth of modern cultivators, so he was not surprised by this result. He did not rashly tell Xianxia that he accidentally found the first token in his hands. After a few simple words, he immediately changed the topic. Xianxia naturally did not have the slightest doubt. He said with a smile, "Brother Xia, in addition to visiting me and visiting the Tianyi sect, you should have other things to do this time, right?" Xiao Ruofei chuckled and said, "Brother Chen should know very well. This time, I came here to conveniently. Wild tea tree branch." Qin Xian directly interrupted Xiao Ruofei and said with a smile, "No problem. As soon as I returned to the sect, I told my father about this matter. Not to mention the fact that Brother Xia helped us obtain this 5 saints token, even if he didn't have this relationship, even if he was a friend of mine and wanted to take a few wild tea branches, my father would have no reason to refuse." Therefore, the old man agreed without hesitation. "This time, when we return to the sect, I will personally take Brother Xia to choose one. Just tell me which branch you like. As long as it's not uprooting the wild tea tree, it's not a problem." Xiao Ruofei was overjoyed when he heard this and said, "Brother Chen, you're very kind. I'll remember this favor." Qin Xian laughed and said, "But it's getting late. Brother Xia, you've had a hard time coming all the way here, so let's stay here for the night. I'll take you back to the Tianyi sect tomorrow morning. What do you think? The guest should follow the host's wishes. Naturally, I'll do whatever Brother Chen arranges." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Soon, Sun Xiao and 2 waiters brought the supper that had just been made to the room, together with a few bottles of vintage Daku wine. Thus, Xiao Ruofei and Qin Xian came to the suite's dining room. They drank and ate meat while chatting. Qin Xian was a very amiable person. Whether it was to the big shots of other sects or ordinary cultivators, he was always approachable. In addition, he was more or less interested in making friends with Xiao Ruofei, so the two of them naturally chatted very happily. To be honest, it was very difficult for people like Qin Xian to have a bad impression of him. However, Xiao Ruofei was no longer a greenhorn. He wouldn't pour his heart out to Qin Xian just because he was very amiable. Especially when it came to the matter of the number 1 token, he kept it a secret and didn't reveal anything. You should only say a few words when you meet someone. You can't completely throw away your heart. This sentence was also applicable in the cultivation world. If one was really a naive person who didn't know how to keep his mouth shut, he probably wouldn't live long in an environment like the cultivation world. Qin Xian naturally wouldn't think about the 5 saints token. He just casually chatted with Xiao Ruofei about some anecdotes in the cultivation world, including some things about him following the elders of his sect to explore ancient cultivators' relics. Now, although Xiao Ruofei had a ready-made ancient cultivator like Yuntai by his side, this seclusion madman hadn't been able to talk to Xiao Ruofei about the ancient cultivation world. Therefore, he was naturally very curious about the ancient cultivators' relics and listened very carefully. Xiao Ruofei knew that in Qin Xian's eyes, he was just a qi refining cultivator. That was why Qin Xian brought the blue water flying boat. It was also to avoid the awkwardness of flying on a sword. Xiao Ruofei naturally wouldn't expose it. In fact, whether it was Qin Xian or the other cultivators he met at the last auction, none of them took the initiative to ask Xiao Ruofei about his cultivation level. Now, Xiao Ruofei couldn't take the initiative to say that he was already at the early stage of the Gold Core realm. The group of people came to the rooftop, and Sun Xiao respectfully followed at the side. Qin Xian took out the blue water flying boat. The flying boat quickly expanded and floated quietly. Xiao Ruofei secretly compared the Jade Water Swift boat with his own Black Swift boat and found that the Jade Water Swift boat was indeed inferior. Whether it was the size, material, flying speed, or other parameters, the Black Swift boat was a lot better than his Black Swift boat. "Brother Chen, this time I've troubled you to come personally and use the blue water flying boat. It's really too much trouble for you," Xiao Ruofei said. Qin Xian laughed heartily and said, "Brother Xia, you don't have to be so polite. I said last time that Brother Xia is an honored guest of our Tianyi palace. This is the courtesy you deserve." Brother Xia, please. Brother Chen, please. The two of them gently touched the ground with the tips of their feet. Their bodies rose from the ground lightly and landed steadily on the deck of the flying boat. Sun Xiao hurriedly bowed and said, "Disciple respectfully sends young master and young master Xiao off." This time, Qin Xian didn't bring any attendants, so he personally controlled the flying boat. Soon, the blue water flying boat rose into the air and flew towards the depths of Mount Tai. After Qin Xian raised the flying boat and adjusted the direction, he said to Xia Ruofei with a smile, "Brother Xia, it won't take long to reach our Tianyi Palace by flying boat from Mount Tai. Why don't we go to the deck? By the way, Brother Xia can enjoy the scenery of Mount Tai." Xia Ruofei naturally smiled and said, "Okay." The two of them went to the deck and stood by the side of the ship. Although this flying boat was slower than the black flying boat, it was much faster than most planes. However, because of the protective shield, there was no wind on the deck, and the flight was very stable. Qin Xian introduced the scenery along the way to Xia Ruofei with a smile. This area was where Qin Xian had lived since he was a child. Naturally, he was very familiar with it. Thus, he introduced the scenic spots in a clear and logical manner. In the beginning, Xia Ruofei could still see the tourists visiting Mount Tai below the flying boat. Due to the height of the flying boat, the tourists were only the size of ants in the bird's eye view. However, with the eyesight of a cultivator, he could still see them clearly. He could clearly see the tourists walking on the winding and steep mountain path. It didn't take long for the flying boat to fly past the scenic area and enter the depths of the uninhabited mountain range. Although these areas had not been developed, it was precisely because of this that there were fewer traces of man-made carvings and no trace of smoke. The scenery was more natural. Qin Xian said with a smile, "We'll be at the gate soon. Let's get ready to descend." In fact, Xia Ruofei's mental strength had already sensed the traces of cultivators in the nearby mountains. This area was already uninhabited. The cultivators below were naturally the secret sentries sent by the Tianyi sect. Qin Xian returned to the cabin of the flying boat and controlled the flying boat to slowly descend. Xia Ruofei had been standing on the deck the whole time. He watched the flying boat rush directly toward a mountain wall covered with vines without any signs of slowing down. The flying boat was extremely fast. The mountain wall was rapidly approaching in Xia Ruofei's vision. However, Xia Ruofei was still standing calmly at the bow of the boat, turning a blind eye to the mountain wall that was about to hit head-on. In fact, with his current attainments in formations, he had already sensed the layout of the formation here from a distance. As for the mountain wall, no matter how realistic it was, Xia Ruofei's mental strength could sense that it did not exist. It was just a simple camouflage created by the formation. Although it was just a camouflage, the effect was still very good. Not only was it a steep mountain wall in the eyes of ordinary people, but most cultivators, if they could not sense the formation, even if they used their mental strength to probe, it was just a mountain wall. Sure enough, the moment the flying boat came into contact with the mountain wall, there was no obstruction at all, nor was there any collision. The boat directly escaped into the mountain wall. Xia Ruofei stood on the deck of the flying boat and seemed to see a ripple. Then, the scenery in front of him suddenly changed. A magnificent mountain gate appeared not far away. Behind the mountain gate was a wide mountain path that meandered upwards. Antique buildings were built against the mountain, scattered in picturesque disorder within a radius of dozens of miles. Obviously, this entire area was enveloped in a large formation. Everything within the range of the formation could not be detected even by the satellites in space. In the photos taken by the reconnaissance satellites, this was a primeval forest. That was actually the appearance of the formation. The real situation had long been covered up. The spirit chi in this entire area was also very rich. Xia Ruofei sensed it and felt that it was almost at the level before the Great Void Mystic Clear Formation's second modification. Near the mountain gate, there were a few disciples wearing moon-white robes. They looked very energetic, and their cultivation was at least chi refinement level 5 or above. Looking at their clothes, it was obvious that these were ordinary disciples guarding the mountain gate. This number one sect in the cultivation world really lived up to its reputation. Just from a glimpse of the mountain gate, Xia Ruofei felt that it was magnificent and magnificent. The blue water flying boat was very recognizable, so as soon as the flying boat landed in front of the mountain gate, the disciples guarding the mountain gate hurriedly came out to greet it. "Brother Xia, we're here." Xianxia walked out of the cabin and said with a smile, "Let's go down." "Okay." Xia Ruofei said, "Brother Chen, please." The two of them jumped off the flying boat together. As soon as Xianxia put away the shrunken blue water flying boat, the two disciples bowed slightly and called out in unison, "Greetings, young master." Xianxia gently smiled and nodded at the two of them, then said to Xia Ruofei, "Brother Xia, this is the mountain gate of our Tianyi sect. The 3 words on the mountain gate were written by my great-grandfather himself." Xia Ruofei looked carefully and found that the 3 words Tianyi sect on the mountain gate were also majestic. Moreover, when he looked carefully, he could faintly hear the sound of metal clashing. These 3 simple words were like 3 angry gods, releasing a domineering aura at the same time. Xia Ruofei's figure was slightly stagnated by the aura that rushed towards him. When Xianxia saw Xia Ruofei looking at the 3 words with rapt attention, he hurriedly reminded him, "Brother Xia, don't stare." However, his reminder was a step too late. Xia Ruofei had already looked at it with rapt attention. Xianxia couldn't help but secretly regret. He knew that the 3 words "great-grandfather" contained a domineering aura. If ordinary cultivators didn't look at it, it would be fine, but once they carefully observed it, it was very likely that they would be very embarrassed by the aura. When Xianxia was still a cultivator in the aura refining realm, he was once forced to take 6 or 7 steps back by these words and finally sat on the ground. In fact, Xianxia was just introducing Xia Ruofei to him normally. He didn't expect Xia Ruofei to be so honest and seriously observe the 3 words. If Xia Ruofei made a fool of himself at the gate before he even entered the mountain gate, then Xianxia, as the host, really couldn't justify it. If Xia Ruofei was a little narrow-minded, he might even think that Xianxia was deliberately making fun of him and putting him in his place. Xianxia couldn't help but be secretly anxious. What he didn't expect was that Xia Ruofei's footsteps only paused slightly. There was almost no change in the expression on his face. He was only stunned for a moment, then he smiled and said, "Brother Chen, the 3 words on your sect's gate are amazing. It's full of power. I was caught off guard just now and almost suffered a loss." Xianxia looked at Xia Ruofei in surprise, but at the same time, he secretly sighed in relief. He didn't have time to think about how Xia Ruofei was able to get rid of that power so quickly and was completely fine. Because as long as Xia Ruofei didn't make a fool of himself here, he would thank the heavens and earth. Xianxia hurriedly said, "Brother Xia, I didn't have time to explain it clearly just now. I almost caused Brother Xia to suffer a loss. I'm really sorry." "Brother Chen, you're too serious." Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "Brother Chen already reminded me in time just now. If I want to blame someone, it's my fault for being too curious. But fortunately, nothing happened." "Yes, yes, yes," Xianxia said, then made a gesture of invitation and said, "Brother Xia, please come in." Xianxia led Xia Ruofei into the sect gate while muttering in his heart, "It's said that Brother Xia is very likely to be a direct disciple of a nascent soul cultivator. It seems that the credibility of this rumor is quite high. He's so young and can be as steady as Mount Tai in front of the ancestors' inscription. The foundation of a direct disciple of a nascent soul cultivator is indeed extraordinary." Xianxia tried to comprehend these 3 words for the first time. As a result, he was directly oppressed by the aura, pushing him back a few steps and sitting on the ground. At that time, he was almost the same age as Xia Ruofei. Therefore, Xianxia was particularly emotional. Xianxia personally led Xia Ruofei to Yunxiao Peak along the Bluestone Mountain path. The two of them talked and laughed along the way. From time to time, they would pass by disciples. When they saw Xianxia, they would stop and salute him respectfully. Xianxia did not put on the airs of an elder or the son of the head of the sect. He smiled and nodded gently to everyone. "Brother Xia, the Tianyi sect has a total of 6 peaks. Yunxiao Peak is in the middle, and it is personally controlled by the head of the sect. Some of the important places of the sect are basically on Yunxiao Peak." Xianxia introduced as they walked. "I also lived on Yunxiao Peak since I was a child, but when I became an adult, I had my own residence." Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "It's easier to live on your own." Xianxia laughed and nodded. It's indeed much easier. Whether it was in the cultivation world or the secular world, every child probably had the same mentality when they were young. They wanted to be free from the control of their parents. Many children applied to universities far away from home after the college entrance examination. Many of them had the same mentality. Brother Xia, my father is a very kind person, especially when it comes to the young prodigies of the cultivation world. He has always been very supportive, so you don't need to be too nervous. Xianxia cheerfully said. Actually, it's okay. Xia Ruofei said, I'm more curious than nervous. After all, your father is the best in the cultivation world. Xianxian waved his hand with a smile and said, that's just some rumors in the cultivation world. My father himself said that there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the cultivation world. Many masters live in seclusion. He's just a cultivator at the late stage of the gold core realm, so he can't be called the best in the cultivation world. Anyway, this can't be said in the Tianyi sect, including the so-called number one sect in the cultivation world. We never really consider ourselves as the number one sect, so as not to make ourselves a laughingstock. That's modest of you. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, it's hard to say whether your father is the best in the cultivation world, but the strength of the Tianyi Palace is obvious to all. In terms of comprehensive strength, there are almost no sects in the cultivation world that can be on par with the Tianyi Palace. You flatter me. You flatter me. Xianxian smiled and waved his hand. The two of them moved very quickly, and in a short while, they arrived in front of a cable bridge. Xia Ruofei looked up and saw 5 steep peaks rising from the cloud-shrouded valley. The one in the middle was the tallest, and the other peaks were scattered around like stars surrounding the moon. Each peak had a rope bridge connecting it to the peak in the middle. Xia Ruofei looked at the cable bridge in front of him and realized that he was actually standing on one of the peaks. So there were a total of 6 peaks. Sure enough, Qin Xian stood at the end of the bridge and introduced with a smile, Brother Xia, we're at Qingyun Peak. This is the only peak that can be directly reached after entering the sect. Most of the ordinary disciples cultivate and live in Qingyun Peak. This cable bridge leads to Yunxiao Peak. Brother Xia, please. Brother Chen, please. Xia Ruofei made an inviting gesture and then stepped onto the cable bridge with Qin Xian. The steel cable as thick as an arm connected the 2 peaks. After stepping on the cable bridge, Xia Ruofei immediately felt like he was floating in the air. The wind in the valley was generally strong. As long as a gust of wind blew, the cable bridge would sway. Moreover, the cable bridge didn't have a special railing. There was only a steel cable on both sides of the bridge as a basic protection. The planks under his feet weren't tight, and the gaps in many places were very wide. He could see the faintly discernible valley under his feet in the clouds. If it were an ordinary person, his legs would probably go weak and tremble in fear after walking on this cable bridge. However, Xia Ruofei naturally wouldn't be like this. He was now a cultivator in the gold core stage and could fly on his sword at any time. Even before he started cultivating, when he was serving in the army, he had experienced environments much more dangerous than this. His psychological quality had long been trained. On the swaying cable bridge, Xia Ruofei looked relaxed and walked very steadily step by step. Qin Xian naturally didn't have any problems. As he walked, he introduced the basic situation of Yunxiao Peak to Xia Ruofei in a relaxed manner. In addition to the residence of the sect leader, there was also a very important meeting hall for the elders. Basically, all the major decisions of the Tianyi sect were made on Yunxiao Peak. In addition, there was also the ancestral hall of the Tianyi sect. The memorial tablets of the sect leaders and elders of the past generations were enshrined in the ancestral hall. Soon, the two of them walked across the cable bridge, which was 200 to 300 meters long, and arrived at Yunxiao Peak. At the end of the cable bridge, about 20 to 30 meters away from the top of Yunxiao Peak, there was a special disciple guarding it. Yunxiao Peak was an important place of the Tianyi sect. Naturally, not everyone could enter it. Even some high-level disciples had to ask in advance if they wanted to enter Yunxiao Peak. Of course, Qin Xian was naturally not one of them. He led Xia Ruofei to the end of the cable bridge. The disciple guarding the cable bridge immediately bowed and greeted, "Greetings, young sect leader." Qin Xian nodded slightly and asked, "Is the sect leader free now?" Young sect leader. The sect leader said that when you and young Master Xia arrive, you can go directly to the meeting hall. He is waiting in the meeting hall, the disciple replied respectfully. The meeting hall? Xianxia was slightly stunned and showed a hint of surprise. However, he immediately returned to normal and said indifferently, got it. The function of the meeting hall was not only for the elders to discuss matters, but also for receiving some more important guests. Generally, the sect leader and the elders would personally receive them in the meeting hall to show that they valued them. Xianxia originally thought that his father would meet Xiao Ruofei in his residence. After all, Xiao Ruofei was just a young junior. It was already very polite of his father to receive him in person. He didn't expect that not only did his father receive Xiao Ruofei in person, but he also received him in the meeting hall. This was at least the standard for receiving the sect leaders of other sections. However, Xianxia thought about it again and felt that this didn't seem to be a big deal. Xiao Ruofei's performance at the auction was clearly seen by anyone with a discerning eye. Even the sect leader of the star-picking sect, Luo Qingfeng, seemed to listen to Xiao Ruofei's words and even follow his orders. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei's status in the star-picking sect seemed to be even higher than Luo Qingfeng's. Logically speaking, although Xiao Ruofei was young, his status was not lower than that of a sect leader. Therefore, it didn't seem too strange that his father would receive Xiao Ruofei in the meeting hall. Brother Xia, this way please. Xianxia said with a smile. Xiao Ruofei didn't know much about the Tianyi sect, so he naturally didn't know the special meaning of the sect leader receiving him in the meeting hall. He just followed Xianxia's footsteps and spiraled up the flat mountain path. Soon, the two of them arrived at the peak of the mountain. A majestic hall was built on the peak of the mountain. Two disciples in the 8th layer of qi refining stood on either side of the hall's entrance. After seeing Xianxia, the two disciples bowed in greeting and directly made an inviting gesture. Xianxia led Xiao Ruofei into the hall. Xiao Ruofei quickly observed his surroundings. The hall was about 10 meters tall, which was about the height of a 3-story building. Purple gold pillars were neatly arranged, supporting the entire hall. Flat blue stones covered the entire hall. Starting from the entrance of the hall, there was a 6-meter-wide path paved with a kind of light blue stone. On both sides of the path, chairs were neatly arranged. At the end of the path, there were steps paved with the same kind of blue stone. After the 9 steps, there was a small platform with a table and chairs placed on it. A figure wearing a moon-white robe was sitting behind the table. Xiao Ruofei wanted to take a closer look, but he found that he seemed to be unable to see the person's appearance clearly. Of course, this wasn't because Xiao Ruofei's eyesight wasn't good enough. After becoming a cultivator, he could even clearly see an ant at such a short distance. However, when Xiao Ruofei's gaze fell on the person sitting at the top of the hall, he felt that the person's face seemed to be covered by a layer of fog. He couldn't see clearly. Of course, Xiao Ruofei knew that this person must be Xianxia's father, the current sect leader of the Tianyi sect, and the late Golden Core cultivator, Chen Nanfeng. Therefore, he only caught a glimpse of the person. Of course, he didn't dare to look at him unscrupulously. Soon, Xiao Ruofei felt a gaze fall on him. This gaze wasn't overbearing, but it seemed to be all-conquering. It made Xiao Ruofei feel like he was being seen through from head to toe. Greetings, father. Xianxia led Xiao Ruofei to a place about 10 meters away from the stairs and stopped. He bowed and said, Father, this is Brother Xia Tian from the star-picking sect. Greetings, sect leader Chen. Xiao Ruofei also cupped his fists and said loudly. This is my little friend Xia Tian? Chen Nanfeng's voice sounded. You're indeed young and promising. Xiao Ruofei felt that Xianxia's voice was actually very gentle. It was similar to Xianxia's style, the kind that was very amiable. However, at the same time, he could also feel that there seemed to be a kind of magic in this voice that could make people submit. Xiao Ruofei immediately realized that this sect leader Chen must have extremely high attainments in spiritual power. One had to know that Xiao Ruofei's spiritual power had already reached the late stage of the spirit-gathering realm. It was stronger than most cultivators in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. However, just a simple sentence from Chen Nanfeng made Xiao Ruofei feel like he was in a trance. This meant that Chen Nanfeng's spiritual power cultivation was much higher than Xiao Ruofei's. This made Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel a wave of shock. However, Xiao Ruofei quickly came back to his senses. He quickly bowed slightly and said, "Sect Leader Chen, you're too kind. Brother Xianxia is a gem in front of me. This junior doesn't deserve the evaluation of young and promising." Chen Nanfeng chuckled and said, "Little friend Xia, Xianxia's cultivation is much lower than yours at your age. You don't have to be so humble." Hearing this, Xianxia couldn't help but be shocked. He couldn't help but turn his head and look at Xiao Ruofei. When Xianxia was 24 or 25 years old, his cultivation had already reached the 8th tier of the qi refining realm. The main reason was that it took him a long time to break through to the golden core realm. In the early stage of cultivation, as the young sect leader of the Tianyi sect, he never lacked resources. Moreover, he had the guidance of a famous teacher, so his cultivation speed was naturally very fast. Xianxia had never been able to see through Xiao Ruofei's cultivation. He only thought that Xiao Ruofei had cultivated a secret method to hide his cultivation, or that he had a magic treasure to hide his cultivation. However, he never thought about how high Xiao Ruofei's cultivation was. After all, he was so young. However, when Xianxia heard his father's words, he seemed to be saying that Xiao Ruofei's cultivation was very high. At his age, his cultivation was probably at the 8th tier of the qi refining realm, or even the 9th tier of the qi refining realm. If such a cultivation was far inferior to Xiaxia's, then didn't that mean that the other party was very likely already at the Oris core stage? After Xiao Ruofei heard Chen Nanfeng's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. After all, he had come into contact with so many Oris core stage cultivators at the auction, but no one had been able to see through his true cultivation. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stepped into the meeting hall, Chen Nanfeng seemed to have seen through his cultivation with just a glance. Could Chen Nanfeng have been guessing? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but mutter in his heart. At this time, Chen Nanfeng chuckled and said, "Little friend Xia is so young, yet he has already entered the early stage of the Oris core stage. Moreover, his foundation is extremely solid. This can be said to be unheard of in the cultivation world in the past few hundred years." It seems that the news about little friend Xia being a direct disciple of the nascent soul stage should be true. Oris core stage. Although he had already guessed it, Xianxia still couldn't help but exclaim out loud. He stared straight at Xiao Ruofei with an expression of disbelief on his face. Of course, Xianxia would never doubt his father's eyesight. Since his father said that Xiao was already an Oris core stage cultivator, then it couldn't be wrong. Everyone thought he was at the qi refining stage. Xianxia's heart was in turmoil. He quickly recalled the scenes after he met Xiao Ruofei, and realized that the other party had never said that he was a qi refining stage cultivator, including when he entered a state of cultivation after drinking the wild tea, but did not break through. At that time, Xiao Ruofei only said that his cultivation method was a bit special. On the other hand, Xianxia himself, as well as Mu Xing of the Surging Wave sect and Lu Mansha of the Soaring Flower Valley, had always thought that Xiao Ruofei was a qi refining stage cultivator. Xianxia had even taken out the jade water flying boat several times, out of consideration for Xiao Ruofei's feelings. If he had known that he was an Oris core stage cultivator, wouldn't it have been better to just fly on his sword? Xianxia couldn't help but ridicule in his heart. Of course, Xianxia also knew that Xiao Ruofei didn't say that he was a qi refining stage cultivator. At most, he knew that everyone had misunderstood, so he just went with the flow. At this moment, Xiao Ruofei didn't have any wishful thinking. Facing Xianxia's gaze, Xiao Ruofei revealed a trace of a bitter smile and said, "Brother Chen, this little brother didn't mean to hide it, but, from the beginning, everyone had always thought of me as a qi refining stage cultivator, so I didn't take the initiative to clarify. Later, naturally, it was even more inconvenient for me to take the initiative to say what my cultivation was like, haha. It was us who had preconceived notions." Xianxia said self-deprecatingly, "Brother Xia, you've really made me look at you in a new light. You're too kind. Brother Chen, please don't praise this little brother to death." Xiao Ruofei said modestly, and then cupped his hands towards Chen Nanfeng, who was at the top of the stairs, and said, "Sect Leader Chen's vision is like a torch. You really live up to your reputation." At that moment, the figure in the white robe at the top of the stairs let out a hearty laugh. Then, Xiao Ruofei saw him stand up from his seat and walk down the stairs step by step. He walked towards Xiao Ruofei and Xianxia with a look of interest on his face. Xiao Ruofei realized that unknowingly, he could already see Chen Nanfeng's face clearly. Chen Nanfeng's appearance was still very handsome. Dressed in a long robe, he gave off the feeling of a tree that stood in the wind. Furthermore, his hair was black, and there were no wrinkles on his forehead or face. His skin looked extremely glossy and elastic. From his appearance, he looked at most 30 or 40 years old. If he had not known beforehand, Xiao Ruofei would never have believed that this was Chen Xian's father. Furthermore, according to Chen Nanfeng's old age, his actual age was already 200 or 300 years old. It was obvious that Chen Xian and Chen Nanfeng had many similarities. When the two of them stood together, it was as if they were biological brothers. The only thing that made Xiao Ruofei feel a trace of extraordinariness was probably Chen Nanfeng's eyes. Chen Nanfeng's eyes were not particularly big, but they were very spirited. It was as if they were emitting a mysterious light that made people involuntarily indulge in them. Xiao Ruofei knew that this was a manifestation of Chen Nanfeng's extremely high spiritual power cultivation. Xia Yu, Xianer has already told me about the auction. Thank you so much. Chen Nanfeng said with a smile. Sect leader Chen, you're too polite. Xiao Ruofei bowed slightly. I just lent some spirit stones to Brother Chen for an emergency. It's not a big deal. It's just a small matter. Sect leader Chen, you don't have to worry about it. Chen Nanfeng waved his hand and said, 100,000 spirit stones is naturally nothing under normal circumstances. However, during the auction, if not for Xiao Yu's spirit stones, we would have missed the opportunity to obtain the 5 sages token. As the saying goes, it's easy to add flowers to embroidery, but difficult to provide timely assistance. I, Chen Nanfeng, and the entire sect will never forget Xiao Yu's favor. You're too kind, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. He did not continue the topic. Regardless of whether Chen Nanfeng was sincerely thanking him or just being polite, it was over. He did not really think that he had become an esteemed guest or benefactor of the sect. I heard from Xianer that Xia you're very interested in our wild tea? Chen Nanfeng asked with a gentle smile. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, last time, it was also thanks to Brother Qing that I was fortunate enough to taste the wild tea and was immediately shocked. Although Brother Chen has also tried many times in the past, as well as some other seniors in the cultivation world, hoping to use cuttings to propagate wild tea, none of them succeeded. However, this junior still wants to try his luck. I hope Sect Master Chen can grant my wish. Bye. Thank you very much, Sect Leader Chen. Xiao Ruofei quickly bowed. Chen Nanfeng smiled. In your words, this is just a small matter for my sect. Then, Chen Nanfeng asked casually, by the way, Xia Yu, did your master have any special instructions for you to cultivate in the secular world this time? Xiao Ruofei's expression was normal, but there was a hint of embarrassment in his eyes. He said, Sect Leader Chen. My master has repeatedly instructed me not to reveal any information about him when I'm cultivating outside. I hope Sect Leader Chen can forgive me. Chen Nanfeng laughed and said, it's fine, it's fine. This is understandable. Some reclusive seniors don't want ordinary people like us to disturb their peace, so when their disciples cultivate in the secular world, they are very low-key and never mention their sect. Xiao Ruofei's heart skipped a beat. He got a piece of information from Chen Nanfeng's words, and that was that there might really be reclusive nascent soul cultivators in this world, and their disciples had also cultivated in the secular world. It was very likely that Chen Nanfeng had come into contact with these reclusive nascent soul cultivators. Xiao Ruofei knew that his nascent soul personal disciple was just a bluff, but what about the disciples of the reclusive cultivators that Chen Nanfeng might have come into contact with? Was it a real nascent soul personal disciple, or a swindler? He thought of Chen Nanfeng's cultivation level, especially the level of mental strength that made him slightly afraid, and felt that the possibility of Chen Nanfeng being swindled was not high. Thinking of this, Xiao Ruofei's interest in the disciples of the reclusive cultivators increased greatly. In recent years, there had never been a nascent soul cultivator in the cultivation world, especially more than 300 years ago. It was as if the cultivation world had been cut by a knife. Cultivators above the nascent soul stage disappeared overnight, and then the environment continued to deteriorate. What was the secret behind this? Presumably, those reclusive nascent soul cultivators should know something. Even someone like Chen Nanfeng, the leader of a top sect, might have gotten hold of some information. Although Xia Ruofei was very curious, he did not dare to casually ask. He did not know if those reclusive nascent soul cultivators were related to each other, and even more so if there was any special relationship between those nascent soul personal disciples. He knew nothing about all of this. If he rashly asked and did not answer correctly, it would immediately arouse Chen Nanfeng's suspicions. If Chen Nanfeng found out that Xia Ruofei didn't actually have a nascent soul cultivator as a master and was just a rogue cultivator who obtained a great opportunity, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't covet the treasures on him. Although Chen Nanfeng and Chen Xian both looked righteous, and even Chen Nanfeng, the number one person in the cultivation world, was very amiable towards Xia Ruofei, giving Xia Ruofei a feeling of being bathed in the spring breeze. However, one may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature. Xia Ruofei could not guarantee that the father and son would not covet the treasures. Moreover, Xia Ruofei was now in the core position of a sect, and in front of him was a terrifying existence in the late Oris core stage, whose spiritual power was far superior to his. Xia Ruofei himself was not sure whether he would have a chance to escape if Chen Nanfeng suddenly attacked. Therefore, the seemingly peaceful meeting hall actually made Xia Ruofei feel like he was treading on thin ice. He had to deal with it very carefully, and could not make a single mistake. Although Xia Ruofei was very curious about the sect Rongzi of the reclusive senior that Chen Nanfeng mentioned, he did not mention it at all. He only smiled faintly and said, "I can't disobey my master's orders." "Thank you for your understanding, sect leader Chen." Chen Nanfeng's face had a bright smile, and he nodded and said, "Understood." "Understood." Then, he asked, "Xia Yu, I heard from Xian'er that he has invited you to participate in the research and exploration of the Five Sages badge? Brother Chen is too polite. I only borrowed some spirit stones, and he insisted on giving me a place to study and explore the Five Sages badge," Xia Ruofei said. "Get up, I'm the one who took advantage of him." "Haha. We help each other, so there's no need to talk about who takes advantage and who loses." Chen Nanfeng waved his hand and then asked, "What do you think of the Five Sages badge, Xia Yu?" Xia Ruofei immediately became vigilant. He said calmly, "Sect leader Chen, I only took a few glances at the auction from afar. To be honest, my understanding of the Five Sages badge is limited to the rumors in the cultivation world. I really don't have any unique views. If Xia Yu is willing, why don't you study the Five Sages badge now?" Chen Nanfeng smiled and said, "Thanks to Xia Yu, our sect now has 2 Five Sages badges. However, after Xian'er brought back the badge, I also gathered several elders and disciples who have been studying the Five Sages badge for a long time to study the new badge together. In the end, we still have no clue. Xia Yu is from a famous sect, so maybe you can see some secrets that we don't talk about? This is not very appropriate, is it?" Xia Ruofei deliberately showed a hint of interest, and said hesitantly, "Your sect paid a huge price to get this badge. You won't lose anything by taking a look." Chen Nanfeng said with a smile, "However, the Five Sages badge is indeed an important asset of our sect. Although I am the sect leader, I can't act recklessly. Therefore, Xia Yu can only observe and study it in the meeting hall, but can't take it out of the hall." In fact, Xia Ruofei had no interest in the 2 Five Sages badges at all. This was because Yuntai practitioner had clearly told him that only when the 5 badges were gathered together, would they be automatically combined. Otherwise, whether it was 2, 3, or 4 badges, it was meaningless. However, Xia Ruofei could not be sure if Chen Nanfeng was testing him, so he was still a little vigilant. After all, according to normal reaction, it was impossible for him not to be interested in the Five Sages badge. When he thought up to here, Xia Ruofei deliberately pondered for a moment before he said, "Thank you for your kindness, Sect Master Chen. Junior really does want to take a look at this legendary 5 Saint token. Although Junior's talent and knowledge are shallow and I'm afraid I won't be able to figure out anything about it, it's not bad to be able to broaden my horizons." "Haha. Xia Yu is too modest." Chen Nanfeng laughed and said, "Since that's the case, please take a look at it." After that, Chen Nanfeng flipped his hand, and 2 tokens appeared in his palm. They were the 5 Sages badges that Xia Ruofei was familiar with. According to the names of the ancient cultivation world, they should be called the Rising Dragon badges. There were no complicated patterns on the 2 badges, including the number 1 badge that Xia Ruofei stored in the stone room in the Ring 2 space. Except for the different serial numbers, the badges were almost identical in appearance. For Xia Ruofei, this was not a new blessing at all. However, he pretended that his eyes lit up, and then stared at the 2 badges in Chen Nanfeng's hand without blinking. Chen Nanfeng smiled slightly and said, "Xia Yu, please." Then, he directly waved his hand, and the 2 badges flew lightly in front of Xia Ruofei, floating motionlessly in midair. Xia Ruofei could only take the 2 badges, and he had to look very curious and surprised. He held the 2 tokens in his hands and observed them carefully, looking very serious. In fact, his mind was not on the badges at all, but wondering why Chen Nanfeng suddenly took the initiative to take out the 2 5 sages badges for him to study. Xia Ruofei did not think that an expert like Chen Nanfeng would do this on a whim, or out of appreciation for a junior. He even felt that his so-called nascent soul stage personal disciple identity was not much of a deterrent to Chen Nanfeng. Therefore, at this time, Xia Ruofei did not dare to show the slightest flaw at all. He repeatedly studied for a long time, and then reluctantly looked away, revealing a wry smile and said, "Master Chen, I really can't find any clues, I've disappointed you." Then, Xia Ruofei handed the 2 badges over with both hands. Chen Nanfeng did not seem to mind. He took the badges with a smile and casually put them into his storage ring, then said, "It's normal that you can't find anything. We have an elder in our sect who has been studying the previous 5 sages badge all these years, but he couldn't find any clues. It's indeed a bit difficult for Xia Yu to find something in such a short time." Then, Chen Nanfeng smiled and said, "Xia Yu, since Xian'er has made a promise on behalf of the sect, when the last 5 sages badge appears, we will definitely inform you immediately and let you participate." "Thank you, Master Chen." Xia Ruofei bowed deeply. Chen Nanfeng waved his hand and said, "You're welcome. Xia Yu, let Xian'er accompany you to get the wild tea branch first. Also, if there's nothing else, you can stay in the sect for a few more days. You young people have a lot of topics to talk about, so you can communicate more and improve together." In fact, Xia Ruofei and Qin Xian were at least 10 years apart. Qin Xian was in his early 40s. Although he could not be considered old in the secular world, he was definitely not the same age as Xia Ruofei, let alone a young man. However, in Chen Nanfeng's eyes, there was no difference between being in his early 40s and being in his early 20s. "Okay," Xia Ruofei said, "then I'll take my leave first." Go ahead," Chen Nanfeng said with a smile. At this time, Qin Xian, who had been silent since entering the hall, stretched out his hand and made an inviting gesture, saying, "Brother Xia, please." Xia Ruofei bowed slightly to Qin Xian again, then followed behind Qin Xian and left the meeting hall. Chen Nanfeng stood in the same place, looking at Xia Ruofei's back that was getting farther and farther away. A meaningful smile appeared on his face, and he muttered to himself, "This young man is a little interesting." Then, Chen Nanfeng said without turning his head, "Go and draw the real face of this young man, then investigate his situation." "Yes. Sect leader." A voice came from the shadows, and then there was no more sound, as if there had never been a person there. In fact, after Xia Ruofei entered the hall, he did not notice that there was anyone else in the hall. If Xia Ruofei heard this, he would probably break out in a cold sweat. Obviously, Chen Nanfeng had noticed that he had changed his appearance, and even the person hiding in the shadows could easily restore his true appearance. Chen Nanfeng still stood in the same place, looking in the direction that Xia Ruofei had just left, and muttered to himself, "Are you Xian'er's best friend or fated enemy?" Ever since Xian'er came back from the auction, his fate has become confusing. "Is this all because of your appearance?" Xia Ruofei did not know that Chen Nanfeng had already seen through his disguise. He followed Qin Xian out of the meeting hall. Qin Xian still looked gentle and refined, but Xia Ruofei could clearly feel that after he walked out of the hall, he suddenly relaxed a lot. It seemed that when facing Chen Nanfeng, not only did Xia Ruofei feel a lot of pressure, but even Qin Xian, Chen Nanfeng's son, did not have it easy either. "Brother Xia, the wild tea tree is located on an uninhabited peak, and there are no rope bridges connecting it. There are also a lot of formations at the bottom of the peak, so you have to fly over on your sword. Xianxia explained with a smile, this is also the only place in the Tianyi Palace where you can fly on your sword. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have the sect master's permission. Xianxia continued, originally, I wanted to use the clear water flying boat to take Brother Xia there, but I didn't expect Brother Xia to be so good at hiding his true colors. When he thought that the young man in front of him was already a golden core cultivator, Xianxia, who had always boasted of his outstanding talent, could not help but feel his face burn. Ever since he was young, Xianxia had always been someone else's child. Not only was his family background prominent, but his talent was also outstanding. No matter what he did, he was always the best. Now that there was suddenly someone who was even more monstrous than him, Xianxia suddenly felt that he had lived for the past 40 years in vain. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, please forgive me, Brother Chen. I didn't mean to hide it. Xianxia waved his hand and said, I understand. I understand. Let's not talk about this anymore. Brother Xia, why don't we fly on our swords together later? No problem. Xia Ruofei nodded with a smile. Alright, Brother Xia, this way please. Xianxia said. Although they could fly on their swords on the peak, they were naturally not allowed to fly on their swords at the entrance of the meeting hall on Yunxiao Peak. Therefore, Xianxia still led Xia Ruofei to the lonely peak on foot. After crossing the cable bridge, the two of them followed the mountain path all the way down. After walking for about half an hour in the valley, Xia Ruofei saw a steep peak in front of him. This lone peak could be said to be 1,000 feet tall. Basically, it was at a vertical angle, as if it had been artificially carved by knives and axes. Moreover, from this side, it seemed to be an entire piece of rock that was several hundred meters tall, and not a single blade of grass grew on it. If he hadn't known beforehand, Xia Ruofei wouldn't have dared to imagine that there would be a tea tree growing in such an environment. Since the wild tea tree was so important, there would naturally be disciples guarding it. Moreover, the bottom of the lone peak was also covered in a dense array formation. Although it was still a little far away, Xia Ruofei could already feel the strong fluctuations of the array formation. After Xianxia and Xia Ruofei approached, two disciples dressed in martial attire flashed out from behind the mountain rock. They respectfully cupped their fists and bowed, saying, Greetings, young sect master. Xianxia nodded slightly and said, Under the sect master's orders, I brought fellow Daoist Xia from the star-picking sect here to retrieve 2 branches of the wild tea tree. After saying that, Xianxia took out an exquisite token from his storage ring. Although he was Chen Nanfeng's son, he still had to follow the rules when he came to this heavily guarded place. This token was given to him in advance by Chen Nanfeng yesterday. Xianxia was very clear that Xia Ruofei's most important purpose of this trip was probably to retrieve the branches of the wild tea tree. One of the disciples stepped forward and took the token with both hands. After carefully inspecting it, he nodded and said, Young sect master, the token is correct. Please, the two of you. Xianxia nodded and said, You just need to deactivate the no-fly array. Brother Xia and I will ride our swords up the lonely peak. The lonely peak was surrounded by a dense array, which was naturally to prevent any accidents from happening to the wild tea tree. The lonely peak was located inside the Tianyi sect and was protected by the sect protecting array. To put it bluntly, the array around the lonely peak was just a few more layers of insurance. At the same time, it was also to prevent ordinary disciples from accidentally entering the forbidden area. Yes. Young sect master, the two disciples said in unison. One of the disciples said again, Young sect master, please wait for a moment. After saying that, he hurried back with Xianxia's token and entered a 2-story house built against the mountain wall at the bottom of the peak. After a while, the disciple came out and returned the token with both hands. Then, he said respectfully, Young sect master, the no-fly array has been deactivated. Young sect master can set off at any time. Thank you for your trouble. Xianxia said gently. Then, he turned to look at Xia Ruofei and said with a smile, Brother Xia, please. Okay. Xia Ruofei nodded and said. The two of them walked side by side toward the lonely peak. When they were about 50 meters away, Xianxia stopped and said, If we go any further, we'll trigger the array here. Brother Xia, now that the no-fly array has been deactivated, let's ride our swords up from here. I'll follow Brother Chen's arrangement. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. With a thought, Xianxia summoned the flying sword from his dantian. It was a light green flying sword that was about 2 fingers wide and 50 centimeters long. What was different was that this flying sword didn't give Xiao Ruofei a feeling of sharpness. Instead, it emitted a vigorous vitality, as if it wasn't a sword, but a field filled with the fragrance of rice flowers, or an orchard filled with fruits. Xiao Ruofei was stunned. Xiao Ruofei could not help but be amazed. At the same time, he also took out his own flying sword. He did not know how famous the blue immortal sword was in the cultivation world, so he did not take it out rashly. Instead, he took out a flying sword that Layman Yuntai had left behind. Layman Yuntai had placed 5 flying swords in the hidden space of his ring. They should all be his proud works. Xiao Ruofei gave the pair of flying swords Autumn Water and Love Person to Song Wei and Ling Qingxue respectively. The black gold was given to Li Yifu. This time, Xiao Ruofei took out the burning flame that he had prepared for Tang Haoren. Tang Haoren was too young, so Xiao Ruofei did not feel at ease to hand over a flying sword to him. Therefore, the burning flame flying sword had always been in his ring 2 space. This sword was most suitable for Tang Haoren, who practiced the extreme yang cultivation method. However, it was not a problem for Xiao Ruofei to temporarily use it as a flying sword. As soon as the burning flame flying sword appeared, Xianxia's eyes could not help but light up. He praised, "What a good sword! Brother Xia, this flying sword of yours is definitely a rare and exquisite item." "It's just that. I don't think I've ever heard of this sword in the cultivation world." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "This was given to me by my elders." It said, "This flying sword came from an ancient cultivation relic. It should not have appeared in the modern cultivation world. It's normal that Brother Chen has not seen it before." Xiao Ruofei's words were mostly true. Xianxia felt that it was reasonable, so he did not have any doubts at all. "Brother Xia, may I ask what this sword is called?" Xianxia asked. It could be seen that Xianxia was also a person who loved swords. As soon as the burning flame flying sword appeared, his eyes could not move away. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "This sword is called Burning Flame. In fact, it is most suitable for people who practice the extreme yang cultivation method. However, this was given to me by my elders. Although it is not particularly suitable for me, I can only use it like this for now. I believe your master has other intentions." Qin Xian immediately said, "Brother Xia, it's always right to listen to your elders." "Haha. Brother Chen looks like the kind of person who has been obedient since young." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "But Brother Chen is right. Regarding flying swords, you must listen to your elders." Then, Xiao Ruofei asked again, "Brother Chen, can we go up?" Qin Xian patted his forehead and said with a wry smile, "Brother Xia, please forgive me. When I saw such a good sword like Burning Flame, I almost forgot about my business. If it was not given to you by your elders, there is no harm in giving this sword to Brother Chen." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "That can't be. I don't dare to accept it without doing anything." Qin Xian also said with a smile. "Brother Xia, let's go then." Xiao Ruofei nodded, and then the two of them jumped on the flying sword at the same time. With a sword sign, the two of them suddenly stepped on the flying sword and soared into the sky. Qin Xian also secretly observed. After all, he only knew that Xiao Ruofei was also at the early stage of the Golden Core stage. However, the gap between cultivators at the early stage of the Golden Core stage was actually quite big. Some people could not even master the flying sword, but they were also at the early stage of the Golden Core stage. Therefore, Qin Xian also deliberately slowed down a little. He was worried that Xiao Ruofei, who had just entered the Golden Core stage, was not proficient in controlling the flying sword. However, Qin Xian soon discovered that Xiao Ruofei could easily keep up with his rhythm. The flying sword was quite stable, and from his expression, he knew that he still had some strength left. Only then did Qin Xian slowly increase his speed. Then he discovered that no matter how he changed his speed, Xiao Ruofei could immediately keep up with his rhythm and easily maintain a constant distance with him. Qin Xian gave Xiao Ruofei a thumbs up and said, "Brother Xia. The level of a nascent soul stage direct disciple is really worthy of its reputation." Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and did not deny Qin Xian's words. Of course, he would not take the initiative to admit it. Xian took Xiao Ruofei around the lonely peak on the flying sword and came to the backside. At the same time, they continued to rise. In fact, after turning to this side, Xiao Ruofei had already seen the wild tea tree. Because the entire lonely peak was almost barren, on the cliff near the peak, there was suddenly an extra tree, which was naturally quite conspicuous. On this lonely peak, there seemed to be only this remaining vegetation, so Xiao Ruofei could be very sure that it was the wild tea tree. Although this tree was somewhat different from the tea tree that Xiao Ruofei was used to knowing. This wild tea tree was beyond Xiao Ruofei's expectations. The general tea tree was relatively small, but the tea tree that Xiao Ruofei saw in front of him was more than 20 meters tall, and the trunk was at least as thick as 3 people. This was already a big tree in the true sense. Especially when the two flew closer and closer, and the huge tea tree hit their faces, this feeling was particularly obvious. Xiao Ruofei had never seen a tea tree that could grow so big, which had completely subverted his understanding. This tea tree grew on the cliff, and there was no road at all on this lonely peak. Even if there was no outside array to block it, ordinary people would not be able to come up at all. No wonder Xianxia had told Xiao Ruofei before that the one who took care of the wild tea tree was a Jingdan stage elder. An ordinary qi refining stage disciple was simply not qualified to take care of it. It was even difficult to get close to the wild tea tree. And Xiao Ruofei finally knew why Xianxia and his son were so generous, especially Xianxia, who was simply too happy on the flying boat. Almost without hesitation, he agreed to give Xiao Ruofei 2 branches, and directly went to the scene to pick. This wild tea tree was so huge and luxuriant. Taking away 1 or 2 branches was undoubtedly a drop in the bucket. Soon, Xianxia and Xiao Ruofei stepped on their flying swords and hovered in front of the wild tea tree. Xianxia said with a smile, "Brother Xia, you can pick it yourself. As long as you don't cut down this tea tree and take it away." Hearing this, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh and say, "This is your Tianyi palace. If I really dared to do that, wouldn't you eat me alive?" As Xiao Ruofei spoke, he had already released his mental strength. Under the investigation of his mental strength, this wild tea tree could basically be said to have nowhere to hide. All the details were under control. Xiao Ruofei could clearly feel that the vitality of this tea tree was extremely exuberant, far surpassing some of the plants he planted in the Ring 2 space. Xiao Ruofei watched from the side and couldn't help but mutter in his heart, he even prepared 2 flying swords. He really is a rich second generation in the cultivation world. However, he had never thought that he had at most 5 flying swords in the Ring 2 space. Of course, this was all obtained by himself, not by his father. From this point of view, there was still a fundamental difference between him and Xianxia. After Xianxia cut off the branch, he immediately took out a long jade box from his storage ring and put the wild tea branch in it. Then, he flew back to Xiao Ruofei on his flying sword and handed the jade box to him with a smile. Xianxia said, "Brother Xia, this jade box can better preserve the vitality of the branch. I hope it can help with the transplant." Obviously, this jade box was also prepared by Xianxia in advance. First, it was the previous sect leader's token, and now it was this jade box. After learning that Xiao Ruofei had come to the Tianyi palace, Xianxia immediately made full preparations, which made Xiao Ruofei very happy. "Thank you, Brother Chen." Xiao Ruofei took the jade box and said sincerely, "Whether the cutting is successful or not, I owe you a favor." Xianxia waved his hand slightly and said with a smile, "It's nothing. Brother Xia, you don't have to worry about it." Xiao Ruofei put the jade box into the Ring 2 space. In this way, the vitality of the branch would be completely preserved, and there was no need to worry about it dying due to the passage of time. Then, he and Xianxia flew down the lonely peak together on their flying swords. Soon, they returned to the foot of the mountain and landed outside the range of the formation. The two of them walked up the mountain path together. Xiao Ruofei said, "Brother Chen, I won't disturb your honorable sect any longer this time. The sooner this branch is transplanted, the better. I plan to leave today." Xianxia was a little surprised and said, "Brother Xia, my jade box has an array engraved on it. It shouldn't be a problem to keep this branch for 4 to 5 days. It's rare for you to come here, so you should at least stay for a few more days. I haven't done my duty as a host yet." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. When the Five Saints Command unit appears in the future, I will definitely come and disturb you. It's better to transplant the wild tea tree as early as possible. I plan to go back as soon as possible. Xiao Ruofei hesitated several times today, and finally decided not to mention that he had the last Five Saints token for the time being. It was mainly because he realized that he couldn't see through Chen Nanfeng's strength after their short meeting. In particular, Chen Nanfeng's profound attainments in spiritual power made him slightly fearful. Xiao Ruofei couldn't predict how things would turn out if he told Chen Nanfeng about the Five Saints token. Therefore, after hesitating for a while, Xiao Ruofei still felt that he couldn't let himself fall into an unknown situation. He decided to hide the Five Saints token from Chen Nanfeng first. Although Yuntai said that the Five Saints token would mysteriously disappear every 300 to 400 years, and then it might take a few decades for it to reappear one by one, time was a little tight. However, no matter how tight time was, there was no need to be in a hurry. After all, in a span of 300 to 400 years, a few days, a few months, or even a few years were actually very short. If it was really because of his hesitation that the Five Saints token was lost, then Xiao Ruofei would accept it. Qin Xian saw that Xiao Ruofei was determined to leave, so he didn't ask him to stay. He said with some regret, "It's rare to meet such a young talent like Brother Xia. I originally wanted to have a good exchange of cultivation experiences with Brother Xia. I didn't expect that after such a short meeting, Brother Xia would leave again. Brother Chen has a profound family background, and your father is one of the top figures in the cultivation world. The Tianyi Palace has such a profound foundation, so there's no need for you to exchange any experiences with me." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "I've only been cultivating for a short time. If we're talking about learning, I should be the one learning from Brother Chen." "Brother Xia, you're too modest," Qin Xian said. "To be able to break through to the gold core stage at such a young age, Brother Xia is definitely a peerless genius that appears once in 100 years. Although my talent is not bad, compared with Brother Xia, there's still a big gap between me and you. I know myself well." Then, Qin Xian laughed freely and said, "In the past, I always felt that the talents of the younger generation had withered, and when I walked in the cultivation world, I always felt that it was lonely at the top. Now it seems that I was narrow-minded. After meeting Brother Xia, I realized that my previous thoughts were no different from a frog at the bottom of a well. But it doesn't matter. With such a strong reference like Brother Xia, my motivation to cultivate is even greater. Brother Xia, you must not slack off. Maybe one day I'll surpass you. Haha. We'll progress together. We'll progress together," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Qin Xian's words came from the bottom of his heart. Since he was young, he had been the most outstanding person in the eyes of others, and in fact, it was indeed so. However, as time passed, he seemed to feel that his motivation to progress was lacking. Today, when he learned that Xiao Ruofei had reached the early stage of the gold core stage at such a young age in the meeting hall, he was greatly touched. The competitive spirit in his heart flared up again. Xiao Ruofei naturally would not compare himself with Qin Xian, but Qin Xian's words were quite to his liking, and he even faintly felt that they were close friends. In fact, Xiao Ruofei and Qin Xian had not known each other for a long time, and the time they had spent together was even shorter. However, the two of them felt very congenial when chatting together. This had something to do with Qin Xian's good upbringing and gentle and elegant demeanor, but at the same time, it also showed that the two of them did have a common understanding in many aspects. No matter how one looked at it, Xiao Ruofei and Qin Xian were definitely not the same kind of people, but this did not prevent the two of them from becoming very good friends. The two of them walked along the mountain path and directly walked out of the mountain gate. Xiao Ruofei said, "Brother Chen, your father is in charge of the Tianyi Palace, so he must be very busy. I won't go and say goodbye to him. Brother Chen, please convey this little brother's thanks." "Okay," Qin Xian said straightforwardly. Qin Xian was indeed very busy. Moreover, in order to break through to the nascent soul stage, he spent most of his time cultivating after dealing with the affairs of the sect. Even Qin Xian did not see him often. Therefore, it was not rude for Xiao Ruofei, as a junior, to not go and say goodbye. The two of them chatted and soon walked out of the mountain gate. Qin Xian personally sent Xiao Ruofei out of the range of the formation, which was outside the mountain wall that the blue water flying boat crashed into when they came. Even if we can see each other off for 1,000 miles, we still have to part in the end. Brother Xia, I'll stop here. Xianxia said, Brother Xia, please come and be my guest when you have time. I'm looking forward to having a candlelight talk with you. Definitely. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, if Brother Qin travels in the secular world, please feel free to contact me. Xia Ruofei had just left his contact information to Qin Xian on the way. Of course, the mobile phone number he left was registered under the identity of Xiaxia. Now, this mobile phone number was also kept on all year round, because he appeared in public as Xiaxia in the cultivation world. Xia Ruofei did not know that his disguised appearance had been seen through by Chen Nanfeng, and Chen Nanfeng had also arranged for people to investigate his situation according to his real appearance. The identity Xia Ruofei used in the cultivation world was actually no secret in front of Chen Nanfeng. Qin Xian nodded with a smile and said, if there is a chance to go out, I will definitely contact Brother Xia. Then he said with a smile, since Brother Xia has already broken through to the gold core stage, I won't see you off. Brother Xia, let's part ways here. He originally planned to use the Jade Water flying boat to send Xia Ruofei to Tai City, but since Xia Ruofei was originally a gold core stage cultivator, and although the time he spent on the sword at the Lonely Peak was not long, he could see that Xia Ruofei was very proficient in flying on the sword. Naturally, he did not need to use the Jade Water flying boat to send off the guest. Xia Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, naturally, I can't trouble Brother Qin anymore. After that, Xia Ruofei took out the blazing flying sword and jumped on the floating flying sword. He cupped his fists and said, Brother Qin. This little brother will take his leave. Qin Xian stood in front of the mountain wall with a gentle smile on his face and also cupped his hands towards Xia Ruofei. Brother Xia, have a safe journey. Only then did Xia Ruofei urge the flying sword to speed up and fly away in the sword light. Soon, he had become a small black dot in Qin Xian's field of vision. Qin Xian waited until Xia Ruofei's figure completely disappeared before stepping on his flying sword. He passed through the camouflage of the mountain wall and flew in the direction of the mountain gate. Xia Ruofei rode the flying sword and flew over the mountain range of Mount Tai. This trip came and went in a hurry, but the result was still very satisfactory to Xia Ruofei. Although Xia Ruofei had decided to hide the matter of the 5 saints token for the time being, he had successfully obtained the wild tea branch. Once the wild tea was successfully transplanted and could be mass-produced, it might not be of much help to his own strength, but it could generally increase the strength of the star-picking sect. For Xia Ruofei, the stronger the overall strength of the star-picking sect, the more it would help him. After flying on the sword for a while, Xia Ruofei could not help but frown slightly. He vaguely felt that something was wrong, as if someone was spying on him. This feeling was very weak. If it were not for Xia Ruofei's extremely strong mental strength, he might not have been able to detect it at all. Of course, at the same time, Xia Ruofei also felt that the other party was probably just spying on him. At the very least, they did not have any killing intent towards him. Otherwise, there would be no need for mental strength to warn him. With his own keen sense of danger, he would have discovered it in advance. Xia Ruofei calmly continued flying on the sword while secretly analyzing in his mind. Who could be following him? The most likely possibility was, of course, someone from the First Heaven sect. Xia Ruofei could feel that even if the person was not the First Heaven sect master, Chen Nanfeng, he was at least an extremely powerful elder. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Xia Ruofei to detect it after following him for so long. If it was not someone from the First Heaven sect, could there be other cultivators nearby, or was he just passing by and happened to see Xia Ruofei flying on the sword, so he followed him? Xia Ruofei felt that all these possibilities were possible, but the most likely possibility was that someone from the First Heaven sect was following him. Xia Ruofei knew that perhaps Qin Xian didn't know about the stalking, but at least the head of the Tianyi sect, Chen Nanfeng, knew about it. Perhaps the people behind her were following Chen Nanfeng's orders. Xia Ruofei's mind was racing. Whether he was from the First Heaven sect or not, and whether he had any ill intentions, he did not like the feeling of being spied on. Therefore, after flying for another 2 minutes, Xia Ruofei made a decisive decision. He simply stopped and hovered in the air on the flying sword. Of course, he did not look back, nor did he release his mental strength to check behind him. This feeling was quite weak, so the distance between him and the other party must be quite far. If he was really from the First Heaven sect, the other party had just treated him with great courtesy and generously gave him 2 wild tea branches. Now that he exposed the fact that the other party was following him, it seemed that both parties would lose face. Therefore, after thinking quickly, Xiao Ruofei finally decided to pretend that he didn't know. However, he couldn't let the other party continue to follow him. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei directly took out the black flying boat from the ring to space. The black flying boat grew in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it became a behemoth more than 20 meters long. Xiao Ruofei flew directly to the deck of the flying boat on his flying sword. Then he jumped off the flying sword, quickly put it away, and entered the cabin. During the whole process, Xiao Ruofei did not look back, nor did he release his mental strength. Xiao Ruofei took out a spirit crystal, embedded it in the control panel, and directly controlled the flying boat to fly away quickly. As for the direction of the flying boat, Xiao Ruofei directly chose to go to the star-picking sect. The speed of the black flying boat was a bit faster than that of the blue water flying boat. Compared to sword kinesis flight, it was much faster. Therefore, after a while, Xiao Ruofei's faint feeling of being spied on disappeared. Xiao Ruofei knew that the other party must have lost him. Xiao Ruofei didn't particularly care about the fact that he had a black flying boat. Now, almost everyone in the cultivation world regarded him as the personal disciple of a nascent soul-old monster. He had taken out all kinds of rare treasures and pills at the auction. If someone coveted them, they would have done so long ago. In the current cultivation world, the nascent soul stage was a legendary realm. In the past few hundred years, no one seemed to have seen a living nascent soul stage cultivator with their own eyes. Wasn't it normal for such a legendary figure to give his disciple a flying boat? Xiao Ruofei even felt that if he took the initiative to expose the fact that he had a flying boat, some people in the cultivation world's guesses would be confirmed. Xiao Ruofei was happy to see this happen. He controlled the flying boat to fly a few hundred kilometers in the direction of the star-picking sect. Then, he released his mental strength to the limit and seriously investigated. Indeed, he didn't find any stalkers. Xiao Ruofei was still confident. Unless Chen Nanfeng was personally following him, it was basically impossible for anyone else to escape his mental strength detection. And even if Chen Nanfeng were to personally take action, the black flying boat would have been shaken off after flying so far. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei controlled the flying boat to change direction slightly, changing it to the east into the sea. He didn't want to go to the star-picking sect in the first place. He wanted to fly directly back to Peach Blossom Island. The rest of the journey was very smooth. With the black flying boat's speed, even if they encountered cultivators with ulterior motives, they would not be able to catch up to them. They would be able to shake them off in a short while. Of course, encountering other cultivators during the flight was also a very small probability event. After 2 to 3 hours of flight, Xiao Ruofei had already returned to Peach Blossom Island. He asked Li Yifu briefly and learned that everything was normal. Then, he let Li Yifu cultivate on his own. Xiao Ruofei, on the other hand, returned to his exclusive suite. After locking the doors and windows and setting up defense and warning measures, Xiao Ruofei returned to his bedroom and summoned the spirit map scroll. Then, with a thought, he entered the space. He did not alarm Xia Qing. Instead, he directly went to the Archean realm. As soon as he entered the space, Xiao Ruofei took out the jade box he had stored in the cave. Inside was the wild tea tree branch he had obtained from the first heaven gate. Xiao Ruofei opened the jade box and took out the 2 tree branches. The wild tea tree branches were naturally well preserved. There were some basic array formations on the jade box itself, which could maximize preservation. Furthermore, Xiao Ruofei had placed the jade box into the Ring 2 space in the shortest time possible. Therefore, the 2 tree branches were still in the state they had just been cut off. Xiao Ruofei found an empty space in the Archean realm. This was the place he had cultivated when he first planted some vegetables and fruits. Later on, he no longer used the Archean realm space to plant vegetables. Basically, only those crops that took a long time to mature and were more precious would be planted in the Archean realm. For example, wild ginseng, golden silk cedar, and so on. Therefore, the Archean realm space was quite abundant. Very quickly, Xiao Ruofei skillfully inserted the 2 branches of the wild tea tree and watered them with spiritual pond water. In fact, the soil in the Ring-2 space was still relatively moist. Furthermore, there was still a large amount of spirit qi in the air that had already turned into mist. Therefore, even if he did not water it, it would not affect the soil. The 2 wild tea tree branches were separated by a considerable distance. Xiao Ruofei took over the time array flags and set them up around one of the wild tea tree branches. This way, the flow of time in the wild tea tree branch was about 2,000 times faster than in the outside world. Xiao Ruofei wanted to see the results as soon as possible. The reason why he did not include the 2 wild tea tree branches in the time array flags was mainly for safety. If the cuttings of the wild tea tree branches in the time array flags, Xiao Ruofei would be able to think of other ways to save the remaining branches. After setting up the time array flags, Xiao Ruofei checked them again. After confirming that there were no problems, he left the primordial realm at ease. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't return to the outside world. He went straight to the mountain sea realm, where time flowed at the same speed as the outside world. He went to the cave stone chamber and sat cross-legged on a jade mat to begin cultivating. Of course, Xiao Ruofei didn't enter deep seclusion. He cultivated the Great Tao Sutra normally. Furthermore, he only cultivated for an hour or so before standing up. The effects of the time array flags and the primordial realm were stacked together, resulting in a difference in time flow of about 2,000 times faster. Therefore, an hour here was about 3 months in the time array formation. Whether the wild tea tree cuttings were successful or not, there should be a result. Therefore, with a thought, Xiao Ruofei disappeared from the cave stone chamber. In the next moment, he appeared in the primordial realm, standing outside the time array formation. With just a glance, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but reveal a look of joy. He couldn't be sure if the cuttings were a success, but at the very least, it didn't fail. This was because the wild tea tree branch was clearly still alive. It looked full of vitality. Furthermore, some new sprouts had protruded out, and a small branch had grown out. This growth rate was much slower than that of ordinary tea trees. But no matter what, the fact that the wild tea tree could survive and grow in the Ring-2 space made Xiao Ruofei very happy. As for the problem of slow growth, it wasn't a big problem in the Ring-2 space. In fact, only an hour or so had passed in the outside world, but the wild tea tree had already sprouted new buds and grown new branches. If it was measured in the outside world, this speed was naturally very fast. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and removed the time array flags. He set them up around another wild tea tree branch. This branch was only in an environment where time flowed 30 times faster. The hour just now was only about a day, so there was basically no change. After Xiao Ruofei set up the time array flags, he went to the cave in the mountain sea realm to cultivate for an hour or so. Then, he returned to the Archean realm and discovered that the growth rate of the 2 wild tea tree branches was basically the same. Only then did Xiao Ruofei completely relax. He first removed the time array flags and carefully dug out one of the wild tea trees that had been successfully cut. During the digging process, Xiao Ruofei was even more certain that the cuttings were successful. This was because he had already seen some roots grow out of the wild tea tree branch. Xiao Ruofei transplanted the wild tea tree near the other one. Then, he rearranged the time array flags and included the 2 wild tea trees within the range of the time array flags. This way, the range of the time array flags was slightly larger than before, so the effects were more or less reduced. Even so, the time array flags and the effects of the Archean realm could still reach a time flow of about 1,800 times faster. It was enough to support the rapid growth of the 2 wild tea trees. Xiao Ruofei obtained some spirit pool water and watered the 2 wild tea trees. Then, he returned to the cave in the mountain sea realm to cultivate. This time, Xiao Ruofei didn't need to make a trip every hour. He could cultivate in peace for a while. Of course, he didn't know much about the wild tea tree, nor did he know if the wild tea tree required a lot of spirit energy during its growth. Therefore, he would stop after cultivating for an hour or so to check the spirit energy consumption and replenishment in the Ring-2 space. After all, the growth process had been compressed to 1,800 times through the time array flags. If the wild tea tree really needed to consume a large amount of spirit energy during its growth, then due to the compression of time, the amount of spirit energy consumed in the Ring 2 space per unit of time would be very large. Xiao Ruofei didn't dare let his guard down when it came to such matters. Therefore, he would monitor it from time to time to prevent the Ring 2 space's foundation from being damaged. Fortunately, what he was most worried about didn't happen. The spirit energy concentration in the Ring 2 space didn't fluctuate much. This meant that the spirit energy consumed could be replenished in a relatively short period of time. It could basically maintain a dynamic balance. After checking a few times, Xiao Ruofei was relieved. He gradually reduced the frequency of his checks. Xiao Ruofei cultivated in the Ring 2 space for about a day. Apart from stopping to check on the spirit energy concentration in the Ring 2 space, he was basically cultivating. For the current Xiao Ruofei, not eating or sleeping for a day and night didn't affect him at all. Furthermore, he was cultivating. Circulating the Great Tao Sutra to replenish his energy was more direct. It was more effective than eating any nutritional products. Naturally, his cultivation was also steadily improving, constantly improving with each cultivation session. After Xiao Ruofei ended his cultivation, he stood up and stretched his back. He felt as if all the bones in his body were creaking. He stretched his neck and left the cave in a flash, heading for the Archean realm. After a day and a night, according to the effects of the time array flags combined with the Archean realm, the time flow was about 1,800 times faster. Therefore, the 2 wild tea trees within the range of the time array flags should have experienced about 5 years. Xiao Ruofei arrived at the Archean realm. When he looked up, he couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. The 2 wild tea trees were 100% alive. Furthermore, the 5 years in the array formation had allowed them to grow a lot. Of course, compared with the wild tea tree on the precipice of the lone peak of the Tianyi Palace, it was still far inferior. The wild tea tree in the First Heaven sect had existed for countless years. It was about 20 meters tall and was so thick that it would take 3 people to wrap their arms around it. As for the 2 wild tea trees in the Ring 2 space's Archean realm, after 5 years, their trunks had only grown to about 10 centimeters in diameter and a meter in height. If it were an ordinary tea tree, growing in an environment like the Ring 2 space for 5 years would probably be better than growing in the outside world for 10 or 20 years. However, the wild tea trees seemed to grow rather slowly. Of course, if Qin Nanfeng and Xianxia knew that Xiao Ruofei had successfully transplanted the wild tea trees with ease, their jaws would definitely drop. They had tried for many years and all sorts of methods. Many of Qin Nanfeng's friends had also asked for some branches to try transplanting the wild tea trees. However, all of them failed without exception. If they knew that Xiao Ruofei had not only succeeded in transplanting the wild tea trees, but also complained that the wild tea trees grew slowly, they would probably doubt their lives. Of course, Xiao Ruofei was quite satisfied overall. Although the 2 wild tea trees were still very short and thin, they exuded exuberant vitality. The leaves were green and glossy, and it was obvious that they were growing well. Although the crops in the Ring 2 space basically did not need him to water them, Xiao Ruofei still fetched 2 buckets of spirit pool water and walked into the array formation to water the 2 wild tea trees again. As for the time array flag, Xiao Ruofei did not need it for the time being, so he naturally left it where it was. He also wanted the wild tea trees to grow as soon as possible. After staying in the Ring 2 space for more than a day, Xiao Ruofei finally left the space in satisfaction. The successful transplanting of the wild tea trees also gave him a lot of confidence. He was very confident that he could increase the strength of the star-picking sect in a short period of time. Perhaps the effect might not be very obvious in the short term, but in the long term, the wild tea tree's value was undoubtedly huge. Xiao Ruofei stayed on Peach Blossom Island to cultivate for the next few days. Under the effect of the 1800-fold time flow difference, he could see the 2 wild tea trees grow a little every day. He also used these few days to sort out some of the cultivation methods he had mastered and finally picked out a cultivation method that was more suitable for Song Wei and Ling Qingxue to cultivate alone. This cultivation method, called Enichang Heart Sutra, was especially suitable for the physiques of the 2, and it was also a cultivation method that was specially made for female cultivators. In addition, Enichang Heart Sutra not only had a cultivation method, but also a set of moves. When these moves were used together with the cultivation method, not only were they very powerful, but they were also very beautiful. It was as if they were wearing a feather dress and dancing. In the beautiful dance, there was a fatal killing intent hidden. In addition, Ni Cheng Heart Sutra also recorded a secret skill of sound wave attack, but it needed to be used together with a Gu Qin. Moreover, it had a high requirement for spiritual power and true qi. Xiao Ruofei didn't know if Song Wei and Ling Qingxue could master the secret skill of sound wave attack, but even if they didn't, Ni Cheng Heart Sutra was very suitable for the two of them to cultivate. It was as if it was tailor-made for them. After Xiao Ruofei went through all the cultivation methods he had mastered, he didn't hesitate and decided on this cultivation method. He decided that the next time he returned to Huaxia, he would teach this cultivation method to Song Wei and Ling Qingxue so that they could cultivate alone. During the past few days on Peach Blossom Island, Xiao Ruofei also went to the guard station to drink and chat with his old comrades. At the same time, he also learned about their current situation. In general, the veterans were very satisfied with their life on Peach Blossom Island. Although the task of the guard station was not light, for the veterans who had been in the army for so many years, this was nothing at all. Xiao Ruofei gave them a very high salary and treatment, and the food was much better than in China. There was really no disadvantage here, except that it was a little far from home. Those ordinary staff members might even feel that this island was isolated overseas, that life on the island was far away from civilized society, and that they would feel lonely. However, for these veterans, who had spent most of their time on the cold moon at the border and rarely saw their families, life on Peach Blossom Island was no different from life in the barracks. What's more, it was more humane here. They could take turns to leave the island every year, and the company would reimburse them for their travel expenses. They could go home and reunite with their families. In addition, if their family members met the requirements and there were suitable positions here, they would be given priority to recruit them to work on the island and reunite overseas. The veterans were very satisfied. What made Xiao Ruofei even happier was that more than one veteran told him that they felt particularly comfortable living on Peach Blossom Island. Their bodies were also getting better and better. After arriving on the island, not only did they not feel uncomfortable, they didn't even have a cold or fever. Some of the occupational diseases that were left behind in the army were even starting to get better. Xiao Ruofei knew that this was due to the Great Void Mystic Clear Array. The veterans had lived in an environment rich in spiritual energy for a long time. Although they wouldn't evolve into cultivators, their bodies were definitely very healthy. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that living in the Great Void Mystic Clear Array all year round would allow them to live a long life without any illnesses or disasters. Every day that passed in the outside world meant that the wild tea tree in the Ring 2 Spaces Archean realm had grown for 5 years. In fact, the wild tea tree already had quite a number of leaves, but Xiao Ruofei didn't plan on plucking the tea leaves for the time being. He planned on letting the wild tea tree grow for a few more days. In just a few days, the wild tea tree had grown for about 20 to 30 years. However, the tree trunk was only 20 to 30 centimeters thick. Compared to the wild tea tree on the Xianxia Lone Peak, it paled in comparison. Xiao Ruofei wasn't afraid that the wild tea tree wouldn't be effective after plucking it, nor was he worried that the wild tea tree's foundation would be damaged. He was only afraid that the tea leaves were half finished. They might have a certain promoting effect on cultivation, but they wouldn't be as effective as the Xianxia's wild tea. Wild tea could only be consumed once. The second time, it wouldn't have the effect of promoting one's cultivation. If he wanted to test the effects of the wild tea, he could only test it on the disciples of the star-picking sect. Moreover, he had to let Luo Qingfeng choose the most reliable and talented disciples. If the disciples who tried the wild tea didn't make much progress in their cultivation due to the lack of age, Xiao Ruofei would feel a little apologetic. Although he would definitely use the disciples of the star-picking sect to test the effects of the wild tea in the future, Xiao Ruofei would rather wait a little longer just to be safe. While Xiao Ruofei was cultivating on Peach Blossom Island every day and paying attention to the growth of the wild tea tree, thousands of miles away in Huaxia's Taishan mountain range, a black shadow appeared in the study of Chen Nanfeng's residence on Yunxiao Peak. The Tianyi sect was shrouded in layers of array formations. Chen Nanfeng was reading a thread-bound book under the light with great interest. After the black shadow entered the study, he didn't even raise his head and directly asked indifferently, "What did you find out?" The black shadow took a step forward and walked into the range of the light. He was wearing a black suit, and his entire head was covered by a black hood, only revealing a pair of bright eyes. The black-clothed man cupped his fists towards Chen Nanfeng and said respectfully, reporting to sect leader, after a few days in the tea house, this subordinate has basically figured out the situation of Xia Tian. His real name in the secular world is Xia Ruofei. He can be considered a little famous, so it's easy to find his information. After saying that, the black-clothed man flipped his hand and a stack of paper appeared in his hand. It was obvious that he also had a storage magic treasure. The black-clothed man respectfully handed the stack of paper to Chen Nanfeng and said, "This is all the information this subordinate has gathered." Chen Nanfeng took the stack of paper, but he didn't flip through it. Instead, he said calmly, "I want to listen to you first. It'll be more intuitive." "Yes. Sect leader." The black-clothed man bowed his head slightly and said, "Xia Ruofei, male, 26 years old, from Sanshan City, Southeast Province, Huaxia. If Xia Ruofei was here, he would definitely break out in a cold sweat, because this black-clothed man had already grasped his situation from his birth to the present very clearly. There were some things that he might not even remember, such as winning a city's 3 Best Student Award when he was in primary school. Chen Nanfeng quietly listened to the black-clothed man's introduction, then opened the stack of paper and looked at it. A lot of the information on it was downloaded from public information, including Xia Ruofei's own Weibo. Chen Nanfeng flipped through it very quickly, and in a short while, he had read all of it. Then, he put the stack of paper on the desk, raised his head, and said thoughtfully, "It seems that there's nothing unusual about his previous life. Even his service in the Lone Wolf Troop didn't exceed the scope of ordinary people. What's really worthy of a cultivator's methods is the Taoyuan company he set up more than 3 years ago, which seems a bit like a cultivator's methods." The black-clothed man didn't say anything, but stood silently across from Chen Nanfeng's desk. He knew that Chen Nanfeng wasn't talking to him, but more like talking to himself. This was just a habit of Chen Nanfeng's when thinking about problems. However, Chen Nanfeng looked at the black-clothed man and said with a smile, "Ning, tell me your opinion." The black-clothed man, who was called Ning by Chen Nanfeng, said so much just now, all of it was the result of his investigation. It was just an objective description, and he didn't mix in his own judgment. Now that Chen Nanfeng asked him to express his opinion, he first pondered for a moment, then said, "Sect Master, I think Xia Ruofei doesn't seem to be the personal disciple of a nascent soul cultivator. His life experience is very clear, and there's no time when he disappeared from people's sight." A smile appeared on Chen Nanfeng's face, and he asked in return, "You're saying that he might have had some fortuitous encounter more than 3 years ago, and that's how he stepped into the cultivation world?" "I think this possibility is quite high," the black-clothed man said. "But he's already a golden core cultivator." Chen Nanfeng said, "According to this judgment, he only started cultivating more than 3 years ago, and he has already reached the golden core stage in such a short time. I'm afraid that no matter how great his fortuitous encounter is, it can't be done, right?" The black-clothed man was suddenly speechless, but he still frowned slightly and said, "Sect Master, I'm slow-witted. I really can't think of it, because no matter which possibility it is, there are contradictions." Chen Nanfeng said with a smile, "I'm more inclined to believe that he has a very powerful teacher behind him. Although his experience since he was a child is very clear, and he has never left the secular world, but, as the saying goes, a great hermit stays in the city. Why must a cultivator of the nascent soul stage or even stronger be called a hermit in the remote mountains and forests? Maybe Xia Ruofei has been taught by such an expert since he was a child, and he has already become a cultivator. It's just that this senior doesn't want people in the cultivation world to know about his existence, so no one has ever discovered him." Speaking of this, Chen Nanfeng paused for a moment, then continued, "I'd rather believe in this possibility, because it's more reasonable than a person who has already passed the optimal age for cultivation breaking through to the early stage of the golden core stage in just 3 years or even less." In fact, the second possibility mentioned by Chen Nanfeng was closer to Xia Ruofei's actual situation. The reason why it was close, and not completely consistent, was because Xia Ruofei's actual contact with cultivation was even shorter. This was because he had just established the Taoyuan company not long after he had obtained the Ring 2 space, and at that time, he had no chance to come into contact with cultivation at all. Therefore, the actual time he had spent cultivating was even shorter. If Chen Nanfeng knew the truth, he would probably be even more shocked. After hearing Chen Nanfeng's words, the black-clothed man nodded slightly and said, "By the way, sect master, I have another situation to report to you. It's also related to Xiao Ruofei." Chen Nanfeng raised an eyebrow and asked, "What else is there?" The man in black replied respectfully, "When I was leaving the sect, I happened to see young sect master sending him off, so I followed him from afar." "You followed him?" Chen Nanfeng's expression changed slightly. "Ah Ning, you're being a little reckless. We're not even sure if there's a rumored nascent soul expert behind him. If he finds out that you're following him." "Sect master, Xiao Ruofei's cultivation is only at the early golden core stage. I followed him from afar. Even if his mental strength is more than half that of an early golden core stage cultivator, it would still be difficult for him to discover me." The man in black continued, "And I'm very sure that he didn't discover me. He didn't do anything strange along the way, nor did he use his mental strength to check behind him." Chen Nanfeng waved his hand. "Don't be so sure. This young man gives me the feeling that he's a little demonic. He might have discovered you, but he didn't say anything. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's talk about what you've discovered." "Yes." The man in black replied. He flew in the direction of the star-plucking sect on his sword for a while. After he was far away from our sect, he stopped and took out a flying boat. "A flying boat?" Chen Nanfeng's expression changed. He sat up straighter and asked, "Are you sure he took out a flying boat?" "I'm very sure." The man in black replied. It was a pure black flying boat. It was even larger than our jade water boat. Also, I tried to continue following him, but I lost him very quickly. That flying boat was much faster than sword flight, and it was also much faster than our jade water boat. I think, even if sect master were to personally pursue him, he might not be able to catch up to that flying boat." Chen Nanfeng looked thoughtful. "Since it's so fast, there's no doubt that it's a flying boat. In today's world of cultivation, only this kind of ancient flying magic treasure can possibly achieve such speed." "Yes." The man in black replied. "After I lost him, I didn't continue on to the star-plucking sect. However, that flying boat was indeed heading towards the star-plucking sect." Chen Nanfeng pondered for a moment before saying, "Ning, do you still remember a nascent soul stage cultivator from the star-plucking sect's history books?" The man in black was stunned for a moment before he asked with uncertainty, "Sect leader, are you referring to Daoist Qiyun?" Chen Nanfeng nodded and said, "Looks like you've thought of it too. According to the ancient records of the sect, Daorao Qiyun's flying magic treasure is a black flying boat called Obsidian. A few hundred years ago, this obsidian flying boat was very famous in the cultivation world." The black-cloaked man revealed a trace of disbelief and said, "You're saying that Xiao Ruofei might be the successor of Crimson Cloud Daorao? This seems a little." "Sect master, Daoist Qiyun is a figure from 500 years ago. In the past few hundred years, there has never been any news of him. How could such a young successor suddenly appear?" Chen Nanfeng revealed a trace of fascination and said, "Senior Qiyun is a nascent soul stage cultivator, and he reached the nascent soul stage more than 500 years ago. If there are no accidents, it's not strange that he's still alive in this era. The magical powers of a nascent soul stage cultivator are beyond our imagination. In the current cultivation world, the nascent soul stage was already a chasm. As for the nascent soul stage, it was a stage that no one dared to even think about." Chen Nanfeng continued, "If Xiao Ruofei is Senior Qiyun's successor, then everything makes sense. If Senior Qiyun is still alive, his cultivation might have already reached the out-of-body stage, or even higher. For such an expert, there's basically no need for a flying boat. It's very normal for him to give it to his disciples. Moreover, if this Xiao Ruofei is Senior Qiyun's successor, then the attitude of the star-plucking sect leader, Luo Qingfeng, towards him is very reasonable. In terms of seniority, Luo Qingfeng is only his disciple and grand disciple. Of course he has to be respectful to him. Also, it's very likely that Xiao Ruofei has been cultivating with Senior Qiyun since he was young. It's only 3 years ago that Senior Qiyun allowed him to gradually come into contact with the cultivation world. As for the company he set up in the secular world, it's very likely that it's just a part of his experience in the secular world. The black-cloaked man also revealed a trace of contemplation, and then said, "Sect leader, if you put it this way, it seems that the possibility is quite high. If that's the case, then this Xiao Ruofei's background is much greater than we thought." Chen Nanfeng smiled faintly and said, "No matter how great his background is, it won't affect us much. Even if he's Senior Qi Yun's successor, I'm sure Senior Qi Yun won't help him with everything. If that's the case, then there's no use in him gaining experience at all, and he won't be able to go far on the path of cultivation. I reckon that if our guess is true, then Senior Qi Yun will at most secretly protect him, and will only take action when he encounters a real life and death crisis. Our sect has no malice towards him, let alone killing him. Therefore, whether he has Senior Qi Yun or other Yuanying stage masters behind him doesn't have much of an impact on us." In fact, Xiao Ruofei's flying boat was not the obsidian flying boat, even he himself didn't know the name of this flying boat. However, it had been refined by layman Yuntai himself and had not been circulated to the public. When the ancient cultivation world still existed, it had been sealed in the nested space of the storage ring. Naturally, the Crimson Cloud sect of the Star-Plucking sect would not give it away. As for Senior Qi Yun, naturally, he had nothing to do with Xiao Ruofei. When Xiao Ruofei suspected that someone was following him a few days ago, he deliberately took out the black flying boat for two purposes. First, he wanted to get rid of the stalker as soon as possible, and second, he hoped that after the stalker saw this flying boat, it would confirm the rumor that there was a hidden master behind him. He would never have thought that there really was a master with a great background, whose signature flying treasure was a black flying boat. And this master just happened to be a senior of the star-picking sect. With so many coincidences, it was difficult for Chen Nanfeng not to be misled. At this time, Chen Nanfeng had already regarded Xiao Ruofei as Senior Qi Yun's disciple. Although he wasn't completely sure, he felt that he was at least 70 to 80% sure. Chen Nanfeng frowned slightly and said to himself, "Xiao Ruofei must have come into contact with the Five Saints token, and it's definitely not the one that appeared at the auction, nor the one that our sect has always had. I can sense the aura of the Five Saints token left on him. Although it's very weak, my intuition can't be wrong. I've seen the Five Saints tokens of the Soaring Flower Valley and the Surging Wave sect. I suspect that the Five Saints token Xiao Ruofei came into contact with is the one that hasn't appeared yet, but its aura is too weak, so I can't be completely sure." If Xiao Ruofei was here and heard this, he would definitely break out in a cold sweat. The Five Saints token was stored in the Ring 2 space, so Chen Nanfeng definitely couldn't sense it. But after he broke the barrier and took the Five Saints token to study for a while, Chen Nanfeng could actually sense a trace of the aura of the Five Saints token left on him. The black-cloaked man asked with some confusion, "Sect Master, if that's the case, why didn't you ask him directly that day, but instead gave up after testing him?" Chen Nanfeng smiled and said, "If I asked him directly, he probably wouldn't tell me the truth, and it might alert him and make him worried that I would do something bad to him. There was only a trace of aura left on him, so even if he came into contact with the token, he definitely didn't have it with him. Although we couldn't confirm his identity at that time, there were already rumors that he had a Yuanying stage master behind him. Could we take the risk and force him to stay? Then when he was studying our Five Saints token, did you find anything?" The black-cloaked man couldn't help but ask. Chen Nanfeng shook his head and said, "No, his behavior was very normal, but I felt that it was too normal. This is a bit abnormal." In addition, although he showed curiosity about the Five Saints token and was very serious when he was studying it, I still felt that he didn't seem to be particularly interested. Of course, this is just a feeling. At this point, Chen Nanfeng said, "In short, I feel that Xiao Ruofei's understanding of the Five Saints token should be much more than what he showed." The black-cloaked man said, "That's a pity, then you should have personally asked him to stay for a few more days. Maybe you could have found some clues." Chen Nanfeng smiled and shook his head, saying, "Ning, this Xiao Ruofei is a very cautious person. He's staying with us, and there's a late Jingdan stage cultivator like me, so he definitely won't show any abnormalities. There's no point in keeping him here." After saying that, Chen Nanfeng couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "Actually, I don't have any ill intentions towards him. We know too little about the Five Saints token, but I always feel a sense of urgency. I feel that we have to unravel the secret of the Five Saints token as soon as possible, otherwise all our efforts will be in vain. That's why I'm a little impatient. He must have felt that something was wrong. We're testing him, so isn't he testing us? The black-cloaked man bowed his head slightly and said, Sect Master, how about, this subordinate keeps an eye on the star-plucking sect. Maybe we can find out more information. Chen Nanfeng waved his hand and said, there's no need. If Xiao Ruofei is really the successor of Senior Qi Yun, then this Five Saints token is most likely in Senior Qi Yun's hands. Xiao Ruofei has only seen this Five Saints token in his teacher's hands, so the aura of the Five Saints token left on him is so weak. Do you think you can get this Five Saints token from a primordial soul stage cultivator or even higher? The black-cloaked man bowed his head and said, this subordinate naturally can't do it. Chen Nanfeng chuckled and said, of course, there's another possibility. Our guesses are all wrong. This Xiao Ruofei merely obtained a great fortune, and that's why he has endless treasures and pill formulas. Moreover, his cultivation has reached the early stage of the Golden Core realm in a short period of 3 years. If that's the case, then this Xiao Ruofei may have many tricks up his sleeve that you and I can't imagine. So even if you keep an eye on the star-plucking sect, it's very likely that you won't find anything. The black-cloaked man nodded his head and said, this subordinate understands. Chen Nanfeng smiled and said, actually, this possibility is very high. I'm more and more certain of my judgment now. Think about it, if this Xiao Ruofei really got everything he has today because of a great opportunity, then why would Luo Qingfeng of the star-plucking sect bow down to him? Luo Qingfeng is an early Jindan stage cultivator and the leader of a sect. Xiao Ruofei's cultivation is the same as his, so Luo Qingfeng has no reason to lower himself so much. Yes. This subordinate also thinks that Sect Master's judgment is very likely to be the truth. The black-cloaked man said, Sect Master, then this time, our investigation of him will. Chen Nanfeng said indifferently, he probably already found out, but we don't have any ill intentions towards him, so there's no need to worry too much. Chen Nanfeng frowned slightly and said, actually, I'm more worried about Xian'er. After Xian'er returned from the auction, his fate became very confusing, and there's a faint connection between him and Xia, that is, Xiao Ruofei. I don't know if this is a good or bad thing. With Chen Nanfeng's status, the development of the situation was beyond his control, so he naturally felt uneasy. The black-cloaked man comforted him, Sect Master, there's no need to worry too much. Young Sect Master is talented and intelligent, and he treats people with sincerity. Getting to know Xiao Ruofei might be a great opportunity for him. Chen Nanfeng said with a worried expression, I hope so. Aning, you've worked hard these past few days. Go and rest. Yes, Sect Master. The black-cloaked man bowed his head slightly and then silently left the study. Chen Nanfeng sat behind the desk and thought for a long time before calling out, come in. A disciple hurried in and asked respectfully, Sect Master, what are your orders? Is young Sect Master in the sect? Chen Nanfeng asked. Reporting to Sect Master, young Sect Master is cultivating in the side courtyard, the disciple replied. The side courtyard was Chen Nanfeng's residence on Blue Cloud Peak. He didn't like to live under Chen Nanfeng's nose, so he spent most of his time cultivating in Blue Cloud Peak instead of Yunqiao Peak. If he's not in seclusion, tell him to come see me now, Chen Nanfeng said. Yes. The disciple bowed and then left. After about half an hour, Chen Nanfeng heard Chen Xian's voice from outside the door, Father. Xian'er is here. Come in. Chen Nanfeng adjusted his emotions and said warmly. Chen Xian walked into the study and bowed, Greetings, Father. Chen Nanfeng smiled when he saw his talented son, Xian'er, have a seat. Chen Xian said respectfully, Yes. Then he walked to the chair opposite the desk and sat down, then asked, Father, you summoned me in the middle of the night. What instructions do you have for me? Xian'er, it's been a few years since you broke through the early Oris core stage, right? Chen Xian didn't directly answer Chen Xian's question. Instead, he asked with a smile. Chen Xian said without hesitation, it's been nearly 3.5 years. Chen Nanfeng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. According to the information that the black-cloaked man, Aning, had investigated, Xiao Ruofei had only revealed his true abilities as a cultivator about 3 years ago. In theory, it was possible for Xiao Ruofei to cultivate from zero to the early Oris core stage in such a short period of time. Of course, he also thought that this possibility was very small. In any case, Xiao Ruofei was only in his 20s. Compared to him, Xianxia was obviously much weaker. Originally, he had always thought that his son was very outstanding and was proud of it. Now that an even more monstrous Xiao Ruofei had suddenly jumped out, he had to admit that he had taken a blow. Chen Nanfeng adjusted his emotions and said, "It's been a long time. Xian'er, there are many difficulties in cultivation, and the most taboo is to cultivate behind closed doors. It's time for you to go out and gain experience." Qin Xian was slightly taken aback when he heard this. It hadn't been long since he broke through the early Oris core stage. There were many veteran Oris core stage cultivators in the cultivation world who had been stuck in the early Oris core stage for decades. Moreover, his cultivation had been steadily improving. Although the improvement wasn't great, he had never felt a bottleneck. After all, he had only broken through 3 years ago. There was still a long way to go before he could reach the middle Oris core stage. Logically speaking, now was the time for him to consolidate his foundation. He should be cultivating behind closed doors. At this stage, it seemed to be too early to go out and gain experience. However, Qin Xian suddenly did the opposite. It seemed that he wanted him to go out and gain experience. This made Qin Xian very confused. However, Qin Xian, who had been brought up strictly since he was young, didn't question Chen Nanfeng's decision. He only hesitated for a moment before nodding and saying, "I'll listen to father's arrangements." Chen Nanfeng seemed to have seen Qin Xian's confusion. He said, "Xian'er, you should know that many senior cultivators will go out and gain experience when they reach a bottleneck. On one hand, it's to polish their state of mind. On the other hand, it's because the secular world often contains the truth of the great Tao. If you don't experience it, it's very difficult to comprehend it." "Father, could it be that you want me to go out and gain experience in the secular world?" Qin Xian asked in surprise. He originally thought that Chen Nanfeng wanted him to go out and gain experience. He thought that Chen Nanfeng wanted him to go out and gain experience in the world of cultivation, or to explore the ruins of ancient cultivators, or to visit the various large sects and learn from each other. He didn't expect that Chen Nanfeng wanted him to go out and gain experience in the secular world. Qin Xian was only in his early 40s. He felt that it was still too early for him to gain experience in the secular world. Chen Nanfeng nodded slightly and said, "Although you haven't encountered a cultivation bottleneck for the time being, you were born and raised in the Tianyi Palace. You spent most of your time cultivating in the sect. You really lack experience in the secular world. This time, I hope you can make up for it. There's a saying in the secular world that is very insightful: understanding the affairs of the world is knowledge, and understanding human relationships is literature. I believe that after you go through the secular world, you will have a lot of new insights in cultivation. It will be of great benefit to you when you break through to the middle stage of the Golden Core realm in the future." Although Qin Xian didn't agree with Chen Nanfeng's point of view, he didn't dare to disobey his father. Moreover, Chen Nanfeng was a veteran cultivator at the late stage of the Golden Core realm. He still had a lot of say in cultivation. Since he thought that going to the secular world at this stage would be of great help to his cultivation, Qin Xian naturally didn't dare to disagree. "Yes. Father, I'll go to the secular world to experience it." Qin Xian nodded slightly and said, "Then how do you want to arrange this time's experience? Our Tianyi Palace also has a lot of businesses in the secular world. Why don't you choose one for me?" Chen Nanfeng waved his hand and said, "You don't have to go to your family's business. You're going to the secular world to experience it, not to be a young master. What kind of training can you get in your own sex business? Which one of those stewards doesn't know you, the young master? Even if I tell them to change your identity and put you in the most basic position, would those people really dare to order you around as an ordinary employee?" Qin Xian couldn't help showing a trace of embarrassment. He said with a smile, "Father, you're so considerate. Then I won't go to our family's business, okay?" Chen Nanfeng nodded and then asked, "I remember that you also spent time learning some knowledge of the secular world. What kind of knowledge have you learned over the years?" Qin Xian thought for a moment and said, "Father, I've learned a little bit of everything. I've dabbled in many aspects, such as business management. finance, those are too high-end. Chen Nanfeng didn't wait for Xianxia to finish speaking. He waved his hand and said, if you go to the secular world to experience it, it's best to start from the most basic position. Have you learned any secular technology? It would be best if you could work in a technical position. Technology? Xianxia thought for a moment and then said, last year, I was bored for a while, so I learned some computer stuff. It's PHP programming. This should be considered technology. I don't understand it either. It should be. Chen Nanfeng said. Chen Nanfeng's understanding of the secular world was much less than Xianxia's. He had never heard of PHP. In fact, Xianxia was a weirdo who dabbled in a wide range of things. As a gold core cultivator, he actually learned computer knowledge of the secular world. Although it was just a temporary interest, how could a cultivator, especially a gold core cultivator, have a brain development that ordinary people could compare with? Even if he learned it in passing, his level was actually quite high. Chen Nanfeng pondered for a moment and said, then let's do this. PHP. Xian'er, use this technology to apply for a technical position in the secular world and go to a secular company to experience it. Xianxian felt that it was a bit ridiculous. He smiled bitterly in his heart, but he still nodded and said, yes. Father, I'll leave tomorrow. Good, it's good to go experience it early. Chen Nanfeng nodded and said, by the way, Xian'er, when you go experience this time, go directly to a company in Sanshan City in the southeast province for an interview. The name is Taoyuan Company. Xianxian couldn't help but be stunned. He knew very well that this company was not the property of the Tianyi Palace. Based on his understanding of the cultivation world, it didn't seem to be the property of other sects in the secular world. Then it was very likely that this was really a company from the secular world. But his father cultivated in the Tianyi Palace and almost never left the sect. Why would he suddenly pay attention to a company in the southeast province? And he specifically asked him to go there to experience it. Xianxian knew that his father must have a deeper meaning, but since Chen Nanfeng didn't say it, he couldn't ask in detail. He could only nod and say, okay, then I'll go to this Taoyuan company. Although he didn't know his father's intentions, going anywhere to experience was still experience. Xianxian felt that he just needed to do as his father asked. As for what his father's intentions were, he would naturally know when the time came. Chen Nanfeng said, Xian'er, let me remind you again. When you go to this company for an interview, you can only use what you just said, PHP. Xianxian said. Yes, it's this PHP technology. Chen Nanfeng said, other than that, you're not allowed to show any other business management skills you've learned, and you're not allowed to use the methods of a cultivator. Only this kind of experience will be effective. Xianxian was already immune to Chen Nanfeng's strange requests. He heard this and said without hesitation, yes. I'll follow father's instructions. You can send an elder to supervise me. That's not necessary. Chen Nanfeng said with a smile, of course I believe in you, Xian'er. This experience may have a profound impact on your cultivation career. I hope you can pull yourself together and go to that company to experience it properly. Yes. Xianxian replied. Then you go. It's getting late. You'll be going to the Three Mountains tomorrow. Don't cultivate tonight and rest early. Chen Nanfeng said, take the Jade Water flying boat with you. You don't have to come over tomorrow to say goodbye. Yes. Father, you should rest early too. I'll take my leave. Xianxian stood up and bowed slightly to Chen Nanfeng. Go. Chen Nanfeng said. However, when Xianxian was about to reach the door, Chen Nanfeng said, wait. Xianxian stopped when he heard this. He turned around and asked respectfully, Father, do you have any other orders? With a flip of his hand, Chen Nanfeng took out the 2 5 Saints badges from his storage ring. With a wave of his hand, the 2 badges floated towards Xianxian. Chen Nanfeng said, take these 2 tokens with you. You can study them when you're free. I have a feeling that the last 5 sages token will be born soon. Xianxian reached out and took the 5 sages token. There was a hint of hesitation on his face. He couldn't help but ask, Father, if I take the tokens with me, won't Elder Chen and the others be unable to study it? There was a group of people in the Tanny sect who mainly studied the Five Sages token. Elder Chen, who was in the middle stage of the Gold Core realm, was the leader. Chen Nanfeng waved his hand and said, "They've been studying it for so many years, but they haven't made any progress. Let them take a break during this period of time. It's a good chance to change their minds. You didn't study the Five Sages token much before. Use this time to study it when you're free." Although Chen Xian felt that it was very strange, since Chen Nanfeng had said so, he naturally didn't dare to question it. Therefore, Chen Xian carefully put the Five Sages token into his storage ring and said, "I understand. Father, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Chen Xian waved his hand and said, "Go." In fact, there was a certain risk for Chen Xian to take the Five Sages token out of the sect. However, Chen Xian was also a cultivator at the early stage of the Gold Core realm, and the Tanny sect had a deep foundation. As the young master of the sect, Chen Xian also had many life-saving means. He also had more magic treasures than ordinary cultivators. Under normal circumstances, even a cultivator at the middle stage of the Gold Core realm couldn't do anything to Chen Xian. Therefore, as long as some sects didn't join forces to deal with Chen Xian, his safety could still be guaranteed. The safety of the Five Sages token was naturally not a problem. Therefore, although Chen Xian felt a little strange, he was only curious about the matter of taking the Five Sages token with him. He wasn't very worried that he couldn't keep the two tokens. After Chen Xian bade farewell and left, Chen Nanfeng sat behind his desk in a daze. After a long time, he let out a long sigh and muttered to himself, "In the southeast direction, risk and opportunity coexist. I hope Xian can break through the fog of his fate and completely walk down a golden path." Early the next morning, Chen Xian directly took the blue water flying boat and left the Tanny sect alone. With a heart full of doubts, he steered the flying boat in the direction of the southeast province. Chen Xian, who was still on the road, was a little nervous about this trip. He didn't know anything about this company. In addition, he didn't know if the little PHP skills he had learned could enter the eyes of this company. He didn't even know if this company needed a PHP programmer. If the young master of the Tanny sect, the leader of the younger generation of cultivators, went to the secular world to experience and failed to even apply for a job, it would be a great loss of face. Just as Chen Xian was rushing to the Three Mountains, the Taoyuan company had just finished the general manager's office meeting. Feng Jing made arrangements for the company's next step. Xiao Ruofei now interfered less and less with the company's development. Now, Feng Jing was basically in charge of all the big and small matters of the Taoyuan company. Xiao Ruofei was more and more like a simple investor, while Feng Jing was an excellent professional manager. Of course, the company's key technology was still in the hands of Xiao Ruofei. The company could continuously produce high-quality vegetables, aquatic products, caterpillar fungus, tea leaves, Yuji ointment. Best-selling worldwide, and the heart-nourishing soup that had become the gospel of autistic children. All of this was inseparable from Xiao Ruofei's technical support. In this general manager's office meeting, the expansion of the technical department was discussed. With the development of the Taoyuan company, Feng Jing was no longer satisfied with the sales channels of the e-commerce platform. She felt that it was time to develop its own online sales platform. The products of the Taoyuan company were all very high-quality products, and they never lacked customers and reputation. Developing their own sales platform was a unique condition, and the benefits for the company's future sustainable development were obvious. Therefore, Feng Jing's proposal was generally approved by the senior management, and it was quickly implemented at the executive level. This was good news for Chen Xian because if they developed their own sales platform, there would be a large gap in the company's existing technical staff. Expansion was naturally imminent. Chen Xian could only apply with PHP technology. If it was in the past, the Taoyuan company really didn't need too many programmers. Now that they wanted to develop their own online sales platform, which had been preliminarily named Taoyuan Shopping Mall, they naturally needed a large number of programmers to carry out development and daily maintenance work. In this way, Chen Xian's luck was actually quite good. Chen Xian landed the Flying Jade boat at a secluded place in the outskirts of Tri-Mountain City. When he appeared on the side of the road again, he was already dressed like a modern person. He wore a pair of jeans that had been washed white, a checkered shirt, and a pair of sneakers. He also carried a backpack on his back, looking like a standard programmer. Xianxia got into his role relatively quickly. He even strictly controlled his expenses from now on. He didn't even take a taxi when he walked from the outskirts to the city. Instead, he walked a few hundred meters to the bus stop, and then took the suburban bus into the city. Of course, Xianxia didn't directly apply for a job at the Taoyuan company. He found a youth hostel near the company and asked for a single room that cost 80 yuan a day. In the room of the hostel, Xianxia turned on his laptop and went online to learn about the Taoyuan company. Although he spent most of his time cultivating in the sect, he still had some understanding of the secular world. As for the basic operating skills of a computer and the internet, he naturally had some. Xianxia used the search engine to search for information about the Taoyuan company. He was very surprised to find that this company seemed to be a bit interesting. Although the Taoyuan company had only been established for 3 years, it had achieved a series of jaw-dropping achievements. Almost every product was a hit, and it could be said that its reputation on the internet had exploded. The company's development had naturally been moving forward at a high speed. In just 3 years, it had expanded from a small company to an enterprise with assets of several billion yuan. Xianxia looked at the situation and his heart calmed down a bit. He was really worried that his father would send him to an unknown small company to gain experience. If that was the case, it would basically be a waste of time. Even if it was to gain experience in the secular world, Xianxia still hoped to make some achievements. Xianxia then visited the Taoyuan company's official website and Weibo. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the Taoyuan company had just issued a recruitment notice. This time, the scope of recruitment was quite wide, including sales, operations, graphic design, and of course, there was also the need for programmers. Among the positions, there was a position that required programmers who were proficient in PHP. This was really a sleepy situation. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. He compiled his resume on his laptop and submitted it to the Taoyuan company online. Then, he went to a nearby printing shop to print a few copies. Xianxia's resume was actually very simple. His weakness was that he had no work experience and no educational background. This time, he was in a hurry to leave. Otherwise, he could have used the sect's power in the secular world to get him an educational background. That night, Chen Nanfeng came to find him and asked him to leave early the next morning. Of course, there was not enough time. Moreover, Xianxia did not mention this at all. He was more or less testing Xianxia. Entering the company with a glamorous resume was not a skill. Entering the company with one's own strength was a skill. In Xianxia's resume, he wrote that he graduated from high school and signed up for a PHP class after working for a few years. He did not have any work experience in a related company, but he had plenty of practical experience. He had accepted many jobs online and completed them beautifully. In the email, Xianxia included a few scripts that he used to practice PHP. Naturally, the next step was to wait for the news. If Xianxia's resume was submitted to other companies, it would most likely be directly thrown into the trash bin during the first round of screening. However, the Taoyuan company was a little different. The Taoyuan company did not only rely on educational background. The company's chairman, Xia Ruofei, only had a high school education. Therefore, although they gave priority to people with high educational backgrounds, they would not completely deny those with lower educational backgrounds a chance. In addition, the few scripts that Xianxia had attached also played a big role in this. The HR department naturally did not know how to distinguish the level of the scripts. Originally, such a resume would have been easily eliminated. However, the few scripts made the HR department in charge of screening the resumes a little uncertain. The main reason was that the company had been recruiting a lot of programmers recently. Because the Taoyuan company was not an internet company, it was never the first choice of programmers. It was not easy to recruit a good programmer. Therefore, the HR department did not want to eliminate this resume so hastily. If they missed out on a good programmer, wouldn't they be in big trouble? Therefore, the HR department followed the usual practice and transferred the resume and the attachments to the technical department. The technical department naturally had to be judged by the technical department. In the end, Xianxia's scripts caused a huge stir in the technical department. Although the amount of code in those scripts was not very large, those who knew the industry could tell at a glance that the logic was clear and the thinking was meticulous. Every function, every call, and every variable were just right. There was almost not a single word that was superfluous. In the eyes of a real programmer, this kind of code was full of a different kind of beauty. The technical director in charge of the development department made a decision on the spot and informed the author who wrote the scripts to come for an interview. The reason why they were not directly hired and only came for an interview was naturally because they only saw the code. They could not be sure that the author of the code was really the person who submitted the resume. Therefore, an on-site examination was necessary. When Xianxia received the interview notice, he had just finished taking a shower in the narrow bathroom of the youth hostel. This was the best room in the hostel. He did not need to share a room with others. Moreover, there was a separate bathroom. Although it was very small, it was still for one person to enjoy. After Xianxia found out that he had entered the interview process, he did not appear to be particularly excited. He did not know that it was actually not easy to find a job nowadays. To be able to enter the interview with a resume like his was simply a gift from the sky. After he politely arranged a time with the HR department, he hung up the phone. Then, he took out a spirit crystal, sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate. What Xianxia could not adapt to the most was naturally the environment of the secular world. The three mountains were already known as the Garden City. As the provincial capital, the forest coverage rate was one of the highest in the country. However, this still could not improve the cultivation environment. The spiritual energy here was barren, heterogeneous, and violent. Every day, one could barely cultivate for 4 hours. The Tianyi sect had a sect-protecting formation that continuously gathered and purified spiritual energy. Naturally, one could cultivate at any time. Moreover, as the young master of the sect, Xianxia lived in a place where the cultivation environment was much better than the residences of ordinary disciples. Xianxia felt that if he stayed in the secular world for too long, his cultivation would really regress. If he wanted to cultivate outside of the hour of midnight and the hour of dawn, he could only rely on external objects. Although the most suitable material for cultivators at the gold core stage was crystals, even the wealthy Tianyi sect could not provide Xianxia with crystals continuously. Therefore, when he went out, he mostly used spirit crystals. This was already the extravagance of the young master of the number one sect in the cultivation world. How could ordinary cultivators be willing to use spirit crystals casually to cultivate? The next day, Xianxia came to the Taoyuan building as promised. The interview went very smoothly. The director of the development department was the main character of this interview. He asked some questions about PHP on the spot, and Xianxia answered them fluently. Then, he threw a practical case to Xianxia. Although it was just a small case, the director of the development department did not expect Xianxia to be able to finish it on the spot. He even offered to provide Xianxia with a workstation and asked him to finish it in 3 days. In fact, this was equivalent to a trial. Unexpectedly, Xianxia directly took out his laptop in the small meeting room for the interview. After opening it, his fingers flew and finished the code in less than half an hour. The director of the development department was dumbfounded. This was the first time he had seen someone who did not need to think or stop to write code. Moreover, it was a waste to use such a fast hand speed to write code. He could totally consider developing in the direction of professional esports players. The director of the development department did not even have time to take a good look at the code, and he had already given Xianxia a very high score in his heart. When he really began to check the code, he was really convinced again. The style of the code was exactly the same as the several pieces of code attached to the resume. The code was concise, logical, and full of a different kind of beauty. If he could not hire such an expert and a big name, who else could he hire? As for the education level, it was nothing. Out of all the masters and doctorates in the software industry, how many of them could surpass this guy in terms of coding? Or, there was such a person, the director of the development department decided to hire Xianxia on the spot. Moreover, the probation period was only a short 1 month. After that, he had to interview with the HR department. This was a necessary procedure. However, because the director of the development department valued this, the HR department specially arranged a manager to meet with Xianxia. The main issue was the salary. The HR manager asked Xianxia what his ideal salary was. Xianxia answered without thinking, "I don't have any ideal salary. I will take whatever the company gives me." The apartment Xianxia rented was about 3 kilometers away from the current headquarters of the Taoyuan company. This distance was already very close. He decided to ride a shared bicycle to and from work every day. Since he had come to the secular world to gain experience, he had to experience the life of ordinary people in all aspects. This was a single apartment in a commercial and residential building. It wasn't very new, but it was very clean inside and out. The layout of 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom was enough for Xianxia, who lived alone. A small area wasn't a problem. Although it was 1 bedroom and 1 living room, in fact, the bedroom was open. A small part connected to the bedroom was the living room. What made Xianxia most satisfied was that this small apartment had a relatively spacious bay window. Because the floor was high, sitting on the bay window, he could see the scenery of the 3 mountains. He felt that it was very good to sit here and cultivate. The rent of this small apartment was 1,800 yuan a month. For a new programmer, this was a relatively extravagant expense. However, after Xianxia compared it, he still decided to rent this apartment. Because he couldn't stop cultivating, otherwise, his cultivation would not improve and instead regress. Therefore, the privacy of his living space was relatively high. He would rather save a little in other aspects and find a relatively good apartment. Xianxia spent an entire day cleaning the room. Then, he went to the nearby supermarket to buy some daily necessities. He laid out new bedsheets and quilt covers. The fridge left behind by the landlord was also filled to the brim. After he was done, Xianxia went to the small bathroom in the apartment to take a shower. He changed into the home clothes that he had just bought in the supermarket and collapsed on the sofa in the small living room. Xianxia actually felt a trace of satisfaction. The next day, Xianxia woke up early. He bought a shared bicycle near the community and rode slowly in the direction of the Taoyuan building. Yesterday evening, Xianxia took the opportunity of taking a walk and studied the shared bicycles near the community. Then, he chose a brand that was relatively good and had a relatively sufficient supply of bicycles. He bought an unlimited monthly card in advance. This could also save a lot of money. After arriving at the Taoyuan company, Xianxia first went to the Human Resources Department to complete the entry procedures. Now, the Taoyuan company was very formal, and all the procedures were standardized. Xianxia had a full set of real identities, including a bank card, so he quickly went through the procedures and got a green work card that represented a probationary employee. This work card was very useful. When taking the elevator, different levels of work cards had different permissions. In addition, when going to work, eating in the cafeteria, and so on, this work card was used. This was the so-called universal access. After completing the entry procedures, Xianxia, accompanied by a human resources specialist, went to the development department to report. The development department was a newly established department, and its biggest project was the construction of the Taoyuan shopping center. The head of the development department was called Xianxia. He was the one who interviewed Xianxia the day before yesterday. He was also newly appointed. Xianxia had a very good impression of Xianxia. When he saw that Xianxia had finally completed the entry procedures, he was very happy. He personally took Xianxia around the development department's site. This newly established department was mostly staffed by technical staff drawn from various departments, and there were also a large number of newly recruited staff. The office area was also newly allocated. Although everyone had just moved in, the office was orderly. Xianxia could feel that everyone seemed to be brimming with endless enthusiasm. Obviously, this team was very energetic. Everyone was very interested in the boss personally taking a newcomer who was familiar with the site. They all cast curious glances at Xianxia. Xianxia didn't formally introduce Xianxia to everyone. Instead, he took Xianxia around and arranged for him to be in a project team. According to the needs of the Taoyuan shopping center project, the development department was divided into many project teams. Each team was responsible for a task. In fact, many people here hadn't arrived a few days earlier than Xianxia. However, some of them had many years of work experience, so they were relatively more valued. Of course, the person in charge of each project team was basically an old man from the Taoyuan company. Taoran, Xianxia is in PHP. Didn't you say that you were lacking people? I personally interviewed little Chen. His skills are absolutely okay. I'll leave him to you. Yang Xingqing smiled and said to a balding man around 30 years old. In fact, other than the backpack and plaid shirt, the characteristics of the programmer's hair were also very obvious. Because they were often in a state where they overused their brains, and when they encountered bugs that they couldn't debug repeatedly, they often scratched their heads. Therefore, many programmers had sparse hair. They might not be balding, but the height of the hairline was basically proportional to their age. The person in charge of the project team that Xianxia was assigned to, Taoran, was balding. He was the kind that surrounded the center of the area. The top of his head was shiny, and the hair around him was sparse. However, he still persevered and tried his best to gather the hair around him towards the center, hoping to create the illusion that there was a small amount of hair in the center. Taoran stopped typing on the keyboard and raised his head. He reached out and adjusted his glasses. Then, he glanced at Xianxia and said, "Director Yang, thank you very much. I'm seriously short of manpower. You're a timely help." Then, Taoran looked at Xianxia and asked, "You're Xianxia, right?" Xianxia smiled and said, "Yes, you can call me Xiaochen." From his appearance, Taoran, who was in his 30s, could be Xianxia's uncle, who was in his early 40s. You can't judge a book by its cover. This saying was true. Okay. Then I'll call you Xiaochen. Taoran said, "You've been in this industry for a long time, right? Have you worked on any big projects before?" Although Xianxia looked much younger than his actual age, he didn't look like a young man in his early 20s. Basically, he looked like he was 25 or 26 years old. Generally, a programmer of this age definitely couldn't have just debuted. Otherwise, he would have been beaten to death by the younger generation after a few years. For programmers above 35 years old, unless they were promoted to management positions, if they were purely involved in technical skills, the elimination rate was very high. Therefore, Taoran preemptively thought that Xianxia was at least a skilled programmer. Yang Xingqing cleared his throat and said that Taoran, Xianxia didn't have much work experience before. You have to guide him, then, Yang Xingqing immediately said, but his skills are very good. He can write code so fast that he can fly. Taoran couldn't help but be speechless. He originally thought that Yang Xingqing had sent him a skilled programmer, but in the end, it was an old intern. Taoran showed a hint of embarrassment and said, "Director Yang, you also know. Our team's task is the most important. I'm afraid we can't spare any energy to guide an intern. Why don't you arrange for Xiaochen to be in another team?" Before the development department was established, Taoran and Yang Xingqing were in the same department. He was also Yang Xingqing's old subordinate, so he dared to bargain in front of his boss. Yang Xingqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "Taoran, you can't be thinking that I'm giving you an intern to guide, right? What are you thinking? I said that I personally interviewed Xianxia. His technical ability is very strong. Maybe he lacks work experience, but as long as you use him properly, he will be able to play an important role very soon." Is that so? Taoran obviously didn't believe it. He laughed dryly and said, "Director Yang, since Xiaochen's technical ability is good, you might as well arrange for him to be in old Nyo's team." Yang Xingqing's face sank and said, "Kid, are you itching for a beating? I arranged for Xianxia to be in your team because your task is too heavy. I want to add a strong helper to your team. Kid, you still dare to make excuses?" I don't dare. Taoran quickly said with a cheeky smile. Yang Xingqing waved his hand and said, "This matter is settled. During this time, you will personally guide Xianxia. Don't bully him." Okay. Taoran said, "Director Yang, don't worry. I'm such an honest person. How can I bully people casually?" Yang Xingqing didn't pay attention to him. He directly turned to Xianxia and said, "Xianxia, if there's a chance, show this kid your skills. Let him see your ability." Xianxia said with a smile, "Director Yang, you're joking. I'm here to learn from all the seniors." Group leader Tao is naturally my role model. It's good that you have this attitude. Learn well. The company is now vigorously developing the online shopping mall. The technology aspect is also very promising, Xianxia said. After he encouraged Xianxia with a few words, he left Xianxia in the development department's big office and went back. There were many things waiting to be done in the development department. As a new official, he had a lot of things to do. Being able to take time out to personally accompany Xianxia showed that he valued him. After he arranged for Xianxia, he naturally had to go back to work as soon as possible. After Xianxia left, Tao Ran didn't give Xianxia any attitude, but his attitude wasn't very enthusiastic. He arranged a work desk for Xianxia and asked someone to bring Xianxia to the logistics department to get an office computer and some office supplies. Perhaps it was for the convenience of the programmers working overtime, the development department was equipped with laptops. Xianxia received a brand new ThinkPad. As for the work desk, a newcomer during the probation period naturally wouldn't get a good seat. Xianxia's work desk was near the door, and his back was facing the office door. There was absolutely no possibility of slacking in this position. Otherwise, it would be difficult to notice when the leader was behind him. Xianxia quickly tidied up his desk, activated the new computer system, and installed the commonly used software. After everything was ready, he walked to Tao Ran's work desk and asked him to accept the task. Team leader Tao, please arrange the work for me. Xianxia stood next to Tao Ran's work desk and said. Tao Ran moved his hands away from the keyboard, leaned back in his chair, and stretched his neck. He said to Xianxia, "Little Chen, you just joined, so you don't know much about the situation of our project team. I will send you a few documents in a while. You can familiarize yourself with the project in the next few days. After you have studied those documents thoroughly, I will arrange some simple work for you based on the situation. Get started first." In all fairness, Tao Ran's approach was in line with the general rule of guiding newcomers. Of course, he had a lot of work on his hands these few days, so he really didn't have the energy to guide Xianxia. Xianxia had personally instructed him to personally guide Xianxia, so he couldn't just leave Xianxia to others. Therefore, he let Xianxia study the project documents first, so Tao Ran could focus on the work in front of him with fewer distractions. Xianxia heard this and didn't have any emotional fluctuations. He smiled and said, "No problem." Then he took out a small notebook from his body and quickly wrote down his email address. He tore out a page and put it on Tao Ran's desk. He said, "Team leader Tao, the work email hasn't been assigned yet. This is my personal email. Please send it here first." "No problem." Tao Ran said, "You go and rest for a while. I will send it to you after I finish the work on hand." "Okay, thank you," Xianxia said. Just as Xianxia was about to turn around and return to his desk, Tao Ran suddenly called out to him, "Oh yeah, little Chen, is there anything else, team leader Tao?" Xianxia turned around and looked at Tao Ran. "Just now, President Yang didn't introduce you in detail. I don't know your situation very well." Tao Ran considered his words and continued, "President Yang said that you are good at PHP. How about other aspects?" Xianxia pondered for a moment and said, "I have learned some front-end technology. In fact, the time he spent learning PHP was very short. He also learned a little bit of the front-end code. Of course, with the learning ability of a golden core stage cultivator, even if he only used a little bit of energy to learn front-end knowledge, it was actually enough to deal with his daily work." However, Xianxia didn't understand this point, so he didn't speak too confidently. Tao Ran thought for a while and asked, "What about Java and Python? Have you learned it before?" Xianxia shook his head and said, "I haven't come into contact with it, but if it is necessary for work, I can learn it." Tao Ran shook his head and said, "Then forget it. It's okay, I just want to understand your basic situation first so that my friend can arrange work for you. You go first. I will send the project file to you." Tao Ran said in his heart, "Isn't this a joke? Can Java and Python be learned on the spot? How long would it take for you to master it? Without systematic training, it is very difficult to master a language, and it takes a lot of time to accumulate. It is impossible to go from beginner to master without at least a few years." Therefore, Tao Ran didn't think that Xianxia was learning Java and Python on the spot. Of course, he only thought that this young man wanted to leave a good impression on the leader, so he wasn't too harsh on him. Okay, team leader Tao, then I will go first. Xianxia didn't say anything. He nodded at Tao Ran and returned to his desk. After Xianxia returned to his desk, he sat for a while and received a project document from Tao Ran in his mailbox. Thus, Xianxia opened the document on his computer, got up and went to the water dispenser to get a glass of water, then sat in front of the computer and started to study the documents. After about an hour, it was still early before lunchtime, but Xianxia had unknowingly finished reading the documents. Xianxia was a little puzzled. These documents are all very simple. There was nothing difficult to understand. Why did Tao Ran give him a few days to study? Xianxia wanted to get up and tell Tao Ran that he had finished reading the documents and that he could give him work now. But he thought about it again. Maybe this was how normal people worked. He was here to gain experience. Of course, he had to experience the life of a normal programmer. Thus, it was better not to rush to find Tao Ran. It seemed more appropriate to work according to his arrangements and pace. Thus, Xianxia gave up on the idea. But those documents only had so little content. It was meaningless to read them over and over again. Xianxia suddenly felt that it was hard to pass the time. Then, he suddenly remembered that Tao Ran mentioned Java and Python. He muttered in his heart, since I have nothing to do, why don't I just learn these two languages? But Xianxia did not know if he would be disobeying his father's orders if he learned Java and Python. The night before he left, Chen Nanfeng told him that he could only use PHP to find a job. Xianxia thought about it again and again. In the end, he felt that it should not be disobeying orders. First of all, Java and Python were also programmer skills. It did not exceed the scope of using computer technology to gain experience in the world. It was different from the business management and financial investment knowledge that he had learned before. Secondly, it was his job to learn more knowledge according to his leader's request. How could it be disobeying orders? Even if he was a cultivator, he could not only practice one technique or secret technique, right? It was the same for normal people. Of course, they had to constantly improve. Thinking about this, Xianxia's thoughts suddenly became clear. Thus, he started to search for Java and Python tutorials on the internet and started to learn by himself. Actually, his PHP was self-taught. He did not sign up for any training classes. He was very confident in his ability to learn by himself. Tao Ran was busy at his desk. Occasionally, he would stop and look at Xianxia, who was near the door. Every time, he saw Xianxia staring at the computer screen. Tao Ran could not help but nod. Although this young man has no work experience, his attitude is good. At least he is serious in his studies. If his understanding is good, I can teach him. But, he seems to be a bit too old. Being a programmer was also dependent on one's youth. Their potential for development was probably not that great. Of course, these thoughts only flashed through Tao Ran's mind. He was now in charge of a project team and had a lot of work on hand. How could he keep paying attention to a newcomer who had just joined? Soon, he threw himself back into his great career as a coder. Xianxia, on the other hand, was sitting in his corner, quietly learning Java and Python by following some tutorials on the internet. The other people in the project team were also busy with their own work. Everyone was at peace. Just like this, Xianxia's worldly experience began in a small corner of the Taoyuan company's development department. Time slowly passed. Xianxia lived a very regular life every day. Whether it was at the company or in the rented house, he mainly focused on learning Java and Python. Tao Ran seemed to have forgotten that Xianxia was in the project team. These few days, he did not look for Xianxia. Xianxia was immersed in his studies. Naturally, he was happy to not be disturbed. 3 days had passed. Xianxia felt that it was about time. It was just a few simple project documents. He had been studying for 3 days. It should meet Tao Ran's requirements. Of course, the most important thing was that in these 3 days, Xianxia had learned almost all of Java and Python. He felt that there was nothing left to learn. He even learned JS, databases, and other knowledge. He also wrote a few small programs in Java to practice. It felt good. So, he took a small USB and walked to Tao Ran's desk. Team leader. Xianxia shouted. Tao Ran was as busy as ever. When he saw Xianxia coming, he was slightly stunned. Then, he said, "Xianxia. What's the matter?" Xianxia's face darkened. Tao Ran couldn't have forgotten about him, right? In fact, Tao Ran really didn't have time to care about Xianxia. These 2 days, Yang Xinqing was urging him to make progress again. He was very busy. Xianxia said, "Team leader, I've read most of the documents you sent me. I see that everyone in the team is very busy. It's not good for me to be idle alone. Why don't you arrange some tasks for me?" "You've finished reading them?" Tao Ran was a little absent-minded. "Then, study some more. Especially some code rules. You must understand them thoroughly. Our Taoyuan Mall project is a cooperation between many teams. The code must be standardized. Otherwise, it's easy to have problems. I've already memorized them." Xianxia insisted. "I think it's better to do some practical work. Besides, team leader, aren't you checking? There shouldn't be any problems." Xianxia didn't want to study at all. He was here to gain experience, not to go to university. If he couldn't come in contact with specific work, what was the point of coming to the company every day to work and idle? If he wanted to idle, he might as well stay in the Tianyi Palace. In any case, the cultivation environment there was better. Tao Ran laughed and said, "Xianxia, young man, don't bite off more than you can chew. Even an experienced programmer wouldn't be able to understand the few documents I sent you in a week. You don't have any practical work experience. How can you learn all of them in just 3 or 4 days?" "Team leader, my memory has always been good. I really memorized them all," Xianxia said. "If you don't believe me, you can test me." Tao Ran couldn't help but smile bitterly. "What the hell do you mean by testing you? I'm a project team leader. Why would I play such a childish game?" "That's not necessary." Tao Ran waved his hand and said. At this time, Xianxia said, "By the way, team leader, I've been reading the description of the mall's back-end construction in our project document these 2 days. According to my own understanding, I built a preliminary framework. Can you give me some guidance when you have time?" Okay. Tao Ran responded absent-mindedly. Then, his eyes widened, and he suddenly turned his head to stare at Xianxia. "What did you say?" Xianxia also felt a little strange that Tao Ran had such a big reaction, but he still said honestly, "The mall's back-end, I built a preliminary framework, how is this possible?" Tao Ran cried out. "In just 3 days, you still have to study the project document. Even if you don't eat, drink, or sleep, how much work can you do? You're telling me that you built the back-end framework? Is there something wrong with your understanding of the word back-end?" Tao Ran's project team was mainly responsible for the construction of the mall's back-end. Taoyuan Mall only sold Taoyuan Company's own products and would not be open to third-party sellers. Therefore, the back-end was not as complicated as those e-commerce back-ends. After all, there was no need to develop a seller's back-end. However, this was, after all, a financial transaction, so the security requirements were very high. In addition, Feng Jing had specifically emphasized at the mobilization meeting after the establishment of the development department that Taoyuan Mall had to be the best. Whether it was the front-end page or the back-end framework, they had to be excellent. Although the back-end was small, it involved all aspects of content, including the interaction of front-end and back-end data, various interfaces, and the implementation of various functions. Tao Ran had led the entire team to work overtime these days to attack the back-end framework. Now, Xianxia suddenly told Tao Ran that he had used 3 days to build a framework by himself. To Tao Ran, this was no different from a fantasy story. If he could really do it, was he still human? Xianxia was not angry in the face of Tao Ran's doubts. His face was still neither servile nor overbearing. He handed the USB drive in his hand to Tao Ran and said, "Team leader, I have relatively little experience, so I must have made a lot of mistakes. If team leader has time, you can give me some pointers and let me improve." Tao Ran looked at the small USB drive and felt that this was a bit ridiculous. However, he still took the USB drive and plugged it into his laptop. Even if he wanted to criticize others, he had to have reason and evidence. Therefore, Tao Ran wanted to see what Xianxia's so-called backend framework was. There was only one folder in the USB drive. Tao Ran quickly found the backend system framework that Xianxia had made. He opened it and briefly browsed through it. Suddenly, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Other things aside, at least the logic was very clear, and it was indeed very consistent with the requirements of the backend in the project document. Tao Ran could see that, regardless of whether it was an embroidered pillow or not, Xianxia had at least put an effort in understanding the project. He then tried it seriously. Xianxia had only built a framework, and the specific functions had not been implemented yet. Otherwise, no matter how amazing Xianxia was, it would be impossible to complete it in just 3 days. However, it was just a framework, and Tao Ran could see a lot of things. He faintly felt that Xianxia's backend framework seemed to be more reasonable than the old programmers in their project team. Tao Ran couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. He then opened the source code skillfully, and suddenly his eyes lit up again. The structure of the code written by Xianxia was very neat, the logic was very clear, and it was quite standardized. Looking at it gave a comfortable feeling. For a programmer, looking at such code was undoubtedly a kind of enjoyment. Tao Ran now had a kind of feeling of enjoyment. After looking at dozens of lines, he suddenly reacted and turned to look at Xianxia. He said, This is written in Java?" Xianxia smiled and nodded. He said, "Yes. I think it's more appropriate to use Java to build the backend of the website." "I'm not talking about this." Tao Ran said, Didn't you say that you haven't learned Java?" "Yes." Xianxia said, "But after you said it last time, I went to learn it these few days." Tao Ran almost spat out blood. Bro, are you kidding me? You can learn to this extent in 3 days? I'd be a fool if I believed you. You might as well have told me that pigs can climb trees. That's more reliable than you mastering the Java language in 3 days. Xiaochen. Tao Ran said helplessly, "This joke is a bit too much. If you've learned it, just say that you've learned it. What does it matter? The more comprehensive the leader's understanding of your situation, the more reasonable the work arrangements will be, right? These few days, I really..." Xianxia said halfway, then helplessly spread out his hands and said, "Okay. I did have some knowledge about Java before, but it wasn't comprehensive enough. These few days, I picked it up again and tried it again." When Tao Ran heard this, he revealed a look of realization and said, "That makes sense. Your original foundation must be good. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to reach this level in such a short time." Xianxia saw Tao Ran's expression as if he had found out the truth. He smiled bitterly in his heart, but he wasn't interested in pursuing this issue. "Anyway, whatever you say is the truth. As long as you can let me start work as soon as possible." Tao Ran then said, "Xiaochen, this thing is good. I'll take a good look at it first. You go back to your desk and learn. If there are any problems, I'll look for you." "Okay then," Xianxia said. He also knew that this matter couldn't be rushed. At least the semi-finished product that he took out had already gained Tao Ran's attention. Then, he should be able to get some work arrangements. After Xianxia went back, Tao Ran immediately looked at the computer screen. He really liked the code that Xianxia wrote. It was like a bookworm who saw the internet that he liked. He couldn't wait to stay up all night to see the latest chapters. Tao Ran held the mouse in his hand and stared at the computer screen with a dull expression. When he went through the code written by Xianxia from beginning to end, the shock in his heart was indescribable. If it wasn't for the fact that this backend requirement was formed after several discussions and couldn't be exactly the same as other websites, Tao Ran would have suspected that this was a ready-made template that Xianxia had downloaded from the internet. As for paying someone to do it online, Tao Ran didn't doubt it. The reason was simple. Why would a person who could create such an awesome backend structure in 3 days need to do private work on the internet? He would have gone to a large internet company to get a high salary and shares. After reading the code and studying the framework, Tao Ran sat at his desk and stared blankly for a while. Then, he suddenly stood up and shouted to the young man at the desk opposite him, "Qian Ben, call the meeting room immediately. In half an hour, our project team will have a meeting together. Tao Ran's project team's meeting was mainly to study the back-end framework that Xianxia had spent 2 to 3 years building. Of course, Tao Ran also formally introduced Xianxia to everyone. Yes, he had been in the team for 3 years, but Tao Ran had not formally introduced Xianxia to everyone. The people in the project team only knew that there was an intern in the team. Some of them did not even know Xianxia's name. It could be seen how little of a presence Xianxia had in the beginning. But all of this was in the past. Tao Ran introduced Xianxia very formally and told everyone that the back-end framework was created by Xianxia alone. The way the programmers in the project team looked at Xianxia suddenly changed. The world of programmers was actually very simple. If your skills were good, then you were awesome. This was not an exaggeration at all. If your code was written well, with few or no bugs, and the comments were not vague and confusing, without all kinds of messy calls flying around, then you were awesome, and others wouldn't be convinced even if they didn't accept it. Tao Ran first demonstrated the back-end framework to everyone through the projection. After analyzing the code structure together, he introduced Xianxia. Because of this, everyone's impression of Xianxia was naturally completely different. Thus, Xianxia, in a stunning manner, was finally considered to have officially joined the team. In the following days, Xianxia felt that his life was very fulfilling. The project team leader, Tao Ran, was very polite to him. He also confidently handed over some relatively important work to him. The other programmers in the team were also very respectful to him. 2 of the younger programmers even called him Teacher Chen and asked him for advice from time to time. Of course, Xianxia's personality was as easygoing as always. He did not look down on others because of his awesome skills. In fact, his identity in the secular world was just fleeting clouds to him. Even in the cultivation world, he could be considered to have a prominent identity. He was the young master of a sect. Before Xia Ruofei appeared, he was the youngest golden core cultivator in the cultivation world. However, he always treated people well. He would never show arrogance just because the other person's cultivation level was low or the sect's strength was weak. After coming to the secular world to gain experience, Xianxia naturally did not put on airs. His personality, coupled with his looks as a non-mainstream programmer, made him very popular in the project team from the beginning. As for Tao Ran's project team, with the addition of Xianxia, the progress of various tasks suddenly sped up a lot. Even Yang Xinqing praised Tao Ran many times in the mid-level meetings of the development department. Because their project team's tasks were the most important, it was also the part that was the easiest to delay. Previously, Yang Xinqing had urged Tao Ran many times because the progress of the tasks was a little slow. But now, this situation had greatly changed. Their progress was even faintly faster than the other project teams. All of this was because of Xianxia. After Yang Xinqing understood the situation, he jokingly said to Tao Ran, I put Xianxia in your project team. You seem to be a little unhappy. You feel that I gave you a burden, right? How about I transfer him to another team to lessen your burden? After Tao Ran heard this, he quickly waved his hand and said with a bitter smile, Old leader, don't laugh at me. This time, I have eyes but failed to recognize MT Tai. No. I have eyes but failed to recognize MT Tai. You absolutely cannot transfer Xianxia away. Otherwise, our project team's tasks will definitely be completed. You son, you even learned to threaten your leader? Yang Xinqing laughed and scolded him. I wouldn't dare. Tao Ran laughed and said, I'm telling the truth. Now, at least 40% of our project team's workload is completed by Xianxia. His efficiency is really high, and the error rate is extremely low. I remember that when he worked on the code, he never found a bug. Now you know that you've picked up a treasure. Yang Xinqing laughed and said, Xianxia is, I know. I know. Tao Ran quickly said, he was personally interviewed by you. Xianxia is a fine horse, and you are the one who found him. Yang Xinqing laughed and said, okay. Stop flattering me. The Taoyuan shopping mall project was progressing in an orderly manner according to the schedule. Xianxia slowly gained some fame in the Taoyuan company. Even the company's executives, such as Feng Jing and Dong Yun, heard that a young programmer had come to the development department and that his skills were very impressive. While Qin Xian was undergoing secular training in the Taoyuan company, Xiao Ruofei also spent a period of peaceful days on Taoyuan Island. Apart from cultivating, he would also visit various parts of Taoyuan Island, including the guards' camp, the airport, and other places. When he had nothing to do, he would sail a boat to the nearby sea area alone, diving and fishing. His days were very comfortable. Xiao Ruofei even felt that even if he retired now and lived a life of cultivation on Taoyuan Island, it would still be pretty good. Such leisurely days lasted for almost half a month. In addition to the previous few, the 2 wild tea trees had already grown for more than 100 years under the dual effects of the time array flags and the Archean realm. Now, they had already grown into 2 large trees. This wild tea species was indeed strange. It was clearly a tea tree, but it could constantly grow and even grow into a ginseng tree. Although these 2 wild tea trees were slightly inferior to the wild tea tree that had grown for at least a few hundred years, they were still 40 to 50 centimeters in diameter and had lush leaves. Xiao Ruofei would enter the Ring 2 space every time. Due to the flow of time, he could see the changes in the wild tea trees every time. After more than half a month, Xiao Ruofei felt that it was time to test the effects of the wild tea. Therefore, he returned to his room early that night, locked the doors and windows, and made preparations. Only then did he summon the spirit map scroll from his palm. After entering the Ring 2 space, Xiao Ruofei telepathically called Xiaqing over. He decided to pluck a portion of the tea leaves today. After he was done, he would go to the star-plucking sect and get Luo Qingfeng to find a disciple to cooperate with him to test the effects of the wild tea he had transplanted. He had drunk the wild tea from the Ring 2 sect 2 or 3 times, so he was rather familiar with the taste of the wild tea. Xiao Ruofei felt that the wild tea from the Ring 2 sect was clearly different from his Dahong Pao. It seemed to be closer to Westlake Longjing. Of course, be it in terms of taste or fragrance, the wild tea was much better than the best Westlake Longjing. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei decided to use the method of making green tea to process the wild tea leaves. There were ready-made tools in the space for making tea leaves. Although there were many differences in the production process and method of making rock tea and green tea, many of the tools were common. Xiao Ruofei had previously asked Xiaqing and knew that Xiaqing was also good at making green tea. Perfected Mountain River was probably also a tea lover, so the soul puppet he created was very proficient in the production of various tea leaves. Since Xiaqing knew how to make tea, Xiao Ruofei was naturally happy to have some free time. In any case, even if he personally made tea leaves, the quality of the tea leaves might not be comparable to Xiaqing's. Why should he add more trouble to himself? Xiao Ruofei brought Xiaqing along and plucked some tea leaves from the 2 wild tea trees. Then, he handed them to Xiaqing and divided them into 2 batches. The tea leaves from the 2 wild tea trees could not be mixed together. This way, when testing the wild tea's effects, they could form a control group. The wild tea leaves were lush, and only a small portion was plucked this time. After all, it was only for testing, therefore, after Xiao Ruofei handed the task of making tea leaves to Xiaqing, he did not stay in the space. Instead, he returned to his room in the outside world. In any case, even if the production failed, he still had enough tea leaves to continue experimenting. Furthermore, Xiao Ruofei could not wait any longer. After coming to the outside world, he would be able to see the results of the production very quickly. Xiao Ruofei was watching a movie on his computer in the outside world when he received a voice transmission from Xiaqing. Master, the 2 batches of tea leaves have been completed. Xiao Ruofei immediately perked up when he heard that. With a thought, he entered the Ring 2 space. He did not even have time to pause the movie that was playing. Xiaqing, you've succeeded? In one go? Xiao Ruofei could not help but ask the moment he entered the primordial realm. Xiaqing nodded slightly and said, yes. Master, this subordinate followed the traditional method of making green tea step by step. There were no mistakes in the process, nor were there any accidents. It was completed just like that. I just don't know if the tea leaves meet your requirements. Xiao Ruofei glanced at the 2 clay pots in front of him. They each contained about 2 ounces of tea leaves. The tea leaves were flat, and they were placed in a staggered pattern in a clay pot. It looked very similar to the appearance of Longjing tea. Xiao Ruofei had seen a type of wild tea before. The appearance was indeed similar. He picked it up and took a sniff. The tea fragrance was very obvious. Following that, he immediately took out a set of tea sets and skillfully boiled a pot of spirit pool water with a charcoal stove. Then, he took out some of the newly made wild tea leaves and placed them in the teapot. The moment the boiled spirit pool water was poured in, Xiao Ruofei immediately smelled a rich tea fragrance. After a series of smooth processes, Xiao Ruofei held the teacup in his hand and smelled the fragrance of the tea in front of his nose. Then, he drank the tea in one gulp. The fragrance was very rich. It was a taste that Xiao Ruofei was familiar with. Furthermore, the feeling of his mind being clear made him feel relaxed and happy. There was a hint of joy in his eyes. Although the tea in the pot had only been brewed once, Xiao Ruofei still threw away the tea leaves with some heartache. After cleaning the tea set, he immediately took another wild tea from another tree and brewed it again. The taste was still the same. It was very similar to the wild tea he had drunk before. There was no difference at all. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Xiao Qing, you're really something." "Master, is this a success?" Xiao Qing asked uncertainly. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "At least the appearance and taste are very similar. The specific effects still need to be tested, but I think the possibility of success is quite high." "That's good. That's good." Xiao Qing smiled happily. As long as he was able to help Xiao Ruofei, Xiao Qing was happy from the bottom of his heart. After all, he was absolutely loyal to Lord Rao. Then, Xiao Qing asked again, "Master, there are quite a lot of tea leaves on these 2 tea trees. Do we need to pluck all of these tea leaves to make the tea?" Because the wild tea trees were in the time formation, if measured by the time in the outside world, 1 year was equivalent to 5 years in the time formation. Therefore, every leaf of the wild tea trees would experience 5 cycles of old and new. If they were not plucked, those tea leaves would be wasted. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and nodded. "If you can arrange the time, pluck 1 round. No matter how the effect is, at least the taste of this tea is very good. Time is not a problem." Xiao Qing immediately said, "Leave the tea making to me. Don't worry, I will do it well." Thank you for your hard work," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. After he left the ring 2 space, he saw that it was still early, so he called Li Yifu's room downstairs and told him that he would be leaving Peach Blossom Island for a while, and asked him to stay here and take care of the house. In fact, although Xiao Ruofei had been on Peach Blossom Island during this time, Li Yifu had not left either. He no longer needed to take care of his consortium in the United States, as there was a professional team managing it. In fact, when a company reached a certain scale, it basically relied on inertia to move forward. What's more, Li Yifu was becoming more and more indifferent to worldly wealth. Instead, he liked the simple life on Peach Blossom Island. Of course, the more important reason was that the cultivation environment here was really excellent. The feeling of being able to feel his own progress every time really made Li Yifu unable to stop. He was old, and his talent was not particularly good, so he was very clear in his heart that if he wanted to go further on the road of cultivation, he had to put in a lot more effort than others. Xiao Ruofei had provided him with such a good environment. If he did not cherish it, then he deserved to be stuck in the qi refining stage for the rest of his life. Li Yifu still had a sense of crisis. His goal in the next few years was naturally to break through to the gold core stage as soon as possible. Otherwise, with his age, he might reach the end of his life. Therefore, guarding Peach Blossom Island might be a hard job in the eyes of ordinary people, but Li Yifu was willing to endure it. If there was any difference between Xiao Ruofei's presence and absence, it would be that when Xiao Ruofei was on the island, Li Yifu felt that he had a backbone and his heart was very stable. However, in the days when he stayed behind alone, his mentality was always as if he was walking on thin ice. Even when he slept, he kept one eye open, afraid that he would lose the family business that his martial granduncle had entrusted to him to protect. He was also used to Xiao Ruofei coming and going in a hurry, so when he heard that Xiao Ruofei was going to leave for a few days, he was not surprised. He just hurriedly took the elevator upstairs, and then went to the stage with Xiao Ruofei, and respectfully sent Xiao Ruofei off on the black flying boat. Jiaxing Lu, Jiaxing sect. Luo Qingfeng stood respectfully beside Xiao Ruofei with his hands down and cried out happily, "Master." Xiao Ruofei smiled and put away the black flying boat. Then he asked, "How's everything going in the sect recently?" "Master, everything is fine." Luo Qingfeng said, "After the transformation of the sect protecting formation, the cultivation environment of the sect is much better than before. The disciples have made rapid progress recently." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Let's go down and talk." The two stepped on their flying swords and returned to the Jiaxing Lu from the roof of the building. They went to the quiet room exclusive to Luo Qingfeng on the top floor. After Xiao Ruofei sat down, he said, "I came here mainly for the wild tea." Luo Qingfeng was overjoyed and said, "Master, have you successfully planted the wild tea?" "The transplant was successful, and I also made the first batch of tea leaves. However, whether it can promote cultivation like the wild tea of the Tianyi sect, it still needs to be verified." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "This is also the main purpose of my return today." When Luo Qingfeng heard that Xiao Ruofei had already made tea leaves, he could not help but reveal a shocked expression. It was mainly because the time was too short, which made Luo Qingfeng feel a little incredulous. Xiao Ruofei saw Luo Qingfeng's doubts and said with a smile, "I used the time formation, so the tea plants grew faster." Luo Qingfeng suddenly showed a look of understanding and said excitedly, "Master, if we can also produce wild tea in batches, it will be of great help to the sect's strength." Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, "Therefore, we need to verify the effect of the wild tea first. Qingfeng, this depends on you. Find 2 reliable disciples from the sect and let them try this wild tea." "Yes, Master." Luo Qingfeng said without the slightest hesitation, "Several of my personal disciples are very talented." Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, "Don't look for disciples with exceptional talent. Right now, we still don't know the effects of the self-produced wild tea. If it has limited effects on cultivation after consumption. You have to know that this wild tea is only effective for the first time, so it's best to find disciples with ordinary talent but high loyalty. This way, even if there are losses to the sect, it's still within an acceptable range." Luo Qingfeng suddenly understood and quickly said, "Understood. Don't worry, Master. The old slave will find a suitable candidate." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Yes. I'll leave this matter to you. Get him here tomorrow morning, and I'll personally check on him." "Yes, Master." Luo Qingfeng said, "Master, your room is ready. It's getting late. If there's nothing else, I'll let the old slave take you to rest first." In fact, Luo Qingfeng had already arranged a room on the top floor of Jiaxing Lu for Xiao Ruofei to use. These days, Xiao Ruofei wasn't in the Jiaxing Lu, but this was the best room in the entire Jiaxing Lu. Every day, a disciple was responsible for cleaning it, so that it could always be used at any time. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "That's good. Then I'll go rest first." The next morning, Luo Qingfeng personally brought an exquisite breakfast to Xiao Ruofei's room. Xiao Ruofei had just finished washing up. He smiled and said to Luo Qingfeng, "Let's eat together. You've prepared so much. I can't finish it all by myself." "Master, the old slave has already eaten breakfast." Luo Qingfeng said respectfully. "Please enjoy. The old slave is at the door, waiting for your orders." Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, "You can eat some even if you've already eaten. Sit down. Let's talk while we eat." Luo Qingfeng heard this and could only say, "Yes." Then, the old slave has overstepped his bounds. "Sit, sit, sit." As Xiao Ruofei spoke, he took a sip of the fragrant millet porridge and took a big bite of a white steamed bun. As he chewed, he asked, "Qingfeng, have you found a disciple to test the effects of the wild tea?" "Master, the old slave decided on a candidate last night." Luo Qingfeng quickly stood up and said. Xiao Ruofei said, "Sit down and talk." "Sit down and talk. You eat too. I'm not used to you watching me eat." Hearing this, Luo Qingfeng could only pick up a steamed bun and take a bite. Xiao Ruofei was used to it, but Luo Qingfeng became somewhat uncomfortable. After all, in his mind, his master was the heavens. Eating at the same table as his master was simply overstepping his bounds. Continue. Xiao Ruofei said as he chewed and ate the steamed bun with the millet porridge. Yes. Luo Qingfeng said, both of them are my personal disciples. Their cultivation is at the 8th level of the qi refining realm. They are already 45 or 46 years old. Among all the disciples at the 8th level of the qi refining realm, their talents are below average, but there is absolutely no problem with their loyalty. Yes. These candidates are not bad. Xiao Ruofei nodded and then took another sip of the porridge. Master, the 2 disciples are already waiting on the first floor of Zhaixing Lu. They can come up at any time. Luo Qingfeng said. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruofei finished the steamed bun in a few mouthfuls and drank the rest of the millet porridge. Then he stood up and wiped his mouth, saying, then don't let them wait too long. Call them up. Go to the quiet room where you are cultivating. Let them come in one by one to see me. I'll check them again. Luo Qingfeng knew that this was a matter of great importance. Xiao Ruofei was going to use hypnosis to confirm the loyalty of the 2 disciples again. Although Luo Qingfeng was very sure of himself, he didn't think that Xiao Ruofei's actions were superfluous. On the contrary, he thought it was necessary. After all, one may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature. If there was something wrong with the 2 disciples and the news was leaked in advance, it might cause a chain reaction. Even the Tianyi Palace would pay attention to the Zhaixing sect. Therefore, it was necessary to use hypnosis to check their loyalty again. Yes. Master. Luo Qingfeng said. Soon, Xiao Ruofei saw one of the disciples in the quiet room where Luo Qingfeng was cultivating. The other disciple was still waiting on the first floor of Zhaixing Lu. Luo Qingfeng didn't stay in the quiet room. Instead, he waited outside the door. After seeing Xiao Ruofei, the rough-looking disciple, who was in his 40s, hurriedly bowed and greeted him. Disciple greets Elder Xia. Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, are you sect leader Luo's personal disciple? What's your name? The disciple hurriedly said, reporting to Elder, disciple's name is Lu Hong. I'm fortunate enough to be the disciple of sect leader Luo. Oh. Lu Hong. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, raise your head. Hearing this, Lu Hong obediently raised his head. When his eyes met with Xiao Ruofei's, he suddenly felt as if he had fallen into an endless starry sky. Because Xiao Ruofei's spiritual power cultivation had greatly improved, he was more proficient in using this kind of hypnosis method. For a cultivator in the qi refining stage, there was no resistance at all. Lu Hong quickly entered a state of hypnosis. Xiao Ruofei asked a few targeted questions, and Lu Hong answered them all honestly. These questions were all related to loyalty, and they directly pointed to Lu Hong's true thoughts. For example, Xiao Ruofei designed a question that said, if sect leader Luo is in danger, only you can save him. But at the same time, you will be in a very dangerous situation and may even lose your life. What will you do? Under hypnosis, Lu Hong answered without hesitation, as long as I can help sect leader Luo avert danger, what harm is there in sacrificing my life? The other questions also revolved around loyalty. Lu Hong's answer satisfied Xiao Ruofei greatly. Xiao Ruofei could see that although Lu Hong's talent was average, he was loyal to the star-picking sect and Luo Qingfeng from the bottom of his heart. There was absolutely no disloyalty, and it was impossible that he was a spy sent by other sections. Xiao Ruofei skillfully pulled Lu Hong out of the state of hypnosis. Lu Hong had no idea that he had been hypnotized unknowingly. His memories of this period were completely blank, so he did not notice the passage of time at all. Of course, Xiao Ruofei's questions were all very simple, so not much time had passed. Xiao Ruofei asked a few more questions without batting an eyelid. Then, he let Lu Hong, who had not noticed anything strange, leave and had him replace him with another disciple. The other disciple was also Luo Qingfeng's personal disciple. His name was Wang Shan, and he was already 46 years old this year. Through hypnosis, Xiao Ruofei finally confirmed that both Lu Hong and Wang Shan were loyal and devoted to the star-picking sect, and even more so to Luo Qingfeng. He finally felt relieved. Only then did he ask Luo Qingfeng to call Lu Hong into the quiet room. Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng sat on the prayer mats, while Lu Hong and Wang Shan stood with their hands by their sides, feeling slightly uneasy. They also knew that their talents were not as good as the other junior brothers. They did not know whether it was a blessing or a curse that their sect leader Luo and elder Xia had called them to Zhai Xing. Lu Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng exchanged glances. Then, Xia Ruofei nodded slightly at Luo Qingfeng, indicating that he could begin. Luo Qingfeng cleared his throat and said, Lu Hong, Wang Shan, yes, master, the two replied in unison. Luo Qingfeng sat upright and still as he said faintly, the reason why I called you here is because I have a special mission. What orders does master have? Disciple will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire, the relatively quick-witted Wang Shan quickly said. Lu Hong was half a beat slower, but he immediately declared, Master, disciple is willing to go through water and tread on fire for you. Luo Qingfeng smiled and said, this mission does not require you to go through water and tread on fire. Who knows, it might even be of great benefit to you. At this point, Luo Qingfeng paused for a moment to observe Lu Hong and Wang Shan's expressions. Then, he continued, Elder Xia has found a type of spirit tea that can promote cultivation. However, its effects have yet to be tested. Today, I called you here to test the effects of the spirit tea. At this time, Xia Ruofei also said, Lu Hong, Wang Shan, I have to make it clear to you that if this spirit tea is effective, then your cultivation is very likely to increase by a large margin. However, if there are problems with the spirit tea, after hearing this, Lu Hong and Wang Shan's faces turned pale. Wang Shan said in a trembling voice, Master, Elder Xia, disciple is willing to use my body to test the tea. Even if I unfortunately lose my life after drinking it, it is disciple's fate that is shallow. I will definitely not have any complaints. Lu Hong also quickly said, Master, Elder, disciple is willing to test the tea. Disciple is not afraid of death. It could be seen that the two of them were still a little afraid. Who wouldn't be afraid of being treated as lab rats? What's more, they were already at the 8th level of qi refining. Even if their cultivation didn't improve in the future, they would definitely live much longer than ordinary people. Now that their lives were in danger, how could they not be afraid at all? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but find it a little funny. He deliberately said seriously, the sect leader and I won't force you to participate in this test. You have to think clearly. Once you decide, you can't go back on your words. If there is a problem with the spirit tea, the consequences may be very serious. Lu Hong and Wang Shan exchanged a look. Then, both of their expressions became firm. Wang Shan said, disciple has thought it through. We will never go back on our words. Lu Hong said, disciple won't change his mind either. Then, Lu Hong changed his impassioned expression and asked weakly, Elder Xia, if there is a problem with the spirit tea, what are the consequences? Xia Ruofei almost laughed out loud. Lu Hong and Wang Shan were actually very scared now, but they still tried to maintain the posture of persevering to the end. However, Lu Hong's last sentence revealed that he was a little scared. Xia Ruofei said with a straight face, the consequences are indeed very serious. If there is a problem with the spirit tea, it means that you will lose the opportunity to use the spirit tea in the future to directly increase your cultivation level because the spirit tea can only be used once in a person's life. It will be ineffective if you use it multiple times. Lu Hong and Wang Shan never dreamed that they would receive such treatment one day. Elder Xia personally made tea for them, and the sect leader boiled water on the side. The two of them were so frightened that they didn't know where to put their hands. Xia Ruofei boiled the tea set with the freshly boiled water and said lightly, since we want to verify the effect of the spirit tea, we must use the best method to make the tea. You just stay aside and drink that cup of tea later. That will be the greatest contribution to the sect. After a while, Xia Ruofei finished brewing the tea. This time, he took out 2 sets of tea sets and brewed tea leaves from different wild tea trees. Xia Ruofei pointed to the 2 cups of fragrant and clear tea and said with a smile, Lu Hong, Wang Shan, each of you take a cup and drink it. Don't worry about anything else. Yes. Elder Xia. The two of them responded in unison. Since they already knew that the worst result was that the spirit tea had no effect, or the effect was not obvious, and then the spirit tea wouldn't have any effect in the future, the two of them naturally didn't have so many concerns. They directly went forward to take a cup of tea and drank it without hesitation. They didn't even have the mood to savor the taste of the wild tea. After drinking it, they turned their eyes to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Don't think about anything. Just sit down cross-legged. If there is an effect, you will naturally feel it." "Yes. Elder Xia." The two of them quickly sat down. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said to Luo Qingfeng, "Sect leader Luo, the tea has been brewed. It would be a waste if we don't drink it. Let's drink some too." With outsiders present, Xiao Ruofei naturally couldn't call him Qingfeng casually. Even if he was the great elder, he was still under the leadership of the sect leader. Luo Qingfeng nodded and said, "Okay." Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng also held their teacups and slowly tasted the tea. In fact, Luo Qingfeng was very nervous at this time, but Xiao Ruofei was very calm. Even if this wild tea had no effect or was not as good as the wild tea from a sect, Xiao Ruofei would just have to wait a little longer. He firmly believed that as long as it was aged enough, the wild tea would be effective. It had nothing to do with the method of making the tea. Moreover, the tea leaves made by Xia Qing tasted very similar to the wild tea of a certain sect. Of course, Xiao Ruofei was very confident in the wild tea he grew in the space. He calmly sipped his tea while observing Lu Hong and Wang Shan at the same time. After finishing their tea, the two of them sat down and their expressions changed slightly. Then, they involuntarily entered a state of cultivation. "There's a chance," Xiao Ruofei said in his heart. Luo Qingfeng also kept looking at Lu Hong and Wang Shan. He held the teacup to his mouth, but didn't take a sip. He just kept his posture and stared at the two of them. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel a little funny. He first filled his teacup and then said, "Sect leader Luo, the tea will get cold if you don't drink it." Luo Qingfeng seemed to wake up from a dream. He awkwardly drank the tea in his hand. Xiao Ruofei picked up the teapot and poured a cup for Luo Qingfeng. Luo Qingfeng stood up with some fear and said, "Elder Xia, I can do it myself." Although Lu Hong and Wang Shan had entered a state of cultivation, Luo Qingfeng didn't know if the two of them were completely unaware of the outside world, so he didn't dare to call Xiao Ruofei master. This made him somewhat uncomfortable. He felt uncomfortable no matter what he did. Xiao Ruofei smiled and poured a cup of tea for Luo Qingfeng. Then, he said, "Don't be too nervous. This wild tea won't be dangerous." "I know that." Luo Qingfeng smiled bitterly. "Maybe it's because I'm too worried." "Elder Xia, look at Lu Hong and Wang Shan. Is the wild tea already effective?" If the wild tea was successfully planted, the star-picking sect would naturally benefit the most. After all, the wild tea was most effective for cultivators in the qi condensation stage. Moreover, each person could only drink it once. Drinking more would be ineffective. Although Xiao Ruofei wasn't a loner, there weren't many cultivators close to him. The star-picking sect had the most members. Therefore, once the wild tea was proven to be effective, it would have a huge impact on the strength of the star-picking sect. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Of course it's effective. The two of them have already entered a state of cultivation. However, the most important thing is whether the effect is as expected. Let's wait and see." "Don't worry. I think the two of them still need to cultivate for a while." "Okay." Luo Qingfeng nodded. Xiao Ruofei saw that Luo Qingfeng was so nervous, and his eyes basically never left Lu Hong and Wang Shan. Therefore, he simply didn't chat with him. He just waited and sipped his tea. As for Luo Qingfeng, he just let him drink by himself. In any case, he just brewed 2 pots of tea, one for each of them. Lu Hong and Wang Shan cultivated for about half an hour. Then, their aura skyrocketed one after the other. The difference between the two was no more than 3 minutes. Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng looked at each other with a hint of pleasant surprise. It was obvious that the two of them had broken through to the 9th level. The moment the two of them broke through, the density of spiritual energy in the star-picking pavilion, the place with the densest spiritual energy in the sect, began to decrease greatly. After all, 2 cultivators at the 8th level of the aura refining realm broke through to the 9th level of the aura refining realm at the same time. Xiao Ruofei directly took out a spiritual gathering formation glyph from the Ring 2 space and skillfully threw it out. In almost an instant, a spiritual gathering formation glyph was arranged around the two of them. After the formation was activated, the spiritual energy in the surroundings gathered at a faster speed. The two of them were already showing signs of having trouble maintaining their spiritual energy. Once the formation was set up, the spiritual energy in the surroundings immediately became much more abundant. The two of them continued to break through for about 10 minutes. Then, they slowly stabilized. However, the two of them still didn't stop cultivating. It was obvious that the wild tea's effect hadn't worn off yet. After about 20 minutes, Lu Hong and Wang Shan exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. They slowly opened their eyes and exited the state of cultivation. After taking the wild tea, they couldn't help but enter the state of cultivation. The first time they took the wild tea, even Xiao Ruofei couldn't get rid of its influence. He directly started cultivating in front of Xianxia and the others. With Lu Hong and Wang Shan's cultivation, they naturally couldn't resist. When their cultivation base broke through, the two of them could feel it. However, when they were in the state of cultivation, they were completely focused. Especially under the effects of the wild tea, they were almost in a state of selflessness. So, the two of them did not have much fluctuation in their emotions. Now that they exited the state of cultivation, the two of them naturally discovered that they had broken through to the 9th level of the ore refining realm. Moreover, after half an hour of cultivation, they thoroughly stabilized their cultivation. They even felt that their strength was now a bit stronger than a junior martial brother in the sect who had just broken through to the 9th level of the ore refining realm. This made the two of them feel like they were in a dream. They couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. When they learned that they were going to participate in the experiment to verify the effect of the spirit tea, they originally thought that even if the spirit tea had an effect, it would at most promote their cultivation. They never thought that it could improve their cultivation so much. They directly broke through to the next level of cultivation. No, they could even continue to rush forward. This was simply too incredible. Luo Qingfeng and Xiao Ruofei's faces lit up with joy. They didn't need to ask Lu Hong and Wang Shan. They only needed to use their spiritual power to sense the current cultivation of the two people. Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng were naturally very clear about the cultivation of the two people before they took the spirit tea. After comparing the two, Xiao Ruofei quickly came to a conclusion. The wild tea he planted in the Ring 2 space wasn't as effective as the wild tea of the sect, but the difference wasn't too big. Considering that Lu Hong and Wang Shan's aptitude was relatively average, the effect of taking the wild tea would be reduced. If a cultivator with better aptitude drank the wild tea, there should be a greater improvement. In this way, this batch of wild tea seemed to be almost the same as the wild tea of the sect. Seeing Lu Hong and Wang Shan in a daze, Luo Qingfeng couldn't help but frown slightly and gently cleared his throat. Lu Hong and Wang Shan came back to their senses. They turned their eyes to Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng. They got up at the same time, walked to Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng, knelt on the ground with a plop, and kowed out a few times. Wang Shan said in a trembling voice, "Disciple thanks sect master and elder Xia for the grace of rebirth." Lu Hong also choked with sobs and said, "Thank you, master." "Thank you, elder Xia." Luo Qingfeng said lightly, "You two get up." "Yes, master." The two stood up and stood in front of Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng, ready to listen to their teachings. Luo Qingfeng first glanced at Xiao Ruofei. Seeing that Xiao Ruofei had no intention of speaking, he said, "Lu Hong, Wang Shan, the effect of this spiritual tea has been verified, and it's similar to our expectations. The two of you are willing to test the tea under such circumstances, which is a great contribution to the sect. In view of the great benefits you have received in the process of testing the tea, Master will not reward you. However, Master has seen and remembered your contributions. Now that you have broken through to the 9th level of qi refining, you are a very important backbone of the sect. Naturally, you will be given more important tasks in the future." "Thank you, Master. Master letting us participate in the tea testing is already the greatest reward for us." Wang Shan took the lead and said, "Disciple does not dare to ask for other rewards. I am only willing to risk my life for Master and the sect, and live up to Master's cultivation." Lu Hong also said loudly, "Master, disciple does not need any reward. From now on, Honger's life belongs to Master. If Master has any orders, disciple will risk his life to carry it out." Luo Qingfeng smiled and said, I've said it before. The star-picking sect won't let its disciples, especially the core members of the ninth layer of the qi refining realm, take risks so easily. Therefore, we don't need you to go through hell. Xiao Ruofei sat to the side with a smile, not saying anything. It was only in the star-picking sect that disciples like Lu Hong and Wang Shan, who were in the ninth layer of the aura refining realm, could be considered the backbone of the sect. If it weren't for the fact that they were still young, they could even become sect elders. Most of the elders in the star-picking sect were in the ninth layer of the aura refining realm, but these elders were of the same generation as Luo Qingfeng. In a top sect like this, the minimum requirement to become an elder was the aura's core stage. Qi refining disciples, even ninth-level qi refining disciples, were far from being important members of the sect. Of course, objectively speaking, Luo Qingfeng wasn't wrong. In recent years, the environment of the cultivation world had been getting worse and worse. On one hand, the competition between the major sects had become fiercer and fiercer as they fought for limited resources. On the other hand, no one dared to casually start a large-scale battle because no one could afford to lose anyone. This was especially true for ninth-level qi refining cultivators. Every one of them had a chance of entering the aura's core stage. To cultivate another ninth-level qi refining cultivator would require a lot more time and effort than when the cultivation environment was better. Luo Qingfeng continued, Master only has one request for you, and that is to keep this a secret. At this point, Luo Qingfeng also became very serious. You've all experienced it yourself. The spiritual tea that Elder Xia brought out has a great effect on the cultivation of cultivators in the qi refining stage. Even if each cultivator can only take it once in their lifetime and it won't have any effect after taking it again, for any sect, obtaining this spiritual tea means that the cultivation of all the disciples in the qi refining stage in the sect will increase by one level. Therefore, once this news leaks out, the star-picking sect will become the target of many other sections. This is very dangerous. Hearing this, Lu Hong and Wang Shan replied solemnly, Please don't worry, Master. We will keep this a secret. Luo Qingfeng nodded. Very good. The production of this spiritual tea is still very low. Master and Elder Xia have our own plans for how to use it. You just have to remember that this must be kept a secret. Even if it's the people closest to you, you can't reveal anything. If news of this leaks out, Master will punish you severely. When Luo Qingfeng arrived, he was already brimming with killing intent. Naturally, Lu Hong and Wang Shan kept quiet out of fear and repeatedly said yes. Only then did Luo Qingfeng say, All right, you two can go back first. Right, for now, don't reveal your cultivation easily. After a while, there shouldn't be any problems. The two of you have been at the 8th level of qi refining for quite some time now. It's normal for you to break through now. It shouldn't arouse any suspicions. Yes. Disciple will follow Master's instructions. Lu Hong and Wang Shan both replied in unison. Then, they bowed deeply to Luo Qingfeng and Xiao Ruofei before leaving the quiet room and star-seizing tower. Sensing that the two had left, Luo Qingfeng respectfully asked, Master, was the old slave's treatment appropriate? Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly. Very good. These two disciples are trustworthy. The news shouldn't leak out in a short period of time. Qingfeng, it seems that this wild tea is completely up to standard. Next, let me teach you how to use it in the star-seizing sect. Master, please instruct me. Luo Qingfeng said hurriedly. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, I don't have any special instructions. In short, it has to be safe. The wild tea is produced in limited quantities, so we have to control the scope of use in the early stages and keep it strictly confidential. In my opinion, it's best to make the brewed wild tea into ready-made drinks. It'd be better if you can mix it with other flavors so that the fragrance of the tea is not so obvious. This way, even if the disciples personally drink the wild tea, they may not be able to guess what they're drinking. Luo Qingfeng nodded and said, Old slave understands. Master, please rest assured. Old slave will definitely choose the most loyal and talented disciples to drink it first. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, in addition, some disciples whose cultivation is too low should not drink the wild tea for the time being. The main thing is that each person only drinks the wild tea for the first time. If a cultivator in the third or fourth level of the qi refining realm drinks the wild tea, their cultivation will be greatly improved, but when they reach the high level of the qi refining realm, they won't have this opportunity. And the further they cultivate, the harder it is to break through the bottleneck. Although Song Wei, Ling Qingxue, Tang Haoren and the others did not have high cultivation when they drank the wild tea, they were different. Xiao Ruofei was confident that when they encountered bottlenecks in the future, he could provide them with better cultivation resources to make their cultivation smoother. But the ordinary disciples of the star-picking sect certainly did not have such good fortune. Therefore, the effect of the wild tea was even more precious to them. Of course, they could not use it casually when their cultivation was still very low. Luo Qingfeng immediately understood. He hurriedly said, "Yes. Master, old slave understands. It's good to use it on the blade." "That's what I mean," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "In short, the specific range of use is up to you. I don't have any specific requirements. Just pay attention to the few points I just mentioned." "Understood," Luo Qingfeng said. "Please rest assured, Master. The old slave would definitely live up to his master's efforts. With the wild tea, the star-plucking sect's strength would be greatly enhanced. Now that the sect's formation is much better than before, I believe that in the future, the star-plucking sect will definitely have a second or third golden core cultivator. When that time comes, it will only be a matter of time before we become a top sect." Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, "Of course I believe you. In the future, the star-plucking sect will definitely be of great help to me." At this point, Xiao Ruofei took out a small bag of wild tea from the ring 2 space and handed it to Luo Qingfeng. There wasn't much wild tea. It was enough for about 10 people. In fact, the wild tea produced in the ring 2 space was naturally not limited to this. After all, there were 2 wild tea trees, and as long as Xiao Ruofei was willing to use the time formation flag, he could pick tea leaves almost every day. Of course, even so, the amount of wild tea was not so much that it was overflowing. Because Xiao Ruofei considered the effect of the tea leaves, his requirements for the tea leaves were very high. In fact, there weren't that many leaves that met the requirements for picking a wild tea tree. After calculating, even if he used the time formation flag to raise the 2 wild tea trees every day, he could only harvest about 2 ounces of tea leaves a day. "I'll give you this much first," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "There will be more. First, pick the disciples that meet the requirements I mentioned just now and prioritize their cultivation." Luo Qingfeng's eyes were burning. He looked at the small bag of wild tea as if he was looking at the lover of his dreams. He held the bag in his hand and said in a trembling voice, "The old slave represents the star-plucking sect." "Thank you, Master." After saying that, Luo Qingfeng was about to kneel on the ground. However, Xiao Ruofei raised his hands and a gentle force lifted Luo Qingfeng up. Xiao Ruofei said indifferently, "There's no need for this between us. Qingfeng, during this period of time, you will take charge of the star-plucking sect and focus on improving the overall strength of the sect. I have a feeling that the cultivation world won't always be so peaceful. Maybe the cultivation environment won't continue to deteriorate. When the time comes, there will be a great era of turbulence. I hope the star-plucking sect can seize the opportunity first." Luo Qingfeng said solemnly, "The old slave understands. Please rest assured, Master. The old slave is willing to do his best and will not let Master down." Xiao Ruofei nodded and patted Luo Qingfeng on the shoulder. He said, "I believe in you. Qingfeng, I'll take my leave first." Luo Qingfeng was slightly stunned and hurriedly said, "Master, you just arrived at the sect. Why don't you stay here for a few days? The old slave won't be able to stay by your side to serve you." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "There will be plenty of time in the future. I still have some things to take care of in the country, so I won't stay at the star-plucking sect for long." "Well," Luo Qingfeng said. "All right then. The old slave will see Master off." Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. The 2 of them went to the top floor of the star-plucking tower. Then, they flew out of the window on their swords and went directly to the roof. Xiao Ruofei took out the black flying boat and landed on the deck. He waved at Luo Qingfeng and then controlled the flying boat to fly away. The most important thing for Xiao Ruofei to do after returning to the country was to test the effects of the wild tea he produced. He was very satisfied with the results and was very excited. Other than that, he still had some things to take care of. This included teaching the rainbow-colored Heart Sutra, which he had carefully selected, to Song Wei and Ling Qingxue. Since the wild tea had been tested to be effective, he naturally wanted to use this opportunity to let Song Wei's father, Song Qiming, consume it once. Although Song Qiming's cultivation was very low, Xiao Ruofei hoped that his cultivation would progress as quickly as possible. After all, Song Qiming was not young anymore. As for the bottlenecks he might encounter later on, Xiao Ruofei was very confident that there would be better resources to help Song Qiming continue to break through. Therefore, the use of the wild tea should not be delayed. In addition to these things, Xiao Ruofei had not returned to the company for a long time. Although he now put most of his attention on cultivation, the company was founded by him after all. Even though he was becoming more and more indifferent to worldly wealth, he still had a special feeling for the Taoyuan company. Therefore, he planned to return to the company this time and see how Feng Jing and the others were doing and if there was anything they needed his help with. Xiao Ruofei controlled the flying boat and flew directly in the direction of the capital. When they were close to the capital, Xiao Ruofei lowered the flying altitude and maintained an altitude of 30 to 40 meters in a secluded place in the suburbs. Then, he took out his mobile phone and contacted Song Wei. "Wei, are you in the capital?" Xiao Ruofei asked. "Of course. It's not winter vacation yet. A good student like me is naturally at school," Song Wei said with a smile. Then, he asked, "You didn't go back to China again, did you?" In the past, even if he had a private plane, it would take more than 10 hours to fly back to China from Taoyuan Island. Moreover, he had to refuel on the way, so it was not particularly convenient to go back and forth. But since he had the black flying boat, he could return to China from Taoyuan Island in just over 2 hours, which was much more convenient. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "You guessed right. And I'm in the capital now." "Ah?" Song Wei cried out in surprise, "Really?" "Of course," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Then, he asked, Wei, is it convenient for you to take a leave of absence for 2 days?" Song Wei smiled and asked, "Could it be that something good happened again? Could it make my cultivation break through another level? Do you think cultivation is like eating and drinking?" Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I want to take you back to the 3 mountains." "Back to the 3 mountains?" Song Wei asked curiously, "Why do you suddenly want to take me back to the 3 mountains?" "2 things," Xiao Ruofei said with a mysterious smile, "but I want to tell you when we meet. Just tell me if you can take a leave of absence for 2 days. You're keeping me in suspense again." Song Wei said coquettishly, but she quickly replied, "Of course it's not a problem to take a leave of absence. There are fewer courses at the graduate level, and our boss is very easy to talk to." "Then it's a deal," Xiao Ruofei said happily, "Take the time to take a leave of absence. I'll come and pick you up. By the way, where are you?" Song Wei said with a smile, "The same old place." Xiao Ruofei was slightly stunned, then he laughed and said, "The library? You're really a good student." "No problem. I'll wait for you on the rooftop of the library. Be there or be square." Song Wei said happily, then hung up the phone. Xiao Ruofei smiled and shook his head. He put his phone in his pocket, then controlled the flying boat to rise again and fly in the direction of the library of Capital University. The place where he stopped was already in the suburbs of Capital City, so with the flying boat's flying speed, such a small distance was basically covered in the blink of an eye. Xiao Ruofei controlled the flying boat to float above the rooftop of the library of Capital University. The flying boat had activated the shield, so ordinary people could not detect its existence at all. If there happened to be cultivators nearby, they would not dare to approach such a domineering flying boat at all. Even so, Xiao Ruofei still released his mind power to check the surrounding situation and kept alert at all times. With his current mind power cultivation, even if he checked within a radius of 10 kilometers at the same time, it was not a particularly heavy burden. Xiao Ruofei did not have to wait too long. Soon, he saw Song Wei's figure appear on the rooftop. Seeing this, Xiao Ruofei lowered the flying boat a little more, and Song Wei also went straight to the flying boat and jumped lightly onto the deck. Xiao Ruofei stood at the door of the control room. The two of them looked at each other, and Song Wei showed a coquettish expression and said, Ruofei, I find that you especially like to keep us in suspense now. You like to keep us in suspense when you have nothing to do. Xiao Ruofei chuckled and asked, have you applied for leave yet? Song Wei said angrily, I've applied. It's not a big problem to go back for 2 or 3 days. Now, you can tell me why you want to bring me back, right? I hope your reason is good enough, or I'll ask Xianxia to deal with you. Speaking of this, Song Wei couldn't help but burst out laughing. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, of course the reason is good enough. First, I've carefully selected a cultivation method for you. It's very suitable for young and beautiful female cultivators like you. This way, even if I'm not by your side, your cultivation won't be delayed. So you need to go to the 3 mountains with me, and then ask Xianxia to come along. I'll teach you together. What do you think? This reason is good enough, right? Song Wei showed a hint of interest. He blinked his big eyes and asked, really? You've chosen a cultivation method so quickly? I've always been very concerned about your matters, okay? Xiao Ruofei said, in fact, I've already chosen a cultivation method. If it weren't for other things delaying me these few days, I would have come back. To find you. Okay. This reason is good enough. Song Wei pursed his lips and smiled, then asked, what about the second reason? You just said that there were 2 things. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, the second reason is even better. This time, I'm going to visit Uncle Song when I go back. My dad? Song Wei was even more surprised. Why are you suddenly visiting him? Xiao Ruofei said with a faint smile, what else can I do? Of course, I'm going to propose marriage. Song Wei's pretty face suddenly turned red. He gently patted Xiao Ruofei and said, stop fooling around. We're talking about serious business. Xiao Ruofei put away his naughty smile and said, it's indeed serious business. Have you forgotten how you improved your cultivation a few days ago? How can you leave Uncle Song behind such a good thing? Song Wei was stunned at first, but then she reacted. She showed a surprised and happy expression and asked, Ruofei, you mean, the wild tea has been cultivated successfully? Xiao Ruofei snapped his fingers and said with a smile, correct. To be precise, not only did I succeed in transplanting it, but I also used the time formation flag. In this half a month, the wild tea has actually grown for more than 100 years, so I've already harvested the first batch of tea leaves. So, I just went to the star-picking sect and found 2 disciples to test the wild tea's effect, and then I rushed back without stopping. It's to let Uncle Song drink the wild tea as soon as possible. What do you think? I'm a filial son-in-law, aren't I? If Xiao Ruofei had teased him like this, Song Wei would have been embarrassed and angry. However, at this time, Song Wei was so shocked that she didn't pay attention to what Xiao Ruofei said. She showed a surprised and happy expression and said, Ruofei, you're amazing. In this way, my dad can also improve his cultivation level? It might be more than that. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Uncle Song's cultivation is only at the first level of qi refining. Under the effect of the wild tea, it's possible for him to break through 2 or 3 levels in a row. After all, after what happened last time, Uncle Song's cultivation talent is still relatively high. In short, the effect of the wild tea this time is worth looking forward to. Great! Song Wei said excitedly, Ruofei, don't just stand there. Let's hurry back to the 3 mountains. The 2 of them took the black flying boat and quickly returned to Sanshan. Xiao Ruofei controlled the flying boat to land directly on the balcony of the riverside villa. Then, he entered the villa with Song Wei. As soon as Song Wei returned to Xiao Ruofei's house, he immediately took out his mobile phone and called Ling Xianxia. Ling Xianxia was still at work, but she quickly answered Song Wei's call. Song Wei turned on the speaker and asked with a smile, Xianxia, are you busy? It's alright, I'm not particularly busy. Ling Xianxia said, but I'm definitely not as free as a student like you. Wei, why did you suddenly call me? Is something the matter? Song Wei glanced at Xiao Ruofei, then smiled and said, if you're not too busy, I suggest you come home now. Someone seems to miss you very much. Ling Qingshui heard this and was stunned for a moment. Then, she asked in surprise, "You're with Ruofei? You're back at Sanshan? You're quite smart." Song Wei smiled and said, "Ling Qingshui, you should be free now." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said loudly, "Qingshui, come home after you're done with your work. I have something to talk to you about." "Okay. Wait for me at home. I'll be right back," Ling Qingshui said. "Oh right, you're at the Riverside Villa area, right?" "Yes. Do you want me to pick you up?" Xiao Ruofei asked. "No, there won't be any traffic at this time. I'll drive back quickly," Ling Qingshui said. "You stay at home with Wei Wei first. I'll be there soon." "Okay," Xiao Ruofei said. After hanging up, Xiao Ruofei called Song Wei to the living room on the first floor. Although Xiao Ruofei didn't come back often, Ling Qingshui had access to the villa. She kept the villa clean, and there was almost no dust. Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei sat down at the tea table in the living room. Then, Xiao Ruofei took out the wild tea from the ringtu space and skillfully brewed it. After a while, the villa's living room was filled with the rich aroma of tea. They didn't have to wait too long. As soon as they finished their tea and Xiao Ruofei cleaned up the tea set, they heard the sound of a car coming from outside the courtyard. Then, they saw Ling Qingshui drive an orange beetle directly into the villa's courtyard. Ling Qingshui got out of the car and walked into the villa hurriedly. Seeing Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei already in the villa, she was suddenly happy. She changed her shoes and asked, "Why did both of you suddenly come back to the Three Mountains?" After Ling Qingshui said this, she couldn't help but sniff. She looked confused and asked, "Ruofei, is this the aroma of wild tea? Didn't you use up all the stock last time? Wild tea is so precious, and it won't have any effect after you drink it. How can you be so extravagant and drink it like ordinary tea?" Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei looked at each other and smiled. Then, Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Qingshui, your nose is really sharp. You're really a dog." Ling Qingshui said coquettishly, "Don't mock me. You haven't answered my question yet." Ling Qingshui smiled and said, "Qingshui, can't you see? This guy can't even wait for you to come back, and he can't wait to show off his wild tea. What does this mean?" Ling Qingshui had already changed her shoes and was walking to the living room. After hearing these words, she couldn't help but be stunned and stop. After thinking for a while, she showed a surprised expression. Her eyes lit up and she said, "Wei Wei, you mean, the wild tea has been successfully planted?" Song Wei glanced at Xiao Ruofei, who was looking proud, and said with a wry smile, "Look at his expression. He already knows everything." Ling Qingshui couldn't help but cheer, "That's great. So you suddenly rushed back to the Three Mountains to share this good news with me." "That's not the only good news," Song Wei said with a smile, "Let Ruofei do it himself." After that, Song Wei gently poked Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei cleared his throat and said, "Ling Qingshui, I took time out of my busy schedule to come back to the Three Mountains." Song Wei and Ling Qingshui heard this and rolled their eyes at the same time. "You dare to use the word busy to describe yourself? You have the most free time." "Okay," Xiao Ruofei pretended not to see their expressions and continued, "The main purpose of my return this time is to impart a new cultivation technique to the two of you. As long as you learn this rainbow-colored dress heart sutra, even if I'm not by your side, your cultivation won't be delayed." "A new cultivation method?" Ling Qingshui couldn't help but ask, "Compared to this cultivation method, which one is more powerful?" Xiao Ruofei laughed dryly. There's no such thing as absolute. So it's not as good as the Enichang Heart Sutra?" Ling Qingshui asked. Xiao Ruofei heard this and said seriously, "Qingshui, objectively speaking, if it's compared to the Enichang Heart Sutra, the Enichang Heart Sutra is indeed slightly inferior. However, dual cultivation is also a limitation of the Enichang Heart Sutra. After all, due to the objective limitations, dual cultivation is definitely not as convenient as single cultivation. If you cultivate the Enichang Heart Sutra alone, the efficiency will definitely be far inferior to the Enichang Heart Sutra. Even dual cultivation in the past was not as effective as the Enichang Heart Sutra. Therefore, this cultivation method is also very good. Don't underestimate it." Ling Qingshui pursed her lips and smiled. "I'm just asking casually. How could you give us such a lousy cultivation method to cultivate? That's good. Xiao Ruofei laughed dryly and said, sit down and drink some tea first. I'll explain the Xianxia Heart Sutra to you guys. NN. Ling Qingxue and Song Wei nodded in unison. The three of them sat around the coffee table. Xiao Ruofei explained the Xianxia Heart Sutra to the two of them as he brewed tea. After hearing this, Ling Qingxue couldn't help but laugh. It sounds very good. After cultivating this cultivation method, it's equivalent to having 2 more specialties? What do you mean? Xiao Ruofei was confused. Dancing and guqin. Ling Qingxue said, don't you know that when the Xianxia Heart Sutra is used together with the cultivation method, it can perfectly display the graceful figure of a female cultivator, just like dancing? In addition, this cultivation method also includes the secret method of using the guqin to attack with sound waves. Isn't this equivalent to having 2 more specialties? In the future, if there's a party in Weiwei's school, she can go and dance. No. Dancing was out of the question. How could she show such a beautiful figure to everyone in public? Let's go and perform the guqin. Xiao Ruofei saw that Ling Qingxue was getting further and further away from the topic. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Qingxue, the main point is the cultivation method, okay? Why are you focusing on such a strange thing? Although Song Wei didn't say anything, he couldn't help but laugh. Ling Qingxue stuck out her tongue and said, aren't I just trying to liven up the atmosphere? Ruofei, continue. I promise I won't interrupt anymore. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and shook his head, then continued to explain the Xianxia Heart Sutra to the two of them. He even took out 2 handwritten copies of the cultivation method that he had prepared in advance from the Ring 2 space and handed them to the two of them. Then, Xiao Ruofei said, this is the part of the Xianxia Heart Sutra for the qi condensation stage. First, you have to memorize it. This is the most basic requirement. Then, you have to understand the content of the cultivation method. After you understand the content, you can try to cultivate it. Of course, I will continue to explain it to you. Also, you're already at the 5th level of qi condensation and will soon break through to the 6th level of qi condensation. Therefore, the first part won't be too difficult for you. You should be able to get started very quickly. I'm good at memorizing. Song Wei smiled and said, I'm still a student. My memory isn't bad either. Ling Qingxue giggled and said, Weiwei, why don't we compete? Let's see who can memorize faster and better, how about that? Ruofei will be the judge. Okay. Song Wei said, that's a good suggestion. What's the point of just competing? Xiao Ruofei urged from the side. Of course, it'll be more exciting if there's more stakes. Go away. The judge has no right to speak. Ling Qingxue deliberately said with a straight face. Then, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. In reality, the two of them had long surpassed the category of ordinary people. As they were at the 5th level of qi condensation, they had unknowingly evolved a lot in the process of cultivation. The development of their brains had also far surpassed that of ordinary people. Therefore, they were able to quickly memorize the content of the cultivation method, which was very difficult for ordinary people. It only took them about half an hour. Then, the two of them supervised each other's recitation. They even took out a section from a certain page to ask each other questions. The atmosphere of the competition was quite strong. Xiao Ruofei was obviously happy to see this happen, because this way, the two of them would remember it even more clearly. After the two of them had memorized the content of the cultivation method, Xiao Ruofei began to explain the cultivation method again. This time, he didn't explain it from a macroscopic point of view. Instead, he broke down every sentence of the cultivation method and explained it very carefully from the beginning. The cultivation method obtained from the inheritance jade talisman contained many of the cultivation experiences and insights of predecessors. These were all poured into Xiao Ruofei's mind. Therefore, even though Xiao Ruofei hadn't cultivated the rainbow-colored dress heart sutra before, his understanding of the cultivation method was quite deep. At least, he had no problem guiding Song Wei and Ling Qingxue. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue's foundations were very solid, and they had already been in contact with cultivation for some time. Therefore, their performance was much better than when they first learned the Inception Heart Sutra. Especially the relatively simple part at the beginning, they could basically understand it on their own. Xiao Ruofei's mouth was a little dry from talking. He finally explained the qi refinement stage part of the cultivation method to Song Wei and Ling Qingxue. He picked up the teacup on the coffee table and drank a cup of tea. Then, he smiled and said, I basically taught you everything that needs to be taught. However, I don't recommend that you start cultivating the rainbow-colored dress heart sutra today. I think it's best to go back and study the content of the cultivation method carefully. You must understand it thoroughly. Then, we can start cultivating for the first time. At that time, I will be by your side to protect you. When it came to cultivation, Xiao Ruofei naturally had more right to speak than Song Wei and Ling Qingxue. Therefore, the two of them nodded repeatedly and completely agreed with Xiao Ruofei's opinion. In addition, you must keep the cultivation method well. Xiao Ruofei said, this cultivation method has been lost in the cultivation world today. If the news gets out, I'm afraid many people will covet the handwritten copy of the cultivation method. Therefore, I suggest that even if you want to review the old and learn the new, you must pay attention to your safety. Don't take it out in public. It's best to take it out at home when you have time. Also, if you don't use it, put it in the storage ring. It's the safest place. Got it. Ling Qingxue said, don't worry, we know the importance of this. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, of course I'm not worried. There aren't that many cultivators now, and most of them are hiding in the mountain gate to cultivate. They don't like to walk around the secular world when they have nothing to do. The probability of you meeting cultivators is not too high. Then, Xiao Ruofei leaned on the sofa and said, my mouth is dry from talking to you. I'll take a break first. I'll cook in a while. Let's have a meal together, and then Wei Wei can go home. How about that? Song Wei said with a smile, sure. I'll help in the kitchen. Ling Qingxue was eager to try. Don't. Xiao Ruofei quickly said, you're in charge of eating. Wei Wei is the same. You're not allowed to enter the kitchen. Ling Qingxue muttered, what? You're looking down on me. Don't forget what my family does. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, if Uncle Ling cooked in person, I definitely wouldn't dare to snatch it from him. He has his own specialization in cooking, so I naturally admit defeat. As for you. Haha, Ling Qingxue hugged Song Wei's hand angrily and said, Wei Wei, let's go catch up on the show. Let's tire him out. Song Wei said with a smile, in theory, a golden core cultivator won't die of exhaustion even if he works in the kitchen for a few nights without sleep, Wei Wei. Ling Qingxue said coquettishly, even you are working with him to bully me. Xiao Ruofei cooked in person. He took out a lot of ingredients from the Ring 2 space and quickly made a table full of delicious dishes. After the three of them ate together, Song Wei prepared to go home. Ling Qingxue said, Wei Wei, drive my car back. You can send me back to the company. Ruofei rarely comes back. Are you still going to work in the afternoon? Song Wei said with a smile. Ling Qingxue blushed slightly and said, of course I'm going to work. That's my family's company. As for a certain fellow who went against me, I'll let him reflect on his actions alone. Song Wei looked at Xiao Ruofei with a smile and asked, Ruofei, what do you think? Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment and said, that's good. If uncle and auntie ask, you have nothing to do at school and you miss them, so you came back. Qingxue lent you the car. In that case, Qingxue and I will visit uncle and auntie tonight. Otherwise, it will be too abrupt if I suddenly go over. Ling Qingxue asked curiously, are we going to visit Uncle Song? Song Wei looked at Xiao Ruofei tenderly and explained, didn't Ruofei plant the wild tea? He wanted to give it to my dad as soon as possible. My dad doesn't know much about cultivation, so Ruofei has to find a suitable reason to visit. Ling Qingxue suddenly understood and said, yes, yes, yes. That's right. If it wasn't inconvenient last time, we would have invited Uncle Song to drink the wild tea together. This time, we planted it ourselves. Of course, we can't forget Uncle Song. Then, Ling Qingxue said, if that's the case, then we'll follow Ruofei's arrangement. You come with me and drive my car home. Ruofei and I will visit again tonight. Song Wei looked at Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue and asked with a smile, "You really don't have to be alone." Ling Qingxue blushed and interrupted Song Wei. She said, It's not the first day I've known him. There's no need to be so intimate. It's settled." Xiao Ruofei also smiled and said, "That's it. I'll go to the company in the afternoon. Speaking of which, I haven't been to the company for a long time. It's not right if I don't go and have a look." "That's true," Ling Qingxue said straightforwardly. "If it weren't for Sister Feng Jing's painstaking efforts to help you run the company, your company would have gone bankrupt long ago. I've never seen a boss as mischievous as you." Ling Xiaotian had been in the food and beverage business for many years. She had started from a small restaurant and had become a large food and beverage group. Ling Qingxue had naturally been influenced by her father since she was young. She remembered that her father had always been busy and rarely had time to rest. In Ling Qingxue's opinion, a business life should be normal like her father's. As for Xiao Ruofei, she was definitely non-mainstream. Song Wei also smiled and said, "You should go back to the company. It's settled then. Let's go out together and do our own things. We'll meet at my house in the evening." Xiao Ruofei and the other two were eating and chatting during lunch. After they finished cleaning up the dishes, it was almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Most companies have a short lunch break, so they could go directly to the company. So, the three of them went out together. Xiao Ruofei was still driving the Night 15 SUV alone. At the entrance of the villa district, she waved goodbye to Song Wei and Ling Qingxue, who were in the Orange Beetle, and drove to the Taoyuan building. Originally, his elevator card allowed him to go directly to the floor of the chairman's office, but he didn't want to say hello and see the company's situation, so he took the stairs to the lobby on the first floor. Just as Xiao Ruofei was about to go in, the lady at the front desk stopped him and said, "Sir, who are you looking for?" Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment. He looked at the unfamiliar receptionist and could not help but smile bitterly in his heart. He had not been to the company for a long time. He guessed that there were a lot of newcomers in the company these days. Even the receptionist did not recognize him. Fortunately, Xiao Ruofei had the Ring 2 space, so he usually put some of his things in the space and could take them at any time. So, he directly put his hand into his trouser pocket and took out his work card from the Ring 2 space. He handed it to the receptionist and said with a smile, "I'm an employee of the company. This is my work card." The receptionist looked at him suspiciously. As the receptionist of the company, her first task was to recognize people. The person in front of her had never been to the company, so how could he be an employee? She looked at the work card suspiciously and saw that the number on it was 001, and the position column said chairman. The receptionist was shocked. She couldn't help but rub her eyes and look at Xiao Ruofei carefully. Isn't this the big boss of the company? Xiao Ruofei was quite popular on the internet. Although the new receptionist had never seen Xiao Ruofei, she had seen a lot of videos and photos of Xiao Ruofei on the internet. Especially after she joined the Taoyuan company, she naturally heard a lot about the legendary boss of the company. But there were some differences between the photos and videos and the real person. What's more, after Xiao Ruofei broke through to the Golden Core stage, although there was no obvious change in his appearance, his temperament was very different. More importantly, the receptionist would never have thought that the company's big boss would be so low-key, walking into the company alone with his head lowered. Logically speaking, it was rare for the big boss to make a trip here, so he should be accompanied by a large entourage. So, she didn't have any awareness at all, and it was even more impossible for her to recognize Xiao Ruofei. After confirming that the person in front of her was really the chairman of the company, the receptionist's hand couldn't help but tremble. She almost lost her grip on the work card. Then, she said with a trembling voice, "I'm sorry. Chairman, I was careless just now and didn't recognize you." The receptionist was very scared. She thought to herself that she might not be able to keep her job this time because of such a big mistake. The benefits of the Taoyuan company were quite good. Even a basic position like the receptionist of the company was much better than the receptionists of other companies. Xiao Ruofei smiled and reached out to take his work card. He said, "What's there to apologize for? You were just fulfilling your job duties. And you did a good job. You should be praised." The receptionist couldn't help but be stunned. The big boss of the company was actually so approachable, Xiao Ruofei didn't care about what the receptionist was thinking. He smiled and asked, "Can I go in now?" The receptionist quickly said, "Please come in." Xiao Ruofei walked in, but he stopped after 2 steps. Then, he turned back to look at the receptionist. The receptionist suddenly became nervous again. Xiao Ruofei said, "Oh right, don't inform Manager Feng and the rest that I'm back at the company. I'll walk around here first. I'll go up and look for Manager Feng later." "Okay, Chairman," the receptionist quickly said. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded at her. Then, he walked in. After walking into the company, Xiao Ruofei walked around casually with a smile. He didn't have any special purpose. Naturally, not everyone in the company was new. Soon, some of the older employees recognized Xiao Ruofei. They couldn't believe their eyes. After looking at Xiao Ruofei seriously, they quickly ran over to greet him. For a moment, the office was full of greetings to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei also smiled and waved to everyone. He was actually quite satisfied. Although he didn't inspect any specific work, he could still see that these employees were in a good state of mind. The enthusiasm that everyone showed when they were working couldn't be faked. Of course, Xiao Ruofei didn't come to look for problems. He just wanted to walk around on a whim. So, he didn't deliberately ask these employees not to report to the company's higher-ups. So, Feng Jing naturally got the news very quickly. Before Xiao Ruofei finished walking around this floor, he heard a familiar voice behind him. "Chairman Xia, you've been disappearing for a few months. Now that you're back, you're going incognito." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but smile. He slowly turned around and saw Feng Jing, who was dressed smartly, looking at him with a smile. Beside Feng Jing was Dong Yun, who was also wearing a black office suit. "Manager Feng." "Boss Dong." Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded at the two of them. He said, "Your intelligence work is pretty good. I only appeared in the company for a few minutes, and you already got the news." Feng Jing couldn't help but say coquettishly, "Luckily, some of the older employees recognized you and quickly reported to me. If you disappear for a while more, I'm afraid that not many employees in the company will recognize you." "How is that possible?" Xiao Ruofei said exaggeratedly, "My company's benefits are so good. Can't I keep talents? Promotion, transfer, learning." Feng Jing said as she counted with her fingers. "As long as our older employees are down to earth and willing to work hard, the promotion path is very smooth. How can they stay in such a big office for a long time?" "Boss Xia, so far, except for 3 employees who left due to personal family reasons, no other employees in the company have left or changed jobs." Dong Yin also said with a smile, "We've always been the one poaching others. It's not easy for other companies to poach our people." "Domineering," Xiao Ruofei said, "but I like this kind of domineering. Our Taoyuan company also needs this kind of domineering." "Domineering Boss Xia, how do you feel about going incognito?" Feng Jing asked with a smile. "Very good." Xiao Ruofei said, "The employees are in a very good state of mind. I can see that you put a lot of effort into the internal construction of the company. Everyone is very motivated." Then, Xiao Ruofei said, "Now that you've seen them, let's go upstairs. You must have a lot of things to report, right?" Feng Jing shook her head and said, "Since the chairman is in the mood today, why don't you go to each department and have a look? First of all, you haven't been back for so long, so you need to know the company's situation. Second of all, the legendary chairman is back, and he's going to each department to see everyone in person. This will boost the morale of the employees. As for the report, we can talk about it as we go. If you don't make it clear, I can report it in detail when we get back to the office." Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and nodded. "Okay, let's talk about it as we go." After that, Xiao Ruofei smiled and waved at the employees on this floor. Then, he walked to the next office area with Feng Jing and Dong Yun. The two of them were slightly behind Xiao Ruofei, one on his left and one on his right. It was mainly Feng Jing who did the reporting, and Dong Yun who supplemented when necessary. Feng Jing said, "Chairman, I've made a detailed paper report for some specific data, including revenue, sales, and so on. I'll present it to you later." Actually, during the period when you weren't in the company, there were two important aspects of work. Then, Feng Jing reported on the Taoyuan company's plan for its own online shopping mall, as well as the minor adjustments to the company's structure, which was the establishment of a separate development department. After Xiao Ruofei listened carefully, he nodded and said, "This is indeed necessary. Manager Feng, you've done the right thing. I know that I'm often not in the company, and most of the time, you can't reach me through the phone. So, you have to make some decisions yourself. Manager Feng, you've done well." Feng Jing couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "So, you also know how incompetent you are as a chairman." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Manager Feng, I'm already immune to your complaints. But I did consider gradually withdrawing from the company's management work in the future and just be a pure investor." When Feng Jing heard this, she hurriedly said, "That won't do. Although you don't really care about the details, the company's core competitiveness depends on you. Also, you're everyone's spiritual leader. You can't completely leave the company. At most, even if you disappear for half a year or a year, I won't complain." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Even if I'm not the chairman, I won't leave the company alone. You don't have to worry about this at all. Actually, I'm no different from retiring now. The real spiritual leader should be you, Boss Dong, and all the employees who are working together to promote the company's rapid development. Not me, a boss who just leaves everything to others." "Chairman, don't say that. Actually, everyone knows that as long as the chairman is still in the company, even if you don't appear often, everyone will have a pillar of support." Dong Yin said from the side, "You can't leave. Other than you, no one else is qualified for the position of chairman." Actually, if Xiao Ruofei really retired at the top of the line, then Feng Jing would be the best choice for the chairman. However, after hearing Dong Yin's words, she didn't feel unhappy at all. Instead, she said without hesitation, "I agree with Boss Dong's words. Chairman, you can leave the company, but you can't leave." Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, "Let's talk about this in the future. I'm just saying this, and the two of you are so agitated." "Oh right, Manager Feng, didn't you say that there are two important tasks? Other than the online shopping mall project, what else is there?" Feng Jing said, "The second task is more important for our company's long-term development. Chairman, some time ago, the Sanjian city government issued a document, including our company, and 6 other companies as key enterprises to be supported. The document also clearly states that the key enterprises will be supported in all aspects, including preferential policies, tax exemptions, etc. We also took this opportunity to raise some urgent problems to the city government." Speaking of this, Feng Jing couldn't help but laugh. "At the beginning, we also considered that the final policies might be discounted, so we left some space. Although it's not considered asking for too much. But at least it's asking for a sky-high price and paying on the spot. What we didn't expect was that the Sanjian city government actually agreed so readily." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh and said, "Manager Feng, what kind of problem did you give the government?" Feng Jing pursed her lips into a smile and said, "The other requests weren't much. Whether it was tax incentives or policy support, they were all written in the document. I mainly mentioned one point." Speaking of this, Feng Jing slowed down her pace and said with a smile, "In order to leave enough space for the company's future development, we believe that it is imperative to build our own park. In fact, in the 3 mountains, there are a few companies of similar scale to our company. Their development potential is far from our company, but these companies, whether big or small, have applied for some land to build their own parks." Xiao Ruofei understood when he heard this. He laughed and said, "It seems that you are preparing to enclose the land. This is really asking for too much. The city government agreed so easily?" Feng Jing shrugged and said, "Yes. I feel that my request is too low. If I had known, I would have asked for more land." "How much did you ask for?" Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but ask. Feng Jing smiled and said, 300 mu. "What? 300 mu?" Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but cry out, which attracted the attention of a few nearby employees. He lowered his voice and said, "Manager Feng, you really dared to ask for it. The city government really dared to agree." Feng Jing said with a smile, "Although the land approved for us is in the suburbs, it is considered a good location for industrial land. 300 mu, they approved it without any discount. You want so much land, what project are you going to do? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but ask. Although he didn't care much about secular industries now, the Taoyuan company was different to him. However, the Taoyuan company meant something different to him. His feelings for the Taoyuan company would not become indifferent just because his cultivation was getting higher. It was just that this feeling was getting purer and purer, and the factor of wealth was getting lower and lower. Therefore, when Feng Jing made such a big move, Xiao Ruofei naturally had to pay attention to it. Of course, Xiao Ruofei trusted Feng Jing very much. He didn't think that Feng Jing would mess around or act rashly. The reason why he asked was purely to understand the situation. Feng Jing said with a smile, "Of course, it's a comprehensive industrial park. I've even thought of a name. It will be called Taoyuan Industrial Park." At that time, except for the farms, the other parts of the Taoyuan company can basically move to the industrial park. The preliminary plan even includes the pharmaceutical factory. Although the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory was a pharmaceutical factory, the products it produced were all pure natural Chinese medicine products. Even the dregs were used, so it wouldn't cause any pollution. Moving to the industrial park wouldn't have any impact. On the contrary, it would be more conducive to the integration of the Taoyuan company's industries. When Feng Jing talked about the industrial park, she couldn't help but exude a strong sense of confidence. She continued to talk with assurance. For the first phase of construction, we've preliminarily planned to build the company's headquarters. In addition, we'll also plan to build the Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory, the Taoyuan Health Industry Demonstration Base, the Taoyuan Internet Marketing Center, and our own data center, etc. In addition, we've also specially applied for a part of the land to build 2 residential buildings. We hope to completely solve the current housing problem of the employees. Wow! That's a big plan. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but sigh. But I support building the employees' housing. Feng Jing said with a smile, employees can apply for different types of housing according to the number of years they have been employed. In addition, employees who have served the company for a certain number of years can buy the property rights of the housing with money. The buyout price won't be higher than 70% of the market price of the same location when the housing was built. Of course, if the housing price drops, it will be calculated at 70% of the market price. We're still thinking about the specific details, and we'll report to you when the time is right. Xiao Ruofei nodded with satisfaction and said, "Not bad. This is in line with our Taoyuan company's corporate culture. I've said a long time ago that we have to do our best to let the employees have no worries. In the future, we'll even build our own kindergarten for the employees' children. The company will also have to come forward to coordinate and solve the problems of the primary and junior high schools." Dongyan couldn't help but laugh when she heard that and said, "Chairman, your thoughts are really the same as Manager Feng's. This year, some of the employees' children need to enroll in kindergarten, and some of them also raised some of their practical difficulties on the company's internal network. Manager Feng handed this task to me and asked me to coordinate and solve it. Recently, I've been going to the city's education bureau. Manager Feng said that if the education bureau can't coordinate, she will personally go to the municipal party committee and the city government to ask for help." Feng Jing's face turned slightly red and said, "Chairman's idea, we naturally have to implement it." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "All right, let's get back to the topic. Manager Feng, you're doing such a big project, and your expenses shouldn't be small, right?" Feng Jing nodded and said, "The total investment for this project is about 5 billion. Wow! This isn't a small amount." Xiao Ruofei exclaimed. Feng Jing couldn't help but glance at Xiao Ruofei and said, "Chairman, I'm talking about the total investment. The first phase of the project naturally doesn't need so much money. I estimate that 2 billion is the maximum. Moreover, our company's cash flow has always been very abundant, and our debt situation is also very healthy. Furthermore, the project funds are not paid in one lump sum, but are paid according to the progress of the project. This way, the initial investment will be even lower. Even if we don't have enough money, I'm confident that we can raise this sum of money in a short period of time. At most, we can just get a loan. Now, the banks are begging us to get a loan. Not bad, not bad." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Later, give me a copy of all the information for this project. I want to take a good look. Xiao Ruofei's interest was already piqued, so naturally, he wanted to take a good look at the project information to prevent any mistakes. No problem. Feng Jing nodded and said, "Oh right, Chairman, this time, the Sanjian city government is very sincere. Not only did they not give any discounts, but they also symbolically charged 1 huaxia per mu for the land. This is actually giving it away for free. It's also because of this that I dare to include so many projects into the first phase of the project. The Sanjian city government is really generous." Xiao Ruofei said with some surprise, "If I didn't know you well, I would even suspect that you were doing the work of other leaders." Feng Jing smiled and said, "I definitely won't do anything illegal. This time, the municipal party committee and the municipal government do have a lot of support for several companies with relatively large potential, including our company. We took the opportunity to make some requests, which is also considered as taking advantage of the situation. It's just that I didn't expect it to go so smoothly." Speaking of this, Feng Jing said, "Actually, this is also thanks to us starting to pay attention to internet marketing. At that time, our management had already reached a consensus that we were going to vigorously develop our own marketing platform and even build our own data center. This was also written as a development focus in our application report. The Sanjian city has also been working hard to build an internet industrial cluster. A few years ago, they began to promote some internet projects, including Digital Town. So, after our report was submitted, the leaders were very optimistic." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. He said, "This is the right time, right place, and right people. No wonder things went so smoothly." The three of them talked as they walked. After Xiao Ruofei finished speaking, he looked up and saw a new nameplate, Development Department. He couldn't help but smile and say, "This is the newly established development department, right? We're building the main force of our own online marketing platform? It's also the main force of building a data center in the future." Dong Yin said with a smile, "Recently, we've been recruiting a large number of talents related to internet technology and internet marketing. There are new people coming in almost every day." Feng Jing also said, "The development department has been working very well recently. Taoyuan Shopping Mall, which is our own online marketing platform project, is progressing very quickly. If nothing unexpected happens, we should be able to develop an internal version in advance." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Then I'll have to take a good look. By the way, who's in charge of the development department? Do I know him?" "Yang Xinqing." Feng Jing said, "He used to be the supervisor of the technical support department. He's good at technology." Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and said, "I seem to have some impression of this person. He joined the company relatively early. I think manager Feng personally poached him?" Feng Jing said with a smile, "At that time, this was all my business. Most of the employees at that time were personally interviewed by me. Let's go and take a look," Xiao Ruofei said. Speaking of this, Yang Xinqing raised his eyes and looked around. His gaze fell on Chen Xian, who was engrossed in writing code, and shouted, "Little Chen! Chen Xian! Come here." Just now, Yang Xinqing arranged for everyone to tidy up the office. Chen Xian naturally knew that the chairman was coming to inspect, but it didn't make any difference to him. Whether the chairman came or not, he would still work. He didn't have any thoughts of impressing the chairman. However, Yang Xinqing was his immediate superior. Since Yang Xinqing asked him to go over, he naturally couldn't refuse. Chen Xian looked at the code that was writing a key part with some reluctance. In the end, he stopped the work in his hand, stood up, and walked in the direction of Yang Xinqing. When Xiao Ruofei heard Yang Xinqing call Chen Xian's name, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Then he saw Chen Xian, who stood up. His eyes narrowed slightly. After his gaze swept over Chen Xian, his face quickly returned to normal. However, at this time, Xiao Ruofei's heart had already been set off by stormy waves. Chen Xian appeared in his company and became the most basic employee. This was something he didn't expect. For a moment, countless thoughts emerged in Xiao Ruofei's mind. Why is Chen Xian here? Did the Tianyi Palace investigate my situation? What is the purpose of Chen Xian coming to the Taoyuan company? Even with Xiao Ruofei's mental fortitude, under such a situation where he was caught off guard, he was still somewhat distracted. Fortunately, he could still control his emotions well. At least, Yang Xinqing, Feng Jing, and others couldn't see it at all. Xiao Ruofei forced himself to calm down first because at this time, Qin Xian had already arrived in front of them. In fact, Qin Xian didn't know Xiao Ruofei's true appearance from beginning to end, and because of the cultivation method, Qin Xian had never been able to see that Xiao Ruofei was at the gold core stage. To be precise, Qin Xian couldn't see that Xiao Ruofei was a cultivator at all. Therefore, although Qin Xian felt that Xiao Ruofei looked a little familiar, he didn't take it to heart. No matter how high Xiao Ruofei's prestige in the Taoyuan company and how popular he was on the internet, in Qin Xian's eyes, he was just an ordinary person in the secular world. Naturally, he wouldn't spend much time on Xiao Ruofei, so Qin Xian only felt that Xiao Ruofei looked familiar. He concluded that he might have seen some photos and videos of Xiao Ruofei when he was studying the Taoyuan company's information, so he had such a sense of familiarity. "Mr. Yang, are you looking for me?" Qin Xian asked in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Yang Xinqing hurriedly said, "Little Chen, this is the company's chairman, Mr. Xiao Ruofei." "Hello, chairman." Qin Xian then greeted Xiao Ruofei, and then greeted Feng Jing and Dong Yun. "Hello, Mr. Feng." "Hello, Boss Dong." Xiao Ruofei's eyes revealed a trace of undetectable light. He had been observing Qin Xian's expression. At least until now, Qin Xian didn't recognize him. With Xiao Ruofei's judgment, he could naturally see that Qin Xian's performance didn't seem to be faking. Now, Qin Xian was a little famous in the Taoyuan company. Especially a few days ago, he solved a bug that troubled everyone for a while. Even Feng Jing was full of praise for Qin Xian. Therefore, Feng Jing and Dong Yun also showed appreciation and nodded with a smile in response. Xiao Ruofei's mind turned quickly, and he also smiled and spoke. Yang Xinqing pointed at Qin Xian and said, "Chairman, Little Chen just joined our company recently, but his technical level is very high. He's an expert in coding. During this period, Little Chen's work has been very outstanding, and he successfully solved several problems. It can be said that it's because Little Chen came to work in our company that the Taoyuan shopping mall project can be promoted so smoothly." Yang Xinqing's evaluation was very high, but the programmers who heard Yang Xinqing's words didn't feel uncomfortable. Qin Xian's technical skills were indeed amazing, and everyone was convinced. Originally, the evaluation standards for programmers were very clear. If the code was better than most people, then they were amazing. Feng Jing also smiled and said, "Chairman, Little Chen was personally recruited by Mr. Yang. During this period, it's all thanks to him. Otherwise, the Taoyuan shopping mall project might not be completed on time, let alone now, with the progress of all the sub-projects ahead of schedule." When Xiao Ruofei heard this, he smiled and nodded. He said, "If the code is good, it's a hard currency. Little Chen, thank you for choosing to join our Taoyuan company. I'll remember it. If you work hard, you will have a bright future." Qin Xian said neither humbly nor overbearingly, "Thank you, Chairman, for your encouragement. I will continue to work hard." Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. He said, "Don't worry. As long as it's an employee who has contributed to the company will not forget them. In terms of remuneration, we will definitely not mistreat them. Manager Feng, since Qin Xian's performance has been so outstanding during this period, you have to show him the bonus. This is also a kind of promotion for the other employees." Feng Jing smiled and said, "Chairman, don't worry. The salary and performance are linked to the usual performance. In addition, there are some special project bonuses in the development department, so Little Chen's salary will definitely not be low this month." "That's good." Xiao Ruofei nodded and then looked at Qin Xian. He smiled and said, "Little Chen, go do your work first." "Okay." Qin Xian nodded and said, "Chairman, leaders, I'll go first." Qin Xian felt that Xiao Ruofei was somewhat familiar, especially that pair of eyes, which gave him a feeling of déjà vu. However, in comparison, an ordinary person in the secular world was naturally not as interesting as the code he was writing. Therefore, Qin Xian was too lazy to think too much. Since he had dealt with this matter, he had to hurry back and continue writing code. The reason why Xiao Ruofei said a few more words was actually to further observe Qin Xian's reaction. Through the few simple words just now, Xiao Ruofei could basically confirm that Xianxia completely recognized him. Xiao Ruofei's spiritual power was much higher than Xianxia's. It was basically impossible for Xianxia to perfectly conceal his emotions in front of Xiao Ruofei. This discovery made Xiao Ruofei's heart slightly calm down. However, he still had a lot of questions. Xianxia's appearance in his company was too illogical. Even if Xianxia wanted to go to the secular world to cultivate, he would most likely choose the industry of the Tianyi Palace. Even if he didn't want to train in his own industry, there were still a lot of companies outside recruiting people. In particular, if Xianxia used his programmer identity as a cover, there were actually a lot of choices. Moreover, no matter how one looked at it, the more mature e-commerce platforms were more attractive. In contrast, the Taoyuan company started with agricultural products and lacked the aura of an internet company. Taking a step back, even if Xianxia wasn't 100% sure that he would train in an internet company, there would still be a lot of companies and positions for him to choose from. The probability of directly applying to the Taoyuan company was actually very low. Xiao Ruofei naturally wouldn't simply think that Xianxia working in the Taoyuan company was a coincidence. In particular, this matter happened after he visited the Tianyi Palace, which made him even more vigilant. Even if Xianxia didn't know Xiao Ruofei's true identity, what about the head of the Tianyi Palace, Chen Nanfeng? Xiao Ruofei judged that Xianxia came to the Taoyuan company most likely because of Chen Nanfeng's instructions. Then, what was Chen Nanfeng's purpose for asking Xianxia to come to the Taoyuan company? Did Chen Nanfeng have any malicious intentions towards him? All of this was confusing to Xiao Ruofei, and he had to deal with it carefully. This was because once he made a mistake, it was possible that he would be doomed, and it might even affect the people close to him. After all, it seemed that the Tianyi Palace had already figured out his background. Therefore, during the following inspection, Xiao Ruofei was somewhat absent-minded, because his mind was completely focused on the company. However, he hid it quite well, and Feng Jing and Dong Yun didn't notice. After a cursory inspection of the entire company, Xiao Ruofei took the private elevator to the chairman's office floor accompanied by Feng Jing. Dong Yun had already gone back, and there were no outsiders in the office, so Feng Jing's attitude was more relaxed. She smiled and asked, "Ruofei, shall I give you a detailed report of the work during this period? But you'll have to wait for a while. Some specific data and reports are on my desk. I have to ask someone to send them over first." Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, "Sister Jing, in fact, I already have a general understanding of the company's work situation. I don't think there's a hurry to listen to the specific report." Feng Jing was slightly stunned, and then said, "That's fine too. Just make the decision." In fact, Feng Jing's work report was also a normal procedure. After all, Xiao Ruofei was the boss of the company. No matter how much power he delegated, Feng Jing was only a senior professional manager. Xiao Ruofei could delegate unlimited power, but Feng Jing couldn't ignore her position. Therefore, every time Xiao Ruofei came back, Feng Jing would report to Xiao Ruofei in detail. This was also a kind of attitude. However, since Xiao Ruofei wasn't in the mood to listen to the report now, Feng Jing naturally wouldn't say that she had to report it now. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Let's put the report aside first. I'm quite interested in the development of the Taoyuan Mall project, and Yang Xinqing is also a newly promoted manager. If it's within the system, as the leader, I must talk to him, so I think it's better to talk to Yang Xinqing first." "No problem." Feng Jing said with a smile, "The Taoyuan Mall project is indeed the company's most important project in the near future, and the proportion of internet marketing will become larger and larger in the future. Talking to Yang Xinqing in person can also highlight the importance the company attaches to the development department." "It's good. Then let someone inform Yang Xinqing to come up." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Then go back to work. If there's anything I need here, I'll call you directly." "Okay." Feng Jing nodded and said, "I'll arrange it." Soon, Yang Xinqing came to Xiao Ruofei's office with excitement. Xiao Ruofei smiled and let Yang Xinqing to the reception area. He even made tea himself, which made Yang Xinqing feel a little flattered. Then, Xiao Ruofei used a casual tone to ask about the Peach Blossom shopping center. Of course, this was just a pretense. After listening to Yang Xinqing's report on the progress of the project, Xia Ruofei naturally shifted the topic to Xianxia. When they were inspecting the development department just now, it was Yang Xinqing who took the initiative to introduce Xianxia in front of Xia Ruofei and others. Therefore, Xia Ruofei was more interested in Xianxia, which made Yang Xinqing feel that there was something wrong. After a while, Xia Ruofei understood the whole story of Xianxia's employment. Finally, Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "President Yang really has the demeanor of a talent scout. This Xianxia is working in our company. We've really picked up a treasure. President Yang's contribution can't be ignored." Yang Xinqing quickly said, "Chairman, you're overpraising me. I'm just doing my job. How would I dare to take the credit?" Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "Why can't you take the credit for your job? Being able to do your job to the best of your ability is worthy of praise in itself." Yang Xinqing saw that the chairman's evaluation of him was so high. He was naturally ecstatic, but he still had to pretend to be modest, so as not to leave the chairman with the impression that he wasn't steady enough. Xia Ruofei said again, "President Yang, I've wasted a lot of time today. I have a general understanding of the situation, so I'll go back to work. By the way, after listening to the introduction, I'm quite interested in the genius programmer Xianxia. If it won't affect his normal work, I'd like to talk to him." Yang Xinqing quickly said, "Of course it won't affect his work. The chairman wants to talk to him personally. What work is more important than this? I'll inform him to come up." Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand, saying, "No hurry. Anyway, I'm going back to the office. When I go down, I'll tell him to come up and find me." "Okay, Chairman." Yang Xinqing said, "If the chairman has any other instructions, then I'll go down first." Xia Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, N. Go." As soon as Yang Xinqing returned to the development department's large office area, he walked directly to Xianxia's desk and said, "Xiao Chen, put down your work and come with me to the chairman's office." Although Xia Ruofei asked him to inform Xianxia, if he really just informed him in passing, then he really didn't have the foresight. The chairman personally summoned the development department's staff. He should at least personally bring him to the chairman's office and wait outside, ready to be summoned at any time. Xianxia sighed secretly and looked away from the computer screen. Then he asked, "President Yang, the chairman is looking for me? What can he possibly want from me?" Yang Xinqing almost laughed when he heard this. He said, "Does the chairman need a reason to summon you? Why are you asking so much? Come with me quickly. Don't let the chairman wait too long." Xianxia nodded, stood up and said, "Oh. Got it. Then let's go." Seeing this, Yang Xinqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xianxia hadn't been in the company for long, but Yang Xinqing knew him more or less. Although Xianxia always had a gentle smile on his face and spoke to everyone in an amiable manner, he always felt that there was a gap between him and Xianxia. Even Xianxia's amiable attitude gave him a cold feeling. This feeling was very contradictory, but it was Yang Xinqing's true feeling. In addition, Xianxia's skills were very good, but Xianxia also had some of the shortcomings of good technical people. For example, sometimes he was a bit stubborn, especially when it came to technical matters. If Xianxia thought that Xianxia was right, he would stick to it, even if the other party was older than him and had a higher position than him. Of course, in the end, the facts proved that Xianxia was right. When Yang Xinqing went downstairs just now, he was worried that Xianxia would really be stubborn and refuse to see the chairman. That would be difficult. Fortunately, Xianxia only stuck to his principles, and his EQ wasn't low, so what he worried about didn't happen. Yang Xinqing took Xianxia to the elevator and then walked up a flight of stairs. The elevator card of ordinary employees couldn't swipe to the chairman's floor. At the door of Xia Ruofei's office, his assistant team was already in place. The person in charge of the team, Qin Yanan, was sitting at the desk at the door. Seeing Yang Xinqing and Xianxia coming out of the stairs, Qin Yanan stood up with a smile and greeted, "Mr. Yang." Then she smiled and nodded at Xianxia. Now that Yang Xinqing was the new department head of the Taoyuan company, and Xianxia's reputation as a technical expert was getting bigger and bigger, Qin Yanan naturally wouldn't neglect them. "Yanan, the chairman wants to talk to Xianxia." "I'll send him here," Yang Xinqing said very politely. The team Qin Yanan was in charge of was dedicated to serving Xiao Ruofei. Even if Yang Xinqing's position was soaring, he wouldn't put on airs in front of Qin Yanan. Qin Yanan nodded slightly and said, "The chairman has already told me that Qin Xian can go in directly when he arrives." "Okay. Thank you, Yanan." Yang Xinqing said quickly, "I'll send Qin Xian in and come out right away." Although Xiao Ruofei wanted to see Qin Xian, Qin Yanan wouldn't directly stop Yang Xinqing. She knew that Yang Xinqing's doing so was a gesture, so she immediately, "Of course, so." And she nodded and said, "Yes, of course, please." Of Chen. Of Chen of S and Qin Yang Xinqing and Qin Xian nodded at Qin Yanan at the same time, then walked into the office. Qin Yanan closed the office door and went back to her desk to continue working. She didn't prepare tea, because that was what Xiao Ruofei had specifically ordered. Xiao Ruofei told her that she didn't need to prepare anything, and that no one was allowed to disturb his conversation with Qin Xian. No matter who came, no one was allowed to disturb their conversation. This anyone included Feng Jing. Although the request was a bit strange, Qin Yanan naturally wouldn't ask about it. She had to carry it out to the letter. Therefore, she personally guarded the door. Not only could no one go in, but she also wouldn't disturb them. In the office, Xiao Ruofei was sitting in a big office chair with his back to the door, looking at the scenery of the three mountains through the floor-to-ceiling glass. The back of the big office chair was very high. From Yang Xinqing and Qin Xian's point of view, they could only see a little bit of Xiao Ruofei's hair. Yang Xinqing said carefully, "Chairman, I brought Qin Xian here." Xiao Ruofei turned the chair around. He glanced at Qin Xian indifferently, and then said with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work, Chairman Yang." Yang Xinqing said tactfully, Okay. Chairman, I'll take my leave first." Yang Xinqing came and went in a hurry. Soon, only Xiao Ruofei and Qin Xian were left in the spacious office. "Please take a seat." Xiao Ruofei pointed to the chair opposite his desk and said with a smile. "Thank you, Chairman," Qin Xian said. He sat down opposite Xiao Ruofei, then raised his head and looked at Xiao Ruofei, waiting for Xiao Ruofei's instructions. At this time, Qin Xian's heart was in a mess. Of course, he wasn't nervous. In Qin Xian's opinion, no matter how successful an entrepreneur was in the secular world, they couldn't form any pressure on him. It was just that he didn't understand the purpose of Xiao Ruofei calling him alone. He was also worried that Yang Xinqing's strong recommendation this time made Xiao Ruofei want to promote him. In fact, he just wanted to quietly be a basic programmer. He didn't want to be promoted at all. In fact, Qin Xian's business ability had already made Yang Xinqing very tempted. Even though he had only been in the company for a very short time, Yang Xinqing still wanted to promote him to be in charge of a project team. With Qin Xian's ability, leading a project team was naturally more than enough. However, Qin Xian declined. He was here to gain experience. He didn't really want to work in the Taoyuan company forever. What was the point of being a small leader? What's more, after becoming the project leader, he couldn't be in contact with specific projects every day like now. The work of management and coordination would consume a lot of his experience. It wouldn't help him gain experience, therefore, from the moment he entered Xiao Ruofei's office, Qin Xian had been worried that Xiao Ruofei wanted to promote him. Xiao Ruofei didn't speak. He just stared at Qin Xian quietly. The office was very quiet. Qin Xian felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange. He couldn't help but look at Xiao Ruofei and take the initiative to ask, "Chairman, what instructions do you have for summoning me?" Xiao Ruofei slowly showed a smile, but he didn't answer Qin Xian's question. Instead, he asked, "You haven't been in Sanshan for long, right? What's your impression of Sanshan? How do you feel about the Taoyuan company?" Qin Xian thought for a moment and said, "Sanshan is close to the sea. At the same time, it's also close to mountains and rivers. The degree of greenery is among the best among the provincial cities in the country. Naturally, it's a very livable city. It feels good to live here." Qin Xian was lying through his teeth. In fact, in the eyes of practitioners, the natural environment was useless no matter how good it was. Nowadays, the spiritual energy everywhere was very heterogeneous. In the eyes of practitioners, Sanshan was definitely not a livable place. As for the Taoyuan company, Qin Xian didn't notice Xia Ruofei's half-smile and continued, "The feeling I get is that everyone is very energetic and motivated. Everyone in the company seems to be very motivated. I think that everyone's happiness and perception should be very strong. It's definitely better than most companies." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "This evaluation is quite objective, but do you really think that Sanshan is very livable?" "Brother Chen." Qin Xian was slightly stunned when he heard this. It was mainly because Xia Ruofei had suddenly changed the way he addressed him, which made him a little confused. At the same time, he felt a strange sense of familiarity with this name. Before Qin Xian could react, Xia Ruofei continued, "Brother Chen, is the food in the Tianyi Palace not good enough? Why did you suddenly come to a small place like mine to make a living?" This time, Xia Ruofei was using the voice he used when he was active as Xia Tian. In fact, for practitioners, it was very easy to change the voice. They just needed to use Xinqi or primordial qi to slightly change the shape and position of the vocal cords. Xia Ruofei had long been very familiar with the position of the voice of Xia Tian, so it was very easy for him to make Xia Tian's voice. Qin Xian was stunned at once. His eyes were filled with disbelief. After a long while, he cried out involuntarily, "Brother Xia? Your brother Xia?" Just before Qin Xian cried out in surprise, Xia Ruofei had already set up a soundproof barrier with a wave of his hand. At the same time, he began to change his appearance in front of Qin Xian. In the blink of an eye, he had turned into Xia Tian's appearance. Qin Xian witnessed the whole process. His whole person was like a clay statue. His mouth was wide open, and he did not have the demeanor of the young master of the number 1 sect at all. However, he did not notice it at all. When Xia Ruofei asked Yang Xinqing to call Qin Xian up for a private conversation, he had already thought it through. He did not intend to continue hiding it in front of Qin Xian. Instead, he was going to get straight to the point and ask face to face. If the Tianyi Palace really shed all pretense of cordiality and wanted to deal with him, then he would not be afraid. His greatest reliance was naturally not the Peach Blossom Company, nor was it even the star-plucking sect. Instead, it was the impregnable Peach Blossom Island that he had managed, as well as the spirit map scroll hidden in his palm. Perhaps the Taoyuan Company would suffer heavy losses, and even his close friends would be in danger. However, once Xia Ruofei cut off all means of retreat, he naturally could not care so much. Moreover, if the Tianyi Palace really dared to target ordinary people, then they would have to be mentally prepared for Xia Ruofei's crazy revenge. Xia Ruofei might not be able to kill Qin Xian, and he might not even be able to keep Qin Xian alive. After all, as the young master of the Tianyi Palace, Qin Xian still had a lot of life-saving magic treasures on him. However, the disciples of the Tianyi Palace in the Qi refining stage, and even a few elders in the early gold core stage whose cultivation was not as strong as Qin Xian's, could not resist Xia Ruofei at all. Unless they hid in the sect and did not come out, it would be a piece of cake for Xia Ruofei to deal with them. Therefore, Xia Ruofei did not intend to play hide-and-seek anymore. He simply faced Qin Xian and asked him clearly what the Tianyi Palace wanted to do. When Xia Ruofei's appearance completely turned into summer, Qin Xian was already stunned. Xia Ruofei still had a faint smile on his face as he continued, "Brother Chen, I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon, and under such circumstances. I think Brother Chen should have a lot to say to me. You can start now. I'm all ears." When Qin Xian saw Xia Ruofei's somewhat cold expression, he suddenly came back to his senses. Although he still did not know the purpose of his father's decision to let him experience the world, the moment he saw Xia Ruofei turn into summer, he suddenly understood a lot of things. It was very clear that his father, Chen Nanfeng, had already investigated a lot about Xia Ruofei. He had allowed him to go to the secular world to gain experience, but he had specified the Taoyuan Company. This was clearly because of Xia Ruofei. To be precise, it should be Xia Ruofei. In this way, Chen Nanfeng's strange requests could all be explained. However, Qin Xian was still puzzled. Why didn't his father, Chen Nanfeng, make it clear? Moreover, he was allowed to go to the Taoyuan Company to experience the world, but didn't give him a specific mission. Then, what was the use of him staying in the development department as an ordinary programmer? Of course, these doubts were not important now. Xianxia was even more clear about one thing, and that was that his behavior had violated the taboo of the cultivation world. To put it more seriously, his behavior was that of a spy spying for information. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei had always concealed his identity in the secular world, but the Tianyi sect had secretly investigated it clearly, and even sent the young master over. Although Qin Xian himself did not know, and always thought that his father, Qin Nanfeng, really sent him to the secular world to experience the world, how could he explain it? Even if he had mouse all over his body, he couldn't explain it clearly. A wry smile appeared on Qin Xian's face as he said, "Brother Xia, if I said I didn't know that this was your business in the secular world, and I didn't even know your identity in the secular world, would you believe me?" Xiao Ruofei said without hesitation, "I believe you." Qin Xian was already mentally prepared to be ruthlessly ridiculed by Xiao Ruofei, so when he heard Xiao Ruofei's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. After a long while, he widened his eyes and asked, You really believe me?" Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, "Based on my understanding of you, even if we were in a hostile state, you wouldn't lie at a time like this. What's more, your behavior really tells me that you probably didn't know." To be honest, Xiao Ruofei didn't have a deep understanding of Qin Xian, but he could see that Qin Xian was a proud person. Although Qin Xian was gentle to everyone and treated people very well, under such an amiable appearance, Qin Xian had a proud heart. Even if he was here to spy on the information, he wouldn't lie to explain. What's more, Qin Xian didn't even put on a disguise. He just went to work in the Taoyuan company. If he was really here to spy on the information, then he was too careless. After all, Xiao Ruofei was the chairman of the Taoyuan company. Even if he didn't care about the company's affairs, he could still appear in the company at any time. If Qin Xian went into the company with his real identity, wouldn't he be in danger of being exposed at any time? As the young master of the Tianyi sect, he wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. Qin Xian was slightly relieved, but he immediately showed a wry smile and said, "Brother Xia, although I really didn't know, the Tianyi sect really didn't do well in this matter. On behalf of the Tianyi sect, I would like to sincerely apologize to Brother Xia. If I'm not wrong, it should be your father who asked you to come, right?" Xiao Ruofei asked. Qin Xian nodded with a wry smile and said, "Brother Xia, you have sharp eyes. I really have nothing to explain. My father. He should have sent someone to investigate your situation." Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "I guessed it. It seems that my disguised appearance can't be hidden in front of Master Chen at all. The funny thing is that I thought it was flawless." The scene was not as tense as Qin Xian had imagined. Xiao Ruofei even invited Qin Xian to the reception area and personally made tea. Of course, Xiao Ruofei did not take out the wild tea that had been successfully transplanted. Instead, he used Taoyuan de Hong Pao. Qin Xian was a little embarrassed, especially when he thought about how he had actually entered Xiao Ruofei's company as an ordinary programmer. Before Xiao Ruofei took the initiative to reveal his identity, he had honestly called Xiao Ruofei chairman. This made him feel even more uncomfortable. Xiao Ruofei motioned for Qin Xian to taste the tea he had made himself, and then asked, "Brother Chen, your father sent you to our Taoyuan company not just to let you experience the secular world, right? I know you probably don't know the inside story, but I hope you can tell me everything you know." "Of course, I won't force Brother Chen. Even if you turn around and return to the First Heaven School right now, I won't stop you." Qin Xian nodded slightly. Xiao Ruofei's approach was indeed very generous. However, he also knew that if he really left like this, then the friendship between him and Xiao Ruofei would come to an end. When they met again, even if they were not enemies, they would definitely be strangers. Qin Xian did not want this to happen. When he first met Xiao Ruofei at the auction, he felt that the two of them were quite congenial. Later, after several contacts, this feeling became even more obvious. In particular, after learning that Xiao Ruofei was actually already at the early stage of the Jingdan stage and had long robbed him of the title of being the youngest Jingdan stage cultivator, he admired Xiao Ruofei even more and hoped to become better friends with Xiao Ruofei. Qin Xian thought for a moment and said, "Brother Xia, as a son, I don't blame my father. Besides, I really don't know my father's intentions. The old man had always acted like an antelope hanging its horn, leaving no trace behind. However, since Brother Xia asked, then I can only try my best to tell you what I feel. Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly and did not speak. Instead, he looked at Qin Xian and made a gesture of listening. Qin Xian pondered for a moment and said, I guess, maybe it has something to do with the Five Saints token. When Xiao Ruofei heard this, he could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly, and a strange look appeared on his face. However, his expression soon returned to normal, and he did not show any particular emotion. Qin Xian continued, the night before I left, my father specifically asked me to take both Five Saints tokens with me, but he did not explain why. However, the Five Saints token is very precious. There is more or less some risk for me to take them with me when I travel in the secular world. However, he insisted that I take them with me. This is somewhat abnormal, so I guess that the matter of my father sending me out to gain experience has something to do with the Five Saints token. When Qin Xian said this, he was very calm and did not even care about his own safety. After all, the Five Saints token was very precious, and his cultivation was not as good as Xiao Ruofei's. If Xiao Ruofei really coveted the Five Saints token, under the current circumstances, it was very likely that it would be snatched away. However, he didn't hesitate much and told her his judgment in full detail. Xiao Ruofei's mind turned quickly. After listening to Qin Xian's words, his judgment was actually the same as Qin Xian's. However, if it was said that his cultivation and appearance were difficult to hide in front of Xiao Ruofei, it was reasonable. After all, Chen Nanfeng was a cultivator at the late gold core stage, and his spiritual power cultivation was far superior to Xiao Ruofei's. But the Five Saints token. Xiao Ruofei was confident that there would be no flaws in it. Could it be that Chen Nanfeng really saw a clue and even guessed that he had a Five Saints token on him? Xiao Ruofei could not help but mutter in his heart. Qin Xian saw that Xiao Ruofei was a little dazed and could not help but call out, Brother Xia. Oh. Xiao Ruofei came back to his senses and said, Brother Chen, I'm sorry, I was a little distracted. Please continue. Qin Xian looked at Xiao Ruofei thoughtfully, and more or less had some guesses in his heart. However, he did not say it out loud. Instead, he smiled bitterly and said, there's really no extra information other than that. After that, he simply told Xiao Ruofei the whole process of Chen Nanfeng suddenly summoning him that night and then asking him to come to the secular world to gain experience. Finally, he said, that's what happened. In fact, I'm also confused. Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly while pondering, and then said, okay, I understand. Thank you for telling me frankly, Brother Chen. Qin Xian smiled bitterly and said, Brother Xia, if I had known that this company was your property, I would never have come even if I had to disobey my father's order. I'm really sorry for what happened this time. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, let's not talk about this. Brother Chen, I really don't know what the Tianyi sect's attitude towards me is, and I don't know why your father arranged this. However, please go back and tell your father that I have no intention of becoming an enemy of the Tianyi sect, and I never want to dominate the cultivation world. I hope that something like this won't happen again. Speaking of this, Xiao Ruofei's expression became much more serious. He glanced at Qin Xian and continued, yes. This is my bottom line. Although in the eyes of many cultivators, the businesses of the secular world are insignificant, I'm different. I don't want to see the Taoyuan company be affected and coveted by others. I also don't want my relatives and friends in the secular world to be threatened or even hurt by the cultivation world. If such a thing really happens, no matter how powerful the other party is, I will definitely take revenge crazily, and I won't stop until I'm dead. Xiao Ruofei's tone was murderous, and Qin Xian couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. However, Qin Xian soon smiled bitterly and said, Brother Xia, you're exaggerating. Even if my father's actions have some deeper meaning, it's definitely not what you've guessed. Perhaps Brother Xia still doesn't know, but there are also some unwritten rules in the cultivation world. One of them is also recognized by everyone, and that is, no matter what kind of hatred there is between two parties, they can't affect the other party's relatives and friends in the secular world, and they can't affect ordinary people. Otherwise, they will even become the public enemy of the cultivation world. Xiao Ruofei frowned slightly and asked suspiciously, there's such a rule? I don't have to lie to you, Brother Xia. Qin Xian said, more than 100 years ago, There was once an early Oris core stage cultivator who slaughtered his enemy's family in the cultivation world. As a result, this Oris core stage cultivator was hunted down by almost the entire cultivation world. Very soon, he was driven into a corner, and in a panic, he fled into an extremely dangerous ancient cultivation ruin. He hasn't come out even now, and there's a high chance that he perished there. Why is there such a rule? Xiao Ruofei asked. Everyone has their own relatives and friends, especially in today's cultivation world. There aren't many high-level cultivators, and many of their relatives and friends in the secular world are still alive. If everyone is unscrupulous, then the world will be chaotic, and everyone will be in danger. Xianxia said, so everyone will consciously abide by such a rule. Of course, some lone rogue cultivators, especially some evil cultivators, may not necessarily play by the rules. But no matter what, with my father's identity, it's impossible for him to do such a thing. Brother Xia, please rest assured. Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly and said, I see. I understand. Brother Chen, since you don't know, I won't make things difficult for you. But please leave the Taoyuan company and the Three Mountains as soon as possible. This is good for everyone. I don't want our relationship to be affected because of this matter. Qin Xian quickly said, speaking of this, I have a presumptuous request, please speak. Xiao Ruofei said. Brother Xia, can you let me stay in the Taoyuan company for a while? Qin Xian said. After he finished speaking, he saw Xiao Ruofei frown slightly, showing a trace of displeasure. He quickly explained, Brother Xia, don't misunderstand. I want to stay, and it has nothing to do with my father's instructions. It's just that. I'm involved in the development of the Taoyuan shopping center, and many things are half done. I still want to finish what I started. Our development department now relies more on my technical ability. If I suddenly leave, I'm afraid that the work will be greatly affected. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The scene wasn't as hostile as Qin Xian imagined. Xiao Ruofei even invited Qin Xian to the reception area and personally made tea. Of course, Xiao Ruofei didn't take out the wild tea that had been successfully transplanted. Instead, he used the Taoyuan de Hongbo. Qin Xian was a little embarrassed, especially when he thought about how he had actually entered Xiao Ruofei's company as an ordinary programmer. Before Xiao Ruofei took the initiative to expose his identity, he had honestly called Xiao Ruofei chairman. He felt even more uncomfortable. Xiao Ruofei motioned for Qin Xian to taste the tea he made himself, and then asked, Brother Chen, your father sent you to our Taoyuan company not just to let you experience the secular world, right? I know you may not know the inside story, but I hope you can tell me what you know. Of course, I will never force Brother Chen. Even if you turn around and go back to the Tianyi school now, I won't stop you. Qin Xian nodded slightly. Xiao Ruofei's approach was indeed very generous. However, he also knew that if he really left like this, then the friendship between him and Xiao Ruofei would come to an end. When they met again, even if they weren't enemies, they would definitely be strangers. Qin Xian didn't want this to happen. When he first met Xiao Ruofei at the auction, he felt that the two of them were quite congenial. Later, after several contacts, this feeling became even more obvious. Especially after he learned that Xiao Ruofei was actually already an early-stage Jingdan cultivator, and had long robbed him of the title of being the youngest Jingdan cultivator, he admired Xiao Ruofei even more. He even hoped to become better friends with Xiao Ruofei. Qin Xian thought for a moment and said, Brother Xia, a son shouldn't talk about his father's mistakes. Moreover, I really don't know my father's intentions. The old man had always acted like an antelope hanging its horn, leaving no trace behind. However, since Brother Xia has asked, then I can only try my best to tell you what I feel. Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly and didn't speak. Instead, he stared at Qin Xian and made a gesture of listening. Qin Xian pondered for a moment and said, I guess, maybe it has something to do with the 5 saints token. When Xiao Ruofei heard this, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly, and a strange expression appeared on his face. However, his expression quickly returned to normal and he didn't show any particular change in expression. Qin Xian continued, the night before I left, my father specially asked me to carry both 5 saints tokens with me, but he didn't explain the reason. However, the 5 saints token is very precious. There is more or less some risk for me to carry them around in the secular world. However, he insisted that I carry them with me. This is somewhat abnormal, so I guess that the matter of my father sending me out to gain experience has something to do with the 5 saints token. When Xianxia said this, he was very calm and didn't even care about his own safety. After all, the 5 saints token was very precious, and his cultivation was not as good as Xiao Ruofei's. If Xiao Ruofei really coveted the 5 saints token, in this situation, it was really possible that it would be snatched away. However, he still didn't hesitate to tell his judgment in full detail. Xiao Ruofei's mind turned quickly. After listening to Xianxia's words, his judgment was actually the same as Xianxia's. However, if it was difficult to hide his cultivation and appearance in front of Xiao Ruofei, it was reasonable. After all, Chen Nanfeng was a cultivator at the late Golden Core stage, and his mental strength cultivation was far superior to Xiao Ruofei's. However, the 5 saints token. Xiao Ruofei was confident that there wouldn't be any flaws. Could it be that Chen Nanfeng really saw a clue and even guessed that he had a 5 saints token on him? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but mutter in his heart. When Xianxia saw that Xiao Ruofei was a little stunned, he couldn't help but call out, "Brother Xia." Oh. Xiao Ruofei came back to his senses and said, "Brother Chen, I'm sorry, I was a little distracted. Please continue." Xianxia looked at Xiao Ruofei thoughtfully, and more or less had some guesses in his heart. However, he didn't say it out loud. Instead, he smiled bitterly and said, "There's really no extra information." After that, he simply told Xiao Ruofei the whole process of how Chen Nanfeng suddenly summoned him that night and then asked him to come to the secular world to gain experience. Finally, he said, "That's what happened." "In fact, I'm also confused." Xiao Ruofei pondered and nodded slightly, then said, "Okay, I understand. Thank you, Brother Chen, for telling me the truth." Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Xia, if I knew that this company was your property, I would never have come even if I had to disobey my father's orders. I'm really sorry about this matter." Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about this. Brother Chen, I really don't know what the Tianyi sect's attitude towards me is, and I don't know why your father arranged this. However, please go back and tell your father that I have no intention of becoming enemies with the Tianyi sect, nor do I want to dominate the cultivation world. I hope that something like this won't happen again. The apex my pleasure." Xianxia said, "Brother Xia, please keep my identity a secret. Let me experience the life of an ordinary person as an ordinary employee. No matter what my father's real purpose is for asking me to come to the Taoyuan company, I really enjoy this kind of life." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "As long as you don't think it's too hard. Why wouldn't I be happy to have an expert in the Jingdan stage working for me for free?" Xianxia finally breathed a sigh of relief. He stood up and said sincerely, "Brother Xia, thank you very much." After Xianxia left, the smile on Xiao Ruofei's face disappeared and became a little serious. He didn't get much information from Xianxia, but he had to pay attention to it. He didn't know what Chen Nanfeng knew, but he didn't dare to underestimate the intelligence-gathering ability of a top sect in the cultivation world. Since Chen Nanfeng had found the Taoyuan company through his real appearance, his situation in the secular world was probably no longer a secret to Chen Nanfeng, including his past experience and his service in the Lone Wolf Battalion. It would probably be difficult to hide those things. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei was now considering whether the identity of the successor of a reclusive expert in the nascent soul stage that he carefully created had already been exposed. On the other hand, it was naturally related to the Rising Dragon token, which was known as the 5 Sages token in the cultivation world today. He took out the Rising Dragon token from the cave in the Ring 2 space. Because some of the information provided by Layman Yuntai was quite accurate, he simply studied it and left the token in the Ring 2 space. He didn't take it out from the outside world at all. However, this time, Xianxia unusually asked Xianxia to come to the Taoyuan company for training, and he specifically asked Xianxia to bring the 2 tokens of the Tianyi Palace. It was worth thinking about. Had Chen Nanfeng already noticed that he had the last token that had never been seen before? Xiao Ruofei muttered in his heart. In any case, the feeling of having no secrets in front of Chen Nanfeng was really unpleasant. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei was vaguely worried that the Tianyi Palace might have found out about the situation on Peach Blossom Island. He carefully thought about it and felt that although the Peach Blossom Island was not flawless, it would not be easy for the other party to find out. Recently, he had been using a flying boat to enter and leave Peach Blossom Island, so he could basically prevent being followed. Therefore, the flaw was that he left a flight record when he used a business jet to enter and leave the island in the early days. The Peach Blossom of Peach Blossom Island's private jet. And the airport was Nanfeng himself, so it was unlikely for the possibility of the flight record being leaked. There was also the staff on the island. They had not yet started their first shift off the island, and they did not know the specific situation of Peach Blossom Island. Even if the Tanny Palace's intelligence-gathering ability was heaven-defying and found the family members of these staff, the information they got was nothing more than that Xia Ruofei owned a private island. This was a very common situation among the rich people in the secular world, so it was not very special. After going through it, Xia Ruofei came to the conclusion that there was a possibility of the Peach Blossom Island's information being leaked, but the possibility was relatively low. Of course, even if the situation on Peach Blossom Island was known by the Tanny Palace, Xia Ruofei was not afraid. At worst, he would just play the cards out in the open. He was still very confident in the Great Void Mystic Clear formation. If he deliberately defended it to the death, even if Chen Nanfeng attacked with the power of the Tanny Palace, it would be difficult to take it down in a short period of time. What's more, resources in the cultivation world were getting more and more scarce. Even a powerful sect like the Tanny Palace would find it difficult to support a full-scale war. The losses were not something they could bear. Even if they took down Peach Blossom Island, the gains would not make up for the losses. If Peach Blossom Island was exposed, Xia Ruofei could even let the star-picking sect move most of their forces to Peach Blossom Island, and then develop their forces there openly. With the strength of the star-picking sect, they could be considered to have a place in the cultivation world. In addition, he and Luo Qingfeng, two cultivators in the gold core stage, were stronger than many first-class sections. They controlled a cultivation treasure land, so it was not a crime to have a treasure. After careful analysis, Xia Ruofei's heart was a little relieved. No matter what Chen Nanfeng's purpose was, it was good to deal with all changes by sticking to the status quo. Of course, he would not let his guard down, especially on Peach Blossom Island. He had to strengthen his vigilance to prevent a sneak attack. Therefore, Xia Ruofei immediately set up a soundproof barrier around himself, and then took out a satellite phone from the space and called Li Yifu. Now that Chen Xian, a cultivator in the gold core stage, was in the company, and Chen Xian's identity was a bit sensitive. He was the young sect master of the Tanny Palace, so Xia Ruofei had to be careful. He contacted Luo Qingfeng in his office and set up a barrier. As for why he chose to use a satellite phone instead of an ordinary mobile phone, it was naturally for the sake of confidentiality. After the call was connected, Xia Ruofei immediately solemnly told Li Yifu to be more vigilant from now on, especially to guard against the sudden attack of high-level cultivators. Li Yifu did not know what had happened, but he did not doubt Xia Ruofei's orders at all. He immediately said that he would be careful, and no matter what, he would not let anything happen to Peach Blossom Island. Xia Ruofei also told Li Yifu that he would rush back as soon as he finished dealing with the matter here. If the threat came from the Tanny Palace, then Xia Ruofei would never dare to take it lightly. No matter how careful he would not go overboard. After arranging the matters on Peach Blossom Island, Xia Ruofei took a few deep breaths to calm his mind. Then he called Feng Jing and prepared to use the free time before work to listen to the specific report. Feng Jing soon came to Xia Ruofei's office with a large stack of data and reports, and began to report the work to Xia Ruofei one by one. Xia Ruofei was more or less absent-minded, but in general, he listened carefully. As for some of the decisions that Feng Jing made while he wasn't at the office, he also expressed his approval and praised her for it. Unknowingly, it was almost time to get off work. Feng Jing's report was finally coming to an end. In the end, Feng Jing said, "Ruofei, the work during this time is more or less like this. Now that the company's cash flow is relatively sufficient, I dare to start the project of the park. Since you also support my approach, then I can rest assured." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. "Sister Jing, you can do whatever you want. In the future, the company's matters, big or small, will be decided by you. Unless you think it may be related to the survival of the company, you can call or send an email to ask for my opinion. As for other things, you don't have to ask for my advice. Feng Jing sighed faintly and said, "It seems that you are determined to completely leave everything to others. I will still be the chairman." "That's not a problem," Xiao Ruofei said. "However, I will gradually let go of the company's specific affairs. I believe that this will not be a problem for you and the other members of the team. And from the perspective of the company's long-term development, this should be a good thing." "All right," Feng Jing said, "the Taoyuan company was developed by us. You have your own big things to do, and I can't always ask you to tie yourself to the company's affairs. Ruofei, rest assured. As long as you don't drive me away, I will definitely help you guard the foundation of the Taoyuan company. And I will work hard to make it grow and become a great company." Xiao Ruofei was slightly moved and said, "Sister Jing, I am going to give you some shares." He saw that Feng Jing subconsciously wanted to refuse, so he immediately said, "Don't be in a hurry to refuse. I have already decided on this matter. You are now holding a single-digit share, but you have to worry about the company's affairs. This is not fair. Ruofei, Sister Jing, listen to me. I am going to give you 10% of the shares. In addition, I will give you 10% of the shares as an incentive for the senior management. The remaining 10% of the shares will be used to create an option pool as an inclusive benefit for the employees. Of course, the so-called inclusive benefit is definitely not egalitarianism. The employees must reach a certain level to have the opportunity to get the options. In addition, they must serve for a certain number of years before they are allowed to cash out the options. Moreover, the options must be bought back by the company, and they are not allowed to be sold to others. You are more familiar with the operation of these shares than I am, so I won't go into details." Xiao Ruofei said. Feng Jing opened her eyes wide and said, "Ruofei, the company's market value is now in the billions. If you take out so many shares at once, the loss will be too great." Xiao Ruofei smiled nonchalantly and said, "I still own 70% of the shares. That's more than enough. Sister Jing, you said that when money reaches a certain level, what's the point? It's nothing more than a set of numbers. I don't mind if this set of numbers is a little more or less. But if I take out a part of it, it will give the company more motivation, make the senior management more stable, and allow more employees to achieve financial freedom. Isn't this good?" Xiao Ruofei paused and then said, "In addition, I will entrust my voting rights to you to ensure that you have the absolute right to speak in the company." Feng Jing couldn't help but be stunned. Xiao Ruofei was basically completely handing over his power. "Ruofei, this is not appropriate." Feng Jing recovered and said quickly, "This is your company. You built it yourself. But it was built by you and the other employees, brick by brick." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Sister Jing, although I've entrusted you with the voting rights, I still have the right to make the final decision and veto, so it doesn't mean that I'm giving the company to you. It's just that it will be more convenient for you to manage the company. You can make a lot of decisions, and it will be justified." Xiao Ruofei didn't wait for Feng Jing to say anything. He raised his hand to look at his watch and said, "It's almost time. I have to pick up Xianxia. Sister Jing, that's it for today. You'll have to work hard. According to the rules I just said, come up with a specific plan in 2 days. As for the transfer of shares, I hope it can be completed in 2 days. You will do the specific work, and I will be responsible for signing." After that, Xiao Ruofei stood up with a smile, picked up the handbag on the desk, and walked out. When Feng Jing recovered, Xiao Ruofei had already walked out of the office. Feng Jing called twice, but Xiao Ruofei pretended not to hear her. Instead, he walked faster. Soon, he disappeared from the door and took the elevator directly to the underground parking lot. Feng Jing stood in Xiao Ruofei's office with a complicated look on her face. After a long while, she stomped her feet and said to herself, "What? You threw a bunch of things to me, and then ran away. The equity structure is so important, but you decided it in a few words, and threw it all to me. Really?" Of course, Xiao Ruofei didn't care about Feng Jing's complaints. He was already standing in the elevator with a relaxed smile on his face. Xiao Ruofei had been thinking about giving some shares to motivate the executives and employees, especially Feng Jing, for a long time. It could be said that he had thought about it carefully. The wealth of the mortal world didn't mean much to him anymore. However, the Taoyuan company couldn't stop developing. The employees also needed this platform to show their talents and earn enough money to live a decent life. It could be said that the Taoyuan company wasn't just Xia Ruofei's company. It was related to hundreds and thousands of employees, and behind them were hundreds and thousands of families. Therefore, Xia Ruofei had to deal with everything related to the Taoyuan company carefully. Giving out less than 30% of the shares could have an immediate incentive effect. In the long run, it was more beneficial to the healthy development of the company. Why wouldn't Xiao Ruofei do it? After he threw everything to Feng Jing, he walked out of the elevator while humming a song. After he found his night 15, he drove directly to the headquarters of Ling's restaurant. After he picked up Ling Qingxue, he drove the night 15 off-road vehicle and went straight to the provincial party committee family compound. Xiao Ruofei's off-road vehicle was too eye-catching. Moreover, Song Qiming had already reported Xiao Ruofei's license plate number to the guards at the gate. Therefore, the armed police soldiers standing guard at the gate of the compound only did a simple check and let him in. Xiao Ruofei skillfully drove through the roads inside the compound. Soon, he arrived at the small building hidden by the green trees. This was the residence of Song Qiming's family in Sanshan. It was a very old Western-style building. Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue got out of the car together. Xiao Ruofei was about to press the doorbell directly, but Ling Qingxue stopped him and said, "Ruofei, are we just going to come here empty-handed? Isn't that a little rude? I didn't have time to prepare anything." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Besides, isn't wild tea the best gift? But we can't go in empty-handed." Ling Qingxue said, "I prepared something here." After that, Ling Qingxue took out 2 fruit baskets and 2 bottles of beautifully packaged red wine from her storage ring. Then she said with a smile, "Let's go. Now it's time." Xiao Ruofei finally reacted. He couldn't help but laugh and say, "Qingxue, you're showing off your storage ring, right?" Haha. Ling Qingxue did have some thoughts about this. Besides, after she got the storage ring, she really felt that it was a novelty. Her storage space was full of things. No matter what, girls always had more personal items than boys, and female cultivators were no exception. However, the 2 fruit baskets and 2 bottles of wine today were indeed specially prepared by her. Ling Qingxue said coquettishly, "Don't make fun of me. Everyone knows that your storage magic treasure is better. I'm doing this for your sake, okay? I don't want you to be rude in front of your future parents-in-law." Speaking of her future parents-in-law, Ling Qingxue was more or less unnatural. However, that faint feeling of jealousy disappeared in a flash. She seemed to have adapted to the current situation. Okay. Okay. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Our Qingxue is so considerate." After that, he walked to the door of the small courtyard with Ling Qingxue and rang the doorbell. Song Wei's cheerful voice came from the courtyard, "Coming." Soon, the courtyard door opened. Song Wei poked his head out and took a look. He immediately showed a happy smile and said, "Ruofei. Qingxue. You're really here. Please come in." Xiao Ruofei carried a fruit basket in each hand, and Ling Qingxue carried 2 bottles of wine. The 3 of them walked into the courtyard together. "Why did you come to my house to take things?" "My father doesn't like this kind of thing," Song Wei said with a smile. "Qingxue prepared this for him. It's a little gift from us." Xiao Ruofei said, "Uncle Song doesn't accept other people's gifts, but he will definitely accept our gifts." "You sure are confident." Song Wei chuckled. "But you're right. You saved his life. Besides, you've never asked him to do anything for you. If you bring him a gift, he'll be more than happy. How could he not accept it? By the way, is Uncle Song home?" Xiao Ruofei asked. "I'm not off work yet. But it should be soon." Song Wei said, "There was a meeting in the evening, but when he heard that you were coming, he immediately changed the arrangement and postponed the meeting to tomorrow morning." "Yo. That's not good." Xiao Ruofei laughed. "It's not a provincial meeting. It's not a big deal for him to adjust the schedule for a city meeting," Song Wei said with a smile. While they were talking, the three of them had already passed through the small courtyard and walked into the small bungalow. Song Wei's mother, Fang Liyun, had already come out. She was wearing an apron and sleeves. Obviously, she was cooking. When she saw Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue, Fang Liyun showed a warm smile and said, "Ruofei, Qingxue, welcome. Please come in." Song Wei took out 2 pairs of slippers from the shoe cabinet and put them on the ground. He said with a smile, "These are new slippers. Quickly change into them." "Thank you," Xia Ruofei said. Then he said to Fang Liyun, "Aunt Fang, I'm sorry to disturb you." Fang Liyun said reproachfully, "What are you talking about? Old Song and I are so happy that you came to our house as guests. How could it be a disturbance? But when Wei Wei wasn't at home, you young people wouldn't be willing to listen to our chatter. Now that Wei Wei is back, you can come over too. The house will be so lively." After that, Fang Liyun said to Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue, who had already changed into slippers, "Ruofei, Qingxue, go sit in the living room. There's still soup in the kitchen. I have to go and watch the fire. Let Wei Wei chat with you guys. Old Song is coming home soon." "Okay. Aunt Fang, thank you for your hard work," Xia Ruofei said. Ling Qingxue smiled sweetly and said, "Aunt Fang, I'll help in the kitchen." "No, no." Fang Liyun quickly said, "How can you let a guest help in the kitchen? You can drink tea and chat in the living room. I'll be in the kitchen alone. Dinner is almost ready. I don't need any help." Song Wei also smiled and said, "Qingxue, although you have a good family background, the kitchen is my mother's exclusive territory. Don't even think about occupying it." After that, Song Wei brought Ling Qingxue and Xia Ruofei to the living room. "Ruofei, take out your good tea," Song Wei said, "although the tea in my house is not bad, compared to your tea, it's a far cry." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "No problem. Leave the tea to me. You guys are in charge of drinking the tea." After that, Xia Ruofei took out a small bag of tea leaves from the ring-2 space and skillfully set up the purple sand tea set on the coffee table in the living room. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue saw Xia Ruofei open the bag and pour the tea leaves into the teapot. Although the hot water had not been poured, the fragrance of the tea leaves made the two of them slightly stunned. Song Wei said, "Ruofei, is this wild tea?" Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, "Of course. It's for my 2 daughters-in-law. Of course, I have to use the best tea leaves." Xia Ruofei's voice was not loud, but Song Wei and Ling Qingxue were still shocked. They subconsciously looked in the direction of the kitchen, and then stared at Xia Ruofei at the same time. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Don't worry. If I don't want Aunt Fang to hear me, she won't hear me even if I shout." Song Wei looked at Xia Ruofei reproachfully, then turned her attention back to the wild tea. She couldn't help but say, "Ruofei, let's not use wild tea for ourselves. It's a waste. I think the old Dahong Pao was very good." Xia Ruofei waved his hand dismissively and said, "It's okay. Although the output of wild tea is not high, it can't withstand the power of the time formation. Now, we can harvest a batch of tea leaves almost every day, so there will be no shortage of wild tea in the future. Moreover, I brought a lot of wild tea this time. Uncle Song has already drunk it, so it won't affect him." Xia Ruofei did not say where he planted the wild tea and who took care of it. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue also tacitly did not ask. The two of them heard Xia Ruofei say so, and they actually loved the special fragrance of the wild tea, so they naturally did not dissuade him. Soon, Xia Ruofei boiled the water and skillfully made the tea. The strong tea fragrance of the wild tea filled the living room. Even Fang Liyun, who was busy in the kitchen, smelled the tea and couldn't help but sniff. The kitchen was full of all kinds of smells, but these smells still could not cover the fragrance of the wild tea. Xia Ruofei and the other 2 drank tea and chatted in the living room. Later, Xia Ruofei simply set up a small soundproof enchantment and sat in the living room to continue explaining the Enicheng Heart Sutra to Song Wei and Ling Qingxue. It was almost 7 o'clock in the evening. Xia Ruofei heard the sound of a car engine coming from outside the courtyard, followed by the sound of a car door opening and closing. He scanned outside with his mental power and saw Song Qiming step out of the car. He took the briefcase from the secretary and said lightly, "You've worked hard these 2 days. There's no work tonight. Go back and have a good rest. Yes. Secretary. The secretary said respectfully. Then, Song Qiming took the briefcase and walked into the courtyard. Thus, Xiao Ruofei stopped explaining and put away the soundproof enchantment. Song Qiming pushed the door open and walked in. As he changed his shoes, he looked up and said to Xiao Ruofei in the living room, "Ruofei is here." "Hello, Uncle Song." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Ling Qingxue also said obediently, "Hello, Uncle Song." "Hello, hello." Song Qiming said with a smile, "Qingxue, welcome." Song Qiming then couldn't help but sniff and said with a smile, "What a nice smell." "Did Ruofei bring some good tea again?" "Yeah. My friend gave it to me. The taste is pretty good." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue looked at each other and showed a trace of worry. This was wild tea. As a cultivator, Song Qiming would immediately enter a state of cultivation the first time he took wild tea, even though he knew it himself. Moreover, they had brewed this wild tea several times. If Song Qiming didn't have any effect after drinking it, it would be fine. But what if the effect was greatly reduced and he drank it again? Even if Xiao Ruofei made a new batch of wild tea, could Song Qiming drink the wild tea in the living room and start cultivating directly? If Fang Liyun saw this, wouldn't she be scared? Fortunately, at this time, Fang Liyun came out of the kitchen with a big pot of boiled fish. As she walked, she said, "Old Song, don't drink the tea. Dinner is ready. Let's drink it after dinner." Song Wei quickly said, "Yes, yes, yes. Let's eat first." "Dad, you got off work so late." "I'm starving." It was rare for Song Wei to act like a spoiled child in front of his parents. Song Qiming couldn't help but laugh and say, "Okay, okay, okay. Since my baby daughter is hungry, let's eat first. We'll enjoy the tea after dinner." After that, Song Qiming looked at Xiao Ruofei and asked, "Ruofei, shall we drink something tonight?" Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment and said, "Uncle Song, let's not drink tonight. In addition to visiting you and Auntie Fong, I also want to check your body to see if there are any hidden dangers. If you drink, I'm afraid that the results will be inaccurate." When Fang Liyun heard this, she quickly said, "Then let's not drink." "Old Song, your head is full of drinking. Don't you have enough to drink when you socialize outside? It's not easy for our daughter to come home. Ruofei and Qingxue also came to see us. Do you think it's nice to be drunk?" Song Qiming smiled bitterly and said, "I'm just saying. Besides, even if I want to drink, I'll only drink a few glasses. I'm already so old. How can I compete with Ruofei in drinking? Anyway, you're not allowed to drink tonight," Fang Liyun said. Song Qiming obviously knew how to get along with his wife. He knew that it was unwise to reason with a woman at this time, so he immediately said wisely, "No. No. I'm determined not to drink." Song Wei and Ling Qingxue couldn't help but chuckle. Everyone sat down in the dining room and looked at the dazzling array of dishes on the table. Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue were naturally full of praise. Fang Liyun happily let everyone have a taste. She also asked Song Wei to take out the juice from the fridge and pour it for everyone. Fang Liyun's cooking was very good. Everyone ate and chatted, and the atmosphere was quite good. Song Wei hadn't been home for a while. His sudden return this time was a surprise for Song Qiming and his wife. In addition, Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue's visit made the usually quiet home a little livelier. Song Qiming and Fang Liyun were naturally in a very good mood. In front of Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue, Song Qiming didn't put on the airs of a provincial leader. He was completely the image of a cheerful uncle next door. He took a sip of juice and asked, "Qingxue, your Ling's restaurant has been developing well recently, right? I noticed that you seem to have participated in the canteen bidding of a few universities?" Ling Qingxue was a little surprised. She didn't expect Song Qiming to pay attention to such a small matter. Over the past few years, Ling's restaurant group had been on the path of diversified development. While continuing to work hard in the mid-range restaurant market, they had also opened several high-end private restaurants. In addition, they were also actively participating in the cooperation projects of some universities' canteens. Song Qiming was talking about the canteen bidding projects of several provincial universities that Ling's restaurant had recently participated in. Ling Xianxia said, "Thank you for your concern, Uncle Song. Everything is going well. Now the economic situation of Southeast Province is good, and the restaurant industry also has great potential. The management of our group is quite confident. I'm not following up on the university's restaurant project, but I heard that it's going well. If there are no accidents, we should be able to reach a cooperation." Song Qiming smiled and nodded. That's a good thing. A star company like Ling's restaurant entering the university will be of great help to improve the standard of the university's restaurant. Tonight was just a family dinner, and not in Song Qiming's office. Therefore, he was just chatting and didn't go too deep into the topic. Moreover, Ling Xianxia obviously didn't want to take any shortcuts through him, so he nodded in his heart. If it were an ordinary businessman, they would do everything they could to have a relationship with him. Now that he had taken the initiative to ask, wouldn't the other party immediately take advantage of it? Song Qiming thought to himself, she's really Ruofei's girlfriend. She's so open and aboveboard, this is purely a case of love me, love my dog. Then, Song Qiming laughed and said, "Ruofei, how about your Taoyuan company? It's been developing well recently, right? It's already a star company in our Sanshan city. Especially the two products, Yuji ointment and Yangxin soup, are already famous both at home and abroad. It's not an exaggeration to say that you're a star company in Sanshan city." Xiao Ruofei chuckled and said, "This is all thanks to Manager Feng and the rest. I don't usually care about the company's matters anymore." Song Qiming laughed and said, "I heard from Deputy Mayor how that basically, Manager Feng is the one who comes in contact with the government." "Chairman Xia, you're really elusive." Xiao Ruofei smiled embarrassedly and said, "Are you talking about the city's support for the key companies this time? Manager Feng has already reported to me that the city's support for us is very strong. I've been wanting to express my gratitude." Song Qiming waved his hand and said, "This is what the government should do. A star company like yours should be supported more. Moreover, you don't have to thank me. I didn't interfere in the entire process from the beginning to the end. The selection process was fair and open. The benefits and policies are what you deserve. No matter what, our Taoyuan company had received a lot of policy support because of this." Xiao Ruofei said, "Especially the land acquisition for the park project. The city's support is too strong. Even Manager Feng can't believe it." Song Qiming laughed and said, "Then develop your company well. Create more profits, taxes, and jobs for the city. That's the best support for the city. That's for sure." Xiao Ruofei said, "The park project is a project that requires a lot of infrastructure to be built. In the end, it still needs the city's companies. Also, the expansion of the pharmaceutical factory will create a lot of new jobs and solve a lot of employment problems. Our company's headquarters is also recruiting a lot of people and is preparing to expand our online shopping mall. Then shouldn't you spend more effort on the company?" Song Qiming laughed and said, "I see that you are not in Sanshan City these days. Are you going to retire early? How can an old man like me, who is still working hard at his age, endure this?" Xiao Ruofei smiled awkwardly and said, "Uncle Song, you are only worried about the country's affairs. I am different from you. The Taoyuan company is only a small company. Manager Feng and the rest are outstanding enough. Now that the company is on the right track, it doesn't matter if I am around or not." Song Wei pursed her lips into a smile and said, "Dad, Ruofei still has a lot of things to do. He is not only busy with the Taoyuan company. You will know in the future." Song Qiming laughed and said, "Seems like there are a lot of things that I don't know." "Haha. Then I won't ask any more. I don't understand the matters of you youngsters." Xiao Ruofei said in his heart, "There are a lot of things that you don't know. For example, your daughter is already." Fang Liyun, who was standing to the side, rolled her eyes at Song Qiming and said, "You just found out. The children are just here for a meal, and you have to nag for half a day about work. This is not your office in the municipal party committee. You should change your bad habit of being a teacher when you go home." Song Qiming readily agreed and said with a smile, Okay. Let's not talk about work." After that, Song Qiming did not mention anything about work. he just chatted with everyone. After dinner, Xiao Ruofei took the initiative and said, "Uncle Song, why don't we go to the study and have some tea?" Song Wei and Ling Qingshua's eyes suddenly lit up, but at the same time, they were a little nervous. Although they knew the effects of wild tea, Song Qiming had not been cultivating for long, and his cultivation was a little low. The effects of wild tea were still unknown. Even the Tianyi sect would not be so extravagant as to give wild tea to a disciple at the first level of qi refining. Song Qiming said with a smile, "Is this the kind of tea that you make before meals? The fragrance of the tea is really tempting. I have to taste it properly." "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go to the study," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Then he stood up first, walked to the coffee table in the living room, picked up his bag, and walked to the study with Song Qiming. At the same time, Xiao Ruofei also winked at Song Wei and Ling Qingxue, indicating that they should also follow. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue originally thought that Xiao Ruofei would be alone in the study with Song Qiming to make tea. For a moment, they didn't know what Xiao Ruofei's intention was, but they still quickly followed. Song Qiming naturally didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. After all, Ling Qingxue was also his guest, and Song Wei hadn't seen his daughter for a long time. It was naturally very pleasant for the father and daughter to drink tea and chat together in the study. The four of them soon came to the study, where there was a ready-made tea set. Xiao Ruofei took out a small bag of wild tea from his bag. He still took out the wild tea produced in the Ring-Tu space, not the small bag that Chen Xian gave him today. Although the wild tea of the Tianyi sect might have a better effect, the Tianyi sect's attitude was still unclear. It was necessary to be vigilant. Xiao Ruofei couldn't guarantee whether Chen Xian's attitude was really as he said. If Chen Xian did something to this bag of wild tea, wouldn't it harm Song Qiming? What's more, the wild tea produced in the Ring-Tu space was almost the same as the wild tea of the Tianyi sect in terms of effect. It was more than enough for Song Qiming to drink. Some differences were not a concern at all. When Xiao Ruofei opened the tea bag, Song Qiming couldn't help but sniff and say in surprise, "The tea hasn't been steeped yet, but it's already so fragrant. I've never heard of it before." As Xiao Ruofei poured the tea leaves into the teapot, he chuckled and said, "This tea is indeed rare. Uncle Song, you have to try it later." "Definitely. Of course," Song Qiming said with a smile. Boiling water, heating the kettle, brewing tea. Xiao Ruofei was already very familiar with the process of brewing tea. His movements were smooth and fluid. Soon, the small study room was filled with the aroma of tea. Even Song Qiming, who had tasted all kinds of good teas, couldn't help but show a look of anticipation after smelling this tea. As for Song Wei and Ling Qingxue, they knew very well what effect Song Qiming would have after drinking the wild tea, so the anticipation in their eyes grew stronger. Under everyone's gaze, Xiao Ruofei poured the clear tea into the teacup, and then greeted with a smile, "Come and have a taste." "Wei Wei, Qingxue, you guys have a cup too. Then I won't hold back." Song Qiming chuckled as he picked up a cup of tea. First, he brought it to his mouth and gently blew it. At the same time, he took a deep breath. Amidst the fragrance of the tea, he revealed a look of intoxication. "Oh right, Uncle Song, it's best to drink the first cup of tea in one gulp. That way, the flavor will be even better," Xiao Ruofei reminded him with a smile. "Oh. Okay." Song Qiming nodded and said. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue quietly stared at Song Qiming. Song Qiming gently blew on the tea as he said, "Wei Wei, you guys have tea too. Why are you all looking at me?" Oh. Song Wei quickly said as he picked up a cup of tea. However, he also pretended to blow on the tea and didn't drink it immediately. Song Qiming finally brought the teacup to his mouth and drank it in one gulp. Then, Song Qiming's expression became slightly sluggish. Xiao Ruofei quickly said, "Uncle Song, immediately use the qi cultivation method." Although Xiao Ruofei knew that cultivators who drank the wild tea for the first time would involuntarily enter a state of cultivation, after all, those who drank the wild tea in the past were mostly people who had a certain foundation in cultivation. Song Qiming was only at the first level of qi refining. He was also worried that if something went wrong, this precious wild tea would be wasted. In fact, there was no need for Xiao Ruofei to remind him. The true qi in Song Qiming's body had already begun to circulate on its own. He also heard Xia Ruofei's voice and involuntarily began to circulate his true qi according to the cultivation method of Ruoxo Heart Sutra. Xia Ruofei had already quickly set up a spirit-gathering formation around Song Qiming. Song Qiming's spirit crystal was hidden in the safe and would only be taken out when he cultivated every day. At this time, it was definitely too late. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei was also prepared. Moreover, the spirit-gathering formation had ready-made array glyphs. The method of setting up the spirit-gathering formation was extremely simple for the current Xia Ruofei. It was almost completed in the blink of an eye. After Xia Ruofei finished setting up the spirit-gathering formation, he released his mental power to constantly monitor Song Qiming's state. At the same time, he turned to Song Wei and said, "Wei Wei, take this wild tea out and let Aunt Fong have a taste." "Can my mother drink it too?" Song Wei was stunned for a moment. "No problem," Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "it just has the effect of prolonging life. If you drink it all year round, it's also very good for your body." "Okay. Okay," Song Wei said quickly, "then I'll go outside first." "My father." "Don't worry. I'm here," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "Xianxia, go with Wei Wei. You two accompany Aunt Fong to make tea and chat. Uncle Song should still need some time." "Okay," Ling Xianxia said. Song Wei and Ling Xianxia both left the study with the tea tray, while Xia Ruofei sat cross-legged next to Song Qiming, closely observing his state. It was probably the first time in the cultivation world that a cultivator of qi refining level 1 had consumed wild tea. Xia Ruofei didn't dare to let his guard down and was ready to deal with any unexpected situations. After Song Qiming began to cultivate, Xia Ruofei soon felt that his qi had increased greatly. In just 2 or 3 minutes, Song Qiming had directly broken through to qi refining level 2. Xia Ruofei was delighted. At the same time, he quickly reached out and put his hand on Song Qiming's back. He directly used his mental power to transmit a message, "Uncle Song, now change the route of the true qi. Follow my instructions and guide the true qi forward." The reason why Xia Ruofei used his mental power to transmit a message was because he was worried that Song Qiming would enter a deep state of cultivation and wouldn't be able to hear the outside world. Although Song Qiming didn't understand what cultivation was, he had been in qi refining level 1 for a long time, so he was very sensitive to true qi. Vital qi and true qi were of the same origin, but they were of a higher level of energy. The two were of the same origin. Therefore, when Xia Ruofei sent a very small strand of vital qi into Song Qiming's meridians, he immediately sensed it. Then, he immediately followed Xia Ruofei's instructions and transferred the true qi in his body. Under the guidance of Xia Ruofei's vital qi, he began to circulate his true qi according to the meridian circulation route corresponding to qi refining level 2. Song Qiming's qi refining level 2 cultivation was quickly stabilized. At the same time, his momentum didn't decrease at all. He directly charged towards qi refining level 3. Under Xia Ruofei's guidance, Song Qiming controlled his true qi to circulate a few times. He quickly familiarized himself with the new meridian circulation route. Xia Ruofei also used his mental power to transmit a message to Song Qiming, explaining the key points of qi refining level 2. Song Qiming's qi refining level 2 foundation was still rapidly increasing. The aura on his body was also getting stronger and stronger. Xia Ruofei saw that Song Qiming was already able to circulate the qi refining level 2 of Ruoxo Heart Sutra. Only then did he relax and withdraw his hand. However, his mental power was constantly monitoring Song Qiming's situation. After about 10 minutes, Song Qiming once again began to break through the bottleneck of qi refining level 3. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be secretly speechless. However, he naturally didn't dare to be negligent. He paid close attention to Song Qiming's situation. When Song Qiming successfully broke through to qi refining level 3, he immediately did the same. He once again channeled a strand of yuan qi into Song Qiming's meridians. He guided Song Qiming to use the corresponding qi refining level 3 cultivation method to rapidly consolidate his qi refining level 3 cultivation. This was something that only Xia Ruofei could do. Because the Ruoxo Heart Sutra also came from the legacy jade talisman, even though he hadn't cultivated it before, he still had a thorough understanding of this cultivation method. At the same time, he also inherited many of the cultivation experiences of his predecessors. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei was able to directly guide Song Qiming's cultivation under such circumstances. At the same time, he also used his mental power to transmit a message to continuously explain the key points of the cultivation method. Song Qiming's crazy advancement finally stopped at the bottleneck of qi refining level 4. In reality, Song Qiming had already attempted to break through to qi refining level 4 several times during his cultivation. The bottleneck had already loosened. Xiao Ruofei even felt that Song Qiming could break through to qi refining level 4 today like a hot knife through butter. But at the last moment, the effects of the wild tea had already been used up. After leaving that state of enlightenment, Song Qiming naturally didn't have as strong of an impact on his cultivation level. Furthermore, breaking through was a matter of spurt of energy in the first place, then exhaustion in the second and exhaustion in the third. Since he didn't break through under the effects of the wild tea, leaving that state was naturally even more impossible. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but secretly feel that it was a pity. If Song Qiming had broken through the bottleneck of qi refining level 4, then even if the effects of the wild tea disappeared, he could still slowly consolidate his cultivation under normal circumstances. But after failing to break through the bottleneck of qi refining level 4, if Song Qiming wanted to break through again, he would have to wait for enough accumulation and the next opportunity. In comparison, the latter would naturally take a lot more time. But Xiao Ruofei very quickly adjusted his mentality. For any cultivator who hadn't consumed the wild tea before, this was undoubtedly a great opportunity. One should never be too hasty in cultivation. When it came to breaking through, one had to have the mentality of if I get it, I'll be lucky, if I don't, it'll be my fate. Otherwise, the more hasty one was, the harder it would be to break through. Song Qiming slowly opened his eyes, revealing an expression of disbelief. Even though he didn't know much about cultivation and always thought that what Xiao Ruofei taught him was the so-called qi cultivation method, but in this short 20 minutes, the changes that happened to his body were real. Even if he was in a state of cultivation where he forgot himself, he could still feel these changes. The most direct observation was the crazy increase in strength. Song Qiming even felt that he could now kill a cow with one punch. Moreover, when he practiced the qi cultivation method before, the warm flow in his lower abdomen, in fact, it was true qi, but he didn't know it, was now several times stronger. When this warm flow surged in his meridians, he couldn't help but feel a kind of palpitating feeling. Ruofei, this. What's going on? Song Qiming was somewhat flabbergasted. Xiao Ruofei had a smile on his face and said, Uncle Song, how do you feel now? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? I feel very good, but... What happened just now? Why do I have such a strong strength? Song Qiming asked in shock. As he said this, he grabbed a longevity mountain stone paperweight from the desk and slightly gripped it, immediately leaving a few deep fingerprints on the paperweight. Seeing this, Song Qiming revealed an even more shocked expression. Although the longevity mountain stone's material was on the soft side, it was impossible to easily leave fingerprints on it, no matter what, it was still a stone, not plasticine. This. Song Qiming stuttered. He originally thought that the strong strength in his body was just an illusion, but he didn't expect it to be true. Could the strength of the human body reach such a terrifying level? In fact, this level of strength was nothing in Xiao Ruofei's eyes. Moreover, whether it was Song Wei or Ling Qingxue, any one of them could leave a deeper fingerprint on the paperweight. Even a child like Tang Haoren could do better than Song Qiming. After all, Tang Haoren's cultivation was already at the 4th layer of qi refining, one layer higher than Song Qiming. However, Song Qiming, who had never been in contact with cultivation and was completely unaware of the existence of cultivators as a special group, was shocked by his own strength. Xiao Ruofei said, Uncle Song, don't be agitated, calm down. Calm down. Ruofei, quickly tell me what's going on. Why do I suddenly have such a strong strength? Song Qiming hurriedly asked, how can the qi cultivation method you taught me have such a terrifying effect? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Uncle Song, calm down first. Also, you don't have to worry at all. There's nothing wrong with your body right now. You're much healthier than anyone your age. As for this strength, I'll explain it to you slowly. Okay, go ahead. Song Qiming took a deep breath and gradually calmed down. After all, he was a senior leader and had come from a small mountain village. Later, he embarked on his official career and had experienced too many things along the way. His psychological quality was much stronger than that of ordinary people. Xiao Ruofei didn't immediately answer Song Qiming's question directly. Instead, he asked with a smile, "Uncle Song, do you believe that there is a group of special people in this world who have unearthed their own potential step by step to the extreme? They have power that ordinary people can't imagine." Song Qiming said with a wry smile, "If it was before, I would have thought that it was a fantasy. But now that I've experienced it myself, how can I not believe it? Ruofei, the special people you're talking about include yourself, right?" Song Qiming wasn't a fool. Naturally, he quickly realized that his qi-nourishing method was taught by Xiao Ruofei. Moreover, when he fell into that state of oblivion just now, it was Xiao Ruofei who used the heat flow to guide him twice and taught him more advanced methods at the last minute, which allowed his strength to advance by leaps and bounds. Since Xiao Ruofei could teach him the qi-nourishing method so easily, then Xiao Ruofei himself must be strong, not weak. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. He didn't say anything. Instead, he learned from Song Qiming and picked up the paperweight just now. Under Song Qiming's shocked gaze, the Shoshan stone paperweight kept changing shape in Xiao Ruofei's hand, as if it really became soft Play-Doh. After a while, the square Shoshan stone paperweight turned into a standard Shoshan stone ball. Xiao Ruofei casually put the Shoshan stone ball on the desk and then said with a smile, "Uncle Song, we call ourselves cultivators, or cultivators. Perhaps you've already guessed it. What I taught you earlier wasn't the qi cultivation method that old men and women use to train their bodies. Instead, it's an authentic cultivation method called Empty Heart Sutra. You've already experienced the effects of this cultivation method, so I won't repeat it." When Xiao Ruofei prepared to give the wild tea to Song Qiming, he was already prepared to tell Song Qiming everything. After all, Song Qiming had already embarked on the path of cultivation. If he continued to hide it from him, it would be more dangerous if he met other cultivators or if there was an accident in the process of cultivation. Cultivation method. Song Qiming couldn't help but mutter to himself. Xiao Ruofei's few words of information completely subverted Song Qiming's worldview that had been formed for decades. Xiao Ruofei looked at Song Qiming and continued to explain, "In fact, most people's physiques don't meet the standards to become cultivators, so even if they have cultivation methods, most people can't embark on the path of cultivation in their lifetime. Uncle Song, the reason why you were able to cultivate so smoothly was because you were injured last time." Thus, Xiao Ruofei recounted what happened after Song Qiming's brain was severely injured, including how he tried to pull Song Qiming back from the brink of death. During the process, because of the precious heart congealing grass, Song Qiming's physique changed and became very suitable for cultivation, and so on. He explained everything in detail. After Song Qiming heard the twisted and bizarre reasons, he couldn't help but stare blankly for a long time, unable to speak for a long time. Xiao Ruofei continued his explanation of the cultivation world. "Uncle Song, the division of cultivation realms is more complicated. The stage you are in is called the qi refining stage. Previously, you were in the first level of the qi refining stage. Just now, after you drank the spirit tea I brought and entered a state of enlightenment, your cultivation level broke through one after another. Now, you have reached the third level of the qi refining stage, and even the bottleneck of the fourth level has loosened. You should be able to break through again soon." The qi refining stage is divided into 9 levels. When a cultivator breaks through the 9th level of the qi refining stage, they will break through a large realm. The realm after the qi refining stage is called the golden core stage. Song Qiming listened in a daze. Clearly, the amount of information was too much for him to digest. Thus, Xiao Ruofei didn't continue, but smiled and said, "Uncle Song, at that time, I found that your physique became especially suitable for cultivation, so I chose the most suitable Heart Sutra of the Void to pass on to you. As you can see, you have successfully embarked on the path of cultivation. You don't have to feel any psychological pressure, because the benefits of becoming a cultivator are obvious. The most direct is that it will prolong your life." Song Qiming obviously hadn't recovered from such a shock. Because Xiao Ruofei's few words had overturned the worldview he had established for decades. All his understanding of the world had been changed in just a few minutes. Even if it wasn't a complete collapse, it had at least been proven to be incomplete. Moreover, it was his personal experience. After a long while, Song Qiming raised his head and asked, Ruofei, you're also a cultivator, right? Then what's your cultivation level? The early stage of the Golden Core realm. Xiao Ruofei didn't intend to hide it. In fact, the current cultivation environment isn't good. The entire cultivation world is in a very depressed state. Cultivators in the Golden Core realm are considered quite powerful. Cultivators in the Nascent Soul realm and even the Nascent Soul realm haven't appeared in the cultivation world for 200 or 300 years. In order to make it easier for Song Qiming to understand, Xiao Ruofei further explained, Uncle Song, if you didn't have this opportunity, you would be in the first layer of the Qi refining realm. The spirit tea this time allowed you to continuously break through. Now you're in the third layer of the Qi refining realm and can break through to the fourth layer at any time. The entire Qi refining realm is divided into 9 stages, from the first layer to the 9th layer of the Qi refining realm. After breaking through the bottleneck of the 9th layer of the Qi refining realm, the next big realm is the Golden Core realm. However, even if you break through the bottleneck, you still need to go through a process to reach the early stage of the Golden Core realm. The time of this process varies from person to person. Some people only need a few months, while some can't complete it even after several years. With this explanation, Song Qiming had a more general understanding of the cultivation realms. He nodded slightly and then asked, by the way, you just said that the current cultivation environment isn't good. Why? Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, no one knows. It's an unsolved mystery in the cultivation world. However, the objective reality was that the cultivation environment had been deteriorating all the time. This deterioration had started about 300 years ago. It was a very long and continuous process. Take the current situation as an example. Uncle Song, you can probably feel that the spiritual qi in the air is very chaotic and violent. It can't be absorbed by cultivators at all. Therefore, cultivators can't cultivate for the majority of the day. Only during the 2 hours of midnight and 5 in the morning, the spiritual qi is slightly more stable, barely enough for cultivators to cultivate. Now that the environment has become like this, even normal cultivation cannot be guaranteed. One can only imagine the overall strength of the cultivation world. Xiao Ruofei took a sip of the wild tea and continued, that's why I asked you to use the crystal I gave you when you cultivate. That thing is quite precious in the cultivation world. It's called a spirit crystal. It contains a large amount of concentrated spiritual qi and can be absorbed by cultivators at any time. It's because of the spirit crystal that you can cultivate the qi cultivation method I mentioned before at any time. In fact, what you absorb is the spiritual qi inside the spirit crystal. The spiritual qi in the environment can't be absorbed at all except during the 2 hours of midnight and 5 in the morning. If a cultivator forcibly absorbs it, it may cause all kinds of problems. The worst-case scenario is that the violent spiritual qi can't be controlled after being absorbed into the body and will eventually explode and die. Xiao Ruofei also considered that Song Qiming didn't understand cultivation at all. He was worried that he didn't know the severity of the situation and tried to absorb the violent and chaotic spiritual qi in the air for whatever reason, which would lead to serious consequences. Therefore, he specifically pointed this out. Song Qiming suddenly understood and said with some lingering fear, fortunately, I've always carried out your instructions to the letter. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. In fact, even if Song Qiming tried to absorb the free spiritual qi in the air before, it was unlikely that it would cause serious consequences. This was because his cultivation was too low at that time, and the violent spiritual qi in the air was not so easy to absorb. However, now that Song Qiming's cultivation had increased, the risk of absorbing the spiritual qi in the air naturally increased, so Xiao Ruofei simply didn't point it out. Then, Song Qiming said, Ruofei, since this spirit crystal is so precious, wouldn't it be a waste for you to give it to me? I'm so old, even if I cultivate, it's unlikely that I'll have any great achievements. You should keep it for yourself. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Uncle Song, spirit crystals are precious in the cultivation world, but it's also relative. For an ordinary cultivator, a spirit crystal is indeed quite precious, but I still have a lot of spirit crystals on hand. I even have a lot of yuan jing, which is a grade higher than spirit crystals. As long as you can absorb it, it's not a problem to provide it to you. After a pause, he continued, moreover, speaking of age. You're not 60 years old yet, right? Yes. Song Qiming nodded and said, but it's a little late to start cultivating at this age, isn't it? Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, that depends on the person. If a rogue cultivator or a cultivator from a small sect starts cultivating at the age of 60, it's definitely too late. But you're different. First of all, after that accident, you've gained a blessing in disguise. Your cultivation talent is quite good, which means that you'll have more stamina. Secondly, besides talent, the most important thing in cultivation is resources. In terms of resources, with my full support, it's not too late for you to start cultivating at this age. I have a cultivator who's almost 90 years old, and his cultivation is still at the qi refining stage. He's still cultivating at such an old age? Song Qiming cried out in surprise. It's okay. Xiao Ruofei said lightly, cultivators have a longer lifespan than ordinary people. It's normal for a high-level qi refining stage cultivator to live up to 160 years old. 80 years old is equivalent to middle age. If you break through to the gold core stage, your lifespan will be at least 300 years old. Relatively speaking, 80 years old is even younger. Song Qiming said in shock, 300 years old. This was completely beyond his understanding, because in the secular world, a 100-years-old person was already considered to have a relatively long lifespan, and could completely be regarded as a human fortune. If a golden core stage cultivator could reach a lifespan of 300 years, then wouldn't 100 years old be equivalent to an ordinary person in their early 30s? Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded, saying, this is just a conservative estimate, because as your cultivation increases, your lifespan will be longer. Therefore, everyone in the cultivation world is desperately trying to improve their cultivation. The yearning for longevity is also an important source of motivation for these cultivators to work hard and cultivate. Song Qiming nodded. He understood Xiao Ruofei's words very well. Because after he heard it, he couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. Who wouldn't want to live as long as their quality of life didn't decline? Xiao Ruofei continued, let's talk about the problem of cultivation resources. Some rogue cultivators with few resources, even if they started cultivating at a very young age, may only be at the third or fourth level of the qi refining stage at your age. But because of the spirit crystals and the spirit tea this time, you easily reached the height that they would need decades to reach in such a short period of time. Moreover, your future development is much higher than theirs. Therefore, your age is definitely not a problem, you can rest assured about this. Song Qiming revealed a shocked expression. Although Xiao Ruofei's tone was calm, he could also feel the cruelty of the cultivation world's survival laws. Some low-level cultivators had to spend decades to reach his cultivation level, but he really achieved it easily, just like Xiao Ruofei said. Before today, Song Qiming used the cultivation method that Xiao Ruofei taught him as a qi cultivation method to cultivate. To put it bluntly, it was a method to maintain one's health. He took a little time to practice it every day. Sometimes, when he was busy with work, he might not be able to persist in practicing it every day. Then, this time, the spirit tea that Xiao Ruofei brought him. He drank a cup of tea and entered a mysterious state. It took him 20 or 30 minutes to reach his current cultivation level. It was really as simple as eating and drinking. Song Qiming immediately felt the huge gap brought about by the cultivation resources. At the same time, he also realized that even in the cultivation world, Xiao Ruofei's cultivation resources were probably beyond the reach of most cultivators. I understand. Song Qiming nodded and then said with emotion, Ruofei, you are equivalent to opening the door to a new world for me. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, it's also a coincidence. Your accident last time was a blessing in disguise. If your physique can't cultivate, I can't help you even if I want to. Song Qiming suddenly remembered that after he first practiced the qi cultivation method and felt the obvious effect, he seemed to have asked Xiao Ruofei if he could teach this cultivation method to his wife, Feng Liyun. Song Qiming remembered that at that time, Xiao Ruofei said that even if he taught it to her, it would be difficult for Feng Liyun to really learn it. At that time, out of his absolute trust in Xiao Ruofei, he didn't think about this matter anymore and didn't teach Feng Liyun to cultivate. Now that he thought about it, he suddenly understood, in the end, it was still a matter of cultivation talent. It seemed that Fang Liyun's physique was not suitable for cultivation. Thinking of this, Song Qiming couldn't help but feel sad. He and Fang Liyun had been husband and wife for 20 or 30 years, and their relationship had always been very good. And if he embarked on the path of cultivation while Fang Liyun was unable to cultivate, then one day, Fang Liyun was destined to die before him. He had just heard Xia Ruofei say that the lifespan of a qi refining cultivator could reach up to 150 years, and Fang Liyun was just an ordinary person. No matter what, it was impossible for her to live that long. Xia Ruofei seemed to have seen through Song Qiming's thoughts. He smiled and said, "Uncle Song, you don't have to think too much about Aunt Fang. Her current physique is indeed not suitable for cultivation, but there may be more opportunities in the future, and it's not impossible to change her physique. What's more, even if she can't cultivate, I'm sure that she can live as long as possible, at least more than 100 years old. You know, there are many elixirs in the cultivation world that are definitely elixirs to prolong life for ordinary people. For example, the tea you just drank can also prolong life for ordinary people. I just asked Weiwei and Xianxia to send it to Aunt Fang." Hearing this, Song Qiming immediately showed a grateful expression and said sincerely, "Ruofei, you're really considerate." Because Xia Ruofei just mentioned Song Wei and Ling Qingshui, Song Qiming realized, Song Wei and Ling Qingshui's strange expressions just now seemed to have an explanation, and the answer was obvious. Song Qiming opened his eyes wide, looked at Xia Ruofei, and asked, "Ruofei, is Weiwei?" "Yes." Xia Ruofei didn't wait for Song Qiming to finish, and directly nodded and said, "Not only is Weiwei a cultivator, but my girlfriend, Qingshui, is also a cultivator, and the cultivation methods they practice are all taught by me." Song Qiming suddenly felt a sense of comfort in his old heart. When he found out that his wife Fang Liyun was unable to cultivate, his mood was still somewhat gloomy. However, he immediately found out that his daughter was already a cultivator like him. This meant that Song Wei would also be able to obtain at least 150 years of lifespan. This was even more gratifying than him and Fang Liyun being able to live for 100 years. This was the feeling of licking his child from the bottom of his heart. Song Qiming said with emotion, "Ruofei, it's really a blessing for our family to be able to meet you." Then, Song Qiming asked again, "By the way, Weiwei's cultivation level?" Xia Ruofei glanced at Song Qiming and said with a slight smile, "She has already reached the 5th level of qi refining, and has also touched the bottleneck. Breaking through to the 6th level of qi refining is just around the corner." Song Qiming couldn't help but be stunned, and then he laughed self-deprecatingly and said, "So, as a father, I'm still inferior to my daughter? Haha. But this is nothing, the new generation excels the old. The stronger Weiwei is, the happier I will be." Xia Ruofei smiled and comforted him. "In fact, the gap isn't that big. If you work hard, you can still surpass her." This was really just comforting, because in reality, it was very difficult for Song Qiming to surpass Song Wei's cultivation speed. Song Qiming's cultivation level was lower than Song Wei's, and he was also older. Under the situation where the two's cultivation talent was about the same, it depended on cultivation resources and cultivation techniques. Xia Ruofei could freely provide resources, but in terms of cultivation techniques, the Empty Heart Sutra was still inferior to the Rainbow-Colored Heart Sutra. Therefore, the gap between the two would only grow bigger and bigger. Unless Song Qiming had other greater opportunities in the future. Song Qiming already had the most direct understanding of a cultivator's strength, and that was that his own strength had skyrocketed, and had already surpassed the scope of a normal human being. And according to Xia Ruofei, he was actually still in the initial stage of a cultivator, and was relatively low in the qi refining stage. Then, wouldn't a cultivator in the qi refining stage, or even the golden core stage, have even more terrifying destructive power? Song Qiming couldn't help but think of the mysterious characters in the swordsman novels who could take people's heads from thousands of miles away. If such a person really existed, it would undoubtedly be a great impact on the order of society. In fact, Song Qiming's judgment wasn't far from the reality. Although a golden core stage cultivator who could control a flying sword couldn't take people's heads from thousands of miles away, he could still do it from tens of miles away, as long as his spiritual power could reach the range of his radiation. When Xia Ruofei heard this question, he couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, Song Qiming seemed like a normal political figure. It seemed that his emotions had really calmed down, because he had already begun to consider problems from his usual perspective. Uncle Song, you don't have to worry too much about this. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, the world of cultivators has existed for thousands of years, and the current world of cultivators can be traced back to hundreds of years ago. But in the long history, there have been almost no incidents of cultivators wantonly causing trouble among ordinary people. Xiao Ruofei paused for a moment, then continued, most of the cultivators' thoughts are focused on improving their own cultivation. As I said before, their ultimate goal is actually to live forever, and they usually don't have time to care about other things. And the glory and wealth of the secular world, to them, is like floating clouds, not worth mentioning. Even the ordinary people of the secular world, to put it bluntly, in the eyes of some cultivators, ordinary people are no different from ants. Song Qiming couldn't help but smile bitterly. Although Xiao Ruofei's words were a bit straightforward, he put himself in the other cultivators' shoes and felt that it was normal for most cultivators to have such thoughts. In addition, I heard that there are also unwritten rules in the world of cultivation. Xiao Ruofei continued, unless it is a very special situation, they are not allowed to interfere with the operation of the secular world. In particular, they are not allowed to attack the friends and relatives of cultivators in the secular world. Otherwise, it would be a great taboo and they would even be hunted down by the entire cultivation world. Of course, the authenticity of this information has yet to be confirmed. In fact, I don't know much about the world of cultivation. I only found out about many things recently. What Xiao Ruofei said was what Xianxia had told him today. Naturally, it was impossible for him to trust Xianxia unconditionally. Although the news was reasonable, it had always been a good habit for him to have some doubts about everything. Ruofei, since that's the case, I feel much more at ease. Song Qiming nodded and asked thoughtfully, by the way, the individual strength of cultivators has far exceeded the limits of human beings. Then, the power of the world of cultivation, is it possible for our secular society to use it? Uncle Song, I've said before that cultivators are very indifferent people. Their utilitarian heart is only reflected in the improvement of their cultivation and the competition for cultivation resources. Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, the affairs of the secular world are undoubtedly ephemeral to them, so, it's better if you don't have such thoughts as early as possible. You'll understand if I say one thing. More than 70 years ago, when the war that concerned the fate of the country broke out, Huaxia was defeated in the early stages of the war. We lost a lot of land and tens of millions of soldiers and civilians died in battle. However, cultivators still didn't stand up. In other words, only a few cultivators did, but that didn't affect the overall situation. When Xiao Ruofei said this, Song Qiming completely gave up. He said with a bitter smile, I should have thought of this long ago. In history, when Huaxia was at a critical juncture of life and death, cultivators didn't stand up. How can we expect them to contribute to society now? Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, actually, it might be a good thing that there are no cultivators interfering. It's always difficult to control a power that completely loses its balance. In addition, the world of cultivation is not completely isolated from the secular world. When Song Qiming heard this, he couldn't help but tense up. He hurriedly asked, Ruofei, is there something else? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, in recent years, the advancement of science and technology in modern society has also attracted the attention of the world of cultivation. In addition, because cultivation resources are becoming more and more difficult to obtain, many cultivation sects have begun to pay attention to the power of the secular world. Basically, the forces that have a certain amount of influence in the world of cultivation have also begun to develop their own businesses in the secular world. At this point, Xiao Ruofei glanced at Song Qiming, who looked a little nervous, and said with a smile, however, they only develop their businesses in the secular world to further understand the development of science and technology in modern society. At the same time, they used the power of the secular world to help them find some cultivation resources. Therefore, these businesses are basically legal and compliant. In the process of operation, they also do things according to the rules of the secular world. Basically, there won't be any cases of using cultivators' special methods to make profits. Of course, because of some of the unique resources of the world of cultivation, their businesses in the secular world often develop more smoothly. An idea flashed through Song Qiming's mind. He suddenly thought of the world-famous Yuji ointment, heart-nourishing soup, and those vegetables and fruits that looked and tasted excellent. He couldn't help but blurt out, for example, the Taoyuan company you founded? Xiao Ruofei was slightly stunned. Then, he smiled and said, the Taoyuan company's products do rely on some means of cultivators. However, the Taoyuan company and the cultivation world's businesses in the secular world are still fundamentally different. First of all, when I founded the Taoyuan company, I didn't have any contact with the cultivation world. To be precise, I wasn't a cultivator at that time. In addition, the Taoyuan company, from the general manager to the most basic employees, were all ordinary people in the secular world. Moreover, the company wasn't responsible for any intelligence gathering, cultivation resource collection, and so on. It was a completely normal company in the secular world. When Xiao Ruofei said this, the figure of Qin Xian flashed through his mind. Now, this cultivator at the early stage of the gold core stage, and the young master of the number one sect in the cultivation world, was a basic programmer in his company. However, Xiao Ruofei quickly put Qin Xian to the back of his mind. This kind of special situation naturally didn't mean that his company had specially arranged for cultivators. Song Qiming nodded and said, Ruofei, after listening to your explanation, I basically understand the situation. To be honest, for me, today is really a day of subversion. Uncle Song, as I said just now, it's most important to keep a normal heart. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, when you didn't know about the existence of the cultivation world, when you treated the illusionary heart sutra as an old man's body-nourishing technique, wasn't everything the same as before? Your position and social status in the secular world have no impact on your cultivation. Of course, if you're really busy with work and can't even take out 2 or 4 hours to cultivate every day, it may really have a certain impact. The way of cultivation is like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't advance, you'll fall back. Will my cultivation still fall back? Song Qiming asked curiously. Of course, people who practice martial arts in the secular world know that they have to practice every day, otherwise their skills will be wasted. This is even more true for the cultivation of cultivators. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, but I think that even if you're busy with work, you shouldn't be unable to take out a little time, right? Song Qiming looked a little embarrassed and said, before, I thought it was the body-nourishing exercise you mentioned, so sometimes when I'm very busy with work or on a business trip, it's not convenient to carry that spirit crystal, so I stopped cultivating. But now that I understand the situation, I'll definitely stick to it every day in the future. No one would be unwilling to live a healthier and longer life, and Song Qiming was no exception. What's more, after cultivation, he could master power that surpassed the limits of human beings. After knowing the truth, Song Qiming naturally wouldn't take cultivation lightly. Song Qiming continued, in addition, the benefits of cultivation are obvious. In the past few months, I feel that my whole spirit is different, and my mind is very clear, my energy is very abundant, my thoughts are very clear, and my work efficiency is much higher than before. It feels like I've suddenly returned to the time when I was young. My work efficiency has improved, and the time for cultivation can be more guaranteed. For example, when Song Qiming didn't cultivate, it might have taken him 2 hours to read and sign a batch of documents, but now it might only take him half an hour to think clearly about all aspects and make comments. In that case, the 1.5 hours would be saved. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Uncle Song, you're in such a good state, and it's also a promotion for your work. It seems that the burden on your shoulders is likely to be increased again. Song Qiming smiled and waved his hand, saying, at my level, personal progress is not only determined by work ability and political achievements. I don't think much of this aspect now. It's my fortune to get it, but it's my fate to lose it. I'm a farmer's son who came from a small mountain village, and I'm very satisfied to be able to govern such a vast and rich land and serve millions of people. Xiao Ruofei didn't care too much about political matters, so he didn't talk about this topic in depth. He thought for a moment and said, by the way, Uncle Song, before we find a way to let Auntie Feng cultivate, I hope you can keep the matter of cultivation a secret from her for the time being. It's not that I don't trust her, but I'm worried that it won't be good for her to know too much, especially the difference in lifespan between cultivators and ordinary people. I understand. Song Qiming nodded and said, don't worry. I've also learned the confidentiality regulations. I promise to keep it a secret from anyone. Xiaoruofei was also amused. He waved his hand and said, Uncle Song, it's not that bad. I want you to keep it a secret for another reason, and that is for your safety. After all, your cultivation is still relatively low, and you don't have actual combat experience. If you encounter other cultivators, it will still be very dangerous. Speaking of this, Xiaoruofei's expression became much more serious. He said, Uncle Song, the lack of resources in the cultivation world is beyond your imagination. It's not uncommon for cultivators to fight over a little bit of cultivation resources. Although there are some rules in the cultivation world, in general, the strong are respected. It's the real law of the jungle. So if you expose your cultivation, especially if you reveal that you have spirit crystals in your hands, it will be dangerous. Speaking of this, Xiaoruofei took out a jade pendant from the ring to space and handed it to Song Qiming. He said, Uncle Song, I've engraved a small array on it, which can hide your cultivation. It's unlikely that ordinary cultivators in the qi refining stage can see through it. This is also a kind of protection for you. As for golden core stage cultivators, they won't notice a low-level qi refining stage cultivator like you. You must carry this jade pendant with you. Song Qiming solemnly took the jade pendant and said, I know, don't worry. I know what's important. Xiaoruofei nodded and said, in addition to not easily exposing your cultivation in front of others, you also have to pay attention in the process of cultivation. Although I said before that it's right to sail against the current and not advance, there's one more thing you have to remember, and that is, going too far is as bad as falling short. In particular, you can't be too hasty in cultivation. Otherwise, if there's a problem, even I can't guarantee that I can save you. In the process of cultivation, you must be calm. In addition, if you feel that something is wrong, you must decisively stop your cultivation and inform me immediately. Don't take any chances. Song Qiming had no experience in cultivation, and his identity was somewhat special as he was Song Wei's father. Therefore, Xiaoruofei warned him about everything, no matter how big or small. Song Qiming had obviously slowly accepted his identity as a cultivator and began to think from the perspective of a cultivator. He nodded and said seriously, okay, I'll remember your advice. I'll be careful. In short, if there's anything I don't understand, I'll ask you in time. Xiaoruofei nodded and said, okay. You can call me at any time. After that, Xiaoruofei took a pen and paper from the desk and wrote down a string of numbers. He said, if you can't call my cell phone, you can call this number. You'll definitely find me. This was the satellite phone number of Taoyuan Island, which was personally controlled by Li Yifu. This way, Song Qiming could contact Xiaoruofei at any time. Song Qiming carefully folded the paper with the phone number written on it and put it in the safe. Then, he said, okay. Ruofei, you've been very thoughtful. You don't have to worry too much about me. Didn't you say that my cultivation talent is good? As long as I'm careful, there shouldn't be any problems. Xiaoruofei nodded with a smile and said, you're right. Normally, there shouldn't be any problems. Uncle Song, considering that you may soon break through to the 4th level of qi refining, I must teach you the next stage of the cultivation method in advance. After Xiaoruofei finished speaking, he immediately said, of course, this is just in case. As long as the conditions permit, I will definitely be by your side when you break through. I'm just afraid that I won't be able to leave if I have other things to do. If you know the next stage of the cultivation method and some things to take note of when breaking through, even if you break through alone, there won't be any problems. Song Qiming nodded and said, okay. But I'm old, I'm afraid that my comprehension and memory aren't very good, I'm afraid. Xiaoruofei smiled and said, when you first learned the body nourishing technique, didn't it go very smoothly? Don't worry. Although the Heart Sutra's cultivation method is different for every stage of the qi refining stage, it's still the qi refining stage after all. There's nothing difficult to understand, so it's still relatively easy for you to learn. Song Qiming laughed and said, I didn't know that the body nourishing technique was such a powerful thing. The ignorant are fearless. Now I'm really feeling a little guilty. Uncle Song, you'll know after you learn it. It's not as difficult as you think. Xiaoruofei said with a smile. Okay. Then I'll do my best. Okay. After saying that, Xiao Ruofei began to write down the Heart Sutra's cultivation method for the fourth stage of the qi refining stage, and then explained it word by word to Song Qiming. At the same time, he also drew the meridian flow chart for this stage, and patiently explained every meridian and acupoint to Song Qiming. After all, Song Qiming already had experience in cultivation, especially after breaking through several stages today. He was already familiar with the cultivation method for the third stage of the qi refining stage, so it wasn't that difficult to understand. He quickly mastered the cultivation method for this stage, and he also firmly remembered the meridian flow chart. After teaching Song Qiming the cultivation method for the fourth stage of the qi refining stage, the two of them left the study together. From Song Qiming drinking the wild tea to him breaking through to the two of them having a long talk, it had been more than an hour. And now it was getting late, so Xiao Ruofei should have left by now. The two of them went to the living room. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue were making tea and chatting with Fong Liyun. They were drinking the pot of wild tea. The tea leaves were quite durable, and the aroma did not diminish even after being steeped a few times. Song Qiming was naturally familiar with the aroma of this tea, so when he walked out, he immediately smelled it and knew that Fong Liyun and the other two were drinking the spirit tea brought by Xiao Ruofei. Song Qiming saw that Fong Liyun did not look any different after drinking the wild tea. If there was anything different, it was that she seemed to be more energetic. Usually, Fong Liyun would have finished bathing and was ready to go to bed at this time. But now, she seemed to be in high spirits and was not sleepy at all. Seeing this, Song Qiming could not help but secretly heave a sigh of relief. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Qingxue, it's time to go home. Stay a little longer." Fong Liyun said with a smile, "It's rare to have such a good chat. Auntie, it's getting late. We should go back." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "I should be in the Three Mountains for the next few days. When I have time, I will come to visit you." When Ling Qingxue and Song Wei saw Song Qiming come out in high spirits, they were immediately relieved. Ling Qingxue stood up and said, "Uncle Song, Auntie Fong, Ruofei and I will leave first. You should rest early too." "Okay." Fong Liyun said, "Ruofei, if you are in the Three Mountains, come over often. Don't just talk about it. Don't worry. Auntie Fong's cooking is so good. I definitely can't help but want to come over and eat." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Fong Liyun was very pleased and said with a smile, "You are such a sweet child." After Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue said goodbye to everyone, they walked towards the door. When Song Wei saw this, he hurriedly said, "Let me see you out." Then she followed them out. Song Qiming looked at his daughter with a complicated expression and didn't say anything. However, only he himself knew what he was really thinking. After all, he suddenly found out about the cultivation world and that his daughter's cultivation level was higher than his. To be able to remain so calm was already a testament to Song Qiming's mental fortitude. Song Wei followed Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue out of the house and into the courtyard. He couldn't wait to ask, "Ruofei, how is it?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Third level of qi refining. And I've already touched the bottleneck of the fourth level of qi refining. A breakthrough will happen soon." "That's great." Song Wei cheered at first, then immediately looked back carefully and asked in a low voice, "Then about cultivation?" Xiao Ruofei obviously knew what Song Wei was most concerned about. He smiled and said, "I've already revealed some things about the cultivation world to Uncle Song. He now knows that he's not cultivating the cultivation method of the old men and women in the park every day. Also," Xiao Ruofei paused for a moment, then looked at Song Wei and said with a smile, "He now knows that his precious daughter is already at the fifth level of qi refining. Her cultivation level is higher than his." "Ah?" Song Wei couldn't help but exclaim, then immediately covered his mouth. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Uncle Song is not a fool. How could he not see your performance in making wild tea today? But that's all I've revealed. I didn't tell him anything else, including our relationship and the Peach Blossom Island." Hearing this, Song Wei breathed a sigh of relief. However, she was still a little worried as she said, "About my cultivation, well, my father, I've observed him. Overall, he's quite pleased." Xiao Ruofei said, "Because I told him that the lifespan of a high-level qi refining cultivator can reach up to 150 years. Just based on this, he's very willing to see you get better and better on the path of cultivation. All parents in the world are the same. They all want their children to live a better life, and your father is no exception. Song Wei also showed a touched expression. He nodded gently and said, "Yes, I know, Wei Wei. I've told Uncle Song that I still need Aunt Fong to keep the matter of cultivation a secret for the time being," Xiao Ruofei said, "so I think he should find a chance to talk to you alone. You know what you can and can't say. As for why you're cultivating, you can say that I found that your physique is particularly suitable for cultivation, so I taught you the cultivation method." "Okay, I got it." Song Wei nodded and said. Xiao Ruofei didn't say too much. Song Wei had always been more stable, so he was more at ease. The three of them didn't chat for too long in the courtyard. After all, Song Wei only sent them out for a while. If they stayed in the courtyard and talked for a long time, Fong Liyun would definitely feel a little strange. Xiao Ruofei drove the Night 15 off-road car, and Ling Qingxue drove the Orange Beetle. Song Wei drove the car back today, so she naturally didn't lack a car when she got home. The two cars quickly left the Provincial Party Committee family compound one after another and drove all the way to the Jiangbin Villa district. Ling Qingxue naturally stayed in Xiao Ruofei's villa. Ling Xiaotian was now very satisfied with Xiao Ruofei, her future son-in-law. Xiao Ruofei wasn't often in Sanshan City, so every time Xiao Ruofei came back, Ling Xiaotian even encouraged her daughter to stay at Xiao Ruofei's house. This time was no exception. The two of them reunited after a short separation, so they naturally couldn't avoid being intimate at night. The next morning, Ling Qingxue went to work first, and Xiao Ruofei came to the Taoyuan company for the first time for 2 consecutive days. The reason was naturally not that he had become dedicated to his work, but that there was now an early-stage golden core cultivator working for him in the company. How could he be completely at ease? Although Chen Xian didn't seem to have any malicious intentions towards him, Xiao Ruofei didn't dare to let his guard down. Therefore, since he had nothing to do today, he simply went to the company. In fact, Xiao Ruofei was very conflicted now. On the one hand, he was anxious to return to Taoyuan Island, because he didn't know how much information Chen Nanfeng had about him in the Tianyi sect. He didn't know if Chen Nanfeng had discovered the secret of Taoyuan Island, or if there was any danger in Taoyuan Island. Under such circumstances, it was safer for him to return as soon as possible. Although he had already asked Li Yifu to strengthen the security, he still couldn't be at ease if he didn't go back personally. However, on the other hand, because Qin Xian was now working and gaining experience in the Taoyuan company, Xiao Ruofei didn't dare to leave the Taoyuan company behind and directly return to Taoyuan Island. Although he didn't care about fame and fortune in the secular world, the Taoyuan company meant something to him. Moreover, there were a large number of friends in the company, such as Feng Jing, Dong Yun, and so on, who had worked hard with him and built the company from a young age. He didn't want to put these people in danger. In this way, he would have to stay in the 3 mountains, and it would even be better if he went to the company every day. Xiao Ruofei wished he could split himself in half so that he could take care of both sides. After a long period of consideration, Xiao Ruofei finally decided to stay in the 3 mountains for the time being. The reason was very simple. Even if Li Yifu was the only one in charge of Taoyuan Island, because of the Great Void Mystic Clear Formation, even if it was only a low-level cultivator like Li Yifu presiding over the formation, it couldn't be easily broken by ordinary people. Even if Chen Nanfeng went in person and only Li Yifu presided over the Great Void Mystic Clear Formation, it could last for at least a few hours. These few hours were enough for Li Yifu to ask Xiao Ruofei for help, and for Xiao Ruofei to drive the flying boat to Taoyuan Island. On the other hand, in the 3 mountains, except for Xiao Ruofei, the Taoyuan company was made up of ordinary people. If Qin Xian really had malicious intentions, once Xiao Ruofei left, the entire Taoyuan company would be at the mercy of others. What's more, Ling Qingxue was still working and living in the 3 mountains. With the intelligence-gathering ability of the Tianyi Palace, the relationship between him and Ling Qingxue was naturally no secret. If Qin Xian attacked Ling Qingxue's cultivation was nothing in front of Qin Xian, who was at the early stage of the Gold Core realm. Moreover, Ling Qingxue was a cultivator. Even if Qin Xian attacked Ling Qingxue, it would not violate the unwritten rules of the cultivation world. Of course, this was the worst-case scenario. That was, Xianxia had always had an ulterior motive, and he disguised it very well in front of Xia Ruofei. Although Xia Ruofei judged that the possibility of this was not high, as long as there was a possibility, he did not dare to take it lightly. Whether it was Peach Blossom Island, Ling Qingxue, or other friends and family, any accident that happened to them was something that Xia Ruofei could not accept. When Xia Ruofei arrived at the headquarters of the Taoyuan company, even Feng Jing felt a little surprised. After she saw Xia Ruofei yesterday and reported her work, she thought that Xia Ruofei might disappear again for a few months before reappearing. Unexpectedly, as soon as it was time to go to work the next day, she received a report from the front desk that the chairman had arrived at the company. However, Xia Ruofei did not summon the executives of the company. He also refused Feng Jing's proposal to convene the management, including the person in charge of the pharmaceutical factory, for a meeting to report to the chairman. So, he stayed in his office, brewing tea as he looked at the documents that Feng Jing had sent over. Every now and then, he would sign his name on the pages that required his signature. Although Feng Jing felt a little strange, she naturally couldn't discourage Xia Ruofei's enthusiasm for work. So, after a brief meeting in Xia Ruofei's office, she expressed her appreciation for Xia Ruofei's dedication, and then returned to her office to work. As the general manager, Feng Jing's daily work was relatively heavy, and Xia Ruofei gave her a very important task yesterday, which was the transfer of shares, including the senior executive's shares, the establishment of the company's option pool, and so on. Every work was very important, and there was no room for mistakes. Moreover, the legal procedures were relatively cumbersome, and these needed her to personally follow up. So, naturally, she was very busy these 2 days. Naturally, it was impossible for her to leisurely make tea to kill time like Xia Ruofei. In fact, most of Xia Ruofei's energy was focused on Xianxia. He would scan with his mental strength every once in a while to make sure that Xianxia didn't do anything under his nose. Xianxia's state was indeed like an ordinary programmer. For the whole morning, he sat in front of the computer and wrote code. Other than occasionally getting up to pour water, he basically didn't move from his bed or do anything unusual. The life of a programmer was so boring that Xia Ruofei, who had been monitoring Xianxia for half a day, couldn't help but yawn repeatedly. Xia Ruofei also didn't understand. Xianxia was addicted to such a boring job. What was he thinking? In the afternoon, Xia Ruofei was really bored. He also had lunch in the restaurant in the building. His chairman's office had complete facilities for leisure, entertainment, fitness, and rest, so he could take a nap in the office lounge for a while. After Xianxia had lunch, he didn't unfold the foldable bed and take a nap in the office like other programmers. Instead, he sat directly in front of the computer and continued his morning work. At 3 or 4 o'clock, Xia Ruofei decided to leave early. But before leaving, Xia Ruofei still called Xianxia. When the phone rang, Xianxia was sitting at his desk, typing furiously on the keyboard. His hand speed was much faster than the average person's. The sound of the keyboard typing was continuous, and it seemed to have a different kind of charm. The average person might be able to type at such a speed, but when it came to coding, Xianxia didn't seem to use his brain at all. He only needed his fingers to type furiously. It seemed that there had never been anyone like him. Of course, the coders in the office were already immune to Xianxia's heaven-defying performance. Anyway, the work that was given to Xianxia was very fast, and the code was concise and the structure was rigorous. There were never any bugs that could be found. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, no one would believe that such beautiful code could be typed at such a crazy speed. His phone rang, and the sound of tapping on the keyboard came to an abrupt halt. Xianxia frowned slightly and glanced at the phone screen. When he saw that the caller ID was Xia Ruofei's phone number that he had just saved yesterday, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. He quietly picked up the phone, stood up, and walked out of the office area. He went to the corridor next door, and then answered, "Brother Xia, you're looking for me?" "Brother Chen, you don't plan to work overtime today, right?" Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. "It's okay today. There's not a lot of work, so I should get off work on time," Xianxia said. "Brother Xia, you're looking for me?" "Oh. I'm just asking." Xia Ruofei said, "Also, if you don't have any other plans after work, I want to treat you to a meal. Xianxia thought for a while, then said, no problem. Okay. I'll wait for you at home. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Oh right, I'll send you my home address. Can you find it? Xianxia said, Brother Xia, why don't you add me on WeChat? Just send me your location. This is my WeChat number. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. He still regarded Xianxia as the young master of the Tianyi Palace. He always felt that Xianxia might not necessarily know about some modern technological methods, so the first thing he thought of was to tell Xianxia the address instead of using the simple method of WeChat GPS. After listening to Xianxia's words, Xiao Ruofei realized that this guy was a real programmer. He was definitely good at using his phone and computer. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help laughing. He said, okay, I'll add you on WeChat and send you my location. Alright, Brother Xia, then I'll head back to the office first. Xianxia said, see you in the evening. See you in the evening. After Xiao Ruofei hung up the phone, he opened WeChat and searched for Xianxia's phone number. Sure enough, he found Xianxia's WeChat ID. Xianxia's WeChat ID was actually Tianyi Xianxian. This somewhat Chinibyu name made people think of a rich second generation or something like that. It was impossible to connect it with Xianxia's young, promising, gentle, and elegant image. Xiao Ruofei added Tianyi Xianxian as a friend on WeChat with a smile. Xianxian was obviously waiting for Xiao Ruofei's application. He immediately accepted it. Xiao Ruofei sent the location of the Jianbin villa to Xianxian, and then sent the specific building number of his villa to Xianxian. Xianxian quickly replied with a message. It was an emoji, a cute cartoon character nodding quickly. After Xiao Ruofei saw it, he almost spat out his rice. Xianxian's image on WeChat was really in contrast to his image in real life. Xiao Ruofei did not reply to Xianxian. He directly packed up his things, got up, and left the office. He greeted Qin Yanan, who was on duty at the door, and stepped into his exclusive elevator. He went straight to the underground parking lot and drove back to the Jianbin Villa community. On the way back, Xiao Ruofei called Song Wei and Ling Qingxue respectively and asked them to come over for dinner that night. Xiao Ruofei knew very well that with the intelligence-gathering ability of the Tianyi Palace, the relationship between him, Song Wei, and Ling Qingxue was probably already known by Chen Nanfeng. Xianxian might really not know, but Chen Nanfeng definitely knew. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei did not intend to hide it anymore. He simply openly asked Song Wei and Ling Qingxue to show their faces. If Xianxian really wanted to harm Song Wei and Ling Qingxue, he would have to be more cautious. Anyway, under the circumstances that Song Wei and Ling Qingxue were safe and sound, Xiao Ruofei would definitely not leave the Three Mountains. Moreover, he would also ask Song Wei to stay in the Three Mountains for the time being and not return to the capital. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to take care of both sides. Xiao Ruofei deliberately asked Song Wei and Ling Qingxue to go to the Jianbin villa in advance. Therefore, when he went to the supermarket to buy some vegetables and returned to his villa, Song Wei and Ling Qingxue happened to have arrived in the same car. Ling Qingxue left the company directly after receiving Xiao Ruofei's call. However, she drove to the Provincial Party Committee family residence to pick up Song Wei and then drove to the Jianbin villa area. Therefore, basically everyone arrived at the community at the same time. As soon as Xiao Ruofei parked the car, he saw Ling Qingxue's beetle turn a corner and appear in his field of vision. Soon, Ling Qingxue's car also drove into the courtyard of the villa. Ling Qingxue and Song Wei got out of the car from the left and right sides respectively. Ling Qingxue saw Xiao Ruofei, who was carrying 2 bags of vegetables in his hand, and asked with a smile, "Who are you going to treat tonight? You actually bought so many vegetables when you already have vegetables at home." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Let's go in and talk about it." The 3 of them entered the villa together. Xiao Ruofei put the vegetables in the kitchen and then walked back to the living room. While making tea for his 2 confidants, he said, "The guest tonight is a cultivator at the early stage of the Gold Core realm." When Song Wei and Ling Qingxue heard this, they exclaimed in unison, "Ah?" For a long time, Xiao Ruofei had protected the 2 of them very well and paid special attention to isolating them from the cultivation world. This time, he suddenly invited a cultivator at the early stage of the Gold Core realm to a banquet at home, and even asked them to come forward. Xia Ruofei said, his name is Xianxia. He is the young master of the Tianyi sect, and his cultivation is at the early stage of the Gold Core realm. The Tianyi sect is basically the #1 sect in the cultivation world. The Tianyi sect's position in the cultivation world is equivalent to Bat's position in the domestic internet field. Then, Xiao Ruofei told them some recent things about the cultivation world with a somewhat serious expression. Of course, the key point was that Qin Xian suddenly came to the Taoyuan company to gain experience and some of his own judgments. He did not hide them from Song Wei and Ling Qingxue. Xiao Ruofei also wanted Song Wei and Ling Qingxue to attract enough attention, so that they would not be caught off guard. After hearing Xiao Ruofei's words, the two of them looked a little serious. Song Wei said with a worried expression, Ruofei, the Tianyi sect is so powerful. If they have an ulterior motive for you, Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, as long as Taoyuan Island is here, the Tianyi sect can't do anything to me for a while. In fact, I'm most worried about you too, so I hope that during this period of time, you can live and cultivate with me on Taoyuan Island. The group arrived at the villa's living room and sat down. Xiao Ruofei then introduced, Brother Chen, this is Ling Qingxue, and this is Song Wei. They are both my Dao companions. Ling Qingxue and Song Wei did not expect Xiao Ruofei to introduce them so directly. Immediately, a faint blush appeared on their faces. Qin Xian was not very surprised. In the world of cultivation, it was not uncommon for a powerful cultivator to have multiple Dao companions. Of course, there were also cultivators who spent their entire lives alone. There were also cultivators who only had one Dao companion. Even if their Dao companion died, they would never be willing to remarry. For example, his father, Chen Nanfeng. In any case, although it was not common for a cultivator to have multiple Dao companions in the world of cultivation, it was still a normal phenomenon. At least, it would not attract the same condemnation as it did in the secular world. Xiao Ruofei immediately said to Ling Qingxue and Song Wei, this is the young master of a sect, Qin Xian. Brother Chen, at such a young age, he is already an early Oris core stage cultivator. Furthermore, he comes from a famous sect. His future is limitless. Qin Xian smiled bitterly and said, Brother Xia, ever since you appeared in the world of cultivation, the words young and promising are no longer appropriate to describe me, right? Xiao Ruofei could not help but laugh and said, based on the lifespan of Oris core stage cultivators, Brother Chen and I are of the same age. When Ling Qingxue and Song Wei heard the young master of the #1 sect in the world of cultivation praise Xiao Ruofei, they could not help but feel honored. The two of them could not help but purse their lips and laugh. Qin Xian said to Song Wei and Ling Qingxue in a cultured and refined manner, greetings, sisters-in-law. Don't believe Brother Xiao's praises. I only relied on the cultivation resources provided by my family to enter the Oris core stage a few years earlier than others. I believe that with Brother Xiao's support, the two of you will not be older than me when you step into the Oris core stage. Song Wei said with a smile, young Master Chen, you're too modest. Ruofei kept praising you in front of us. You are the leading figure of the younger generation in the cultivation world. Qin Xian waved his hand and said, you flatter me. You flatter me. Oh right, sister-in-law, just call me by my name or call me Brother Chen like Brother Xia. Calling me young sect leader Chen is a bit too distant. Greetings, Brother Chen. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue said in unison. Qin Xian nodded with a smile. After pondering for a moment, he said, sisters-in-law, I didn't prepare any gifts in advance for our first meeting. These two headdresses were obtained when I explored the ruins of ancient cultivators last time. I'll give them to you as a meeting gift. After that, Qin Xian flipped his hand and took out two exquisite headdresses from his storage ring. He handed them to Song Wei and Ling Qingxue. One of the two headdresses was in the shape of a phoenix spreading its wings and flying, while the other was in the shape of a delicate magnolia flower. One was moving and the other was still, but both were vivid and lifelike. Moreover, the material looked very special. It was neither gold nor jade. It had the texture of metal, but it also had the clarity and luster of jade. It was obviously not made of materials commonly seen in the secular world. This? Song Wei and Ling Qingxue looked at each other, then simultaneously looked at Xiao Ruofei. They did not know whether they should accept Xianxia's meeting gift, so they naturally left the decision to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Since it's a gift from Brother Chen, you should accept it." Song Wei and Ling Qingxue reached out to take the headdresses and said in unison, "Thank you, Brother Chen." The two of them did not need to discuss and tacitly chose the headdresses they liked. Song Wei took the magnolia headdress, while Ling Qingxue chose the flying phoenix headdress. It was quite compatible with their personalities. The two of them held the headdresses in their hands and immediately felt a refreshing coolness. It seemed that their minds were refreshed and they became much more clear-headed. Qin Xian said with a smile, "These two headdresses have the effect of calming the mind and concentrating the spirit. After wearing them, you can cultivate with twice the result with half the effort. For cultivators in the qi refining stage, the effect is very good. Originally, I found 2 rainbow feather garments with these 2 headdresses. However, the rainbow feather garments have been eroded by the passage of time and are very tattered. Otherwise, they would be more suitable for my 2 sisters-in-law." "Thank you, Brother Chen." Xiao Ruofei said from the side, "Your gift is very good. It's also very suitable for Wei Wei and Qingxue." "Thank you." Song Wei and Ling Qingxue also expressed their gratitude to Qin Xian once again. Qin Xian waved his hand and said, "Brother Xia did not tell me in advance that my 2 sisters-in-law would be here today, so I did not prepare a special greeting gift. Originally, wild tea would be more suitable, but with Brother Xia's temperament of being protective of women, I believe that my 2 sisters-in-law have already consumed it." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Brother Chen knows me best." At this moment, Song Wei stood up and said, "Ruofei, accompany Brother Chen for a while. Qingxue and I will prepare dinner." Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. "Okay, then I'll have to trouble you." In fact, Xiao Ruofei was almost done preparing dinner. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue only needed to stir-fry a few more vegetables and watch the fire. Moreover, Song Wei's culinary skills were not bad, so it was not a problem for him to complete these tasks. As for Ling Qingxue, it was fine as long as she did not help. Only Xiao Ruofei and Qin Xian were left in the living room. Xiao Ruofei poured away the tea leaves that Song Wei and Ling Qingxue had just brewed and cleaned the tea set. Then, he took out the Taoyuan de Hong Pao and skillfully brewed tea while chatting with Qin Xian. "Brother Chen, are you used to working in our company these days?" Xiao Ruofei asked. "It's pretty good." Qin Xian smiled and said, "I'm the same as everyone else. Every time I clock in and out, I eat in the company cafeteria. Occasionally, I go back and cook for myself at night. Squeezing into the public transport and subway with ordinary people. All of this is a very new experience for me. Moreover, being able to experience ordinary people's emotions at a close distance is indeed very beneficial for the cultivation of the mind." In fact, at this stage, Qin Xian's cultivation accumulation was more important. Therefore, compared to entering the secular world to gain experience, the better choice would be to concentrate on cultivation in the blessed cave. When he encountered a bottleneck, he would enter the secular world to cultivate and find an opportunity to break through in one fell swoop. However, Qin Xian's temperament was relatively mild. Moreover, it was his father's order, so he quickly adjusted his mentality. Since he was already here, he would take things as they came. He calmly began his journey of cultivation and really experienced the ordinary joys and sorrows of the secular world. Xiao Ruofei poured the brewed tea into a cup and handed it to Qin Xian. Then, he smiled and asked, "The people in the development department didn't deliberately make things difficult for you, right? If you have any grievances, just tell me directly. I'll deal with them." In fact, Xiao Ruofei was also worried that the people in the development department would be jealous of Qin Xian and deliberately make things difficult for him. If they angered this master, wouldn't the company be in a mess? People's lives would be a matter of minutes. As the saying goes, when a son is angry, blood will flow like a pestle. Qin Xian's ability was much stronger than those emperors of the secular world in the past. If something really happened, Xiao Ruofei would rather help Qin Xian himself and deal with a few employees. As long as it could make Qin Xian feel better, then everything would be fine. Qin Xian hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Brother Xia, please don't do that. Also, don't specifically ask me to give you special treatment. Otherwise, it would lose the meaning of the cultivation experience. Xianxia seemed to be able to guess Xia Ruofei's worries, so he said seriously, Brother Xia, don't worry. Everyone in the development department is very good to me. Even if something like you happens, how can I, a golden core stage cultivator, lower myself to the same level as the ordinary people of the secular world? No matter how much grievances I suffer, it's also a form of tempering my mind. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, all right then. But I still hope that Brother Chen can finish his cultivation experience as soon as possible. Our Taoyuan company is too small. When a great god like you squats there, I'm scared out of my wits. Xianxia revealed an awkward expression and said, it shouldn't be too long. Manager Feng attaches great importance to the Taoyuan shopping center project. Recently, he has been strengthening the development efforts. Our progress has been greatly accelerated. I estimate that in less than a month, we should be able to develop the internal version. As for the follow-up tests and adjustments, I don't need to participate. When that time comes, Brother Xia doesn't need to chase me away. I will take the initiative to leave. Let's hope so. Xia Ruofei secretly made up his mind as he spoke. He would ask Feng Jing to recruit more programmers. It would be best if he could poach two big names in the industry. The development of the Taoyuan shopping center could continue to speed up. As long as he could make Xianxia leave as soon as possible, spending a little more money and hiring a few more people was nothing. After the two of them drank tea for a while, Song Wei and Ling Qingxue walked out of the kitchen with the prepared dinner. Song Wei smiled and said, dinner is ready. Come over and chat while we eat. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, I'm coming. Then, he put down his teacup, stood up and said, Brother Chen, let's go and have dinner. You're used to eating the delicacies of the cultivation world. Today, you can try the home-cooked food of the secular world. I hope you don't mind. Xianxia smiled and said, I've been eating home-cooked food of the secular world recently. For example, I think the food in our company's cafeteria is pretty good. Even in the sect, the ingredients we eat are actually similar to the ingredients of the secular world. Ingredients like the legendary spiritual rice, because of the deterioration of the cultivation environment, very few people would waste money and manpower to grow them. Xia Ruofei touched his nose and said with a smile, that's true. In fact, it's not easy to be a cultivator now. The two of them came to the table together. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue quickly brought the dishes prepared in the kitchen to the table. They were indeed some home-cooked dishes of the secular world, boiled fish, braised beef, vinegar cabbage, bitter gourd soup. However, Xia Ruofei and Song Wei were good at cooking, so these home-cooked dishes looked good and emitted a fragrant smell, which greatly increased one's appetite. Xia Ruofei directly took out 2 bottles of Semelon white wine from the Ring-2 space and said with a smile, Brother Chen, try this Western wine today. I guess you usually don't drink much. The Semelon wine was brewed in West Winery in Australia, but Xia Ruofei had stored it in the Ring-2 space for a long time, so the taste should be very good. Of course, the wine must have more or less absorbed some spiritual energy. With Xianxia's level, he could naturally taste it. However, wine was different from other ingredients. Many cultivators, after obtaining good wine, would store it in a cellar with rich spiritual energy, so it was normal for good wine to contain a little spiritual energy. With Xia Ruofei's background as a nascent soul stage disciple, it was normal for him to take out wine with some spiritual energy. It was just right for his identity. Xianxia smiled and said, our company in the secular world has also dealt with some Western wine, but we really don't drink much. It seems that I'm in luck today. Xia Ruofei smiled and opened the wine. As he poured wine for everyone, he said, Wei Wei and Qingxue, drink a little too. This Semelon is sweet, so it's suitable for girls. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue both smiled and nodded. After pouring the wine, Xia Ruofei raised his cup and said with a smile, let's drink the first cup together. It's fate to be able to sit down and drink together in the secular world. What's more, Brother Chen has joined my company. I also use this cup of wine to express my welcome to Brother Chen. Xianxia looked a little embarrassed. He raised his cup and said, this time, it was indeed our sect's fault. I also express our apology to Brother Xia on behalf of our sect. I hope Brother Xia can forgive us. Brother Chen, you're too serious. Come, cheers, Xiao Ruofei said. Then, he raised his head and drank the wine in his cup first. He wiped his mouth and said, Wei Wei and Xianxia can drink as much as you want. Chen Xian also drank the wine in one gulp. His eyes lit up slightly and he said, Good wine. Brother Xia, this wine also contains spirit qi. It's not inferior to the wine that has been stored in our sect's cellar for many years. Xiao Ruofei's Semelon was stored in the primordial realm. Under the 30 times faster flow of time, this batch of wine had been stored in an environment rich in spirit qi for many years. Compared to the wine stored in the sect's cellar, it was not inferior at all. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, Brother Chen, if you like it, drink more. There's enough wine for today. After saying that, he directly took out a box from the ring 2 space and placed it next to the dining table. Everyone present was a cultivator, so Xiao Ruofei did not need to be secretive. It was fine if he directly took the items from the ring 2 space. In any case, everyone thought that Xiao Ruofei took them out from a storage artifact. They did not know that Xiao Ruofei actually had a magical cave artifact. Chen Xian waved his hand and said, I can't hold my liquor. I can't drink so much. Xiao Ruofei also smiled and said, Actually, my liquor capacity is limited. Let's drink until we're satisfied. I won't urge you to drink. When Song Wei and Ling Xianxia saw this, they could not help but look at each other. Then, they pursed their lips and laughed. 2 golden core cultivators actually could not hold their liquor. If they really did not want to get drunk, even 10 boxes of this wine would be useless. Xiao Ruofei, Chen Xian, Song Wei, and Ling Xianxia drank and chatted about the cultivation world. Song Wei and Ling Xianxia did not know much about the cultivation world, so most of the time, they were the audience and rarely interjected. After 3 rounds of drinking, Xiao Ruofei suddenly said, Brother Chen, have you ever thought of gathering the other 2 sects with the 5 sages token and studying the 4 tokens together? Although Xiao Ruofei spoke in a casual tone, Chen Xian could not help but look at him with a strange expression on his face. Originally, he did not understand why his father asked him to bring 2 5 sages tokens to the secular world. He had made various guesses, but he still could not figure it out. It was not until Xiao Ruofei suddenly appeared in the Taoyuan company that Chen Xian had a faint understanding. Since the Taoyuan company was Xiao Ruofei's business in the secular world, Chen Nanfeng must have a deeper meaning for letting him come to the Taoyuan company to gain experience. Under such circumstances, Chen Nanfeng specifically asked him to bring 2 5 sages tokens. Could it be that Xiao Ruofei had a close relationship with the 5 sages token? At the auction, Chen Xian had borrowed spirit stones from Xiao Ruofei in order to bid for the 5 sages token. At that time, Chen Xian was worried that Xiao Ruofei would also want to compete for the 5 sages token. He did not expect that Xiao Ruofei would readily lend him the spirit stones after pondering for a moment. If Xiao Ruofei had a deep understanding of the 5 sages token, or simply knew the secret of the 5 sages token, how could he give up the 5 sages token so easily? Chen Xian thought about it again. There was another possibility, and that was that Xiao Ruofei already had the last 5 sages token that had not yet appeared. This was almost a guess that was on the verge of coming out. Of course, the premise of all this was that Chen Nanfeng still knew about it. In fact, Chen Xian's guess was basically the truth. It was even closer to the truth than Xiao Ruofei's guess. Chen Nanfeng only thought that Xiao Ruofei had recently come into contact with the 5 sages token. He did not expect that the last 5 sages token was with Xiao Ruofei. Chen Nanfeng was overconfident because he could sense a weak aura from anyone who had come into contact with the 5 sages token. If the 5 sages token was still with Xiao Ruofei, even if it was stored in a storage ring, the aura would definitely not be hidden from him. What he did not expect was that Xiao Ruofei did not use a storage magic treasure, but a much more advanced magic treasure. If Xiao Ruofei had not come into contact with the 5 sages token in the ring 2 space for a short while before going to the gate, he would not even be able to sense that weak aura. From beginning to end, Chen Xian did not know what Chen Nanfeng's intentions were. He only vaguely guessed that it had something to do with the 5 saints token, so when Xiao Ruofei appeared, he could not provide more information to Xiao Ruofei. However, he did not hide anything about the 5 saints token. Of course, that was all. He did not continue to beat around the bush with Xiao Ruofei on the issue of the 5 sages token. Qin Xian did not expect that Xiao Ruofei would actually take the initiative to lead the topic to the five sages token today. For a moment, many thoughts flashed through Qin Xian's mind. After pondering for a while, Qin Xian said, "The three of us once studied the five sages token together, but at that time, we did not have the fourth token. The result of the research at that time. Actually, there was no progress at all. Brother Xia, do you have any good suggestions?" Qin Xian's words were more cautious, but the meaning of probing was very strong. Xiao Ruofei smiled slightly and said, "Brother Chen, I'm just saying this. After all, no one knows if there will be any new discoveries when the four tokens are gathered together. Since your research has not made any progress, why not give it a try?" Qin Xian was slightly disappointed, but he faintly felt that Xiao Ruofei should not be saying this casually, so he thought for a while and said, "I'll go back and contact my father and ask for his opinion. After all, if we want to gather the other two sects to bring out the five sages token, he will have to come forward. But now that the five sages token is with me, it may not be very convenient." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Brother Chen, you really can't forget this experiential job. You don't want to leave our company that much. Actually, you can arrange the meeting place at the Three Mountains. That way, nothing will be delayed, right?" Qin Xian's mind flashed, and he felt that Xiao Ruofei's suggestion was not casual. However, he did not show it, and only smiled slightly and said, "Brother Xiao's suggestion is good. I will seriously consider it." After that, everyone tacitly did not mention the five sages token, and the atmosphere was very good as they drank and chatted. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, Qin Xian got up and said goodbye. The reason was that he had to go to work tomorrow, and he had to go back early to rest. Xiao Ruofei and the other two could not help but laugh. Qin Xian was too immersed in his role, however, Xiao Ruofei was quite impressed with Qin Xian. He was serious in everything he did and did it to the extreme. It was unreasonable for such a person not to be successful. Considering that Qin Xian did not have a car, Xiao Ruofei wanted to drive him back. However, Qin Xian declined, and directly called for a Didi. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei and the other two walked him to the entrance of the villa area, and took it as a walk to digest the food. Xiao Ruofei also saw Qin Xian retrieve his ID card at the entrance of the villa area. He should have taken it here when he entered the villa area. The personnel management of the villa area had always been very strict. In fact, Xiao Ruofei was also very curious about Qin Xian's ID card, but he was too embarrassed to ask him to take a look. At the entrance of the villa area, Xiao Ruofei and the other two accompanied Qin Xian for a while, and the Didi he called arrived. Xiao Ruofei looked at it. It was an ordinary Ford Focus. Qin Xian probably chose an ordinary model to save money. After waving goodbye to Qin Xian, Xiao Ruofei and the other two walked into the villa area. Today, the three of them all drank a little, so Song Wei simply decided to stay at Xiao Ruofei's house. She called back to have dinner with Ling Qingxue, and then stayed at Ling Qingxue's house. Song Qiming already knew that Song Wei was already a cultivator like Ling Qingxue, so he was very assured that his daughter was staying outside, and did not send a car to pick her up. The three of them walked along the beautiful road in the villa area. On the way back, Xiao Ruofei saw that the lights in Feng Jing's townhouse were on. Feng Jing should have gone home from work. However, it was already late, and his two confidants were by his side, so Xiao Ruofei did not plan to visit. After chatting for a while, Ling Qingxue could not help but ask, "Ruofei, you suddenly invited Qin Xian to your house for dinner today. Is there a special purpose?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Take a guess." "How am I supposed to guess?" Ling Qingxue said coquettishly, "I was confused when I heard what you were talking about. It felt like you were just chatting. There was nothing substantial about it, but it didn't have much substance to it. However, I don't believe that you would do something meaningless." Song Wei pursed his lips and smiled, "Let me guess. Is it related to the Five Saints token?" Xiao Ruofei looked at Song Wei with some surprise and said, "Wei Wei, you're not bad. You're quite sharp. You can even guess that?" Ling Qingxue held Song Wei's arm and asked with interest, "Wei Wei, how did you guess?" Song Wei smiled and said, "It seems that I guessed right. Actually, it's nothing much. I just feel that although you guys haven't talked about the Five Saints Edict for long, your auras are clearly different. Moreover, although Xianxia still has a cultured and refined expression, I can feel that he has suddenly become very cautious. I wonder if the Five Saints Edict is more important to him. Xiao Ruofei gave Song Wei a thumbs up and said, "You're really meticulous. Ruofei, tell us about the Five Saints token." Ling Qingxue tugged at Xiao Ruofei's clothes and said, "In fact, I don't know much about the Five Saints token. However, Qin Xian came to the Three Mountains and joined the Taoyuan company probably for the Five Saints token. Of course, he may not know that all of this was arranged by Qin Nanfeng," Xiao Ruofei said. Then, Xiao Ruofei selectively told Ling Qingxue and Song Wei some information about the Five Saints token. After Xiao Ruofei finished, even Song Wei could not help but be a little speechless. Is the Five Saints token so magical? No wonder even the number one sect in the cultivation world attaches so much importance to it. But, what does this have to do with you? Can you unlock the secret of the Five Saints token? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "They've been looking for the fifth token. Because of a coincidence, it's already in my hands. It's just that no one knows about it. However, I feel that Chen Nanfeng, the head of the sect, must have smelled something. Otherwise, it's hard to explain why he asked Qin Xian to come to my company to gain experience and even brought 2 Five Saints tokens. I don't know what this old fox is planning. I don't want to waste time, so I might as well lure the snake out of its hole." In fact, there was another reason that Xiao Ruofei did not mention. According to the pattern that Yuntai Lei told him, the Rising Dragon token, which was the Five Saints token of the cultivation world, would mysteriously disappear every 300 years or so. Then, it would reappear after many years. Now, the token might disappear at any time. Xiao Ruofei was also interested in the secret of the token, so he naturally did not want to see such a thing happen. Therefore, there might be some risks, but Xiao Ruofei still needed to combine the 5 tokens as soon as possible. It was naturally more convenient for one sect to gather the other 2 sects than for him to invite them himself. Moreover, if the meeting place was at the Three Mountains, it would naturally be safer than going to any other sect. In addition, Xiao Ruofei had the Ring 2 space and the black flying boat, so he was very confident in escaping. Therefore, he felt that there was no problem taking a little risk. The 3 of them strolled and chatted, and soon returned to the villa. Knowing that Song Wei was going to stay for the night, Xiao Ruofei was not ecstatic. He knew very well that if either Song Wei or Ling Qingxue stayed for the night, he would definitely enjoy endless luck with women tonight. However, if both of them stayed at the same time, then he could forget about it. Sure enough, after returning home, Song Wei and Ling Qingxue directly occupied Xiao Ruofei's master bedroom. Xiao Ruofei, the owner of the villa, could only bitterly sleep in the guest room. After Qin Xian took the online taxi back to his rented house, he directly took out a satellite phone from his storage ring. After dialing a string of numbers, the call was quickly connected. Qin Xian said calmly, "I'm Qin Xian. I have something important to discuss with the sect leader." "Okay, thank you for your hard work." After a few simple sentences, Qin Xian hung up, then sat aside and waited quietly. After waiting for about 10 minutes, he heard the satellite phone ring. Qin Xian picked it up and heard Qin Nanfeng's calm voice from the receiver. "Xianer, why are you calling me so late at night? What's the matter?" Qin Xian said respectfully, "Father, I have something to report to you." Then, Qin Xian summarized his successful entry into the Taoyuan company, then Xiao Ruofei's appearance, and so on. Qin Nanfeng listened quietly. He wasn't surprised. This was because he had actually sent people to secretly protect Qin Xian. Of course, Qin Xian's every move, as well as the things that happened around him, were all clearly known to Qin Nanfeng. After all, Qin Xian was his biological son, and also his only son. He was very concerned about Qin Xian's safety. In fact, Qin Xian should have reported it yesterday, but he didn't know how to report it to Qin Nanfeng. Should he question his father? Or should he ask his father if he had any ulterior motives towards the Taoyuan company or the star-picking sect? Obviously, none of these were suitable. After hesitating for a while, Qin Xian didn't report it yesterday. He didn't expect that after delaying for a day, he still had to make this call today. After all, Xiao Ruofei's suggestion was really too important for the Yi family. Moreover, it faintly touched on the true reason why his father had sent him to the Taoyuan company to gain experience. After Qin Xian finished, Chen Nanfeng said indifferently, I know all this. Xian, I know what you want to ask, but I can't tell you right now. However, I can make one thing clear to you, and that is that I have no enmity towards Xia Ruofei, nor do I covet his treasures. As for the rest, when the time is right, you will naturally know. Qin Xian secretly sighed in relief. He was sure that his father wasn't lying to him. As long as the Yi family didn't have any ulterior motives towards Xia Ruofei, then the two sides wouldn't be in a hostile state. This made Qin Xian feel much more relaxed. He and Xia Ruofei admired each other, and under normal circumstances, they could become good friends. Chen Nanfeng continued, You didn't contact me so late at night because of this matter, did you? Qin Xian came back to his senses and hurriedly said, Father, there's something else. Today, Xia Ruofei invited me to his house for a meal. During the meal, we talked about the 5 saints' edicts, and it was Xia Ruofei who brought up this topic. Hearing this, Chen Nanfeng couldn't help but feel refreshed. He hurriedly said, Repeat your words to me without missing a word. Although Chen Nanfeng had sent an expert to secretly protect Qin Xian, the expert didn't know what Qin Xian had entered Xia Ruofei's villa for a meal. After all, Xia Ruofei was also an early-stage gold core cultivator, and his mental strength was particularly strong. The middle-stage gold core expert sent by Chen Nanfeng naturally didn't dare to unscrupulously approach to investigate. He just followed from the periphery. If Qin Xian was in any danger, he would be able to rescue him immediately. Therefore, Chen Nanfeng didn't know what happened between Xia Ruofei and Qin Xian tonight. And anything about the 5 saints' edicts was something Chen Nanfeng couldn't wait to know. What's more, this was a topic that Xia Ruofei, who was very likely to have come into contact with the mysterious 5th token, took the initiative to bring up. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Qin Xian told Chen Nanfeng everything that had happened at Xia Ruofei's house that night and their conversation about the 5 saints token. Qin Xian was silent for a long time on the other end of the phone. Qin Xian didn't dare to urge him, so he waited patiently. After a long while, Chen Nanfeng said, I'll arrange this matter. Let's do as Xia Ruofei said and arrange for the location to be at the 3 mountains. Okay. Qin Xian said. Chen Nanfeng thought for a while and said, Xian, contact Xia Ruofei and tell him, he's more familiar with the situation at the 3 mountains. Ask him if he can arrange the location. Qin Xian was slightly stunned, but he immediately understood the signal his father wanted to send, so he immediately nodded and said, I know, I'll discuss it with him. Also, tell him that the Tianyi Palace won't send anyone to participate. Chen Nanfeng said, Anyway, the 2 tokens are with you. As for the Soaring Flower Valley and the Surging Wave sect, I'll also ask them to simplify their personnel. Try to let the sect leader personally bring the tokens, or send an elder. Don't make a big fuss. Qin Xian knew that Chen Nanfeng did all this to make Xia Ruofei let down his guard. He didn't understand why Chen Nanfeng was so sure that with Xia Ruofei's participation, there would definitely be a breakthrough in the research of the 5 sages token. He even vaguely felt that although his father and Xia Ruofei didn't communicate directly at all, there seemed to be a silent tacit understanding between them. Okay, I'll tell him. Qin Xian said, Father, do you have any other instructions? Chen Nanfeng said, There's nothing else. Just act according to the circumstances. Try not to have any conflicts with the Soaring Flower Valley and the Surging Wave sect. Without affecting the Tianyi Palace, try your best to protect Xia Ruofei's interests. In short, show him more kindness. Understood. Qin Xian said casually. Although Chen Nanfeng still didn't clearly tell Qin Xian the reason for doing so, Qin Xian could feel that Chen Nanfeng had no intention of being an enemy of Xia Ruofei, nor did he want to covet Xia Ruofei's treasures. Instead, he hoped to deliberately make friends with Xia Ruofei. This was in line with Qin Xian's original intention. This way, he would be able to avoid being caught in a difficult situation. Xian, Chen Nanfeng said. Since Xia Ruofei's, your experience in the Taoyuan company translation is, you can stay in the 3 mountains. For the time being you is translation. In Chen Nanfeng's view, Qin Xian taking the initiative to leave the company was naturally showing kindness to Xiao Ruofei. He didn't expect that after hesitating for a moment, Qin Xian said, "Father, about the experience, Xiao Ruofei and I have reached an agreement. I will continue to work in the Taoyuan company for a period of time and help his company complete a phase of work before leaving." Xiao Ruofei has also agreed. Chen Nanfeng was slightly stunned and asked in surprise, "It's the work in the secular world?" "Yes, when I first joined the company, I took over a relatively important job," Qin Xian said. "If I suddenly leave, it may have a great impact on the work. And you also know that I have always finished what I started. Although it's just an ordinary job in the secular world, I don't want to give up halfway. I hope Father can understand and agree with my decision." Chen Nanfeng pondered for a moment and said, "If Xiao Ruofei doesn't have any objections, I agree." "Thank you, Father," Chen Xian said happily. After ending the call with Chen Nanfeng, Qin Xian, who was relaxed, wanted to contact Xiao Ruofei immediately. However, when he thought of Xiao Ruofei's two beautiful Taoist companions at dinner and the time now, he finally suppressed this idea. In fact, Xiao Ruofei was bitterly guarding the empty guest room alone at this time. He was not enjoying the happiness as Qin Xian imagined. The next morning, after Xiao Ruofei and the other two had breakfast in the villa, Ling Qingxue and Song Wei went out. Ling Qingxue sent Song Wei home first and then went to work. Although Xiao Ruofei was still a little worried about Qin Xian, he didn't want to go to the company so early. He simply stayed at home and made tea for a while, preparing to go to the company later. In fact, he also knew that with Qin Xian's cultivation, unless he stayed close to him 24/7, if he wanted to do any tricks or simply sabotage, there was no way to prevent him from doing anything. However, as long as he thought that there was a master in the gold core stage writing code in his company, Xiao Ruofei always had a feeling of fear and trepidation. He had to go to the company to be at ease. Xiao Ruofei had just finished boiling the water and was pouring a small bag of wild tea that he had just taken out from the ring 2 space into the teapot when his cell phone on the coffee table rang. Xiao Ruofei looked up and saw that the caller ID was Qin Xian's cell phone number that he had used to go out for training this time. Therefore, he first put down the tea bag, then waved his hand to take the cell phone and pressed the answer button. "Brother Xia, I hope I didn't disturb your rest?" Qin Xian asked. Xiao Ruofei could hear that Qin Xian's mood seemed to be good. He smiled and said, "I woke up early." "Brother Chen, did you run into some kind of happy occasion? Listening to your voice, I can feel that you're full of joy. Could it be that a young lady in the company confessed to you?" Qin Xian said awkwardly, "Brother Xia, don't joke around, haha. I'm just guessing. I know it's not very possible." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "With Brother Chen's family background, those beautiful female cultivators in the cultivation world would probably line up to become your Dao companion. How could Brother Chen take a fancy to those young ladies in my company?" "Brother Xia, I haven't thought about looking for a Dao companion for the time being. You'd better not joke about this." Qin Xian said with a wry smile, "I'm looking for Brother Xia today because I have something to discuss with you." "Oh? I'm all ears." Xiao Ruofei also put away his playful expression and said seriously, "I told my father about Brother Xia's suggestion yesterday when I went back last night." Qin Xian said straightforwardly, "My father thinks that this suggestion is quite good. It's also good to have the meeting place at the Three Mountains." Xiao Ruofei had already guessed this result, so he wasn't surprised at all. Hearing this, he said with a smile, "This is a good thing. When the three of you study the Five Saints token, I also want to join in the fun and broaden my horizons. I wonder if that's possible?" Qin Xian quickly said, "Of course we welcome you. If Brother Xia is willing to help us out, that's the best thing." Chen Nanfeng made all these arrangements to facilitate Xiao Ruofei's participation and to reduce Xiao Ruofei's vigilance as much as possible. What was the point of Xiao Ruofei not participating? So even if Xiao Ruofei didn't say it himself, Qin Xian would have taken the initiative to invite Xiao Ruofei. It was just that Qin Xian didn't expect Xiao Ruofei to be so cooperative. "That's right, Brother Xia." Qin Xian hurriedly added, "My father said that you are more familiar with the Three Mountains, so we have a presumptuous request. We hope that you can help us arrange the venue, as well as some other security matters. We would like to ask Brother Xia for help, but we don't know if that would be too much trouble. Xiao Ruofei also gave Chen Nanfeng a thumbs up in his heart. He said with a smile, no problem. I'll arrange this. You just need to tell me in advance how many people are coming. Leave the rest to me. Thank you so much. Qin Xian quickly said, Brother Xia, there shouldn't be too many people. My father said that I'm the only representative of the Tianyi Palace, and he will also ask the Soaring Flower Valley and the Cunlong sect to arrange as few people as possible. On the one hand, it's to keep a low profile. On the other hand, it's also because this matter doesn't mean that more people means more power. The study of the Five Saints token has been going on for many years, but there hasn't been any progress at all. So this isn't something that can be solved better with more people. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. He thought to himself, it seems that Chen Nanfeng is quite sensible. He set the meeting at the Three Mountains, and I'll arrange the venue. He's also trying to minimize the number of people. He's worried that I'll be scared, I see. Xiao Ruofei said, confirm the time first. That way, I can ask someone to book the place in advance. Wang Shan replied respectfully, yes. Great Elder. He then bowed slightly to Qin Xian before leaving the room. Brother Chen, come, have some tea. Xiao Ruofei smiled as he pushed a teacup in front of Qin Xian. Thank you. Qin Xian smiled. So Brother Xia is already the Great Elder of the Star-Plucking Sect. As far as I know, the Great Elder of the Star-Plucking Sect is an honorary position that has been vacant for many years. Xiao Ruofei smiled. It's all thanks to sect leader Luo's favor. Qin Xian gave Xiao Ruofei a meaningful look and didn't continue asking. Instead, he changed the topic and asked, Brother Xia, have you finished the preparations here? Is there anything you need me to do? Xiao Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. It's just to ensure everyone's food and lodging, as well as a meeting room for the exchange. Why would I need you to do anything? I booked 5 of these luxurious suites, 1 for each of us, and 3 more. If there are more than 3 sect leaders or elders from the Soaring Flower Valley and the Surging Wave sect, we can open more at any time. Even the rooms for their entourage have been reserved in advance. Thank you for your hard work, Brother Xia. Qin Xian said. Brother Chen, do you want to take a look at the meeting room? Xiao Ruofei asked. After all, you're the real host. Do you want me to accompany you to take a look at the venue? No, no, no. Qin Xian waved his hand. How can I not trust Brother Xia when you're handling things? Besides, I don't usually deal with these things, so I can't see anything. Xiao Ruofei laughed. Then don't look at it. I don't know anything about these things. It's all arranged by the people below. Let's just have some tea and talk. Of course, the reason why Xiao Ruofei called Qin Xian over in the middle of the night was because he was worried that if the people from Soaring Flower Valley and Surging Wave sect arrived at the Three Mountains at night, it would be inappropriate if Qin Xian, as the convener, didn't receive them at the hotel. Of course, it turned out that he was overthinking things. The people from Soaring Flower Valley and Surging Wave sect did not come. The next morning, Xiao Ruofei and Qin Xian had breakfast together in the hotel's buffet restaurant. The 8 disciples of the Star-Seizing sect also finished their breakfast as quickly as they could. Qin Yanan also rushed to the hotel with 2 girls from the assistant team. However, they were mainly responsible for coordinating with the hotel. If Xiao Ruofei needed anything, they would immediately coordinate with the hotel. As for the reception work, naturally, they would not be involved in it. For this reason, Xiao Ruofei specially opened 2 rooms for them to work in, and asked Qin Yanan and the others to wait in the rooms. After breakfast, Xiao Ruofei and Qin Xian went to the hotel lobby and sat down on the sofa to wait. Wang Shan and the others were also divided into 2 groups. 4 of them went to the conference room to do some preparation work, while the other 4 stayed by Xiao Ruofei's side to wait for orders. At around 9 o'clock in the morning, Xiao Ruofei and Qin Xian raised their heads at the same time to look at the entrance of the hotel. Then, they stood up at the same time and quickly walked out to welcome them. At the entrance, Soaring Flower Valley's Valley Master, Lu Manxia, and her disciple, Yu Xian both wore modern clothes and walked into the hotel lobby leisurely. Although they had changed out of their palace attire, their peerless beauty did not diminish in the slightest. Whether it was Lu Mancha's mature beauty or Yu Xian'er's pure and lovely appearance, they both made people's hearts pound. They looked like a pair of sisters. If one was not a cultivator, one would not dare to believe that Lu Mancha, who looked like a beautiful young woman in her early 30s, was actually an old woman in her 70s or 80s. In fact, when the two of them walked into the hotel, they immediately attracted a lot of attention. The number of people who turned to look was quite high. Xiao Ruofei greeted Lu Mancha while secretly nodding. It seemed that Chen Nanfeng was not lying. Moreover, he had enough face. Lu Mancha's group only had 2 people. With her identity as the Valley Master, it was definitely easy for her to come. Especially since she was the only Golden Core cultivator. It was obvious that she had responded positively to Chen Nanfeng's suggestion. Valley Master Lu, long time no see. You are still as elegant as ever. Chen Xian greeted with a smile. So it's nephew Chen. A trace of a smile appeared on Lu Mancha's cold face. Fellow Daoist Xia is also here. Qin Yanan and the others had already returned to their rooms to wait for orders, so Xiao Ruofei also changed his appearance to look like Xiao Ruofei. Lu Mancha had a very deep impression of Xiao Ruofei at the auction. Moreover, she had also bought the spiritual power cultivation technique, the true Linlang record, from Xiao Ruofei. During this period of time, she had been studying the true Linlang record and had benefited a lot in terms of her spiritual power. Therefore, she had a very good impression of Xiao Ruofei. Naturally, she could recognize him at a glance. Valley Master Lu, you've had a hard journey. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Yu Xian'er also hurriedly greeted. Xian'er greets Sect Master Chen. Greetings. Senior Xia. Xiao Ruofei hurriedly waved his hand and said, I'm not worthy of being called senior. Miss Xian'er, please call me by my name. Or fellow Daoist Xia? Chen Xian said, you can also call him Elder Xia. Brother Xia is now the great elder of the star-plucking sect. Lu Mancha was not surprised by this. She smiled and said, then I must congratulate fellow Daoist Xia. Yu Xian'er also bowed slightly again and said, Xian'er greets Elder Xia. Miss Xian'er is too polite. Xiao Ruofei hurriedly said, oh right, the fellow Daoist from the Surging Wave sect has yet to arrive. Valley Master Lu and Miss Xian'er, how about you rest in your room first? Everything has been arranged here. The specific matters of this exchange were all arranged by Brother Xia. He's a local tyrant in the 3 mountains. Chen Xian said. Lu Mancha looked at Xiao Ruofei with some surprise, then nodded slightly and said, then I'll have to trouble fellow Daoist Xia. You're welcome. It's nothing. Xiao Ruofei said. Then, he beckoned Wang Shan over and said, Wang Shan, this is Valley Master Lu Mancha of the Soaring Flower Valley. This is Valley Master Lu's beloved disciple, Miss Yu Xian'er. Bring the 2 of them to their room to rest. Wang Shan hurriedly bowed and said, disciple of the star-plucking sect, Wang Shan, greets Valley Master Lu and Miss Xian'er. Please follow me. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Valley Master Lu, Miss Xian'er, because the fellow Daoist from the Surging Wave sect has yet to arrive, Brother Chen and I will have to wait here for a while. We won't be able to accompany you upstairs. Fellow Daoist Xia is too polite. You don't have to worry about me. Lu Mancha smiled and said, we'll help ourselves. Xiao Ruofei, Lu Mancha, and the others could talk about the cultivation world openly in the hall because while they were talking, Xiao Ruofei had already used his mental power to create a barrier. The others in the hall could not hear what they were talking about. Of course, the others were far away, so they would not feel strange. They would only think that Xiao Ruofei and the others' voices were different. Lu Mancha and Yu Xian'er followed Wang Shan upstairs in the elevator. Not long after, the head of the Surging Wave sect, Mu Xing, appeared at the entrance of the hotel. Mu Xing did not make a big fuss. He did not bring a single gold core stage elder. He only brought 1 attendant, and that was his son, Mu Jianfei. As usual, Xiao Ruofei and Chen Xian quickly went up to greet him. When Mu Xing saw Xiao Ruofei, he was also very happy. He patted Xiao Ruofei's shoulder and said, Brother Xia, I didn't expect you to be here too. This is really great. Mu Xing's only son, Mu Jianfei, had almost become a cripple because his meridians were damaged during cultivation. In order to treat Mu Jianfei's injuries, Mu Xing had asked for medical help everywhere, but to no avail. Xiao Ruofei took out the fire cloud elixir at the auction. After Mu Jianfei took it, the effect was very obvious. The injuries of his meridians had obviously improved. If he continued to take it, the chances of him recovering to his original state were very high. At the auction, everyone took what they needed, so it could be considered an equal exchange. In fact, the flying phoenix rings that Mu Xing gave also contained the treasures of Layman Yuntai, which were countless times more valuable than the fire cloud elixirs that Xiao Ruofei gave him. It was just that Mu Xing did not know it. But no matter what, Mu Xing was still very grateful to Xiao Ruofei. This kind of gratitude was even stronger than when Xiao Ruofei helped him directly, because his son represented the hope of the future. Xiao Ruofei greeted him with a smile. Sect leader Mu, long time no see. You still look so strong. Haha. You flatter me. Mu Xing said with a smile. Brother Xia, you are the young talent. We old guys are going to be eliminated by this era. Mu Jianfei, who was next to him, also said very politely, Greetings, Brother Xia. Brother Mu, you look good. I think your recovery is very optimistic. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. It's all thanks to Brother Xia. Mu Jianfei was obviously in a good mood and said with a smile on his face. After a few words of greeting, Mu Xing asked, Nephew Chen, why did Brother Chen suddenly want to gather everyone to study the Five Saints token? I remember that 2 years ago, we gathered the strength of the 3 sects and studied it together for a long time, but there was no progress. My father is mainly thinking about the 4th Five Saints token that has just been born. Qin Xian said seriously, studying the 4 tokens together has never been done before. My father wants to try and see if there will be any new discoveries. That's right. Mu Xing nodded in agreement. Although I think the hope is slim, it's not impossible. Then, Mu Xing immediately asked, has Ran of the Soaring Flower Valley arrived? Qin Xian said, yes, Valley Master Lu came in person. Then let's get started. Mu Xing seemed to be an impatient person. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Sect leader Mu, you rushed here in a hurry. You haven't even had a sip of water. You'd better take a rest first. Valley Master Lu has just returned to her room. She also needs to rest. How about this? How about we start after lunch? I've even prepared the venue. Mu Xing nodded and said, since Brother Xia has already done so, why not? Since we've arrived at the 3 mountains, I'll listen to your arrangements. Wang Shan had not returned after sending Lu Manxia and Yu Xianer upstairs, so Xiao Ruofei and Qin Xian invited Mu Xing and his son to sit on the sofa in the lobby to rest. After a while, Wang Shan settled Lu Manxia and her master down and returned to the lobby on the 1st floor. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei asked Wang Shan to arrange a room for Mu Xing and his son. At noon, Xiao Ruofei invited Mu Xing, Lu Manxia, and the others to a banquet at Shangri-La. Of course, he still appeared as Xia. As for Qin Yanan and the others, Xiao Ruofei still asked them to wait in their rooms. Even lunch was sent to their rooms. Qin Yanan and the others did not feel that anything was wrong. Their task was to be ready to coordinate with the hotel at any time. Of course, they had to stay in their rooms and wait for the notice at any time. If they ran around, what if they could not find them when they were needed? After lunch, Xiao Ruofei took everyone to the conference room that he had booked yesterday. Generally, this kind of conference room in a hotel was rented according to the time slot. Most companies or individuals rented a conference room according to their needs. They only needed to rent it for a few hours. But this time, Xiao Ruofei booked the entire conference room. Of course, it would cost a lot of money, but Xiao Ruofei obviously did not care about that. Valley Master Lu, Sect Leader Mu, Young Master Chen, let's study the 5 Sages token in this conference room. Xiao Ruofei said, I've set up a defensive boundary and a soundproof formation in advance, so it's definitely safe here. And the possibility of the news being leaked is very low. Lu Manxia nodded with a smile and said, Fellow Daoist Xia, you're so considerate. I can sense the fluctuations of the formation. I can see that your formation skills are very high. Valley Master Lu, you flatter me, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Valley Master Lu rarely praises me. Mu Xing chuckled and said, Brother Mingxia, your level of array formation is truly worthy of Valley Master Lu's attention. You're flattering me. Xiao Ruofei was a little embarrassed by the compliment. After they chatted for a while, Xianxia said, Seniors, my father can't leave because he has something important to do in the sect, so he entrusted me with full authority this time. I'm sure my father has already told you that the 5 Sages token is very likely to contain a big secret. I also hope that this time, we can pool our wisdom and make a breakthrough in the study of the 5 Sages token. At this point, Xianxia turned his hand and took out the 2 5 Sages tokens from his storage ring. Then he continued, then let's get started. By the way, Brother Xia was invited by my father to participate. What do you think, seniors? I have no problem with that. There's strength in numbers. What's more, fellow Daoist Xia is not an outsider. Lu Manxia said with a smile. I have even less of a problem. Mu Xing said with a smile, Brother Xia is my son's savior. When Mu Xing said this, his son Mu Jianfei also nodded in agreement. In fact, Mu Jianfei and Yu Xian'er were just bystanders. Mu Xing and Lu Manxia's main purpose of bringing them out was to increase their knowledge. After everyone reached an agreement, Lu Manxia and Mu Xing quickly took out their 5 Sages tokens from their storage rings. The 4 tokens were placed side by side on the conference table in order. The appearance of the 4 tokens was almost identical. The only difference was the number engraved on them. The numbers of the 4 tokens were 2, 3, 4, and 5. Among them, the number 2 and 4 tokens belonged to the Tianyi Palace, the number 3 token came from the Soaring Flower Valley, and the remaining number 5 token belonged to the Surging Waves sect. In the small conference room, Xianxia, Lu Manxia, and Mu Xing stared at the 4 tokens. They didn't know how to study them. As for Yu Xian'er and Mu Jianfei, they didn't even have the slightest sense of existence. They couldn't even stare at each other at a close distance. They could only look at everyone from a little farther away. In fact, the 3 sects had worked together to study the 5 Saints token in the past few years. However, just like before, the appearance of the tokens was almost the same. There was no change when they were placed together. They couldn't find any breakthrough at all. The 3 sects all had elder-level figures who studied the 5 Saints token all year round. They had also tried to study the number of the tokens. After all, this was the only difference between the tokens. There were really people who tried to study the engraving method of the number, the fine lines, and so on. However, they chose the wrong direction from the beginning. Naturally, there was only one result, and that was to walk into a dead end. Today, the number 4 token was also included, but it seemed to have no effect. It was no different from the previous 3 tokens put together. Lu Manxia and Mu Xing both looked at Xianxia. The Tianyi Palace had gathered the 2 sects to study the 5 Saints token together. They naturally thought that the Tianyi Palace might have found something. They just needed to put the 4 tokens together and verify it. After all, the Tianyi Palace had 2 tokens. This was something that no sect had ever done in the past. How could Xianxia have any clues? He looked at Xiao Ruofei again as if he had a relay. Xianxia said, Brother Xia, did you find any clues? Mu Xing and Lu Manxia couldn't help but reveal a strange expression. They were very puzzled by Xianxia's behavior of asking Xiao Ruofei without saying anything. Xiao Ruofei immediately became the center of attention in the small conference room. Even the invisible Mu Jianfei and Yu Xian'er looked at him. Xiao Ruofei cleared his throat and said, Seniors, Brother Chen, studying these 4 tokens together won't yield any results because they're still missing the last token up until now. I feel that after we find the last token, there will definitely be a surprise. In fact, the modern world of cultivation had very limited understanding of the Rising Dragon Badge, which was also known as the 5 Sacred Badges. They couldn't even be sure if there were only 5 tokens, but among the tokens that had appeared so far, the largest number was the token number 5 of the Surging Waves sect. Therefore, everyone tentatively named this token as the 5 Saints token. At the same time, the mainstream judgment also believed that there were a total of 5 tokens in this set. But no one dared to pat their chest and say that there was definitely no 6th token, that was, the land token. Of course, Xiao Ruofei's point of view wasn't new. The mainstream view of the cultivation world also believed that under the premise that there were only 5 tokens in a set, clues should emerge after all 5 tokens were gathered. There would also be a breakthrough in the study of the 5 saints token. Therefore, Xia Ruofei's words actually didn't have any meaning. To put it bluntly, it was just correct nonsense. However, Lu Manxia and Mu Xing were sect masters after all, and both of them had a very good impression of Xia Ruofei, so they naturally wouldn't scold Xia Ruofei on the spot. They just felt a little disappointed. Xianxia was secretly anxious. He said, "Brother Xia, I also believe this. But, the last token number 1 hasn't appeared, has it? We can only study these 4 tokens for the time being. I don't know if Brother Xia, can you find any valuable clues through these 4 tokens?" Xia Ruofei didn't intend to continue hiding it. He smiled and said, "I really can't find any clues about the combination of the 4 tokens. But, we can try to put all 5 tokens together." As long as he still wanted to study the secret of the 5 saints token, it was impossible to hide the fact that he had one 5 saints token. After all, he only had 1 token. No matter what he did, he wouldn't be able to figure out anything. Only by gathering all 5 tokens together would there be a miraculous change. The other 4 tokens were in the hands of others, so it was naturally impossible for him to study them in silence. Therefore, Xia Ruofei used the influence of the Tianyi sect to gather everyone through a tacit understanding with Chen Nanfeng. Their purpose was to combine the tokens. After all, money moved people's hearts. Doing this was naturally risky. However, Xia Ruofei had already minimized the risk. The soaring Flower Valley and the surging Wave sect didn't mobilize a lot of people, and the meeting place was at the 3 mountains. He had full authority to arrange it. Moreover, he was an early-stage golden core cultivator. Even Lu Manxia and Mu Xing didn't know this. In addition, he had made some arrangements in this conference room in advance. The true fluctuations that Lu Manxia sensed were not only soundproof and shielding effects. If a conflict really happened, the formation that Xia Ruofei set up with the Jade Talisman was enough to trap them for a few minutes. With such a time difference, Xia Ruofei could calmly pick up Song Wei and Ling Qingxue and escape by flying boat. He had already asked Song Wei and Ling Qingxue to come to the Shangri-La Hotel, but they were staying in Xia Ruofei's room. Once a conflict happened, Xia Ruofei could drive the flying boat immediately and pick them up from the window on the side of the outer wall. There was more than enough time. With so many arrangements, Xia Ruofei had some confidence in his heart. Since it was destined that he couldn't hide it, he might as well get straight to the point. Xianxia and the others didn't immediately understand the meaning of Xia Ruofei's words. With a thought, Xia Ruofei took out the number 1 token from the cave in the Mountain Sea territory. At the same time, he wrapped the token with a layer of mental strength, completely isolating it from the outside world. Xia Ruofei had already heard about the changes in the token from layman Yuntai, so he wasn't as surprised as Xianxia and the others. Of course, it was also the first time he had seen the tokens together, but his attention was more focused on the floating point of Yuntai. Xia Ruofei did not see Yuntai's floating point on this side of the token, so he thought it should be on the back. Everyone's attention was attracted by the changes of the token, and great surprise filled their hearts. For so many years, the 3 sects had invested a lot of manpower and resources in studying the 5 saints token, but there was no progress at all. Today, they finally saw the dawn of hope. The most desperate thing was to stay the same. Change meant new opportunities. Mu Xing had been staring at the token, as if he was trying to recall something. Suddenly, he pointed at the token and cried, "Rising Dragon! Rising Dragon! Is this the Rising Dragon token?" As soon as he said that, Xianxia and Lu Manxia both showed a hint of joy. Lu Manxia quickly asked, "Sect leader Mu, do you know the origin of this token?" Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be surprised. This was the first time he heard someone other than Yuntai talk about the 5 saints medallion. He couldn't help but look forward to it. After all, Yuntai didn't have a deep understanding of the Rising Dragon medallion. Plus, due to his low cultivation, he wasn't qualified to participate in the Rising Dragon medallion's research. If Mu Xing could learn more about the Rising Dragon medallion through other channels, that would be great. Mu Xing said, "I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I don't know much about the Rising Dragon token, and I can't even be sure if this is the Rising Dragon token." At this point, Mu Sheng paused for a moment and said, "Actually, I saw it in a remnant of an ancient book." However, this book only described the Rising Dragon token in a few words. The masters of the 5 sects will gather at the Flying Dragon Peak to study the Rising Dragon token. Other than that, there was no other content. I just saw the 2 words Rising Dragon on the token, and I tried hard to recall that there was such a description in the ancient book. Hearing this, Lu Manxia couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. She couldn't help but ask, "Sect leader Mu, think about it carefully. Is that really all?" Actually, Lu Manxia was too concerned. Mu Sheng was a veteran golden core cultivator and basically had a photographic memory. Furthermore, he wasn't like ordinary people in the mortal world, whose memories would become blurry after a long time. Perhaps his impression would become a little faint, but as long as he seriously tried to recall, he definitely wouldn't remember wrongly. Since he only had this one sentence, it was basically certain that there wasn't any more content. Mu Sheng smiled bitterly and said, "Valley Master Lu, I am not muddle-headed yet, and my memories are not muddled. I am very sure that the record of the Rising Dragon badge only has this one sentence. If Valley Lord Lu doesn't believe me, I can immediately contact the sect and send someone to deliver the ancient book to the 3 mountains." Lu Manxia couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. She hurriedly said, "Sect leader Mu, you misunderstood me. That's not what I meant." Speaking of which, Xia Ruofei and Xianxia were naturally juniors. At this time, they naturally wouldn't get involved. Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and said, "I don't think we should care whether this thing is called the 5 Sages badge or the Rising Dragon badge. Let's see what's special about this combined badge first." Xia Ruofei's proposal was naturally unanimously agreed by everyone. Lu Manxia even cast a grateful look at Xia Ruofei. He changed the topic like this, which could be considered as helping her out of the predicament. The badge was a little bigger than an adult's palm. On this side, there was only the embossed word Rising Dragon. Other than that, there were no patterns on it. These 2 words were in seal script. Just as Lu Manxia said, the strokes were vigorous and powerful. If one paid close attention, they could even feel the momentum coming from them. Yes, just these 2 words were enough to show that this combined badge was extraordinary. However, the 2 words Rising Dragon were just full of momentum. Other than that, no one could see anything special about it, let alone discover the secret of the complete ancient cultivator's relics. Xia Ruofei naturally picked up the Rising Dragon badge on the conference table. He first pretended to look at the front side, and then turned it over. When the dense floating points on the back side appeared in front of him, he couldn't help but focus his eyes, and a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. According to Yuntai, the floating points that would change every 50 years or so were all distributed on the back side. Xianxia and the others were also looking at the Rising Dragon badge, so after Xia Ruofei turned it over, they were naturally attracted by these floating points. Senior Yuntai. Xia Ruofei tried to use his spiritual force to directly communicate with Yuntai, who was in the mysterious space in the cave of the mountain sea territory in the Ring 2 space. However, it was silent. Obviously, this seclusion maniac was still in deep seclusion, completely isolated from the outside world. Xia Ruofei really didn't understand. In fact, Yuntai was already a remnant soul. He didn't even have a body, so what was the use of seclusion? Originally, he wanted to let Yuntai take a look at the floating point pattern, but since he couldn't contact him, he had to give up. Xia Ruofei looked at the floating point pattern on the backside of the Rising Dragon badge with rapt attention. These floating points almost covered the entire backside of the badge. Moreover, they were so densely packed that he couldn't see any pattern. If someone with trypophobia saw this pattern, they would probably have goosebumps all over their body. Xia Ruofei simply sat down at the conference table, and placed the Rising Dragon badge on the table with its back facing up. Xianxia, Mu Sheng, and Lu Manxia all came over to take a closer look. So far, the floating points on this badge were the most likely place to contain the secret of the Rising Dragon badge. Other than the 2 words on the badge, there wasn't even any decorative engravings. Therefore, everyone's focus was naturally on these floating points. Xia Ruofei reached out his hand and prepared to touch these floating points. "Brother Xia, be careful," Xianxia reminded him. Xia Ruofei nodded slightly, but his fingers still firmly landed on the floating points. He knew that touching these floating points shouldn't be dangerous. This was because the ancient cultivation sects had studied the combination of the rising dragon badge for a long time. If just touching it was dangerous, it was impossible that Yuntai didn't know, and it was unlikely that he didn't tell Xiao Ruofei. After all, tricking Xiao Ruofei wouldn't do Yuntai any good. If something happened to Xiao Ruofei, who knew what changes would happen to the Ring 2 space because of the death of the Lord Rao? The mysterious ore that Yuntai relied on to survive was stored in the Ring 2 space. Qin Xian and the other two stared at Xiao Ruofei without blinking. Xiao Ruofei's hand landed on those floating points, and nothing unexpected happened. He gently touched these floating points, and felt that these floating points were very smooth and didn't feel sharp at all. Xiao Ruofei suddenly had a thought. Could this be a language similar to Braille? He carefully touched them from top to bottom, hoping to feel the difference between the floating points. However, these floating points seemed to have been carved out with a very precise instrument. Most of them were exactly the same, and Xiao Ruofei couldn't find any differences. Xiao Ruofei wasn't discouraged. After all, the ancient cultivators had studied them countless times, but they didn't find anything. It would be strange if he could find any clues just by touching them. "Seniors, Brother Chen, what do you think?" Xiao Ruofei said. Qin Xian pondered for a moment and said, "If this token has some kind of secret, the most likely breakthrough lies in these floating points. However, these floating points don't seem to have any pattern." "I can't find any clues at the moment," Mushing nodded and said, "I just tried to check with my mental power. These floating points seem to be a hole with the token, and the material is very special. My mental power can't even break through the surface of the material." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruofei also tried using his mental power. His mental power was higher than Mushing's, but the result was the same. His mental power couldn't even break through the surface of the floating points. Naturally, he couldn't find any clues. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. If it was so easy to find clues with mental power, then those nascent soul stage and even nascent soul stage experts in the ancient cultivation world would have solved the secret of the rising dragon token long ago. How could their descendants have a chance to do so? Qin Xian and Lu Mansha also released their mental power to try, but it was useless. Lu Mansha frowned and said, "I think we should start from the arrangement of these floating points and see if we can find a pattern." Qin Xian sighed and said, "That's easier said than done. There are a total of 3,865 floating points on this token, and their arrangement doesn't have any pattern at all. If we want to deduce it bit by bit, there are too many possibilities. It's impossible to do it even if you spend your entire life." For an Aura's core stage cultivator, the situation on the surface of the token was clear as day with a sweep of their mental power. Therefore, Qin Xian could clearly calculate the number of floating points, and it was directly accurate to the single digits. Xiao Ruofei agreed with Qin Xian's words. The ancient cultivation sects had studied the rising dragon token for many years, and most of their energy was spent on studying the arrangement of floating points. It was just that there were so many floating points. If one were to start from the minute differences in parameters such as the spacing between each row and column and the number of floating points, there would be too many possibilities. What was even more despairing was that the pattern of the floating points on the rising dragon token would change every 50 years. However, 50 years wasn't enough time to deduce the arrangement of the floating points at all. Xiao Ruofei stared blankly at the rising dragon token on the table and frowned slightly. He was quite mentally prepared for the difficulties he would face after the combination of the tokens, so he wasn't impetuous or impatient. However, in the face of these densely packed floating points, calmness was of no use, and he was still helpless. Xiao Ruofei stared at the first floating point in the upper left corner and observed it with rapt attention, and found a trace of abnormality. The floating point was actually a standard hemispherical shape that was integrated with the token. Xiao Ruofei found that on the spherical surface of the first floating point, there were many black dots neatly arranged, as if they were printed on it. These black dots also formed a pattern similar to the floating point, but the number was slightly less, about 60 to 70 of them. However, the floating point itself was already very small, almost the size of a grain of rice. In such a place, and on a spherical surface, there were actually so many black dots printed on it. This was already more detailed than the so-called micro-carvings. If it wasn't for the outstanding eyesight of a cultivator, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't even have noticed the black dots on the surface of the floating point. He quickly looked at the other floating points. Sure enough, on the surface of each floating point, there were dozens of black dots printed on it. However, these black dots weren't exactly the same, and there were also many variations in the rows and combinations of the black dots. Of course, after Xiao Ruofei looked at the dozens of floating points, he quickly found that some of the black dot patterns were repeated. Xiao Ruofei didn't hide his discovery. After all, these black dots might be inconspicuous to ordinary people, but they couldn't hide from the eyes of golden core stage cultivators. Even if he didn't say anything, Xianxia and the other two should be able to find out very soon. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei directly said, "Seniors, Brother Chen, look carefully at the surface of the floating points, there seems to be some black patterns." Hearing this, Xianxia, Lu Manxia, and Muxing also looked at it attentively. "It really is." Xianxia shouted with some excitement, "Brother Xia, where do you think the secret is hidden?" "It's most likely these floating points." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "But you've analyzed it just now. To find the pattern of the floating points arrangement, I'm afraid it'll be a very big project. I think these floating points are very similar to words." "Words?" Muxing asked with some confusion, "But I didn't find any pattern at all, Brother Xia, how did you know?" Xiao Ruofei said, "These black dots on the surface of the floating points, according to the arrangement, may represent completely different meanings. I found that among these 3,000 floating points, some of the floating points' surface patterns are completely the same, such as here, here." Xiao Ruofei pointed at the corresponding floating points on the command token, and then continued, "Among the floating points on the back of this command token, the one with the most repetitions seems to be 15 times, and there are some floating points with slightly less repetitions. Look, don't these floating points look like words? Each floating point represents a word. And if the black dot pattern appears repeatedly, it might be a more common word. The more it appears, the more frequently the word Ming is used. It really does look a little similar," Muxing said after looking carefully. Lu Manxia said, "I also think that Brother Xiao's deduction is relatively close to the truth. But, the pattern on each floating point is different. With so many floating points, it shouldn't be an easy task to decipher them. Brother Xiao's deduction is very likely correct." Xianxia said, "No matter what, today's command token didn't let us return empty-handed. In the research of the Five Saints token, at least we've made a big step forward." Muxing also stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Nephew Chen is right. We didn't have any clues before, but now we at least have a research direction." Lu Manxia looked a little excited and said, "Fellow Daoist Xiao's discovery has indeed made us take a big step towards the truth. If we continue to research in this direction, we might be able to make a breakthrough soon." Xiao Ruofei saw everyone's excited look and couldn't help but want to pour cold water on them. The small black dots on the surface of the floating ball might be undetectable to ordinary people, but under the detection of a cultivator's mental power, they couldn't hide at all. Xiao Ruofei didn't believe that the nascent soul experts of the ancient cultivation world couldn't find them. Such an obvious clue, but they couldn't find anything substantial. What did that mean? It meant that it wasn't so easy to decipher the content represented by the floating points. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei had also come into contact with simple cryptography during his military service. From the perspective of cryptography, even if Xiao Ruofei's guess was correct, which meant that each floating point represented a character, and the black dots on the surface of the floating ball corresponded to different characters according to the different styles, it was extremely difficult to decipher the content represented by the floating points based on these. More than 3,000 floating points were equivalent to more than 3,000 samples. And some of them were repeated. They could start from these repeated floating points and list out the possible characters. Then, according to the probability, they could make an arrangement and replace these floating points with the corresponding characters. Combined with the context, they could deduce the characters represented by the other floating points bit by bit. This was a process of continuous trial and error. In theory, the first step was the most difficult. As more and more floating points were deciphered, the cracking speed would also become faster and faster, because more floating points would be converted into context content as a reference. No matter what, this calculation was an astronomical number. Xiao Ruofei speculated a little and finally understood why the ancient cultivation world couldn't find any results after 50 years of research. He said, "Seniors, Brother Chen, I'm afraid things aren't that simple. There are countless possibilities to deduce the content of more than 3,000 characters from these floating points. If we try all these possibilities, we might not be able to complete it even after decades." Mu Xing felt a little incredulous and said, "Little brother Xia, it shouldn't be that exaggerated, right? It's only a little more than 3,000 floating points." Mu Xing considered it from the perspective of a golden core cultivator. Because their mental strength was very strong and their brain development was very high, their thinking speed was much faster than ordinary people. He felt that even if he tried word by word, it shouldn't take too long. At most, 3 to 5 years would be the limit. How could it not be completed even after a few decades? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Sect leader Mu, let me give you an example. There are about 2 to 3,000 Chinese characters that we commonly use now. If it's those that are used more frequently, there are at least 1 to 200 of them. In other words, even if they were only searching for high-frequency Chinese characters, there were still 1 or 200 possibilities for these floating dots that appeared repeatedly. Every time we decipher a floating point, we'll have to multiply it by 2 to 3,000. In addition, we'll have to take into account the era of this token, as well as the differences between the language of that era and the language of this era. In the end, the amount of calculation might be so huge that we can't even imagine it." Qin Xian also said, "Uncle Mu, Brother Xia is right. I heard that some organizations in the secular world that study cryptography use supercomputers with extremely fast computing speed to do their work because they rely entirely on manpower." Speaking of this, Qin Xian suddenly stopped. He and Xiao Ruofei looked at each other. Both of their eyes lit up and they shouted at the same time, "Supercomputer! What chicken? Aren't chickens used to be eaten? How can it help us crack the secret of the token?" Mu Xing was confused. Mu Xing didn't know much about the secular world, and he was not interested in learning about modern technology. Relatively speaking, his son Mu Jianfei was a young man after all, and he had more or less contact with some things in the secular world. Seeing his father's ignorant look, Mu Jianfei couldn't help but cover his face. Then, he looked up and said helplessly, "Father, it's a supercomputer. It's a kind of technological device in the secular world. It's not a chicken that's usually cooked for eating." Xiao Ruofei briefly explained and said, "Sect leader Mu, a supercomputer is a kind of advanced machine that can replace human beings to perform some complicated calculations. Its biggest feature is that it has a large data storage capacity and a computing speed that far exceeds that of the human brain. Take our Huaxiao's divine light of Taihu light as an example. It can perform an average of 930 million calculations per second, and it can reach 1.25 billion calculations per second at its fastest speed. No matter how strong a cultivator's spiritual power is, it's impossible to achieve this level." Hearing this, Mu Xing couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He said, 100 billion, in fact, Xiao Ruofei's explanation was not very accurate, but it was very intuitive. It made Mu Xing and Lu Manxia immediately understand the huge advantage of a supercomputer compared to a human brain. In fact, a supercomputer was not used to compare with a human brain at all, because they were not on the same order of magnitude. Qin Xian said excitedly, "Brother Xia, maybe it's really feasible. If we rely on ourselves to calculate the words represented by each floating point bit by bit, we may not be able to complete it even if we spend our whole lives. But if we hand it over to a supercomputer, it will be much faster." Xiao Ruofei said calmly, "It's not that optimistic. First of all, a supercomputer is only responsible for calculating. We have to build a model and database ourselves to crack the password. Otherwise, even if we have a supercomputer, it can't help us calculate it out of thin air. In addition, supercomputers are usually in large national scientific research institutions or large technology companies. The time of a supercomputer has always been very tight, and we may not be able to coordinate it. There's also the problem of confidentiality. Whether this token is called the Five Sages token or the Rising Dragon token, we should keep it a secret even in the cultivation world. Otherwise, it will inevitably cause a great uproar. As for the secular world, it can't be leaked." Mu Xing and Lu Manxia did not understand what Xiao Ruofei was talking about regarding the supercomputer. However, the two of them agreed with his third point. Lu Manxia said directly, Brother Xia is right. No matter what method we use to crack it, the prerequisite is that we must ensure that the secret is not leaked. Otherwise, it will cause a great uproar in the cultivation world. Xianxia also nodded and said, Brother Xia's words make sense, but at least we have a direction to solve this problem. We can solve the problems you mentioned one by one. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, the time problem is easy to solve. I more or less know some influential friends in the secular world. It should be no problem to ask them to help coordinate it. But how do we build the calculation model to crack the floating point password? Which characters should we use? What are their weights? These problems must be solved by us personally. We can't let others do it. Chen Xian said, Brother Xia, we can learn. I know a little about computer technology, and I believe that you know a lot about it too. Compared to ordinary people in the secular world, our biggest advantage is that we learn knowledge quickly and have a strong comprehension ability. I believe that solving these problems won't take too much time. At least, it will be faster than us relying on the human brain to calculate bit by bit. That's true. Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, but don't forget, all of this is based on the premise that my previous inference that each floating point represents a character is correct. If I'm wrong, then all of our work will be useless. Research is a process of trial and error. Qin Xian said indifferently, moreover, this won't take too much of our time. I think it's completely worth it. Seniors, what do you think? Lu Manxia and Mu Xing nodded without hesitation and said in unison, we completely agree. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. He stood up and said, since everyone's opinion is the same, let's give it a try. In fact, Xiao Ruofei was also inclined to this judgment. Compared to the current cultivators, the nascent soul stage and nascent soul stage experts of the ancient cultivation world were much stronger in all fields related to cultivation. If they couldn't solve the problem, how could the cultivators of the modern cultivation world do it? Xiao Ruofei felt that if they really wanted to calculate, they could only find the gap in computing speed. He believed that even the nascent soul stage and nascent soul stage experts of the ancient cultivation world could only be crushed by supercomputers in terms of computing speed. Perhaps, they could really use modern technology to find a breakthrough in the cracking work this time. Xiao Ruofei looked at the token on the table and pondered for a while before saying, Seniors, Brother Chen, I think that the first thing we need to do is to scan this floating point pattern as it is, and we must use an extremely high-definition scanning device. Chen Xian nodded and said, yes. Let's scan it first. It will be more convenient for us to study it later. Naturally, Lu Manxia and Mu Xing didn't understand this at all. Seeing that Chen Xian agreed, they also nodded in agreement. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, I heard that there is a set of high-definition scanning equipment in the Forbidden City, which is specially used to scan precious cultural relics. Why don't we go to the capital and find a way to borrow this set of equipment? The Forbidden City? Mu Xing couldn't help but cry out. Even if he didn't know much about the secular world, he knew about the Forbidden City. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Sect Leader Mu, the Forbidden City is no longer the Imperial Palace. It is now the National Museum. Everyone can go in and visit it if they buy a ticket. There were many precious cultural relics in the Forbidden City, and the daily maintenance and restoration work was also quite heavy. This set of high-definition scanning equipment was specially used to build files for these precious cultural relics, especially for those paintings and paintings. After scanning, it could be said to be very clear. It was very useful for analyzing the paper or the silk type of these paintings and paintings. Because the cultural relics had to be restored to their original state, the raw materials of the same era and the same materials naturally had to be chosen first. With the high-definition scanning equipment, the identification of the materials had become much easier. Chen Xian said, I agree. But about the Forbidden City Museum, the Tianyi Palace is not very powerful in the capital. I'm afraid. I'll think of a way. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. He had a lot of friends in the capital. It shouldn't be a problem to just borrow the equipment. Then there's no time to lose. Let's set off now. Lu Manxia was also a swift and decisive person. Okay. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Brother Chen, you should have brought the blue water flying boat, right? We can hitch a ride. Haha. No problem. Xianxia said with a smile, let's take the blue water flying boat. Everyone prepared to pack up and take the flying boat directly from the top floor of the hotel to the capital. But the problem was that the token had been assembled into a whole piece and seemed to fit perfectly. Should they separate it? How should they separate it? If they didn't separate it, who would be responsible for carrying it? After all, the token was so precious. Everyone was still a little worried in their hearts. Xiao Ruofei also saw everyone's doubts and said with a smile, how about this? Anyway, the token will be assembled and scanned after arriving in the capital. Brother Chen will take it first. After all, the Tianyi Palace has 2 tokens. But Brother Chen, don't put it in the storage magic treasure. This way, the token won't be out of everyone's sight. What do you think? Mu Xing and Lu Manxia nodded and said in unison, okay. Everyone reached an agreement, so Xianxia reached out and took the token. Everyone walked out of the conference room together. Xiao Ruofei proposed to take Song Wei and Ling Qingxue with him. Xianxia naturally didn't have any objections. When Mu Xing and Lu Manxia heard that the 2 of them were Xiao Ruofei's Taoist companions, the 2 gold core cultivators couldn't help but have a gossipy heart. Not only did they not have any objections, but they also urged Xiao Ruofei to quickly call Song Wei and Ling Qingxue over. So, Xiao Ruofei called his 2 confidants and asked them to wait directly on the rooftop. The 2 of them had already arrived at the hotel and were resting in Xiao Ruofei's room. Then, Xiao Ruofei called Qin Yanan and asked her to take them back to the company first. However, they shouldn't check out of the hotel room yet. Xiao Ruofei thought that if the trip to the capital went smoothly, they should go to the hotel in the 3 mountains and study the token together. As for the small conference room, they naturally checked it out first. In any case, if they needed it, it would be easy to book it. The group quickly arrived at the rooftop, and no one discovered their whereabouts. For a group of cultivators, it was simply too easy to avoid the ordinary people of the secular world and the surveillance equipment. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue had already arrived at the rooftop before them. Then, they naturally introduced each other and exchanged greetings. Mu Xing and Lu Manxia were very polite to Song Wei and Ling Qingxue. Although the 2 of them had low cultivation, they didn't look down on them at all. Instead, they praised the 2 of them for being a good match for Xiao Ruofei. As their elders, Mu Xing and Lu Manxia also gave Song Wei and Ling Qingxue a greeting gift. Although it wasn't particularly expensive, it was still a very useful treasure for qi refining cultivators. In a happy and harmonious atmosphere, everyone boarded Xianxia's jade water flying boat and quickly flew in the direction of the capital. On the blue water flying boat, Xianxia took out the best tea to entertain everyone. Although the last bit of wild tea he had brought had been given to Xiao Ruofei, there was no shortage of good tea on the flying boat. Brother Xia, our Tianyi school's business in the secular world is not very big, but we also have an office in the capital. After we arrive in the capital today, I'll take care of the accommodation. Xianxia said with a smile. Hearing this, Song Wei pursed his lips and said with a smile, Brother Chen, when we arrive in the capital, it will be Ruofei's territory. Of course, he will take care of the accommodation. Yes. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, otherwise, wouldn't it be a slap in my face? Mu Xing said with a smile, isn't Brother Xiao's territory in the 3 mountains? How did the capital become your territory? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Sect Leader Mu, you must be joking. My territory is not my territory, but I have a lot of friends in the capital. In addition, I also bought some properties. By the way, let's stay at my house today. I bought a Sihiyuan in Luhai Alley in the capital. The place is quite spacious. A Sihiyuan? Lu Manxia said with a smile, is it an ancient building? It's quite to my liking. It's not particularly old. It's a building from the Qing dynasty. It was renovated later, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. That's good. Xianxia said, then it's settled. We'll stay at Brother Xiao's house today. Then, Xianxia asked again, by the way, Brother Xia, have you thought about who you can find to coordinate with the Forbidden City? Before Xiao Ruofei could speak, Song Wei asked curiously, Ruofei, are you going to the Forbidden City to do something? Xiao Ruofei explained, we want to borrow the high-definition scanning equipment of the Forbidden City Museum. Song Rui or Brother Zhao should be able to help us. Song Wei said with a smile, why do you want to go so far? Ask me for help. You? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but turn to look at Song Wei. Then, he suddenly realized. He patted his forehead with a wry smile and said, I've really gone too far. I almost forgot that you majored in archaeology. You must have a lot of contact with the Cultural Relics Restoration team of the Forbidden City Museum, right? Song Wei smiled and nodded. Is it okay to borrow their equipment? Xiao Ruofei asked. What's the problem? Song Wei said. Just leave it to me. When we arrive in Beijing, I'll make a few calls first. As long as they don't need to use equipment to scan the cultural relics, there shouldn't be a problem. All right. Xiao Ruofei said. Then, he chuckled and said to Qin Xian, Brother Chen, look, the problem is solved. Qin Xian was speechless. It turned out that Xiao Ruofei hadn't even thought about who to ask for help. He was just going with whatever he could get. However, this also showed that borrowing equipment wasn't a big deal in Xiao Ruofei's eyes. Qin Xian was naturally relieved. Although the flying speed of the Jade Water airship wasn't as fast as Xiao Ruofei's black airship, it only took them an hour to travel from the Three Mountains to Beijing. Everyone chatted for a while, and the airship was already close to Beijing. The Jade Water airship hovered above a secluded alley near the courtyard house. Everyone jumped off the airship, and then Qin Xian put away the airship. Everyone followed Xiao Ruofei along the alley for a short distance, and then they arrived at the main entrance of Xiao Ruofei's courtyard house. Lu Manxia and Mu Xing couldn't help but exclaim when they saw the spacious and bright door. Although they hadn't experienced the Qing dynasty at their age, most of their childhood environments were built in this style of architecture. Moreover, these cultivation sects were all ancient buildings, so when they saw this courtyard house, they naturally felt a sense of familiarity. Xiao Ruofei directly unlocked the door with his fingerprint, then turned around and said with a smile, Everyone, please come in. In the side room of the main entrance, there were also security guards who were recruited by Wu Chang. After hearing the sound, the veteran walked out of the side room and happened to see Xiao Ruofei walking through the door. The veteran was so scared that he quickly stood at attention and shouted, Mr. Xia, you're back. Xiao Ruofei came back very suddenly this time, and he didn't inform them to prepare a room or pick him up at the airport. However, under the leadership of Wu Chang, the staff of the courtyard house took care of the place in an orderly manner. Everyone performed their duties and did their best to complete their work, so they weren't afraid of Xiao Ruofei's sudden attack. The veteran just felt that it was a bit sudden. Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, Tell the kitchen to make a few more dishes. I'm going to invite my friends to dinner tonight. Also, clean up the guest rooms in the middle courtyard. My friends are staying here tonight. Yes. Mr. Xia, the veteran quickly said. Xiao Ruofei continued to lead everyone inside, and introduced the courtyard house to everyone. In Beijing, it was rare to see a courtyard house that covered such a large area and was so perfectly restored. Naturally, everyone was full of praise. After passing through the Moon Gate, everyone came to the middle courtyard where the master lived. In the middle of the courtyard, there was a row of 3 connected rooms, and there were many guest rooms on both sides. It was more than enough for Qin Xian and the others to stay. Wu Chang received the notice from the main entrance and hurried over from the backyard. Boss. Wu Chang called out respectfully. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, Wu Chang, ask sister-in-law to prepare a few more specialties and move a box of Zui Ba Xian from my wine cellar to the backyard. I'm going to invite my friends to dinner tonight. Yes. Wu Chang replied. Prepare the car. We should be using it tomorrow morning, Xiao Ruofei said again. It was already afternoon when they set off from Sanshan. At this time, the sky was gradually darkening, so they would have to wait until tomorrow morning to go to the Forbidden City. Xiao Ruofei looked at the people present and said, There's not enough space in the car. Give Brother Zhao a call and ask him to borrow 2 commercial cars and 2 drivers from the club. Drive them here tomorrow morning. Yes. Wu Chang replied. Zhao Yongjun was Wu Chang's old leader. They usually kept in touch. Moreover, when Xiao Ruofei asked to borrow a car, Zhao Yongjun naturally wouldn't say no. Well, if there's nothing else, you can go and do your work. Xia Ruofei said, "Tell all the staff that no one is allowed to enter this courtyard without permission. I have something important to discuss with my friends." "Understood." Wu Chang said, "Boss, I'll go first." Xia Ruofei nodded slightly. Wu Chang bowed to everyone and then quietly left the courtyard, closing the door to the backyard. Song Wei went to the side to call his friends in the Cultural Relics Restoration team of the Forbidden City Museum, while Xia Ruofei personally led everyone to assign the rooms. There were plenty of rooms here, so everyone chose a guest room. Then, Xia Ruofei took everyone to his master room. The middle room and the right room of the master room were completely connected. It was basically an open space. Usually, it was very good to entertain friends here. Even a small party was no problem at all. After everyone was seated, Xia Ruofei took out the tea leaves from the space and skillfully began to make tea. At this time, Song Wei came in with a mobile phone in his hand and said with a smile, "Everything has been arranged. Tomorrow morning from 9 to 10 o'clock, all the equipment will be available to us. Is there enough time?" "Yes." Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "It's just scanning such a small thing." "Thank you for your hard work, Wei Wei. Sit down and have some tea." Everyone sat around the tea table. Xianxia put down the token in his hand and placed it on the tea table. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but pick up the token and carefully look at the floating points on it, especially the floating points where the black dots repeated. However, he couldn't figure out anything even after racking his brains. He also knew that it was not easy to achieve any results in such a short period of time. Otherwise, those experts of the ancient cultivation world would not be at their wits' end. Wasn't the reason why the Rising Dragon Order could become an unsolved case in the ancient cultivation world because it was difficult to solve? It seemed that he could only pin his hopes on a supercomputer, Xia Ruofei thought to himself. After dinner, everyone went back to their rooms. For cultivators, it didn't matter whether they slept or not. Everyone went back to their rooms to meditate and cultivate. Qin Xian, Lu Mansha, and the others were all important figures in the cultivation world. They still had some cultivation resources like spirit crystals. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue were embarrassed to share a room with Xia Ruofei in front of so many people, so they also stayed in the guest room. However, the two of them stayed in the same room. Seeing that Xia Ruofei's two cultivation partners were so close, Qin Xian couldn't help but give Xia Ruofei a thumbs up. Everyone went back to their rooms. There was still one problem, and that was the token. In the end, Xia Ruofei suggested that he give it a try. Then, he used about 80% of his strength to bombard the token. Immediately, it divided into 5 separate small tokens. Qin Xian and the others were shocked. When they saw that the familiar 5 Saints token was not damaged in the slightest, and when they were put together, they immediately formed the 8 trigrams token. Only then did they relax. Then, Qin Xian tried again. He hit the token with all his strength and successfully divided it. Everyone took their tokens and went back to their rooms to meditate and cultivate. The next morning, after breakfast in the backyard, they were ready to get in the car and go to the Forbidden City Museum. The 2 commercial cars sent by Zhao Yongjun had arrived at the courtyard at dawn and were parked in the backyard. Xia Ruofei saw Qin Xian coming over with his mobile phone. He must have just finished a call. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "Brother Chen, who did you call so early in the morning?" Qin Xian said, "Oh. I called the company and asked for 2 more days off. I only asked for 1 day off yesterday." Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After a while, he said, "I'm impressed." Xia Ruofei's Alpha commercial car took the lead, followed by the other 2 Mercedes-Benz commercial cars. The 3 cars drove out of the courtyard in a single file and headed in the direction of the Forbidden City Museum. During the morning rush hour, the road was very congested, and the cars stopped and went. However, Xia Ruofei and the others were not in a hurry. Anyway, they could get there before 9 o'clock in the morning. From the courtyard of Luhai Lane to the Forbidden City Museum, there was a total of 4 or 5 kilometers. If there was no traffic jam, 10 minutes would be enough. But today, they drove for 40 or 50 minutes. Under the guidance of Song Wei, the car drove to a small parking lot on the side of the Forbidden City. This was a parking lot for employees. The person who Song Wei contacted was already waiting there. The man was about 50 years old. He wore a pair of glasses and blue overalls. He looked like a worker who had just come out of the workshop. After Song Wei's introduction, Xiao Ruofei knew that the man dressed as an old worker in front of him was actually a well-known expert in the restoration of cultural relics in the country. The old expert's name was Luo Gang. He had been an apprentice in the Forbidden City Museum since he was a teenager. He had been working in the Red Wall for decades and had restored countless cultural relics. Luo Gang was very enthusiastic. After exchanging a few words with Song Wei, he led everyone inside. Their workplace was an area that was not open to tourists. Xiao Ruofei had visited the Forbidden City Museum before, but she had never been to these places, so she looked around curiously. After passing through a narrow passage, they came to the small courtyard where the set of high-definition scanning equipment was located. Luo Gang said with a smile, this was a cold palace in the Qing dynasty. It was usually gloomy. Only people like us who work here all year round are used to it. Ordinary people will feel creepy when they come in. Xiao Ruofei felt it and found that the temperature was indeed lower than outside. He couldn't help but smile and say, Mr. Luo, this is a good place. You don't even need to turn on the air conditioner in summer. Luo Gang laughed and said, I really don't turn on the air conditioner much. Xiao Ruofei and the others arrived a little earlier. It was not time for work yet, so it was even quieter. Luo Gang walked to the door of the small courtyard and shouted a few words. Then, he opened the door with a clang. As he unlocked the door, he explained with a smile, when we open the door for the first time every day, we deliberately make some noise to tell them that we are here for work and that they can get off work. Hearing this, Ling Xianxia asked curiously, them? Who? Song Wei pursed his lips and smiled. He leaned over to Ling Xianxia and whispered in her ear, the ghosts of the palace maids, eunuchs, and concubines who died in the cold palace. Too many people have died in this place. Ling Xianxia couldn't help but shiver and say, stop talking. Stop talking. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but find it funny that Ling Xianxia, as a cultivator, was afraid of these illusory things. He said, Xianxia, Wei Wei is just trying to scare you. Luo Gang said with a smile, Miss, ghosts and gods exist if you believe in them, and if you don't, they don't exist. This is also a tradition left behind by the old masters for many years, so we have always done it this way. Moreover, there are many wild cats in the Forbidden City. We want to scare them away by making some noise. As they spoke, the courtyard door opened. Luo Gang said with a smile, the equipment is in the east room. Please come in. The high-definition scanning equipment of the Cultural Relic Restoration team was custom-made. A high-resolution professional camera was fixed on it. It moved slowly and at a constant speed on the guide rail, and it could clearly scan the cultural relic. It could be magnified 100 times and still be very clear. Everyone came to the east room. Teacher Luo Gang skillfully turned on the equipment's power and computer. After some simple debugging, he nodded slightly at Song Wei and said, it's ready. If you want to scan anything, just leave it to me. Chen Xian looked at Xiao Ruofei. After seeing Xiao Ruofei nod slightly, he handed the assembled token to Luo Gang. Everyone in the room was a cultivator. Naturally, no one was worried about what an ordinary person like Luo Gang could do. Luo Gang fixed the token on the table and then smiled as he operated the equipment. According to Song Wei's request, I have adjusted it to the highest resolution. I can guarantee that the scan will be very clear and that every detail will be perfectly preserved. Thank you, Teacher Luo. Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile. In the slight buzzing of the motor, the frame with the high-resolution camera moved smoothly on the guide rail and slowly passed over the token. At the same time, the picture of the token had already appeared on the computer next to them. Because the file was a little big, the picture was basically presented slowly, part by part. After a few minutes, the scan was completed. Luo Gang walked to the computer and was ready to enlarge the picture generated by the scan to show everyone the details below. Xiao Ruofei said, Teacher Luo, there's no need to look at it. How can we not be assured about the professional equipment of the Forbidden City Museum? Luo Gang smiled and said, sometimes professional equipment can make mistakes too. You really don't need to see if the scanning effect meets the requirements? Xiao Ruofei shook his head and said, there's really no need. We just need to trouble Teacher Luo to copy the source file for us. This kind of high-resolution lossless format picture was relatively large, but after all, it was just a picture file. Moreover, the token was not like some paintings, which could easily be several square meters. The token was only slightly bigger than an adult's palm. With the scanning range, the file naturally corresponded to a lot. Of course, Luo Gang said with a smile. Xiao Ruofei took out a USB flash drive from his pocket and handed it over to Luo Gang. Sorry to trouble you, Teacher Luo. Luo Gang quickly copied the scanned source file to the USB flash drive. After Xiao Ruofei took the USB, he said, Teacher Luo, I'll have to trouble you to delete the scanned records and source files on the computer. A friend asked us to do this for him. He repeatedly told us to keep it confidential, since it involves trade secrets. I understand. I understand. Luo Gang was not offended and nodded with a smile. Then, in front of Xiao Ruofei and the others, he quickly deleted the scanned records and the generated source files on the computer. He even cleared the cache. At first, Luo Gang thought that the token was simple and elegant. He wanted to study the image generated from the scan when he had the time to see what era it was from. People who dealt with cultural relics would inevitably be excited when they saw something good, but since Xiao Ruofei and the others had a request, he naturally wouldn't force it. The cultural relics in the Forbidden City Museum were as vast as the sea. He couldn't study them all in a lifetime. Naturally, he wouldn't be angry over a token. Thank you for your understanding, Teacher Luo, Xiao Ruofei said. Then, he took out an envelope that he had prepared beforehand from his bag and stuffed it into Luo Gang's hand. Teacher Luo, this is a token of my appreciation. You can use it to buy tea. Luo Gang's face suddenly turned red. He quickly pushed the envelope away and said, What are you doing? Hurry up and take it back. Song. Ask your friend to take it back. Xiao Ruofei didn't expect Luo Gang to have such a big reaction. He thought that it was normal for him to express his gratitude since the other party had helped him. He didn't think too much about it. He didn't expect the expert from the Forbidden City Museum to be so courageous. When he saw the envelope in his hand, it was as if his hand was burned by charcoal. He hurriedly pushed it away. Song Wei signaled Xiao Ruofei to keep the envelope with his eyes. Then, he explained, Teacher Luo, Ruofei didn't mean anything else. He just wanted to express his gratitude. He didn't know about your rules. Then, Song Wei said in a reproachful tone, Ruofei, you don't know that Teacher Luo has never accepted money. Otherwise, with his status in the cultural relic restoration industry, there would be a lot of people coming to his door to ask him to restore and appraise cultural relics. Teacher Luo, you're a true scholar. Xiao Ruofei praised, I've been rude. Please forgive me, Teacher Luo. Luo Gang was indeed a standard intellectual. After being praised by Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei, his anger immediately dissipated. Instead, he became a little embarrassed. He waved his hand and said, I'm not as good as you. It's just that I don't care about fame and fortune. I just want to do research quietly. Xiao Ruofei said, Teacher Luo, you don't have to accept the thank you fee. But to express our gratitude, it shouldn't be a problem to give you some of our homemade tea. Homemade tea? Luo Gang was a tea lover. After hearing Xiao Ruofei's words, he couldn't help but ask suspiciously, homemade tea? Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, it's definitely from our own tea mountain. It's handmade tea. There's no nice packaging, but it tastes good. Well. Luo Gang hesitated and said, it's nothing, but you don't have to be so polite. Luo Gang felt that the tea leaves made by his own family were not worth much. He was just a man who was not pedantic, nor was he ignorant of the ways of the world. Xiao Ruofei had sincerely expressed her gratitude, so if he were to reject her, it would not be appropriate. It's my pleasure. It's my pleasure. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, and the tea leaves are in the car. Please wait for a while. After that, Xiao Ruofei left the courtyard with Xianxia and the others. After walking to the parking lot not far away, he took out a pack of De Hong Pao tea leaves from the Ringtu space and handmade by Xia Qing from the space. Then he asked Xianxia and the others to wait in the parking lot. He walked back with Song Wei. Xiao Ruofei did not lie. This tea was indeed homemade and handmade. It was just that this was cut from the mother tree, De Hong Pao. The mother tree had stopped harvesting De Hong Pao, so Xia Ruofei's tea should be the most authentic De Hong Pao. In addition to the environment of the Ringtu space and Xia Qing's tea-making skills, Xia Ruofei's tea leaves were much better than the Taoyuan De Hong Pao that sold for thousands of yuan per caddy on the market. In terms of value, this pack of tea leaves was much more valuable than the cash in the envelope just now. In the courtyard, Luo Gang saw the tea leaves wrapped in a paper bag brought by Xia Ruofei. He finally confirmed that this was indeed not the high-end tea leaves sold on the market, so he accepted it happily. Xia Ruofei and Song Wei thanked Luo Gang again, then left the courtyard and returned to the parking lot. At this time, the morning rush hour was almost over. It took about 20 minutes for everyone to return to the Luhai Lane courtyard house. Everyone gathered in the living room of Xia Ruofei's master room. Xia Ruofei set up a computer equipped with a high-definition widescreen monitor. Xia Ruofei inserted the USB drive into the computer and opened the ultra-high-definition image generated by the scan. Xia Ruofei moved the mouse wheel to enlarge the image. Everyone stared at the screen. As the image was enlarged bit by bit, everyone could see that it was still very clear. The originally rice-sized floating point almost occupied the entire screen, but it still maintained a very high definition. The black dots on the floating point were clearly shown on the image. Not bad, not bad. Xia Ruofei praised. Professional equipment is really different. Mu Xing asked, Brother Xia, what do we do next? Mu Xing and Lu Manxia did not understand these modern technological things. Although Xia Ruofei and Xianxia had explained to use a supercomputer to help crack the code, they were still confused. Xia Ruofei said, it shouldn't be a problem to borrow a supercomputer. The key now is to build a calculation model that the supercomputer can recognize and execute. It also needs to be combined with image recognition technology. Xianxia added. But this should be done by professional software. That's right. In addition, we need to search for some information and build a database. Xia Ruofei said. It's mainly a database of traditional Chinese characters. The age of this token can't be verified, but traditional Chinese characters were definitely used back then. In order to improve the accuracy, we also need to consider the history of the evolution of Chinese characters and make the database as perfect as possible, Qianxian said. Xia Ruofei and Qianxian discussed one after another, while Mu Xing and Lu Manxia listened as if they were listening to a book. They had no idea what the two were talking about. In the end, Mu Xing gave up with a bitter smile. He said, we really don't understand these things. We can only rely on the two of you. Lu Manxia said with a smile, some things in the secular world are quite interesting, but we are old and can't keep up with this era. Seniors, if you trust us, you can leave this matter to me and Brother Chen. Xia Ruofei said. However, I'm afraid this will take some time. Brother Chen and I still need to learn some knowledge first. If this was heard by a computer science student, they would definitely be unable to help but spit at Xia Ruofei's face. This was because to complete such a complicated task, a large amount of knowledge was needed. Listening to Xia Ruofei's tone, it seemed that it could be done by just learning a little. In fact, this was something that only cultivators could think about. No matter how smart an ordinary person was, they could not apply what they learned immediately. This required a large amount of knowledge, time, and experience. Then we'll just sit back and enjoy the fruits of your labor. Mu Xing said with a smile. Of course we trust the two of you. Lu Manxia said with a smile. As for the time, we've waited for so many years. It doesn't matter if we wait a little longer. These veteran cultivators sometimes went into seclusion for a few months at a time. Some even went as far as a few years. Moreover, their lifespans were far longer than ordinary people, so their patience was naturally very good. Xia Ruofei nodded and pondered for a moment. Let's first sort out what knowledge we need to add. Then, we'll find a professional teacher to teach us a few lessons. After that, we'll look for our own learning materials to supplement. That should be enough. There are many top universities in Beijing, and their strength in scientific research is also very strong. We might as well stay in Beijing for the time being. I'm fine with it. Chen Xian said. I'll take a few more days off from the company. Basically, it won't affect my work. Just hand in the task. I'll also work in Beijing. If there are any problems, we can communicate with each other remotely. Xiao Ruofei rubbed his forehead and said with a bitter smile, Brother Chen, although I'm the boss, you don't have to always be so dedicated in front of me, okay? As a lazy boss, I'll be under a lot of pressure. Xiao Ruofei felt that the shopping mall project of the Taoyuan company was about to become Xianxia's obsession. He even suspected that if he deliberately let the shopping mall project fail now, would Xianxia have an inner demon when he broke through in the future? Xianxia said seriously, Brother Xia, I'm not very dedicated. I'm just doing my job, I know. Xiao Ruofei hurriedly said. Ask for leave from your direct superior. If there are any difficulties, I'll help you coordinate. Okay. Xianxia said. Mu Xing and Lu Manxia liked the architectural style of this courtyard house. Moreover, this time, they had arranged everything in the sect before coming out, so they weren't in a hurry to go back. Naturally, they didn't have any objections to staying in Beijing for a while. Then it's decided. Xiao Ruofei said. Let's first take apart the token and keep it for ourselves. Also, this scan image will be left in this computer. Brother Chen and I won't take it with us when we go out. In a while, we'll work together to set up a formation in this area. This way, no one will be able to approach this computer alone to ensure the safety of the data. In fact, the trust between everyone was quite high. However, when it came to matters of interest, it was better to be a gentleman first. I have no objections. Chen Xian smiled. Mu Xing and Lu Manxia also nodded in agreement. Xiao Ruofei first turned off the computer and cut off the antelope source. Then, the four of them worked together to set up a large formation that covered a small area around the antelope table. This formation only had a simple defensive function. Its main function was to warn them. Once someone touched the formation or tried to break it by force, the four of them would instantly sense it. Everyone was in this courtyard, so they could arrive in the blink of an eye. Naturally, it was very safe. Moreover, although Xiao Ruofei lived in this room, it was impossible for him to come into contact with the computer without anyone noticing. Unless his formation skills far exceeded everyone's, it was impossible for him to come into contact with the computer without alerting everyone. After that, Xiao Ruofei took out the laptop from the Ring 2 space. After connecting it to the Wi-Fi of the courtyard house, he and Xianxia used the computer to search for knowledge about image recognition, database, modeling, and so on. They were going to make a list first. Then, they would find a teacher to teach them and go to the large library to look for relevant materials to study. 7017 Xiao Ruofei and Xianxia were searching for relevant information on the computer together, while Mu Xing, Lu Manxia, and the others were drinking tea and chatting. After all, except for Xiao Ruofei and Xianxia, the others didn't know anything about the relevant knowledge, so they couldn't help much. At this moment, Xiao Ruofei's phone rang. He took it out and looked at the caller ID. It was Zhao Yongjun, so he stood up and said, Brother Chen, you check first. I'm going to take a call. Chen Xian nodded with a smile and said, okay. Xiao Ruofei picked up the phone and walked out of the room. At the same time, he picked up the call, Brother Zhao. Zhao Yongjun laughed heartily and said, Ruofei, are you done with your work? You shouldn't have come to find us when you arrived in Beijing. Zhao Yongjun knew that Xiao Ruofei had arrived in Beijing yesterday because Wu Chang had asked to borrow his car. However, he heard that Xiao Ruofei was busy, so he didn't disturb Xiao Ruofei. Today, when Xiao Ruofei borrowed the car to go back to the club, Zhao Yongjun called. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, I came to Beijing last minute because I had some things to do. Brother Zhao, you won't blame me for being rude, right? Blame me. Of course I will blame you. Zhao Yongjun laughed and said, at least 3 glasses of wine as punishment. Otherwise, it'll be hard to calm my anger. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, no problem. Not to mention 3 glasses, even if it's 30 glasses or 300 glasses, as long as Brother Zhao says the word, I'll drink it without delay. Straightforward. Zhao Yongjun said, by the way, Ruofei, I heard from the club's driver that you brought a lot of friends to Beijing this time. I'll arrange it here. I'll do my best as a host in our own club. How about it? Xiao Ruofei hurriedly said, Brother Zhao, it's really not necessary. My friends are all intellectuals who study cultural relics. They have no interest in socializing at all. They just came back from the Forbidden City and went back to their rooms to study materials. You don't have to be busy. When I'm almost done here, I'll go and drink with my brothers. 2 of the cars that went to the Forbidden City today belonged to the club. Zhao Yongjun naturally knew where they went, so he didn't doubt about Xiao Ruofei's excuses at all. He smiled and said, okay. Since they are your friends, I'll respect your opinion. However, if there's anything you need help with while you're in the capital, don't hide it from me. Just tell me. Your big brother Zhao still has some influence in Sijio City. Ordinary things can't trouble me. Hearing this, Xiao Ruofei's heart skipped a beat. He smiled and said, Brother Zhao, now that you mention it, I do remember something that I might need your help with. I'm just not sure if it's too troublesome. Yang. Why are you being so polite to me? Are we still brothers? Zhao Yongjun pretended to be angry and said, hurry up. Don't talk nonsense. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, do you know anyone in the major universities in the capital? It's best if they hold a certain leadership position. Zhao Yongjun was slightly stunned and said with a smile, why are you suddenly asking about this? Do you want to go to a university to further your studies? You don't need to further your studies with your wealth. Or, do you want to flirt with female students? Let me tell you, you can't let your sister-in-law down. Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, what are you talking about? I want to ask the experts and professors in the university for some questions. It's best if they can give us a few special lessons. Zhao Yongjun laughed and said, do you really want to change your career to be a scholar? Brother Zhao, just tell me if it's okay or not. Xiao Ruofei said. Zhao Yongjun said straightforwardly, no problem. How can a man say no? Tell me. What kind of experts do you want to find? I'll think of a way for you. Xiao Ruofei said, it's mainly about computers, databases, modeling, and supercomputers. Wait. Zhao Yongjun said, I'll write it down. You said a bunch of words. I know all the words, but I don't know what it is when they are put together. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said. Okay, I'll say it slowly. NN. Zhao Yongjun said, okay, you can say it now. Computer software experts. It's best if they have more research on databases, modeling, and supercomputers. Xiao Ruofei said slowly. Software. Databases. Modeling. Supercomputers. Zhao Yongjun said as he wrote it down. Okay. I'll go and implement Boss Xiao's instructions immediately. Wait for my news. Thanks. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Don't mention it. Zhao Yongjun said, just remember to drink with me when you're done. Don't worry. I won't forget it. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei walked back into the room and said with a smile, I've settled the matter of inviting experts to give lectures. I've already asked my friend to contact them. It shouldn't be a big problem. That's great. Xianxia smiled and said, I've already found some information and made a list. I think we should first find a large library and learn the relevant knowledge by ourselves. Otherwise, when we meet an expert, we won't know anything and won't know where to start asking questions. Haha. That makes sense. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, well. Let's go there now. The National Library must have all the materials. And it's not far from here. How about going there? I agree. Xianxia said. After the 2 of them discussed, Xiao Ruofei turned around and said, Sect Leader Mu, Valley Master Lu, Brother Chen and I are going to the National Library to look up the relevant materials. You can stay here and have a rest first. If you need anything, just tell Wu Chang in the backyard. He'll satisfy you. Mu Xing said with a smile, okay. Thank you for your hard work, Brother Xia and Nephew Chen. It's not hard work. It's quite interesting to learn some new knowledge. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Then, Xiao Ruofei said to Ling Qingxue and Song Wei, Qingxue, Wei Wei, come with me. Isn't Wei Wei also going to look up the materials of the paper? Let's not delay each other. Xiao Ruofei naturally wanted to take his two confidants with him for safety reasons. After all, Mu Xing and Lu Mansha were both cultivators at the middle stage of the gold core realm. If they really had ulterior motives, the consequences would be very serious. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue nodded with a smile. Then, the four of them went straight to the backyard. Xiao Ruofei first called Wu Chang over and told him not to disturb the guests in the middle courtyard. If the guests needed anything, he must do his best to meet their needs. Wu Chang naturally nodded in agreement. Seeing that Xiao Ruofei was going out, he quickly said, "Boss, I'll drive you there." Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, "You stay at home. I'll drive myself." "Yes." Wu Chang nodded and said. Xiao Ruofei and the others got into the Alpha MPV. Xiao Ruofei drove the car himself. Qin Xian also gave the two most comfortable seats in the middle to the two ladies in a very gentlemanly manner, while he sat in the front passenger seat. After coming out of the Sihiyuan, Xiao Ruofei drove the Toyota Alpha MPV straight to the National Library. After arriving at the library, the four of them first applied for a library card and then began to look up the materials. After searching through the computer, Xiao Ruofei and Qin Xian each took a large stack of books and sat down in the reading area. They began to immerse themselves in the books. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue also found a few books that interested them and sat on Xiao Ruofei's left and right sides. Looking at Xiao Ruofei, who was hugging women on both sides, Qin Xian, who was alone, couldn't help but feel a little envious. However, it was only a moment of envy. Qin Xian was obsessed with cultivation and didn't have any thoughts of finding a Dao companion for the time being. Xiao Ruofei and Qin Xian found some relatively basic books. Of course, both of them had a very good foundation in computer science, especially Qin Xian, who was an excellent programmer. In addition, they were cultivators at the golden core stage, so their brain development was not comparable to that of ordinary people. Therefore, the two of them naturally learned very quickly. In the eyes of others, they were basically flipping through the books quickly. Occasionally, they would stop and simply exchange a few words in a low voice. Then, they would continue to immerse themselves in the books. Xiao Ruofei took a large stack of books and placed them on his left side. The stack was taller than him sitting on the chair. After he finished reading a book, he would put it on his right side. Soon, the books on the left side became fewer and fewer, while the pile on the right side became higher and higher. Qin Xian on the opposite side was the same. Originally, Ling Qingxue and Song Wei's stunning beauty attracted the attention of the people reading nearby. Therefore, they quickly noticed the two strange people, Xiao Ruofei and Qin Xian. After all, it was the first time they saw people reading books like this. Everyone thought that these two people were either crazy or pretentious in front of beautiful women. Obviously, the latter was more likely. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei and Qin Xian didn't know that when they were immersed in the world of books, many people were looking at them with contempt. Of course, even if they knew, they wouldn't care. Time was precious. What other people wanted to think was their business. Right now, they just wanted to use the fastest speed to prepare the necessary knowledge reserves. The large stack of books was finished by the two of them in about an hour. After reading so many books and materials, the two of them already had a certain understanding of this field. So, without stopping, they ran back to the computer again. This time, they were even more focused. They found a large stack of books and sat back in their seats, immersing themselves in reading. Other than lunchtime, when the four of them temporarily left the library to find a small restaurant nearby to have a simple meal, they spent the rest of the time in the library. They didn't leave until the library closed in the evening. "Brother Chen, how do you feel?" Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile. "Very good," Qin Xian said happily. "I learned a lot of new things. The more knowledge I have, the more I feel that Brother Xiao's idea is feasible. As long as we can borrow enough supercomputers, there's a high chance that we can crack it." Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. "Don't worry about the supercomputers. It shouldn't be a problem. Our top priority is to master the knowledge comprehensively. After all, this can't be done by others. We can only do it ourselves." "That's right." Qin Xian nodded and said, "Come to the library tomorrow. I always feel that there are a lot of things that I don't understand. Great minds think alike." Xiao Ruofei said. The more you learn, the more you find that you don't understand. Song Wei smiled and said, our professor once said that there are 4 realms of learning. First, don't know that you don't know. Second, know that you don't know. It seems that you have reached the second realm. Xiao Ruofei and Xianxia thought about it carefully and felt that these words were very interesting. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but ask, what about the next 2 realms? The third realm is know that you don't know, Song Wei said with a smile. The fourth realm is don't know that you don't know. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but show a thoughtful expression. After pondering for a while, he said, very interesting. In fact, cultivation can also be divided into these 4 realms. It makes sense. Chen Xian also showed a thoughtful expression. After a while, he sighed and said, it seems that there are still many things in the secular world that are worth learning. For example, science and technology that has changed the lives of ordinary people. For example, the 4 realms that Miss Song just summarized. Song Wei pursed his lips and smiled. I didn't summarize it. It can only be considered as copying other people's ideas. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, then we should strive to at least enter the third realm. As for the fourth realm, only with enough learning and the accumulation of practical experience can one become proficient in a certain field unknowingly. We don't have that much time, and there's no need for that. They learned knowledge such as software, programming, and databases entirely to crack the token floating point pattern. Therefore, they learned selectively and purposefully. As for becoming experts in the field of computing, they didn't have the time or interest to do so. The 4 of them passed through the evening rush and returned to the courtyard house in Luhai Lane. The sky was completely dark. Wu Chong had already invited Mu Xing and the others to the backyard restaurant and was preparing for dinner. When Xiao Ruofei and the others returned home, they just happened to have dinner together. After dinner, Xiao Ruofei received a call from Zhao Yongjun. Ruofei, I went to find a few friends about what you asked me to do. Zhao Yongjun said directly, many universities in Beijing have experts and professors in the fields you mentioned. I helped you contact Beijing University of Posts and Telecommunications, and Beijing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics. They all have very powerful experts in the relevant fields. Do you want to meet with one or all 3 of them? Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, Brother Zhao, if it's convenient, of course we can meet with the experts from the 3 universities. It's best to invite them together in the form of an exchange meeting. Then my friends and I will communicate with them and ask some questions. Of course, if it's not easy, we can just pick any one of them. It's easy. Why is it not easy? Zhao Yongjun said straightforwardly. I'm familiar with the leaders of these 3 universities, and this is an academic exchange. It's not against the law or discipline. Those experts and professors attend countless academic exchanges every year. What's wrong with attending one more time? Speaking of this, Zhao Yongjun couldn't help but laugh. Haha. Ruofei, I suddenly thought that our Taoyuan club is the most suitable place to host this exchange. Look at that. Our environment is beautiful, the facilities are complete, and the venue is ready-made. Plus, we don't have to leave Beijing. The experts and professors' time is easy to coordinate. They can take out a day for the exchange, and then have fun in our club. They can even soak in the hot springs. They'll definitely be satisfied. What do you think of my idea? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh when she heard this. She said, Big Brother Zhao, you've already planned this, right? Since you've already helped me think of it, what else can I say? We'll just do as you say. All right. Zhao Yongjun laughed, then asked, then, when do you want to set the time? I've already talked to the school. Any day in the next few days is fine. The experts and professors will definitely make time. Xiao Ruofei thought for a while, then said, then, let's set it the day after tomorrow. How about the morning of the day after tomorrow? He considered staying in the library for another 2 days. Regardless of whether he could reach the state of knowing what he knows, he wanted to at least increase his knowledge reserve. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing to show his cowardice in front of the experts and professors and ask some childish questions. No problem. Zhao Yongjun said straightforwardly. Then, I'll go and inform them. We'll set up a small academic exchange the day after tomorrow. I'll also contact the other 3 universities to make sure that the best experts and scholars in their fields will be present. All right. Thanks. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Don't pretend to be polite. Zhao Yongjun said with a smile. The day after tomorrow, accompany me for a few drinks. It's better than anything else. Of course. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, we'll drink until we're drunk. Do you think I don't know your alcohol tolerance? You can still get drunk? The so-called don't go home until you're drunk means that you won't go home until I'm drunk. Zhao Yongjun exposed Xiao Ruofei's words without hesitation. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, it's all the same. It was all the same. Drinking wine between brothers is mainly for the sake of happiness. I didn't mean to get anyone drunk. That's what you said. Zhao Yongjun said, if I get drunk, I'll hold you responsible. Zhao Yongjun didn't even dare to mention any drinking standards. Even if he drank a glass to Xiao Ruofei's bottle, he didn't have the confidence to beat Xiao Ruofei. So he simply used himself as the standard, which was somewhat unreasonable. Xiao Ruofei didn't care and said with a smile, no problem. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei told Xianxia and the others about Zhao Yongjun contacting the experts and professors. Then he said, I'll set the academic exchange for the day after tomorrow. We'll still go to the library tomorrow and try to learn more about the relevant fields. Xianxia nodded with a smile and said, okay, we'll follow your arrangements. Xiao Ruofei looked at Mu Xing and Lu Manxia and said with a smile, 2 seniors, the exchange the day after tomorrow is set at the Taoyuan Club on the outskirts of the city. It's a small business that I started with my friends. The environment is pretty good. I wonder if the 2 seniors are interested in going to have some fun. Xiao Ruofei didn't wait for the 2 to answer and immediately said, I made some small arrangements at the club, so in the secular world, the environment there is unique. If the 2 seniors go together, you might as well give me some guidance. Mu Xing and Lu Manxia originally wanted to stay in the courtyard to meditate, but after hearing Xiao Ruofei's words, they suddenly became interested. Mu Xing said with a smile, since little brother Xia has said so, Dali Master Lu and I have to go and have a look. Lu Manxia also smiled and said, fellow Daoist Xia, you've already piqued our curiosity. How can we refuse? Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, then let's go together. Miss Xianxia and brother Jianfei will also go together. Putting aside the environment there, you can also experience some of the secular world's enjoyment. It's still a different experience. Yu Xianxia and Mu Jianfei naturally followed their seniors' actions. Hearing this, they both nodded with a smile and agreed. Xiao Ruofei's 9 turns heaven and earth formation set up in the Taoyuan Club made the spiritual qi inside the Taoyuan Club much more abundant than the outside world. It could even allow one to cultivate all the time, especially in the small villa where the eye of the formation was located. The concentration of spiritual qi was much stronger. Even the hot spring resort near the clubhouse benefited greatly because it was located on the periphery of the formation. Although the environment and facilities were the same as before, the business was several times better. From being deserted to being full of guests, even the owner of the hot spring resort didn't know that they were taking advantage of the Taoyuan clubhouse. Of course, everything was relative. After all, the 9 turns heaven and earth formation was not a particularly high-level formation. Compared with the sex formation of Mu Xing and the others, it was still far inferior. The concentration of spiritual qi in the Taoyuan Club was also far less than that of those old sections. Otherwise, the Taoyuan Club would have been targeted by cultivators long ago. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei wasn't worried that Mu Xing and the others would covet it after seeing it. Moreover, with his current strength, it didn't matter if he took Mu Xing and the others there openly. He was confident that he still had a certain degree of deterrence. Of course, all of this was because the benefits were too small. If the benefits were big enough, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't dare to take such a risk. For example, the Peach Blossom Island and even the Ring 2 space. At this stage, Xiao Ruofei absolutely didn't dare to expose them in front of other cultivators. For the next 2 days, Xiao Ruofei, Qin Xian, Song Wei, and Ling Qingshua's quartet spent the whole day in the National Library. These 4 people also became a unique scenery in the library. The 2 beauties sat quietly beside Xiao Ruofei and read books for the whole day. On the other hand, Xiao Ruofei and Xianxia flipped through the books at an extremely fast speed. It was difficult not to attract the attention of others. After 2 days, some people who regularly read and studied in the library were quite curious about the quartet. Fortunately, they were only there for 2 days. Otherwise, they might have been secretly photographed by busybodies and posted on the internet. Early in the morning of the 3rd day, Xiao Ruofei and the others took a car to the Taoyuan Club in the suburbs of Xiaotang town. There were so many people, but they were still divided into 3 cars. Zhao Yongjun arranged 2 Mercedes-Benz commercial cars in advance and rushed to the courtyard house in Luhai Lane early in the morning to pick them up. Of course, because of the special status of Mu Xing and the others, Xiao Ruofei also called Zhao Yongjun to remind him indirectly. Although the possibility of the guests he brought there being neglected was very low, Xiao Ruofei was also taking precautions. Even if cultivators generally didn't attack ordinary people, they couldn't stop some people from seeking death. Therefore, it was necessary to remind them in advance. Xiao Ruofei and the others left at 6 o'clock and left the congested road before the morning rush hour arrived. Before 8 o'clock, the group of people arrived at the Taoyuan Club. Today's academic exchange was arranged to be held in a standalone villa in the club. Zhao Yongjun and Song Rui were waiting in front of the villa in advance. As soon as Xiao Ruofei's car stopped, the 2 of them quickly walked up to him. Xiao Ruofei was still the driver today. When he opened the door and got out of the car, Zhao Yongjun was already in front of him. Ruofei. Zhao Yongjun shouted happily, "You've been in Beijing for a few days. You finally took the time to meet your brothers." Song Rui also said with a smile, "Boss Xia is getting busier and busier. It's not easy for idle people like us to meet him." Xiao Ruofei glanced at Song Rui. After not seeing him for a few months, Song Rui looked a lot more mature, but his mouth still looked like it deserved a beating. "Don't give me that." Xiao Ruofei said unceremoniously, "If you want to die, just say it. I'll fulfill your wish when we drink tonight." "You're bullying people just because you can drink, right?" Song Rui shouted, "I don't believe that no one can control you." Halfway through, Song Rui thought of Xiao Ruofei's abnormal alcohol tolerance and couldn't help but cry and say, "It seems that no one can control you." Xiao Ruofei and Zhao Yongjun saw this and couldn't help but laugh. At this time, Qin Xian and the others also got out of the car and came to Xiao Ruofei's side. "Brother Xia, this is the 9 Revolutions Qianquan formation, right?" Qin Xian said as soon as he saw them. "Interesting." Today's exchange meeting was completely an academic exchange. It had nothing to do with cultivation, so there was no need to hide it. The staff were all from the club. When the group arrived at the conference room, everything was ready. Everyone sat down on both sides of the conference table. At this time, Shen Heping, an associate professor of Beijing University's Computer Science Institute, noticed Song Wei sitting next to Xiao Ruofei. His eyes lit up and he shouted, "Song Wei? You're here too?" Just now, Song Wei and Ling Qingxue were drinking tea with Mu Xing and the others in the living room on the 1st floor. When Wang Qi, Shen Heping, and the others arrived, Zhao Yongjun and Xiao Ruofei led them directly to the conference room on the 2nd floor. Song Wei and the others followed behind, so Shen Heping didn't see Song Wei at first. It wasn't until everyone sat down in the conference room that they were surprised and happy, as if they had discovered a new continent. After all, Song Wei's major was archaeology. It had nothing to do with computer science. Shen Heping never thought that Song Wei would appear at such a small exchange meeting. Xiao Ruofei looked at Song Wei with some surprise and asked with a smile, "Wei Wei, do you know Professor Shen?" Song Wei's expression was a little unnatural. He nodded reluctantly and said, "We're from the same school. I've met Professor Shen a few times before." Shen Heping said with a smile, "Call me brother." "Professor Shen? What Professor Shen?" "Don't forget that I also went to Beijing University for my undergraduate degree. That was my first degree." Xiao Ruofei looked at Shen Heping, who was obviously too excited, with interest. He then turned to look at Song Wei and said with a smile, "I almost forgot that Wei Wei is also a top student at Beijing University. Then Professor Wang and Professor Shen can be considered your teachers." Song Wei smiled and nodded. When Shen Heping heard Xiao Ruofei call Song Wei 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 for the 2nd time, a trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes. Especially when he saw Song Wei's respectful attitude towards him, the displeasure in his heart grew stronger. Shen Heping could see that Song Wei and Xiao Ruofei's relationship should be relatively close. He noticed that when he greeted Song Wei enthusiastically just now, Song Wei's eyes showed undisguised rejection. At the same time, he subconsciously leaned his body in the direction of Xiao Ruofei. Actually, the relationship between Song Wei and Shen Heping was not as simple as just meeting a few times. When Shen Heping returned to China a few years ago, Song Wei had just started her second year of university. Once, by chance, Shen Heping met Song Wei at a club activity. At first glance, he was stunned by her beauty. Then, he began to pursue her fiercely. At that time, Shen Heping was just in his early 30s. He was a doctor from a famous university who had returned from abroad. He was especially valued by the leaders of the Computer Science Research Institute. When he came back, he was directly awarded the title of associate professor. According to the talent introduction policy, he was given a residence in Beijing and a considerable amount of settlement money. In addition, Shen Heping was quite handsome. During his undergraduate studies, he was very famous at Beijing University. Even in a top university like Beijing University, people who were handsome and good at studying were the most popular type of person. After returning to Beijing University with a doctor's degree from the United States, Shen Heping was proud of his success. He had originally thought that with his looks, future, and money, it would be a piece of cake for him to pursue an undergraduate student. He didn't expect that pursuing Song Wei would be much more difficult than he thought. No matter how hard he tried, Song Wei didn't show the slightest bit of interest. After all, Shen Heping was an associate professor with some resources, so he faintly inquired about Song Wei's family background. Although he wasn't particularly clear, at least he knew that Song Wei's father's position was not low. He was in charge of a region. From then on, Shen Heping's pursuit of Song Wei became even more fanatical. However, from the time Song Wei was in her second year of university to the time she finished her undergraduate studies and continued to pursue her master's degree, all of the effort Shen Heping had put into Song Wei all these years was in vain. There was no progress in their relationship at all. Moreover, Song Wei had clearly expressed her annoyance, which made Shen Heping feel very frustrated. Of course, it was more of unwillingness. Today, Shen Heping came to the legendary Taoyuan Club to participate in the so-called academic exchange. The most important thing was that he wanted to experience it. After all, the Taoyuan Club's reputation in Beijing had been like the sun in the sky in recent months. Even the people on the street often talked about this club. They felt that if they could spend money at the Taoyuan Club, their status would be different. In fact, most people didn't have the experience of spending money at the Taoyuan Club. After all, only a few people had a membership card. Therefore, when he heard that there was an academic exchange held at the Taoyuan Club 2 days ago, Shen Heping immediately fought for a place. Originally, Professor Wang Qi was going to bring a PhD student to participate. After all, the person who invited him to participate was also important. They came because of the Beijing University Computer Science Institute and Wang Qi's reputation. It wasn't good if he didn't attend in person. When Wang Qi saw that Shen Heping wanted to participate so much, he reluctantly brought him. Anyway, they didn't limit the number of participants. They even said that the more people, the better. There was no need to worry about the reception capacity. As soon as he arrived, Wang Qi found that only 3 people came from his side. The other 2 universities only had 1 person. Everyone was a big name in the circle. It was common to meet at various academic conferences. Today, Wang Qi felt a little embarrassed. He felt that the Beijing University Computer Science Institute liked to take advantage of others. As soon as they heard that the meeting was at the Taoyuan Club, 3 people came. Shen Heping already knew that this exchange meeting was hosted by Xiao Ruofei. However, he also heard Zhao Yongjin's introduction and knew that Xiao Ruofei was the chairman of the Taoyuan Company. Although the Taoyuan Company was very popular recently, in Shen Heping's eyes, Xiao Ruofei was just a successful businessman. At most, he was an internet celebrity. As a scholar, he was always full of a sense of superiority in front of a businessman. This seemed to be a natural chain of contempt. Therefore, Shen Heping didn't have any respect for Xiao Ruofei because of Xiao Ruofei's identity. Shen Heping didn't want to talk about supercomputers at all today. Because that wasn't his main research direction, he couldn't talk about anything very advanced. As for the basic things like Guoqian and Li Yufu, Professor Shen disdained to talk about it. Although the scope of today's exchange meeting was very small, the level of the people participating was very high. Academician Wang Qi was his direct boss and a big name in the domestic computer field. Guoqian and Li Yufu were also well-known figures in the field. Shen Heping naturally wanted to show his face at this exchange meeting, not just to freeload at the Taoyuan Club. Therefore, he prepared the content he was most proud of. Especially when he saw Song Wei present today, it was an unexpected surprise for Shen Heping. This also strengthened his intention to talk about the original content today. It was simply appropriate to talk about this in front of Song Wei. Shen Heping even thought that this was God's arrangement. He walked confidently to the podium and turned on his laptop. The staff came over and connected the HDMI cable reserved on the podium to Shen Heping's laptop. Then, he wanted to help Shen Heping set up the computer and output the computer content to the projector. However, Shen Heping waved his hand and said, "No projecting for the time being. If necessary, I'll do it myself." The shortcut key for switching was not a complicated operation. Most people who often used computer projectors would understand it. When the staff member saw that the expert had such a request, he would naturally satisfy it. He nodded, then bowed slightly and retreated to the side. Shen Heping opened the PowerPoint on his computer, but because the projector was not turned on, no one could see the content of the PowerPoint. Shen Heping operated his computer for a while, then straightened up. With a confident smile on his face, he said, "What I want to talk to you about today is the cutting-edge field of computer science, which is also my recent research field." When Shen Heping said this, Wang Qi, who was sitting below, couldn't help but frown slightly. He was the leader of the Computer Institute of Beijing University. He was naturally very clear about the research direction of the researchers, professors, and associate professors. Although Shen Heping only said a simple opening remark, Wang Qi had already guessed what Shen Heping was going to say. Wang Qi naturally knew that the content of Shen Heping's speech had nothing to do with the topic of today's exchange. He faintly felt that it was somewhat inappropriate. However, as a leader, he still had to consider the face of his subordinates. Shen Heping was a proud and arrogant young associate professor who had just returned from overseas. Therefore, Wang Qi didn't plan on reminding Shen Heping. What's more, there were all kinds of academic conferences and academic forums both at home and abroad. Everyone's keynote speeches might not really fit the theme. Under normal circumstances, the organizers would not have any complaints. After all, academics were still interconnected, especially the branches under the same major field. Even if the two branches were unrelated, they might be able to inspire and learn from each other. Because of this, Wang Qi did not interrupt Shen Heping. As for Xiao Ruofei and Xianxia, they didn't know what Shen Heping wanted to say at this time, but they were interested and wanted to hear Shen Heping's opinion. Although Xiao Ruofei could feel Shen Heping's obvious hostility before the exchange began, he did not underestimate Shen Heping's academic ability because of this. In the field of computer science, many middle-aged and young experts had achieved very high achievements. This was a young industry. Shen Heping carried the golden signboard of a famous overseas university, so he should have some real skills. What's more, Xiao Ruofei also believed in Zhao Yongjun's discretion. If Shen Heping was really an ignorant person, Zhao Yongjun would definitely not let him participate in the exchange. Even Wang Qi's face was not enough. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei was still listening very carefully to Shen Heping's speech at this time. Shen Heping glanced at Xiao Ruofei and Xianxia, who were serious like primary school students. He had a strong sense of achievement in his heart for no reason. He couldn't help but look at Song Wei next to Xiao Ruofei. To his disappointment, Song Wei did not look at the podium. Instead, she sat upright and stared at a potted plant on the conference table. Obviously, she was not listening to his speech at all. Originally, Song Wei didn't understand this professional stuff. Today, she was here to accompany Xiao Ruofei. Moreover, the speaker was Shen Heping, whom she loathed. Naturally, she didn't even want to maintain her superficial politeness and directly let her mind wander. Shen Heping was not discouraged. He firmly believed that the content of his speech would definitely attract Song Wei's attention and might even win her heart, Anyway, in the past few years, Shen Heping had always maintained this kind of self-confidence. Shen Heping continued, "Today, I want to talk to you about some results we have achieved in the field of artificial intelligence, or some breakthroughs. Today, the title of my speech is, Beijing University Computer Science Research Team's Research Progress on Artificial Intelligence Xiaowei and Several Innovative Thoughts in the Field of Artificial Intelligence." As soon as Shen Heping said this, the two professors, Li Yufu and Guo Qian, turned their heads and looked at each other. However, they did not say anything and chose to watch the show silently. Wang Qi's eyelids drooped as he wrote and drew in his notebook. He did not intend to say anything. Xiao Ruofei and Xianxia frowned slightly at the same time. Of course, they did not question because of a title. However, when Song Wei heard the title of the speech, her face suddenly sank. She raised her head and stared at Shen Heping. Obviously, Shen Heping's research team did not name this artificial intelligence Xiaowei casually. This also made Song Wei very uncomfortable. When Shen Heping spoke, he kept looking at Song Wei. When Song Wei looked at him angrily, he immediately showed a smile that he thought was very charming. Then, he pressed the shortcut key and the content of the computer screen was output to the projector. Everyone immediately saw the content of Shen Heping's computer on the projection screen. The PowerPoint on this page was obviously a big title. Then, there was a girl's cartoon image at the bottom left. This should be the cartoon image of the artificial intelligence Xiaowei. This was also a normal operation. As long as there was artificial intelligence research, regardless of whether it really had a certain level of intelligence or the commonly seen artificial retard, most of them would have an anthropomorphic image, and most of them would be female. After all, females were naturally more approachable. However, even Wang Qi could not help but frown slightly at this cartoon image. Qin Xian and Xiao Ruofei showed a trace of displeasure on their faces. Song Wei's face was as cold as water. He looked at Shen Heping with disgust. The reason was very simple. This cartoon image was too similar to Song Wei. The style of dress, hairstyle, and appearance were at least 80% similar to Song Wei. Associate Professor Shen, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Qin Xian could not help but frown and ask. Qin Xian really regarded Xiao Ruofei as his good friend. Song Wei was Xiao Ruofei's cultivation partner. This Shen Heping used Song Wei's image to make an artificial intelligence and train it every day. If this happened in the cultivation world, they would have drawn their swords. How could they tolerate this? Shen Heping had an innocent expression on his face. He shrugged and asked, "Sir, what do you mean by this? I am now sharing my research results. If you have any questions, wait until I finish speaking. Don't interrupt me. This is the most basic etiquette. Don't you understand?" In Shen Heping's eyes, Xiao Ruofei still had some weight. After all, at least Xiao Ruofei was richer than him. However, it was only a little. The weight was very limited. As for Qin Xian, Shen Heping did not take him seriously at all. He had never heard of such a person in the academic world. Moreover, he had been following Xiao Ruofei all the time today. Obviously, he was just a follower. Therefore, when Shen Heping spoke to Qin Xian, he was naturally not polite at all. In fact, he was even a little overbearing. If the people in the cultivation world knew that the dignified young master of the Tianyi Palace was regarded as someone's follower by an ordinary person, they would definitely laugh their heads off. Xiao Ruofei stopped Qin Xian with his eyes and said calmly, "Associate Professor Shen, today we are talking about the application of supercomputers. The artificial intelligence you want to talk about has nothing to do with today's topic. Boss Xia, you definitely know more about business than I do, but in terms of scientific research," Shen Heping said casually, "some things should be done by professionals. How do you know that artificial intelligence has nothing to do with supercomputers?" Shen Heping was being unreasonable. Of course, supercomputers were needed for the research of artificial intelligence. However, it was an indisputable fact that he had deviated from today's topic. It could be seen from the topic of the speech that Shen Heping's speech today was about bragging about his research results and using the Xiaowei to show off in front of Song Wei. This kind of content was of no help to Xiao Ruofei and Qin Xian. It was like the organizers had spent a lot of money to invite a singer to sing, but when the singer arrived at the scene, he gave a monologue for everyone. Xiao Ruofei and Xianxia looked at each other. They did not know whether to laugh or cry. Shen Heping's self-righteousness made Xiao Ruofei feel that it was a little ridiculous. He was too lazy to talk to Shen Heping. He directly waved his hand to call the staff next to him and ordered, "Turn off the projector and the microphone on the podium." The staff of the Taoyuan Club naturally listened to Xiao Ruofei, regardless of whether the other party was an expert or a professor. Therefore, he nodded without hesitation, then quickly walked to the temporary console next to him. He directly turned down the volume of the microphone on the podium, then picked up the remote control and turned off the projector. Shen Heping did not expect Xiao Ruofei's method to be so simple and crude. His face was pale as he slammed the table and asked, "What is the meaning of this?" Xiao Ruofei leaned back in his chair and said calmly, "Since Associate Professor Shen does not have anything to say about the topic of this conference, in order to save everyone's precious time, Associate Professor Shen will not speak. You can come down now." Guo Qian and Li Yufu looked at each other. They had participated in many conferences, but this was the first time they had seen such a tense situation. In the past, the organizers treated the experts and professors like gods. They had never been as forceful as Xiao Ruofei. Wang Qi was also a little surprised. After all, he brought Shen Heping here. Although Shen Heping's behavior was a little unreasonable, Xiao Ruofei's forceful attitude was really unexpected. Wang Qi looked at the pale-faced Shen Heping, cleared his throat, and said, "Boss Xia, Shen Heping's research is still somewhat new. Actually, it's okay to listen, right?" Xiao Ruofei sat up straight and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Academician Wang, I think you should know very well what we want to hear about this conference. After all, this was discussed with you and the leaders of the other two universities in advance. I'm just a businessman. I may not understand the principles, but I also know that time is precious. Wasting time is shameful behavior. Not to mention, what Associate Professor Shen is talking about is not what we need at all. It won't bring us any benefits, so there's really no need to listen." Song Ruwei rolled his eyes and said, "We have a lot of things to do every day. Why would we have the time to listen to his artificial intelligence? I think this Associate Professor Shen really doesn't know his place. Since there's nothing we want to hear, why is he here?" Song Ruwei was a person who was not stingy with his words. Even if it was an academic big shot like Wang Qi, he would still dare to argue with him, not to mention that Shen Heping's level was far from Wang Qi's. He did not care about trash like Shen Heping at all. Wang Qi saw how forceful the other party was and showed a hint of displeasure. He felt like he had been humiliated. However, when he thought about the cautious attitude of the person who asked him to help, he quickly suppressed his displeasure. At Wang Qi's level, he was no longer just a scholar or an expert. To be precise, he was a scholar tycoon. He did not just bury himself in research. He also had to consider all kinds of relationships and resources. Of course, all of this was to serve his academic career. But no matter what, Wang Qi was more like an official's role. He obviously would not rashly offend people who obviously had a strong background for Shen Heping. Therefore, Wang Qi chose to keep his mouth shut. Like this, Shen Heping was left on the stage. His chest quickly rose and fell and his face became extremely ugly. This was the first time he had faced this kind of humiliation in the years since he came back to China. Maybe his road was too smooth and he was a little carried away. Shen Heping pointed at Xiao Ruofei with a trembling finger and said with hatred, "You guys are unreasonable. You guys don't understand academics at all, but you're here pointing fingers. Talking about academics with you guys is an insult to academics." Xiao Ruofei calmly said, "Associate Professor Shen, I advise you to come down by yourself. Don't delay Academician Wang's keynote speech." Xiao Ruofei paused for a second and looked at Shen Heping. He then said, "If I were you, I would walk down by myself. Otherwise, if the security asked you to come down, it would be a bit ugly. Since you're not prepared for today's exchange, you might as well walk around outside. The Taoyuan Club's hot spring is pretty good. There's also a Western restaurant and Ling's private restaurant. The dishes there are also very special. You can try them and put it on my tab." End of chapter 1719. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.